Chapter 1. Prelude. The profound darkness of night ignited by the infernal flames of hell, the sacred city of the ancients succumbing to the fires of damnation, the descendants of gods and demons, the ancients, who once rivaled the might of the continent, ultimately perished at the hands of all races, vanishing beneath the relentless wheels of history. Yet, the progeny of the ancients, humanity, burdened with primal sins, still endures in this world. Though humanity has been enslaved, stripped of power, and bereft of a past, one must not forget. Humanity, the offspring of the ancients. Humanity, the heirs of gods and demons. The existence of Qiye was perhaps a sudden whim of the heavens, deeming this world too dull without him, thus allowing his presence to grace it. With the arrival of multiple Qiye, the world became a tad more intriguing. This, too, is the reason why the Aegean of Hell seeks to chronicle the tale of Qiye. Qiye is not particularly tall, yet his eyes are clear and bright, his nose straight and high, and his forehead wide. He is indeed a handsome youth. The hint of sunlight graces his lips, and he often has a blade of grass between his teeth, displaying a radiant smile. His long, ebony hair is casually tied at the back, swaying as he walks, akin to the flowing tail of a gallant steed. Qiye is unaware of his origins, for Uncle Yin never disclosed them, merely stating that Qiye came from a place that should not belong here. From the moment he became aware, Qiye realized he was different from other children. He lacked the parents that others possessed, having only Uncle Yin by his side. Qiye once asked Uncle Yin, "Why do other children have parents, but I do not?" Uncle Yin responded, "That is because once Qiye has me, he no longer needs parents." In that moment, Uncle Yin shed tears, Qiye's first and last sight of the seemingly unyielding man weeping. For thereafter, no matter the time or place, Uncle Yin never cried again, even at the final moment of his life. He shed only blood. The continent on which Qiye resides is called Fantian. On Fantian, there are 5 superpowers. Among them, the Beastman Empire of the Berserk Warriors and the Winged Empire of the Celestial Soarers are the most formidable. Following closely are the elven-formed Kingdom of Moonlight, the Dwarven Kingdom of Mai, and the racial alliance composed of various races, along with numerous smaller nations. However, the combined strength of these smaller nations is insufficient to rival any of the 5 major powers, relegating them to mere buffer zones between these titans. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, Qiye's city is fortunate enough to be the capital of the Moonlight Kingdom, Night City, a name as simple as the kingdom itself. Yet, simplicity does not imply that the Moonlight Kingdom is devoid of complexity. Living within the capital does not guarantee a life of comfort. Regardless of place or time, there exists a constant, the existence of slums. Just as light requires darkness to accentuate its brilliance, even the most prosperous city on the continent, Night City, is not exempt from this reality. Qiye finds himself residing in the innermost depths of the slum. On the very fringes of the capital, how could the impoverished dwell within the opulent heart of the capital? That realm is reserved for the nobility and those in power. The destitute are confined to the outskirts. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to mention Qiye's full name. Vandaga Qiye, a name steeped in ancient tradition, though now fallen into obscurity, as Uncle Yin informed him after he gained awareness. Uncle Yin is Qiye's only kin. However, Qiye is unaware of Uncle Yin's full name, for he has never asked. He does not comprehend why he refrains from inquiring. Yet he believes Uncle Yin is simply Uncle Yin. His ignorance of Uncle Yin's full name does not alter that fact. Uncle Yin appears remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than 30, with azure eyes and hair the color of flames. Yet, no one truly knows the age of elves. Even those over 200 years old can appear comparable to a mature human. Uncle Yin possesses an air of striking handsomeness, and the surrounding matrons often remark that Qiye shares this trait, particularly when his long black hair flows freely, lending him a certain charm. The origins of Uncle Yin are shrouded in mystery. He wields formidable power and possesses a fire magic of terrifying prowess. Yet he languishes in the slums. Whenever Qiye ventures out, he observes that even generals lack half of Uncle Yin's strength. Had Uncle Yin chosen to step into the world, he would undoubtedly attain the rank of marshal. But what do matters of adults concern a child? As long as Uncle Yin is content to beg, Qiye dares not intervene, hoping only to avoid joining him in a life of destitution. From the moment Qiye could recall, he embarked upon a journey of arduous and painful training in magic and martial arts. Each dawn, before the rooster heralded the day, Uncle Yin would rouse Qiye from his warm bed and cast him into the depths of the mountains behind their home. Though not imposing, the mountains could be traversed in 3 days by an ordinary person. They were not teeming with terrifying monsters, merely beasts capable of slaying a couple of ordinary individuals in the blink of an eye. Thus, the mountains bore a somewhat ominous name, Beast Mountain Ridge. While Beast Mountain Ridge holds some danger, elves are no ordinary folk. Every elf is born with magical abilities, and under their enchantments, the mountains appear devoid of significant peril. Moreover, as a nature-worshipping race, elves merely issue warnings to the general populace, advising them against approaching the ridge, allowing it to exist in its own state at the edge of the capital. Naturally, Beast Mountain Ridge serves as a natural barrier for the capital, preventing any attacks on Night City from that direction. In the beginning, Qiye could hardly find his way home, and the terrifying beasts that roamed the mountains necessitated Uncle Yan's intervention to guide him back. However, as time passed and he ventured there more frequently, he could navigate home even with his eyes closed. When Uncle Yan would drop him off at Beast Mountain Ridge, Qiye's first task was to cultivate his inner energy. At this time, Uncle Yan would remain by his side, guiding him as they meditated on the mountainside. Uncle Yan had explained that the moments before dawn were the most opportune for cultivating internal energy, as the essence of the world was most easily absorbed and pure at that hour, untainted by any impurities. After completing his practice of the flame sun energy, Qiye would then turn to swordsmanship. Uncle Yan had taught him but a single set of techniques, while Qiye learned the rest from the sword manual Uncle Yan had provided. Yet, the set taught by Uncle Yan appeared undeniably beautiful to Qiye. A seemingly ordinary longsword in Uncle Yan's grasp became a thing of grace as he wielded it, surpassing even the most exquisite dances performed by the finest courtesans in taverns. However, upon wielding this technique for the first time in combat, Qiye discovered its beauty was terrifying. It embodied a melancholy elegance. Like flowers shimmering in the dark, the early morning hours were perfect for acquiring knowledge. Uncle Yan had somehow procured a myriad of books covering everything from astronomy to geography. If it could be published, Uncle Yan could find it and bring it home. Qiye realized that the volumes Uncle Yan collected could easily fill a small library. Thus, Qiye found himself buried beneath a mountain of books. Voraciously consuming their contents, he discovered that his stomach was a formidable adversary, demanding sustenance to stave off discomfort or weakness. Hence, he endeavored to satiate it with ample food. Yet, Uncle Yan often tested Qiye's knowledge, should Qiye fail to answer. His stomach would audibly protest throughout the day. Each day, Qiye diligently flipped through one book after another, as if perusing a dictionary, the mere sight of which would daze an ordinary person. Fortunately, Qiye had trained himself to possess an exceptional memory from a young age. Although he did not fully comprehend the texts, he memorized them for the sake of passing, intending to understand their meanings in due time. Afternoons were reserved for Qiye's magical pursuits. However, as Uncle Yan was only proficient in fire magic, Qiye underwent a brief magical training session due to his initial ignorance of the craft. From that moment on, any spark would remind him of the half-cooked agony he endured under Uncle Yan's fiery projectiles. Though evenings were devoid of further study, Qiye dared not relax. Why, you may ask? It is because, one evening, after dinner, Qiye stepped outside to enjoy the cool air. Finding himself utterly bored, he began counting the stars adorning the night sky. Uncle Yan, disturbed by Qiye's incessant counting, randomly extracted a book from the sea of tomes to assess Qiye's progress. Consequently, on that summer night, within Qiye's home, a fireball danced behind him. Keeping pace with his rhythm, the seventh knight found himself unable to evade the fireball summoned by Uncle Yan. He swiftly ascended the large tree in Uncle Yan's yard, for he believed that fireballs were incapable of climbing trees. Little did he know, the fireball merely zipped upward with a swift turn and followed him into the branches, with no route of escape from the relentless pursuit of the fireball. The seventh knight had no choice but to leap down from the tree and dive into the house, firmly shutting the door behind him. Yet, the fireball re-emerged from the hearth within the home, launching yet another assault on the seventh knight. In the midst of his frantic evasion, the seventh knight recalled that water could extinguish fire. He promptly plunged into the water tank, intending to hold his breath until the fireball dissipated. However, the fireball summoned by Uncle Yan proved to be exceptionally clever. Recognizing that it could not pursue him into the water, instead, it intensified its fiery assault from outside, causing the entire tank of water to boil within an instant. granting the seventh night a taste of what it meant to be a duck cooked to perfection. Thus, from that evening onward, the seventh night devoted himself to diligent study, forsaking all other pursuits. For he had learned that the experience of being cooked was one he would never wish to repeat. Today marks a particularly special occasion, not due to any other matter, but because the seventh night is finally set to attend a formal academy rather than practice alone at home. Moreover, he is not enrolling in some modest local academy. Instead, he is bound for the illustrious St. Knight Academy, the largest, most renowned, and promising institution within the capital of the Moonlit Kingdom, Night City. The seventh night felt an extraordinary joy, not for any trivial reason, but because the St. Knight Academy imposes a requirement on its students. Those who enroll must reside within the academy's dormitories and are forbidden from living independently outside. Consequently, the seventh night would finally escape the devilish personal training imposed by Uncle Qiye, and it was precisely for this reason that he felt such exuberance today. Ordinarily, a person like the seventh night, hailing from a slum, would never have the chance to enter the Moonlit Kingdom's most prestigious St. Knight Academy. This institution has long been the domain of the noble and powerful offspring from various nations across the continent of Fantian. The tuition alone for a year of study at St. Knight Academy could sustain an average impoverished family for several years, and when accounting for additional miscellaneous expenses, it could easily amount to several years' worth of living for an ordinary household. However, in recent years, the Elven King of the Night Kingdom, whether due to age-induced folly or a genuine act of compassion, has decided to grant one privileged spot each year to a student from the slums, as a testament to his benevolence. Yet, children from impoverished families are often quite resourceful. Thus, upon the announcement of this year's quota, the familiar scene of mutual recommendations resurfaced among the slum dwellers, causing a considerable uproar in the community. This was the command of the Elven King of the Moonlit Kingdom, and naturally, no one dared defy his orders, so attendance was obligatory. However, there were no stipulations regarding who would go. Eventually, amid the back-and-forth recommendations, they stumbled upon the seventh night, who had been watching their commotion from within his home with a sense of tranquility. Of course, he was at ease, after being suffocated by daily training. Any spare time was merely an opportunity for rest. Naturally, the seventh night's endeavors in magic and martial arts were not to be disclosed to the neighbors, who only perceived him as the laziest figure in the slums. Awakened by their clamor, he emerged to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. By unanimous recommendation, the seventh night was granted admission to the academy. Coincidentally, he had just reached the age of 15, the maximum age for enrollment. And thus, he stepped into the hallowed halls of the St. Knight Academy. As he departed his home, Uncle Yin called out to him, "Did you remember what I said last night?" "Uncle Yin, have no worries. With my remarkable memory, even if you forget, I shall not." "That's splendid to hear. Remember this. Unless absolutely necessary, you must never reveal the martial arts and magic I have taught you within the academy, especially the swordsmanship I personally instructed you in." "Yes, I understand, Uncle Yin. You know, if you keep this up, you might as well be as tedious as the old lady from the main street. If you do not attend St. Knight Academy this year, I would have begun teaching you the art of combat energy." Alas, Uncle Yin trailed off, deep in thought. "I'm off now, Uncle Yin. No need to see me off." The seventh night feigned deafness to Uncle Yan's murmured words and dashed out the door, waving as he went. "I am no fool. The last time Uncle Yin had me sense the pure essence of fire, I was scorched for an entire day and night, nearly becoming a roast. This time, if I do not make a hasty exit, I might end up being made to sense combat energy and get tossed around like a rag doll. That I certainly won't be that foolish. And I would never waltz into the academy and tell the teachers I surpassed you, thus inviting them to send me back home to endure Uncle Yan's torment. I am far too clever for that. Ah, the beautiful life at the academy awaits. Here I come." As the seventh night fled from what he perceived to be a hellish abode, he recalled the moments when Uncle Yin would occasionally offer him personal instruction. "Halt! Human, this is not a place for you. Depart at once." The guard stationed at the entrance of the St. Knight Academy blocked the seventh knight's view as he craned his neck to peer inside. Nestled at the northernmost tip of the capital city, the St. Knight Academy sprawled over thousands of square kilometers. Indeed, the largest institution in the Moonlit Kingdom, its territory dwarfed that of other academies by several magnitudes. Although it had yet to amass sufficient funds to construct such a vast establishment, thus remaining nearly tenfold larger than typical academies, the entire academy was divided into two main departments: the Eastern Hall, Home to the Magical Division, in the Western Hall, housing the Martial Arts Division. Behind the academy lay the renowned Phantom Beast Forest, famed throughout the continent. This forest, known for its peculiarities, yielded hundreds of Phantom Beasts each year. Those fortunate enough to forge a bond with these creatures became Phantom Beast Knights, their strength enhanced exponentially after forming a pact. Consequently, Phantom Beast Knights were highly sought after across nations, as not every Phantom Beast would consent to a contract with a human. Although many Phantom Beasts dwelled within the forest, no one dared to enter. This caution stemmed from an incident centuries ago involving the infamous Gale Bandits, who sought to capture Phantom Beasts for sale. 1,000 members entered the forest, yet only the leader emerged, babbling incoherently. "Spare me. I shall never dare again." At that time, the Gale Bandits possessed power akin to a super army of the Storm Empire, boasting formidable mages and great sword masters among their ranks, with the leader himself being a sword saint. Since then, no one has dared to trespass into the Phantom Beast Forest, though each September, as the Phantom Beasts emerged, onlookers would gather at its periphery in hopes of seizing an opportunity. There exists a legend that only those possessing a heart of the Holy Spirit may enter, and it is said that the founding elven king of the Moonlit Kingdom once ventured inside. At this moment, the seventh knight stood before the grand entrance of the Saint Knight Academy, the most famous institution on the continent of Fantian and within the Moonlit Kingdom. The term grand is fitting, for though it merely serves as the Academy's entrance, its size rivals that of the city gates of Night City. Beautifully ornate carvings adorned the door, which was further protected by enchantments, unless someone were to intentionally damage it. The Academy's entrance would remain unblemished for a millennium to come, provided no one sought to harm it, though ultimately, it would succumb to my hand. Clad in the latest fashion of elven knight armor from the Moonlit Kingdom and wielding a heavy cavalry sword forged in the realm, the guard stationed at the entrance appeared at first glance to be an elven sentinel. Yet, upon closer inspection, his sharp fangs betrayed his half-orc lineage. Half-orcs are the offspring of humans and beasts. While orcs disdain humans, they often find themselves intrigued by human females, leading to the emergence of half-orcs. Initially scarce, the population of half-orcs surged during the 34th year of the Moonlit calendar due to the orcs' aggressive dominance. How does the seventh knight know this? Uncle Yan's extensive library includes the tome Chronicles of the Ancient Continent, which details the origins of half-orcs, though half-orcs are not recognized as part of the orc race. They inherit a portion of their power, thus the orcs do not reject them, instead categorizing them as a race above humans but below orcs. The Storm Empire even designated a territory for half-orcs to settle and thrive. On the continent of Fantian, there exist 7 races: dragons, beasts, winged ones, elves, dwarves, half-orcs, and humans. Among these, the dragon race holds the greatest power, residing in the Dragon Valley in the far east of the continent, regarded as the highest-tier race. Next are the beast, winged, elven, and dwarven races classified as subsuperior races, followed by the half-orc race, deemed a subrace, and lastly, humans, often referred to as a subspecies or a useless race by others. Generally, members of the human race are relegated to the status of slaves or impoverished individuals, marking their position as the lowest on the continent. Yet the seventh knight is one such human. Observing the half-orc guard, the seventh knight noted a flicker of irritation in his eyes, clearly displeased that a human dared to linger at the gate he was tasked with guarding. Staring at the entrance for an extended period, though the seventh knight felt a surge of indignation, he understood that the guard's disdain for humans was not entirely unwarranted. Humans are regarded as the most inferior race upon the continent, seen by other species as merely a hapless creation of the heavens. Not only do humans lack the strength of orcs and half-orcs, but they also cannot compare to the magical prowess of elves, who are born with innate magic. Furthermore, they lack the flight capabilities of winged beings and do not possess the exquisite craftsmanship of dwarves. Thus, it is entirely unsurprising that humans are looked down upon by other races. As the half-orc guard prepared to use his great sword to shoo away Qiye from the entrance, Qiye presented his admission notice from the Holy Knight Academy. Evidently, there were indeed humans studying at the Holy Knight Academy. As members of the 4 prominent human families within the racial alliance had come to the Night Kingdom for their education, the Holy Knight Academy was the only renowned institution on the continent that accepted students from various races. The half-orc guard merely took Qiye's notice, scrutinized it for a moment, and upon confirming its authenticity, returned it to Qiye, gesturing for him to enter the academy through the side door. This was not due to the guard's disdain for Qiye as a human, Nor was it a deliberate denial of access through the main entrance. Rather, the side door was simply wide enough to accommodate 2 four-wheeled carriages. Besides, opening the massive central gate of the academy was a task that required more than just a couple of half-orcs. Upon entering the side door, Qiye found that the Holy Knight Academy, reputed to be the largest institution on the continent of Fantian, was indeed deserving of its acclaim. The pathway leading from the grand entrance to the foremost building stretched nearly 2 miles. Paved with high-quality marble slabs from the moonlit kingdom, flanked by towering trees, the entrance exuded an imposing grandeur that enveloped anyone who stepped inside. As Qiye pushed open the dilapidated door to the basement, a door that could hardly be considered such. Being merely 3 warped planks nailed together, he discovered a single old wooden bed, just large enough for one person to lie upon, and a rickety 3-legged round table that was missing a leg. The floor was covered in dust, and spider webs adorned the walls. Had Qiye not known that this was to be his new abode, he might have thought he had stumbled upon an undiscovered ruin. For an academy as vast and renowned as the Holy Knight Academy, which was famous throughout the entire Fantian continent, one would expect to find more suitable accommodations for its students. However, there was one trivial issue: money. The most critical factor in these times. Earning money was no easy feat. The sheer operational costs of maintaining such a grand institution amounted to astronomical sums. As for Qiye, who had neither wealth nor status, had he been a descendant of a fallen noble family, he might have been afforded a modest room for free, but even that would not have been particularly advantageous. He had no choice but to reside in the academy's sole underground hovel, which cost a mere 10 copper coins per year. Fortunately, Uncle Yin had given Qiye 100 silver coins upon his departure. Otherwise, he would have faced significant challenges even just securing meals. Qiye believed there were indeed several advantages to living here. For instance, the food storage cellar was conveniently adjacent to his basement room. Should hunger strike, he could easily create a hole in the wall and take whatever he desired. Later, Qiye opened a restaurant at the academy, sourcing ingredients from this very cellar, thus saving on food costs. Moreover, the basement maintained a comfortable temperature year-round. Even during hailstorms or meteor showers, Qiye would remain unscathed. During one of the academy's magical competitions, an ice-based spell wreaked havoc throughout the institution, followed by a torrential meteor shower that devastated at least half of the residences. However, Qiye's underground room suffered no damage whatsoever. The only downside was the poor lighting, even during the day. One required a lamp, yet Qiye had no spare funds for lamp oil. Fortunately, his magical prowess was commendable. Conjuring a fireball could provide light for at least 3 or 4 hours. Thus, this also served as an opportunity to practice the duration of his magic, 2 birds with 1 stone. A delightful prospect indeed. Upon entering, Qiye realized that his room was in dire need of a thorough cleaning. Luckily, the academy mentor who had escorted him had left right at the entrance, and Qiye thought it fortunate that a cleanliness-loving elf like him had made it to this place. Now, I am all alone here. Uncle Yin advised me not to reveal my identity unless absolutely necessary, but aside from myself, there is no one else here, so Qiye grinned at the emptiness of the room. First, as a novice mage, he utilized the spell of object movement to relocate the bed and desk from the basement to just outside his door. Do not assume that Uncle Yan's expertise in fire magic implies that Qiye specializes solely in that element. He proudly claimed to be a member of a genius lineage, proficient in all 6 elements as effortlessly as breathing, albeit with lesser potency. Then, Qiye summoned a large water sphere, filling the entire room to the brim. At the entrance, he cast a barrier. Given the precarious state of the dilapidated door, it was imperative to secure the entrance. Otherwise, his later activities would be hindered. O spirits that fill the heavens and earth, according to the ancient covenant, reveal your power. Tornado storm. Qiye reclined on the small bed outside, crossing his legs and casually unleashing a level 1 wind magic. In the center of the water sphere, a small vortex appeared, gradually expanding until it formed a water tornado. Dust and cobwebs from the room were swept into the swirling water. This was one of Qiye's inventions for swiftly cleaning a room. You might wonder if there are other methods. As a grand inventor like me, of course, I have more than just one, but if you don't pay me, why should I share? Step aside, step aside. I'm bringing the bed back inside. After cleansing the room, Qiye moved the water tornado to the ground and placed his sole old bed and small desk inside. The exertion of casting several spells left Qiye with a slight sense of fatigue, so he closed the rickety door and collapsed onto the bed for a deep slumber, due to Qiye's negligence. The water tornado he had created after cleaning his filthy room inadvertently rained down a dark shower in certain areas of the academy. Chapter 2. The start of term approximately 2 hours before dawn. Qiye awoke suddenly that it was not that he wished to sleep longer. Rather, Uncle Yin had instilled in him the habit of rising before dawn from a young age. If Qiye lingered in bed, a ball of ice water would appear above his head, leading to a chilling sensation that made him shudder at the thought. Qiye had often wondered how Uncle Yin, who was adept in fire magic, could conjure water magic, but he dared not inquire, for the answer would surely ignite a blaze. Thus, he naturally awoke each morning. Qiye closed his eyes, wishing to steal a few more moments of slumber. However, that he had already awoken made lying in bed feel akin to a struggle to recall the memories he longed to forget. Reluctantly, he rose. Alas, it seemed he was not destined for lazy mornings. Amidst self-deprecation, Qiye got up to wash. He then donned the academy's uniform, a deep blue attire adorned with the emblem of a unicorn on the black collar. Qiye found that wearing it made him appear particularly dashing. Once dressed, he secured his room and ventured outside for some exercise. The morning air at the academy felt exceptionally refreshing, a stark contrast to the polluted atmosphere he had encountered the previous day. Qiye inhaled deeply, engaging in his daily breathing exercises. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale, taking in and releasing, lengthening and shortening. With a clear mind, flowing with the breath, gradually, Qiye entered a state of harmony with the universe. Should anyone have witnessed him at that moment, they would have been astonished, for although he was physically present, there was no trace of his presence. Qiye seemed to meld with the surrounding environment. Becoming one with it as the first rays of sunlight touched Qiye, he happened to direct his energy into his dantian and then exhaled a long breath. Timing was crucial in breathing exercises. And although Qiye practiced the flame sun heart method, which absorbed the fiery energies of the heavens, he had yet to reach the 7th level and could only draw upon the ambient solar energy. If the sun rose too high, the overwhelming energy could lead to severe consequences, ranging from injury to the complete collapse of one's abilities. Rising to his feet, Qiye slowly began to stretch his joints and muscles. He casually picked up a twig, using it as a sword, and commenced practicing the sword techniques taught by Uncle Yin. Today, Qiye decided to focus on the joyous reunion from the secret sword technique, flower amongst the weeds. He began with the twig raised, pointing upwards, allowing his energy to flow with the branch. The crimson silk of brocade fluttering within the painted hall. Qiye twirled the twig, his swordplay as fierce as a tempest, cutting through the air. Fine grass over flat sands. A small screen of wind. The sword energy he commanded transformed into a gentle breeze. Roll up the curtain, lean upon your pavilion. Thoughts are endless. The still breeze stood firm, morphing into an ever-changing screen. The evening rain. Light as smoke, a soul severed. The screen transformed into delicate droplets that dispersed, only to gather once more. Divert the gate. The final move of joyous reunion unleashed the gathered energy, exploding outward in a brilliant display. The burst of energy radiated from Qiye, dispersing in a circular flow. The last technique, though merely a conclusion, was something that many could hardly comprehend. It is essential to understand that after practicing sword techniques, if one merely sheathes the sword haphazardly, the vital energy and sword sense cultivated during practice dissipate entirely. However, the technique imparted by Uncle Yin to Qiye for sheathing the sword is designed to absorb all the vital energy and sword intent generated during practice back into the body, allowing it to be internally released. The air currents that had scattered earlier now converge once again under the guidance of Qiye's final stance. After drawing in the energy, Qiye casually discarded the branch he had used as a sword. The sword intent and true energy that had once lingered on it now fully absorbed into his being, ready to be unleashed. Looking up at the sky, he deduced it was breakfast time. Thus, Qiye retrieved the academy map he had purchased from a roadside stall while passing by the magical department yesterday, searching for the location of the cafeteria. Upon witnessing the throngs of people at the cafeteria entrance, Qiye felt as if he had returned to his childhood, reminiscent of the first time he attended the gladiatorial finals at the Night Nation Arena with Uncle Yin. After repeatedly consulting the map, he confirmed that this was indeed the sole cafeteria within the academy. Tucking the map away, he rolled up his sleeves, clenched his teeth, and exclaimed, "Onward, for the sake of food." After pushing through the last beast folk lion in his path, he finally reached one of the cafeteria windows. Without a moment to worry about the lion behind him, whose claws could easily tear apart an entire sheep, Qiye hurriedly ordered his breakfast. When he finally looked up, He was nearly overwhelmed. It turned out this was the premium breakfast area, catering exclusively to the affluent, where a mere piece of bread cost a staggering 100 copper coins. Indeed, the rich have their share of extravagance. As evidenced by the crowd clamoring to make purchases, exhausted, Qiye was abruptly shoved away by the latent force hidden within the throng. When he mustered the energy to seek out the general breakfast area, he discovered that the food had already been sold out. The tables were devoid of even a crumb of bread, indicating that he was not the only impoverished soul within the academy. Faced with this disheartening sight, Qiye fainted on the spot. Clutching the provisions he had brought from home and nursing the wounds that had recently merged on his leg, he took vigorous bites from his dry rations. "This is what you get for being hungry," he scolded his uncooperative stomach. After fainting, Qiye was inadvertently swept into the crowd at the premium breakfast area. Before he could regain consciousness, he slipped into unconsciousness once more. When he awoke again, the cafeteria was empty, save for a kind-hearted matron who roused him while cleaning. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized his body was covered in footprints of beast folk, elves, dwarves, and winged beings alike. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an unfamiliar set of tracks, and as he scrutinized them, the matron pointed to a lazy dog at the doorway. My God, it was the paw print of a dog. No wonder he had been unable to identify it for so long. Irritated, Qiye approached the dog and kicked it. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish, after a month of meticulous investigation by the detective agency of St. Night Academy. They had failed to identify the creature that had evolved into 6 legs yet only ran on 2 forelegs, its roar echoing thunderously. This incident was ultimately classified among the Academy's top 10 mysteries, as all who had encountered the creature had been knocked unconscious by its charge. Unfortunate Qiye could only produce the dry rations he had brought from home, limping as he sought out the Academy's auditorium, replenishing the energy he had lost. Yet, the food was truly unpalatable. The rations were dry, hard as rock, and utterly devoid of flavor. Left, then right again, then left, then up, then left. After conducting thorough investigations and repeated verifications, Qiye finally confirmed that the auditorium was directly ahead, a mere 200 meters from the basement he resided in. He could see the broom that had been hanging there when he left in the morning from the auditorium's entrance. However, by this point, Qiye had traversed nearly the entirety of the academy, his head spinning. Gripping the map, which had countless arrows pointing in various directions, he clenched his teeth. If the person who sold him the map were to appear before him now, Qiye was certain he would end up like Shijafani, with a lump on his head, draped in tatters. With his mouth full of rations, he pushed open the grand doors of the auditorium. The doors creaked ominously as they swung open. They really ought to repair this door, Qiye mused. Glancing at it, upon looking inside, he was immediately struck with regret for having opened the door. He was acutely aware of how ungraceful he appeared, yet he wished the others would not stare so intently. Inside the auditorium sat the new students, seated rigidly. Qiye's half-eaten ration fell from his mouth, forming an A-shape as he momentarily lost his ability to close it. The newly issued uniforms bore the footprints of various individuals, and his trousers were torn in a significant manner, with straw from the morning still clinging to his hair. He looked as though he had just crawled out of a rubbish heap. Truly, this was mortifying. The auditorium was filled with new students, and a seemingly middle-aged elven instructor with silver hair, pointed ears, a long face, and piercing eyes was delivering a speech, striving to create a serious atmosphere. Yet Qiye's entrance shattered that solemnity into smithereens. After a brief silence, the room erupted into thunderous laughter. The instructors on the platform could hardly contain their amusement. "Look at that hairstyle. It resembles a rooster's head. His attire is so peculiar. I wonder what is printed on it. Haha. His expression is so foolish, dazed, with drool running down." As the elven instructor struggled to restore order among the new students, Qiye stealthily retrieved his rations, realizing they might prove invaluable in the future when he found himself in dire need. Wiping off the dust, he pondered his next move. Just as he was uncertain where to insert himself among the crowd, the elven instructor spoke up, followed by a piercing gaze that seemed to convey his irritation at the disruption of his speech. "Are you a new student?" He nodded. "Do you know where to sit?" He nodded again, then abruptly shook his head. "State your name." He shook his head, hesitated, then nodded, and finally blurted out, "Vangada Qiye." Wait, you can sit over there." The elven instructor indicated a vacant chair in the far corner to his right. Without giving much thought to why an empty chair remained there, Qiye hurried to take a seat. From that day forth, Qiye learned that there was no need to rush in any situation. Even if the sky were to fall, There would always be someone taller to shield him as Qiye rushed toward the designated seat. He failed to notice a stone obstructing the path, with a broken sword lodged atop it. When he finally realized, he narrowly avoided the stone, but the broken sword snagged on his robe. In that moment, he lost his balance, his mind was in a flurry, and his skills failed him, resulting in a tumble toward the front of the auditorium. Colliding with the long cloth draped over the front, Qiye stumbled to his feet, the fabric entangling him. As he struggled to rise, the cloth suddenly slipped off, only to unwittingly graze the head of the elven instructor. In that instant, the instructor's silver hair tumbled to the ground. The sight of Qiye rolling to the front, coupled with the unexpected loss of the instructor's hair, startled the new students into a fit of laughter. Realizing what had occurred, Qiye quickly picked up the fallen hairpiece. Acting swiftly, he blew a few breaths onto the silver wig, brushed off the dust, and attempted to reshape it. With a smile plastered across his face, he presented the hairpiece to the instructor. If looks could kill, Qiye would have surely perished in that moment, for the murderous glare emanating from the elven instructor could have cleaved him into 100 pieces. With a steely resolve, Qiye placed the wig into the instructor's hand and swiftly made his way to his assigned seat. The long cloth still trailed behind him, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Upon sitting, Qiye discovered that the chair was triangular, explaining why it had remained unoccupied. The laughter that had nearly subsided erupted once more, louder than before. The instructors on the platform, struggling to suppress their laughter, could no longer contain themselves, clutching their bellies in mirth. The elven instructor, his teeth clenched, glared at Qiye with eyes that seemed to emit sparks, his entire being trembling with fury as he stormed off backstage. It was only later that Qiye learned that the elven instructor, known as Professor Briest, was not only the vice dean, but also the inspector of the academy's disciplinary department. Though his wig was a well-known fact among the upperclassmen, no one had ever dared mention it in front of Vice Dean Briest. Yet, Qiye's blunder in front of the new students had led to the vice dean's embarrassment, leaving him nearly apoplectic. From that moment forth, every time Qiye infringed upon the rules, Vice Dean Briest would appear before him, even for the smallest of offenses, such as dropping a grain of rice on the floor or passing gas in the restroom. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would rather confront the most terrifying beasts within the Beast Mountain than offend him. From that moment on, whenever Qiye was caught by Vice Dean Briest, he silently prayed in his heart. Chapter 3, Class 21. Due to the chaos surrounding the opening ceremony, Qiye quickly gained notoriety. Wherever he went, people pointed and whispered, "Look, there he is, the inventor of the rooster comb hairstyle. That's the one who leads the academy's trend in fashion. He's the one who drove the discipline department inspector to madness." This led Qiye to walk around the academy like a member of the Dark Arts Society from the magic department, draping his clothing over his head, his hair hanging straight down, obscuring his face. After the opening ceremony, Qiye remained unperturbed in all his endeavors within the academy. Whenever something arose, he was always the first to arrive. After finally making his way to the 7th classroom of the West Campus, he was anxious about encountering someone who might recognize him along the way. By the way, I haven't mentioned yet, Qiye was assigned to the martial arts department for training in combat skills. During the opening ceremony, when Qiye grasped the testing magic stone, it emitted only a faint glow. The testing magic stone is used to measure magical power. It glows brighter with higher magical energy. Qiye, wishing to conceal his power, dared not infuse even a single strand of magical energy into it. Thus he was relegated to the martial arts department. Qiye is now a member of the 183rd cohort of the martial arts department. Class 21. Class 21 consists entirely of those with poor martial skills, and since Qiye is human and not a member of the Human Alliance, he is presumed to lack martial prowess and must start from scratch. Class 21 is a mixed bag, primarily composed of the offspring of nouveau riche from various nations, along with powerful half-orcs, pitifully weak elves, and some strong yet dim-witted orcs. However, there are advantages to this eclectic mix. Unlike other classes, which are solely composed of orcs or orc warriors, or purely elven mages, we thrive in our diversity. Sneaking to the last row of the classroom, Qiye glanced around to ensure no one was behind him before daring to pull his clothing from over his head to breathe freely. He arrived just in time, for as soon as he sat down, his name was called. Qiye, a mentor on stage, with a long face and a square build resembling a large marble sculpture, called his name. "Present," Qiye replied loudly from the back, determined not to be marked absent on his first day. With a swift motion, the students in front turned their heads back, their eyes fixed on Qiye. At that moment, whispers began to circulate from the front. It seems today is doomed. They must be discussing the embarrassment I faced yesterday. My reputation is ruined. Qiye lowered his head, pessimistically imagining the students in front discussing his blunder. So Qiye is indeed in our class. No wonder he drove the inspector mad. Yes, even his glasses are different from ours. It's the first time someone has entered our class on their first day. Note, the discipline department, also known as the elite department within the academy, comprises the academy's elite members, and the professor overseeing it, Professor Bristede, who turned away in anger during the opening ceremony, is commonly referred to as the inspector. Qiye realized that the discussions among the students in Class 21 differed from what he had overheard outside. Just as he was straining to listen closely, the mentor on stage, Kent, the lead instructor for Class 21, used his uniquely booming orc voice to silence the chatter. Settle down. If anyone speaks again, I will send them to the Martial Arts Society for training. The classroom, previously bustling, fell silent as if a pin had dropped. This sudden stillness felt peculiar and uncomfortable to Qiye. To confirm, he took out a pin and let it drop, attracting everyone's gaze. Qiye lowered his head under their scrutiny as attendance continued. Mart Ali. Here. Dante Daggett. Present. Shroki Vanga. Here. Once all names had been called, Mentor Kent set down the attendance booked. He picked up his sword and struck the table forcefully, beginning his lecture. According to our academy's tradition, today was meant for everyone to get acquainted without any classes. However, I believe you all know each other well enough, as many of you have been in the same class for 2 or 3 years. Therefore, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kent. And starting tomorrow, I will be your swordsmanship instructor. This semester, we will cover only the basics of swordsmanship until you all master them before proceeding to advanced techniques. Additionally, I will also be your magic instructor. If anyone can conjure a small fireball, I will teach you basic magic. However, Mentor Kent paused before continuing. This year, I have drawn the short straw and been assigned to you, Class 21. While you lot have struck it lucky, I will transform you, who are as useless as garbage, into capable individuals. Now, if anyone has objections to me, voice them now. If not, you forfeit the right to complain later. As soon as Mentor Kent finished speaking, Qiye stood up, somewhat indignantly. Mentor Kent, why do you call us garbage? No matter what, we are students of St. Knight Academy. How can you say that about us? I demand an apology. Oh, you must be the new arrival. Yes. Mentor Kent's tone shifted. Have you ever seen someone who couldn't learn a basic sword technique after a year? No, Qiye answered honestly. The basic sword techniques from the Night Kingdom were so simple that almost all orcs could master them within a week. It was unheard of for anyone to take a year and still not succeed. Have you seen anyone who studied magic for 2 years and still couldn't conjure a small fireball? No. One must understand that conjuring a small fireball is the most fundamental requirement for magic. Well, today you shall open your eyes. Mentor Kent struck the table again with his sword. Those who failed to pass basic swordsmanship, stand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 16, 17. Qiye counted the students who automatically stood up after Mentor Kent's command. Nearly dumbfounded, Class 21, including Qiye, had only 45 members, and 17 of them had failed to grasp the basics of swordsmanship. No wonder Mentor Kent lamented his misfortune. Teaching such a class was truly a plight for anyone. But then Mentor Kent uttered something that completely shocked Qiye. As for those who did not stand, they are the ones who couldn't pass magic. They have trouble conjuring even a small fireball. Upon hearing this, Qiye could not help but fall to the ground in shock. He quickly got up, feeling sympathy for Mentor Kent. It was truly unfortunate for him to be assigned to a class filled with individuals who could not even grasp basic swordsmanship, let alone magic. In the renowned St. Knight Academy on the Fantian continent, teaching such a class was indeed a tragedy. Wait, this class is either filled with fools or the incompetent. How did I end up here? Suddenly, Qiye pondered over how he landed in this predicament. Mentor Kent, did I get assigned to the wrong class? Qiye scratched his head, foolishly inquiring of Mentor Kent. Mentor Kent confirmed with a tone of certainty. You are not mistaken. You are the most useless of the new students. Hence your assignment to Class 21. Qiye nearly fainted upon hearing this, regretting that he had not showcased any of his abilities during the Academy's testing, resulting in his placement in such a class of utter incompetence. This is it. The words echoed in Qiye's mind. No wonder Class 21 lacked any beauties. They were all the Academy's rejects. Looking at the half-orcs, each one was plump and well-fed. No wonder they struggled with basic swordsmanship. My bright future. My splendid destiny. Qiye silently screamed and despaired. Qiye sat there, dazed and contemplating how he would navigate his days in this class. A half-orc and an elf quietly moved from the front row to sit beside him in the back. The half-orc appeared exceptionally sturdy, with arms larger than both of Qiye's combined. His powerful fingers reminiscent of a barbarian warrior. Conversely, the elf could only be described as feeble, with a slender physique, delicate features, purple eyes, and black hair that looked quite appealing, yet seemed incapable of withstanding a punch from the half-orc beside him. We heard about your exploits yesterday. We've been looking for you everywhere. But we couldn't find you. There were guards at the girls' dormitory. We didn't dare to go inside. The half-orc and the elf took turns speaking to Qiye. After finishing, their wide eyes remained fixated on him, leaving Qiye utterly bewildered by this sudden encounter with the half-orc and elf duo. After pondering for an entire day and night, Qiye finally managed to grasp the general meaning. They must have started searching for him yesterday. As he did not reside in the male dormitory of the academy, they likely could not locate him and assumed he had taken refuge in the female dormitory, which was guarded, and thus they dared not venture in. Even with this understanding, Qiye remained perplexed about why the half-orc and the elf sought him out. Do you have something to discuss with me? Qiye cautiously inquired, although he was a student of Class 21. The half-orc possessed the brute strength akin to that of a beast, and he had no intention of testing his limits recklessly. After exchanging glances, the half-orc and the elf addressed Qiye. I am Isaniya Shui Tabii of the elven race. I am Malero Qial of the half-orc clan. Together they proclaimed, we pledge our allegiance to Vandajia Qiye as our leader. Oh. So after all this time, it turns out they wish to make me their leader, which nearly frightened me to death. However, why would they choose to honor me as their leader? I have become the underachiever among the new students. Assigned to this class, what do they see in me? Qiye patted his racing heart, which had been startled by Shui Tabii and Qiao, and found himself lost in thought, noticing Qiye's prolonged silence. Shui Tabii and Qiao began chattering incessantly in his ear. Suddenly, Qiye felt as though a swarm of bees was buzzing in his mind. Annoyed, he shook his head. The two only spoke faster. Qiye shook his head again. The noise seemed to intensify. He shook his head once more. The tongues of Shui Tabii and Qiao spun like the blades of a windmill. Qiye continued to shake his head. The foamy saliva from their mouths seemed to threaten to engulf him. In exasperation, Qiye finally nodded. With that nod, he could finally take a breath and savor the fresh air. Shui Tabii and Qiao were taken aback by his acquiescence. They had prepared to take turns persuading him. After a moment of surprise, they exclaimed joyfully, have you agreed? To prevent the deluge of saliva from Shui Tabii and Qiao from overwhelming him, Qiye nodded slightly again. Their faces lit up with delight, only to quickly adopt a solemn expression as they gazed at him. Leader, from this day forth, you can call upon us for anything, as long as it is within our capabilities. To brave the mountains, to traverse the seas of fire. Together they declared, we shall face death without hesitation. Upon finishing their proclamation, they struck a heroic pose. Qiye felt overwhelmed. Had he not known he was in Class 21, he would have thought he had stumbled into some sort of lunatic asylum. After they finished their display, Shui Tabii rubbed his palms together, a hint of shyness on his face as he said, Qiye, leader, could you assist us with something? Assist them? Qiye was still grappling with the fact that Shui Tabii and Qiao had chosen to honor him, a mere human, as their leader, so he gestured for him to continue. Shui Tabii stuttered for quite some time, but failed to articulate his thoughts. Speak quickly. Qiye began to feel a tinge of impatience. Since you have already offended the Inspector General, could you help us out in the future? Inspector General? Noticing Qiye's bewildered expression, Qiao kindly informed him, the Inspector General is Professor Breeds, the Vice Principal of the Academy, and also the governing officer of the Discipline Department. Often referred to as the Inspector General, Qiye still did not comprehend what the Vice Principal and the Inspector General had to do with him. He is the elven mentor you offended at the opening ceremony yesterday, Shui Tabii added. So he was the Inspector General of the Academy's Discipline Department. It seemed he had indeed offended someone of great significance. Slowly, Qiye began to understand. Wait, I have offended him. How can I possibly assist you? Well, Shui Tabii began to fidget and stutter again, but upon seeing Qiye's glare, he quickly continued. We hope you can often stay in the light. The light. Yes, the light, which refers to the front row seat near the door. Why? just as Tabi hesitated to respond. Qiye interjected, "Leader, if you sit there, the Inspector General will be drawn to you." "And then what?" Qiye began to grasp their intention. "We will be safe in the back." In a moment of panic, Tabi covered Chahal's mouth, awkwardly gazing at Qiye, whose fists were tightly clenched. "He is just rambling. Leader, do not pay him any heed if you are in the light. We will assist you from the shadows. Isn't that splendid?" "Is that so?" Qiye fixed a sinister gaze upon Tabi and Chihao. "Of course." "Oh, please don't strike my face. Leader, I was merely blessed with good looks." "Oh dear, why are you hitting me? Just hit him instead," Chihao complained, rubbing his head in a pitiful manner. "Wow, Shue, why did you hit me?" "Those words were your suggestion." Tabi gritted his teeth and landed another punch. From that point onward, Qiye gained two subordinates. One, the somewhat foolish yet straightforward half-orc, Molero Qiao. The other, the well-informed and sharp-witted elf, Isaniya Tabi. Chapter 4. The Way of the Sword. If it can be said that all things in the world are ever-changing, then life is no different. In pursuit of a more brilliant existence. All sentient beings on the continent of Fantian have dedicated their fleeting lives to various endeavors, forging an immortal civilization. Among these, the supreme way of the sword shines the brightest, driving many renowned swordsmen across the continent to pursue it relentlessly. Excerpt from the Chronicles of the Fantian Empire. Qiye sat alone in the front row of the classroom. Though the classroom was neither particularly large nor small, the students of Class 21, while not numerous, were also not few. Yet, in the front row of Class 21, apart from Qiye, no one dared to occupy a seat. Morgoth, whose memory was not particularly sharp, still vividly recalled that it was the second day of the new semester. A day he would never forget. That morning, as was his custom, he rose only when the sun had fully shone upon his rear. Morgoth had been at the Holy Knight Academy for nearly 2 years. And due to his inability to master the basics of swordsmanship, he had been assigned to Class 21 alongside other similarly capable students. The higher-ups of the Holy Knight Academy held little hope for the students of Class 21. Thus, the mentors assigned to the class generally did not bother with them, as long as they did not cause any trouble, waiting for the Academy's administration to reassign them elsewhere. The students in Class 21 were equally carefree, attending classes without concern for punctuality. After all, they were all from wealthy families, unconcerned about the consequences of poor academic performance, as long as life was comfortable. At that moment, as Morgoth strolled toward the Class 21 classroom with his breakfast in hand, which he had, of course, purchased at double the price, as he had to rely on someone else to buy it for him. Otherwise, there would have been no breakfast left for him to eat at such a late hour. He noticed a few classmates, who typically arrived at this hour, standing at the entrance. Morgoth waved his bread cheerfully, greeting them. Something felt amiss. Morgoth realized that the scene outside the classroom was rather unusual. Although they were all classmates, they were not particularly close. However, if they greeted one another, they would at least respond in kind. Yet, the few students standing at the door, who had a bit of rapport with Morgoth, were blinking their eyes at him in surprise. Something bad must have happened, Morgoth surmised. Perhaps it would be best not to attend class today. He would return to his dormitory for a nap and come back later. As he turned to head back, he suddenly noticed a mentor clad in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, and with a silver dragon head at the collar, appearing behind him. Morgotha's breakfast dropped to the ground in shock. Breeds, the most daunting mentor among the higher-ups at the Holy Knight Academy. Not only was Professor Breeds the vice principal of the academy, but he also held the position of the discipline department's supervising officer, effectively wielding the power of life and death over all faculty and students. But why was Vice Principal Breeds here today? Morgotha's mind, which seemed to have rusted over the years, began to race. It was well known that Class 21 was composed of the least capable students at the academy, and ordinary mentors would certainly want nothing to do with them. Furthermore, the discipline department had decided, during an internal meeting after Class 21 was established for a week, to categorize it as a class not worthy of attention. They were unwilling to waste resources on such unproductive students. As long as the students in Class 21 did not step outside their designated range and cause disturbances, the discipline department was disinterested in their affairs. Could it be that the trouble stemmed from the new student who had arrived yesterday? All the students in Class 21 had been reassigned from older cohorts. However, this year had seen an exception. For the first time, a new student named Qiye had been allocated to Class 21. Marking a precedent. Yes, it must be him. He had heard rumors that someone had enraged the academy's most authoritative vice principal, Professor Breeds, at the opening ceremony just the previous evening. However, at that time, Morgoth had been preoccupied with trying to figure out a way to invite Ulysses out, and had no time to delve into the matter. However, being late today and encountering Vice Dean Bridges here truly felt like a death sentence. According to the records of the Discipline Department of St. Knight Academy, on the day following the enrollment of the 183rd batch, Vice Dean Bridges, serving as the discipline inspector, conducted an inspection of Class 21 of the Martial Arts Department. On that day, a total of 15 students from Class 21 arrived late, and they were caught red-handed by Vice Dean Bridges, who was inspecting the discipline at that very moment. In order to impress upon the newly arrived students the severity of violating the Academy's rules. Vice Dean Bridges imposed a minor punishment, running 20 laps around St. Knight Academy, and additionally tasked them with cleaning all the streets within the Academy for an entire week. The circumstances surrounding this incident were as follows. That morning, one of the high-ranking officials of St. Knight Academy, Vice Dean Bridges, was in a particularly foul mood. Early that morning, Qiye had risen early and promptly made his way to the classroom. Vice Dean Bridges also arrived at the entrance of Class 21 at the crack of dawn, but after watching Qiye for a considerable time, he failed to observe any misconduct or inappropriate behavior. As Bridges' pent-up frustration reached a boiling point, the students of Class 21, who were typically tardy, began to trickle in one after another. Finally, Bridges found the perfect outlet for his ire. The students of Class 21, who rarely engaged in physical training, had been running around the academy since morning. However, by nightfall, when the moon ascended, they had only managed to complete a little over 10 laps. It was not due to their sluggishness, but rather the sheer vastness of St. Knight Academy. Even a warrior of the lower tier would require half a day to complete a full circuit, and they were merely the most inept students of Class 21. During their laps, others occasionally joined their ranks, such as Ramster, who was sent to Bridges for disturbing the class merely because he had dozed off for a moment. The unfortunate Qiye. After Bridges had waited for some time and finally noticed Qiye showing signs of drowsiness, dropped a piece of paper on the ground. When he bent down to pick it up, he flashed a friendly smile at Qiye, who, upon seeing the remnants of food stuck in Qiye's teeth, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Vice Dean Bridges summoned Qiye to participate in the health-promoting activity of running laps around the academy. By the time the students of Class 21 finished their punishment, it was already the following morning, and classes resumed. Having gone all night without sleep and a full day without food, the students hurriedly consumed a few loaves of bread before rushing to class, forcing themselves to stay alert as Vice Dean Bridges was once again waiting outside Class 21 at the crack of dawn. That day became the most dismal day for the students of Class 21 since its establishment. All members of Class 21, except for Qiye, later unanimously referred to that day as the day of the stray bullet disaster. They were all swept up in the tempest of Bridges' fury. However, for Teacher Kent, the atmosphere in the classroom felt particularly relaxed that day, after the previous day's chaos caused by the mischievous students of Class 21, who were notorious for their incessant chatter. They had suddenly fallen silent. And even the students from Classes 3 and 4 were sent out by Professor Bridges. It was said that the classroom discipline in Class 21 reached an unprecedented peak that day, a state that lasted for nearly 2 months. Qiye, having acquired intelligence from his newly recruited junior, Shuetebe, though Shuetebe was also a member of the inept Class 21. He was renowned for his ability to gather information swiftly and accurately, was aware that Vice Dean Bridges had been preoccupied with academy affairs the previous day and had entrusted his duties to the head of the discipline department starting that evening. Anticipating that Vice Dean Bridges would certainly make an appearance today, Qiye was well prepared. Thus, that day, he managed to evade any violations of the academy's rules. Consequently, Class 21 became the sacrificial lamb for Vice Dean Bridges' wrath. Had it not been for Teacher Kent's timely reminder, Vice Dean Bridges would have almost summoned the remaining 6 girls of Class 21, excluding Qiye, for a health-promoting long-distance run as well. The repercussions of the day of the stray bullet disaster left all the boys in Class 21. Apart from Qiye, afflicted with a long-distance running syndrome, the mere mention of running would send them into a paroxysm of fear. The girls, on the other hand, would pray or flee as far away as possible upon sighting Vice Dean Bridges. In the aftermath of the day of the stray bullet disaster, Class 21 unanimously passed a resolution to maintain a distance of no less than 5 feet from Qiye. After experimenting with 4 unfortunate students, they discovered that 5 feet was precisely beyond Vice Dean Bridges' line of sight toward Qiye, and within that radius, it would become a no-go zone. They worried that if Vice Dean Bridges were to erupt in anger once more, They would all be dragged into the chaos. Thus, under Vistein Bridge's special care, Qiye had no choice but to accept the proposal put forth by Bei and Qiye on their first day. Positioning himself in the front row, in the corner of the classroom, to avoid becoming the target of animosity from his classmates. However, as no one dared to speak, and Bei and Qiye only felt brave enough to approach him after class. Qiye found himself utterly bored sitting alone in the front. Teacher Kent noticed that his right eyelid had begun to twitch incessantly. Today marked the 5th day since he assumed responsibility for Class 21. And the class, which had a reputation for being particularly unruly, was exceptionally obedient, leading him to suspect that the previous instructor had intentionally intimidated him. Having prepared the lesson for today and ensured that his door was securely locked before leaving, Kent thought to himself that there was nothing of value to steal, so what could possibly go wrong? Today, I will teach you about swords. Although swords are the most common weapons, they possess various distinctions. I will explain what constitutes a sword and some fundamental knowledge regarding the supreme swordsmanship. Teacher Kent beamed with joy as he observed the students below, who were paying far more attention than those in other classes, although they were seated a bit far back, congregated in the last few rows. There was one new student sitting in the front row. Yes, it was Qiye, the most attentive student in class. He remained perfectly still from the start of the lesson until the very end, showing an earnest desire to learn, and Kent felt compelled to provide him with proper guidance. Kent began to elaborate on the different types of swords. The sword is the foremost of all weapons, and it is the most widely used and versatile on the continent of Fantian. Depending on the user, swords are categorized into various types: long swords for knights, short swords for archers, great swords for infantry, broadswords for mercenaries, slender swords for women, and the legendary soft sword used by humans. After discussing the types of swords, he inquired, "Can anyone tell me the general components of a sword? Please stand up if you know." No one dared to raise their hand or stand up. No one wanted to risk being deemed a disturbance to the classroom by Vistein Bridges, who was waiting outside. After enduring the exhausting long-distance runs and the daily chore of sweeping up the endless litter throughout the academy, the students of Class 21, who had never tasted hardship, now understood what true terror was. Consequently, none of them dared to move during class, not even to the point of holding back flatulence until the lesson concluded. They forced themselves to pay attention to Teacher Kent's lecture, which they struggled to comprehend. After a prolonged silence with no one volunteering to answer, Kent had no choice but to call on someone. "Is there no one willing to step up? Then I will choose someone. Qiye, it's you. Please come forward and answer the question I just posed." Qiye stood up straight, glanced at Vistein Bridges outside the classroom, and wore an expression that seemed to say, "What will you do about it?" He began to explain. The sword, the esteemed among tools and the king among weapons, has been traditionally divided into 5 parts: the hilt, the blade, the tip, the edge, and the spine. His answer was commendable, and Kent mentally awarded Qiye full marks. Smiling, he nodded for Qiye to sit down before continuing. Indeed, the sword is divided into the hilt, blade, tip, edge, and spine. And swords can also be categorized as sentient or non-sentient. Just as Kent was delving into the topic of the sword's sentience, a voice interrupted him. "Teacher Kent, I apologize, but there is something I do not quite understand." Qiye stood up once more. "What is unclear?" Kent, recognizing it was the same student who had just answered, smiled and gestured for him to continue. "Kent, my esteemed mentor, I have come across some texts that assert a sword comprises not only the hilt, blade, tip, edge, and back, but also the heart of the sword. I am uncertain as to the location of the sword's heart and hope you can elucidate this query for your student." Well, the heart of the sword is a unique entity, one that only reveals itself to those who have truly wielded the sword and attained a certain level of mastery. Kent, the mentor, harbored a fondness for Qiye, a diligent and eager learner in his class. "What level is that?" Qiye pressed further. "It is the realm of the Grand Sword Master. Is it conceivable for a Grand Sword Warrior to possess the heart of the sword? It is unlikely. Yet, what of the sword Saint Darwal? He possessed the heart of the sword even as a Grand Sword Warrior. How then do we account for the heart of the sword in Sword Saint Darwal? That is merely an exceptional case. Sword Saint Darwal cannot be considered among the ordinary. He has lived in combat since birth, making it plausible for him to attain the heart of the sword at an early age. But what of the Sky Knight Noka? He too possessed the heart of the sword during his time as a Grand Sword Warrior. How does one explain that? This is due to his lineage, as his family has been comprised of knights for generations, training in advanced swordsmanship from a young age, making it unsurprising that he would possess the heart of the sword at that time." Kent began to perspire. anxiety mounting as he feared what further inquiries Qiye might pose. What about the founding elven king, Mifyuan? Upon first encountering a sword, he immediately possessed the heart of the sword. How do we account for that? Kent was now in a state of panic. With so many students present and the Vice-Dean Britus observing from outside, failing to answer Qiye's questions would jeopardize his standing and future prospects for promotion and salary increases. Well, that is. Kent stammered in distress. Oh, Master Kent, are you suggesting that this is because King Mifyuan sensed the heart of the sword through the elven artifact? Yes, that is precisely it. Kent hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. Ah, I see. Well, that's all. Qiye returned to his seat. The question from Qiye had nearly caused Kent's heart to leap from his chest. He thought to himself that if Qiye continued to pose such inquiries, who knew what bizarre questions might arise next? He could not allow him to ask any further. As a result, Kent remained in a state of heightened tension, hastily proceeding with his lecture whenever Qiye showed signs of wanting to ask a question, denying him even a sliver of opportunity to inquire further. After completing the first class, Kent felt as though he had just sparred with another sword master of equal standing. His heavy warrior's robe was drenched in sweat. In the second class, he hurriedly rushed through the material he intended to teach, while outside, Vice-Dean Britus, still unable to catch Qiye in any misconduct, began to feel restless, when Kent's eyes occasionally flicked to the door. He caught sight of Vice-Dean Britus's furious expression, and he assumed that Britus was dissatisfied with his teaching method, causing him to shrink back in fear and proceed cautiously. This, in turn, provided Qiye with yet another opportunity to pose a question. The supreme sword path is the path of the heavens. When we reach a certain level in our training, we enter a state of unity between man and heaven. At that moment, the sword becomes the person, and the person becomes the sword. When the sword exists, the person exists. When the sword perishes, the person perishes. Qiye interrupted Kent's lecture, calling out, Master Kent. Kent, who had just managed to regain his composure after being startled by Vice-Dean Britus's intimidating gaze, felt his heart race once more. How many realms are there in the Supreme Sword Path? The Supreme Sword Path is divided into 3 realms: the heart of the sword of the heart, and the transformation of the sword. The heart of the sword signifies the unity of man and sword. As I previously mentioned, the sword of the heart is driven by the will, moving in accordance with the heart, with the sword striking wherever the mind directs. The transformation of the sword represents the state of having no sword in hand, yet possessing a sword in the heart, embodying the sword, rendering one invincible against all things in the world. Kent exhaled in relief. This was the standard answer. Surely it could not be wrong that he recalled his own experience during the Swordmaster assessment, where he had failed to provide the correct answer, causing him to be delayed a year in advancing to Swordmaster. Consequently, he had diligently sought out reference books on swordsmanship, memorizing the standard answers before tearing the pages out and discarding them. However, there is no however. This is a question known by all who pursue the Supreme Sword Path on the continent. Kent interrupted Qiye's inquiry. Are you suggesting, Master Kent, that you merely cling to the traditional sword path and lack the courage to innovate? Qiye remarked with a look of surprise directed at Kent. The youthful phase of life is often marked by impulsiveness, emotional sensitivity, and deep reflections. All individuals in their youth are filled with passion, vigor, and a willingness to innovate and challenge the status quo, regardless of the race on the continent of Fantian. Kent, too, was no exception. As he found himself in the later golden phase of youth, characterized by a natural curiosity and skepticism towards all existing concepts, Kent, driven by curiosity, inquired further of Qiye. Very well, do share your thoughts. I personally believe that the highest realm of the Supreme Sword Path should not merely be the transformation of the sword. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there exists a higher realm beyond the transformation of the sword? Indeed, I believe that above the transformation of the sword lies the concept of no sword. No sword. No sword. If there is no sword, can it still be called the path of the sword? In my view, the ultimate realm of the Supreme Sword Path is the absence of a sword in the hand and in the heart. The sword exists within the myriad of things in heaven and earth. All things are the sword, thus there is no need to differentiate between possessing a sword or not. Upon hearing Qiye's unconventional perspective on the path of no sword, Kent found himself contemplating the implications of such an idea. Meanwhile, Vice-Dean Britus, who had been attentively observing, was also drawn into deep thought by Qiye's words. Qiye had been aware of the distinctions within the Supreme Sword Path since he was 8 years old. He had read that those who wield the sword universally strive for the Supreme Sword Path, where all converge. The path is divided into 3 realms: the heart of the sword of the heart, and the transformation of the sword. The pinnacle of the sword is these three realms, rendering one unmatched in the world. Qiye had an inkling that the transformation of the sword could indeed represent the pinnacle of the sword path. He believed that when a thing develops to its ultimate form, it becomes nothing, much like how the final path of existence is death, leading to rebirth after reaching the state of death. He had proposed that the ultimate expression of the supreme sword path is the state of no sword and no path. His uncle Yin, upon hearing this notion, had simply stared at him momentarily before delivering a sharp rap on his head, warning him, while the idea is commendable, do not indulge in such daydreams until you have reached the transformation of the sword. Today, Qiye had no intention of attending class, compared to the knowledge imparted by Kent. He was not only well-versed but in certain areas even more knowledgeable than Kent himself. Thus, he had previously brought up Sword Saint Darwal and Sky Knight Noka merely to tease Kent. However, when Kent spoke of the supreme sword path, an impulse surged within Qiye, prompting him to voice his thoughts on the matter. He sought to gauge the opinions of others regarding his perspective. Aside from his uncle Yin. Yet, the other students in the class were oblivious to the profound meaning behind Qiye's words, as they were still in the early stages of understanding the supreme sword path. They were unable to comprehend the significance of what Qiye had articulated. Nonetheless, due to Vice Dean Brightus's presence outside, the students remained highly focused on the lecture, and thus they did hear Qiye's remarks, albeit without grasping their essence. Yet, witnessing Kent's contemplative demeanor, some of the more astute students began to etch Qiye's words into their memories. It was precisely because some of them took note that, in the future, when they encountered obstacles in their pursuit of the supreme sword path, they would recall Qiye's insights, ultimately enabling them to break through to the realm of no sword. Kent pondered for an extended period, struggling to discern whether Qiye's hypothesis of the path of no sword was valid. However, for someone like him, who had merely just stepped into the position of swordmaster and had not yet comprehended the heart of the sword, it was challenging to fully grasp its meaning. Nonetheless, it did provide him with a direction toward the pinnacle of the supreme sword path. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Brightus, observing from outside, was struck by a deeper understanding. Though he was merely a magic master, he had engaged in extensive research regarding the supreme sword path of sword masters. Furthermore, the headmaster of the Holy Knight Academy, upon reaching the transformation of the sword, had once conveyed to him that the transformation of the sword was not the ultimate limit of the supreme sword path. There must exist deeper realms yet to be discovered. At this moment, Qiye's assertion resonated with the headmaster's earlier words. After a prolonged period of contemplation without resolution, the surrounding magical elements began to stir slightly, and suddenly, Vice Dean Brightus vanished from sight. Kent, befuddled and unable to find an answer, turned to Qiye and said, "I cannot provide you with an answer to this question. It seems only a swordmaster who has reached the transformation of the sword can elucidate this for you." Then, who has attained the transformation of the sword? To be precise, there are only a few dozen individuals on the entire continent who have reached the realm of the supreme sword path. Unfortunately, they are either rulers of regions or leaders of nations. I doubt they would assist you with such inquiries. However, I have heard that our headmaster at the Holy Knight Academy is one of them. However, the dean has been in seclusion for the past few years, having not emerged for nearly 2 years. Otherwise, there would have been an opportunity to discuss the swordless path you proposed with him. After Mentor Kent finished speaking, he announced the end of class. Although it was not yet time for dismissal, he was preoccupied with the disruption caused by Qiye's question, needing time to digest the feasibility of the swordless path Qiye had suggested. Immersed in the supreme swordsmanship, he failed to notice that Vice Dean Brightus, who should have been outside, had already vanished. Note: 1.I in the continent of Fantian, swordsmen are classified as Junior Swordsman, Intermediate Swordsman, Advanced Swordsman, Grand Swordsman, Sword, Master Grand Sword, Master Sword Saint, Ultimate Sword Saint. 2. Sword Saint Duer is the first swordsman of the Night Kingdom to achieve the transformation of the sword. 3. A Sky Knight Noka is the most renowned genius swordsman of the current racial alliance, now serving as a Sky Knight. The ranks of knights are Knight Heavy Cavalry Knight, Silver Knight, Golden Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, Holy Knight. The Sky Knight is equivalent to a Grand Sword Master. Chapter 5, Counterattack Operations. Annoying. Truly vexing. Qiye was on the verge of losing his mind. He tugged at his hair, shaking it wildly as if trying to shake away his troubles. Since the 3rd day after the commencement of classes at the Holy Knight Academy, whenever Qiye stepped out of his basement room into the academy's public areas, a fairy-like figure shadowed him, regardless of whether it was class or break, rain or shine, eating or, well, even during nature's calls. This figure incessantly orbited around Qiye, more devoted than the most ardent fan. Had the one following Qiye been an enchanting beauty, he would have welcomed such close attention. as it would signify that he had caught the eye of this stunning woman and was in the midst of a fortunate romantic endeavor. If it had been a woman of mediocre appearance, Qiye would have kindly advised her, "There are plenty of flowers in the world. Why must you fixate on me alone?" Conversely, if the persistent follower had been an unattractive woman or an ordinary man, Qiye would have uttered not a word, delivering a blow that would leave them looking like a pig's head, ensuring that their parents would struggle to recognize them, thus deterring any further pursuit. However, this scenario was purely hypothetical, for the one currently revolving around Qiye was neither a beauty nor a woman, much less an unattractive female or an ordinary man. Weisstein Brustede, after all, was one of the most authoritative figures within the upper echelons of the Holy Knight Academy. The disparity between Qiye's still maturing abilities and Weisstein Brustede's powers as a sorcerer was as laughable as a toddler attempting to challenge a battle-hardened warrior. They were separated by an unfathomable distance. Moreover, behind Weisstein Brustede stood the entire cadre of the discipline department, ever ready to heed his commands. Thus, within the confines of the Holy Knight Academy, unless one were utterly deranged, no one dared to pluck a hair from a tiger's head, let alone seek trouble with Weisstein Brustede. Such individuals were virtually non-existent. Yet, Qiye became the first to dare to pluck a hair from the tiger's head, regardless of the methods Qiye employed to extricate himself from this relentless following. He found himself unable to shake Weisstein Brustede. Utilizing the Eastern Earthflow technique he had learned, Qiye attempted to elude him, but Weisstein Brustede merely invoked the Earth Shield from the Earth magic, causing Qiye to collide painfully, nearly knocking him unconscious as he almost became buried underground. Later, when Qiye thought he could lose the physically weaker Brustede on the rugged mountain paths, he found that Weisstein Brustede easily employed the flying technique from above, trailing Qiye as if leisurely exploring the mountains, leaving Qiye exhausted and nearly lost on his descent. Ultimately, Qiye concluded that learning to eat with his nose would be far simpler than shaking off Weisstein Brustede's persistent following. With no alternative, Qiye resigned himself to a life of being watched. Yet, if it were merely a matter of following him, Qiye might have managed, but should Weisstein Brustede discover any misconduct on Qiye's part, he would seize the opportunity to punish him severely. For instance, a stone pillar weighing hundreds of pounds would suddenly appear on Qiye's back, compelling him to sprint several dozen miles up a mountain. Or he might find himself cleaning within the tenfold gravity field of the magic department, or perhaps retrieving litter tossed by students from a pool filled with piranhas in some club. What kind of club raises such dangerous creatures within the academy? Qiye would curse as he bled from piranha bites. In just a few days, Weisstein Brustede had instilled such dread in Qiye that he dared not step outside his room. Fortunately, the room was a private space, and the Holy Knight Academy stipulates that neither mentors nor anyone else may infringe upon it, unless a student poses a threat to the Academy's safety. Otherwise, Qiye would have been left uncertain about where safety truly laid. If that had been the extent of his troubles, Qiye might not have been so irritated, for there were more distressing matters to contend with. Take, for example, the previous night. While dining in the cafeteria, Qiye, feeling utterly uncomfortable under Weisstein Brustede's scrutinizing gaze, accidentally let a grain of rice slip from the corner of his mouth. This single grain drew forth a lengthy lecture from Weisstein Brustede about how the farmers of the Moonlit Kingdom toil tirelessly in the spring to sow a single seed, only to reap the harvest in autumn for the very rice Qiye wasted. He elaborated on the immense hardships and sweat involved, extending his discourse from personal economics to the national income of the Moonlit Kingdom. Qiye couldn't help but admire Weisstein Brustede's extensive knowledge. Truly, he was the most erudite professor in the Holy Knight Academy, and his words were replete with depth, length, and a quality that could easily induce drowsiness. After enduring this lecture, Qiye hastily picked up the fallen grain of rice with his chopsticks and swallowed it, determined not to squander the hard-earned efforts of the farmers of the Moonlit Kingdom, lest he tarnish their labor and undermine the national income. However, just as Weisstein Brustede seemed satisfied with Qiye's penitent gesture, he pivoted to another angle, launching into yet another lengthy tirade, this time focusing on the usage and cleanliness of the dining table Qiye had occupied, deriving its hygiene index and analyzing the potential viruses it might harbor, before transitioning to personal hygiene habits and the health of the citizens of the Moonlit Kingdom. Qiye wished fervently to regurgitate the grain he had just swallowed. In conclusion, Weisstein Brustede would deliver a summary report, emphasizing that his remarks stemmed from a place of concern for the newcomer Qiye, and had it been any other student, he would have had no desire to elaborate further. Qiye found himself perpetually on the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage due to Weisstein Brustede's relentless admonitions. Today, Weisstein Brustede had followed Qiye for the better part of the day. In just the last hour, Qiye had already endured more than 20 instances of Vice Dean Bristede's guidance, averaging a special mini-lecture every 3 minutes. Although Qiye had not violated any rules, Vice Dean Bristede approached him with a kind-hearted demeanor, offering reminders and advice rather than critiques. Thus, Qiye had no countermeasures against such well-meaning instruction. Today, Qiye had no desire to venture outside and subject himself to this torment. But an important matter compelled him to meander outside his room for a couple of hours. After enduring another hour of Vice Dean Bristede's kind admonitions, Qiye retreated to his basement room, his eyes rolling white and frothing at the mouth. Upon entering his room, he immediately locked the door. Fearing that Vice Dean Bristede might continue his incessant chatter from outside, no longer appearing dejected, Qiye felt invigorated. Although Vice Dean Bristede was absent, allowing him a moment of relief. The primary source of his excitement lay in the document pouch resting on his table. Recently, Qiye had been under the watchful eye of Vice Dean Bristede, and his two companions, Tabii and Qiye, had become too wary to meet him. Thus, Qiye devised a plan. When he stepped out, Tabii and Qiye would come to his room, leaving notes for him if they required his assistance, ensuring they never crossed paths with him to avoid becoming targets of Vice Dean Bristede's attention. The document pouch now on Qiye's table contained materials he had specially requested Tabii to gather regarding Vice Dean Bristede. To ensure Tabii delivered it today, Qiye had intentionally gone out to divert Vice Dean Bristede, enduring that maddening verbal barrage in the process. Opening the yellow envelope, Qiye found several sheets of detailed information Tabii had collected about Vice Dean Bristede over the past few days. As he scanned through the documents, he discovered not only comprehensive details about Vice Dean Bristede, but also extensive information regarding the entire Bristede family. Qiye couldn't help but internally commend Tabii's intelligence-gathering skills. Ulite Bristede, Moonlit Kingdom, Elven race, born in the year 164 of the Holy Knight era in the city of Nepalt, entered the Holy Knight Academy in the year 176, currently serving as Vice Dean of the Holy Knight Academy. Concurrently the head of the Discipline Department, Kariros Liasian, Bristede's wife, Moonlit Kingdom, Elven race, born in the year 172 of the Holy Knight era in the city of Qiye. In the year 185. The esteemed Saint Knight Academy welcomed its new students. A temperament that can be described as fiery, particularly when it comes to his beloved daughter, presently serving as the fire magic instructor within the Academy's Department of Magic, Ulite Lillian, daughter of Briest, hails from the elven lineage of the Moonlit Kingdom and was born in the year 239 of the Saint Knight calendar in the city of Night. She possesses a fondness for tales and is often seen cradling her cherished white rabbit companion. Her magical prowess has reached the level of a novice mage. Currently, she attends the kindergarten associated with the Saint Knight Academy. Ulite Muslin, the brother of Briest, after thoroughly examining the profile and details of Ulite Lillian. A spark ignited in Qiye's eyes. The breakthrough lies with her, Ulite Lillian. Thus, Qiye commenced the planning of a counteroffensive against the Vice Principal Briest's surveillance within the expansive grounds of the Saint Knight Academy. Aside from the educational areas, faculty residences, and student dormitories, there exists a picturesque peak beside the sacred Spirit Mountain, which is deemed forbidden territory. This peak is referred to as West Mountain within the Academy. At the foot of West Mountain stands a 3-story villa, surrounded by a garden teeming with an array of vibrant flowers and various recreational facilities for children. This is none other than the Saint Knight Kindergarten. Established a decade after the Academy's founding, specifically for the children of the Academy's instructors, the instructors, preoccupied with imparting knowledge to numerous students, often found themselves concerned for their young offspring, which distracted them during lessons. Under the sagacious leadership of the first principal, the kindergarten was established, alleviating the worries of the instructors and significantly enhancing the quality of education within the Academy, having existed for several centuries. The Saint Knight Kindergarten sees most of its children eventually enrolled in the Academy itself, with a few rising to prominence. The kindergarten is divided into 3 classes, small, medium, and large, with a total enrollment fluctuating around 100 children. Given that not all faculty members are married or have children, and considering the age of their offspring, each class comprises approximately 30 students, cared for by 2 teachers. The small class caters to ages 1 to 4, the medium class to ages 4-6, and the large class to ages 6-10. The small class generally listens attentively to lullabies sung by their teachers. The medium class busies itself with building blocks or engaging in playful chatter, while the large class enjoys stories and basic knowledge through imaginative play. During a free play session in the large class, a golden-haired girl with curls sat on the railing of the kindergarten's backyard, cradling a delightful pure white rabbit. Lillian is a strikingly beautiful and adorable little girl. As attested by all who have seen her, with her round, cherubic face, pointed delicate ears, angelic features, and a pair of enchanting, watery eyes, she is further adorned with braids tied with a pink bow, resembling a charming princess from a fairy tale. Especially when she cuddles her fluffy rabbit and blinks her large eyes in a playful manner. She captures hearts effortlessly. Lillian has a profound love for stories and often finds herself lost in the narratives she hears. Today, she listened to the tale of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. Enveloped in her daydreams, she imagined herself as the brave girl venturing into the woods to visit her grandmother. Suddenly, a big bad wolf appeared before her. The wolf approached with a grin, but Little Red Riding Hood knew all too well that the wolf's intentions were deceitful, as he sought to devour her. However, this Little Red Riding Hood, embodied by Lillian, was no pushover. Under the guidance of her parents, she had learned many spells from a young age. While listening to her teacher recount the story, Lillian had wished to chase away the wicked wolf. And now, with a wolf before her, she gleefully unleashed her magic. In an instant, fireballs and lightning bolts erupted in the backyard of the St. Knight kindergarten, pursuing the wolf. By the time the kindergarten staff emerged to investigate the commotion, Lillian realized that the menacing wolf had vanished. Qiye, nursing a singed backside from the fireballs, felt his muscles cramp painfully. What a frightful experience. He had stealthily slipped away during the Vice Principal Briest's monthly report, intending to find Briest's daughter, Lillian. However, as he emerged from the bushes to greet her, fireballs had suddenly appeared at his side, followed by an onslaught of more fireballs and lightning bolts. Had he not been swift, he might have met a disastrous end at the hands of a little girl wielding magic, a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Yet, witnessing a mere 9-year-old elf wielding 2 forms of magic with the potency of a novice mage suggested that Vice Principal Briest and his wife had indeed provided an exceptional education. Qiye's legs twitched painfully. What a dismal failure today had been. He had not exchanged a single word with Lillian, only emitting cries when struck by the electricity. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Lying in bed, he resolved to recuperate and await the next opportunity. Explosive flames. Lillian unleashed her newly learned magic upon the wicked pirate. Summon lightning. She directed at the vial which had Qiye transformed into a woman. Exploding fireball. She retaliated against the world-conquering Demon King. One by one, Qiye retreated under the force of Lillian's potent spells. Finally, today's tale was about Wu Gang felling trees, and Qiye finally had the chance to greet Lillian. "Hello, are you Mr. Wu Gang?" Lillian inquired, eyeing Qiye with a cautious vigilance as he emerged from the thicket. "Wu Gang. No, I am Qiye." Noticing the absence of the fireballs that typically accompanied their encounters, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Qiye, are you from that story? I am a student of the St. Knight Academy, not a character from a tale." As Lillian examined Qiye's attire, she noted that he was clad in the Academy's martial arts uniform. "Oh, you are a big brother from the Academy. What brings you here?" "This is the kindergarten, where we attend school, while you study in the Academy." With her wide, curious eyes fixed on him, Lillian inquired. "Finally, the opportunity has arrived," Qiye thought with excitement. Await this moment. Qiye had endured nearly a month of torment under Vice Principal Briest. "Of course, I am studying within the Academy grounds, but I heard that there is a girl named Lillian in the kindergarten, who is adorable and loves stories. I happen to have many delightful tales to share." Qiye lowered his voice gradually, hoping to capture Lillian's attention. "Big brother, that's me. Hurry and tell me a story." Lillian, indeed, was captivated by Qiye's hushed tone, immediately tugging at his sleeve in a playful manner, disregarding any notion that he might be a stranger. "You are Lillian?" "Yes, that's me. Big brother, please tell me a story." "All right, I shall tell you a story. Sit tight, and I will regale you with a tale." Qiye responded with a beaming smile. "I hope you listen well." He inwardly rejoiced. Lillian, cradling her rabbit, settled on the grass of the garden, attentively listening as Qiye began his narration. "Today, Big Brother will tell you the story of the little match girl. Once upon a time, on a cold, wintry night, there was a very charming little girl, though certainly not as lovely as our Lillian before me, who wandered alone in the cold." Qiye recounted the tale with a tone of sorrow. In the end, the little match girl ascended to a warm paradise alongside her grandmother. Qiye concluded with a gesture of soaring into the sky. Lillian, moved by the tale of the little match girl, began to cry, but her tears transformed into a smile upon hearing that the girl finally joined her grandmother in heaven. She adored the stories told by this big brother far more than those recounted by her teachers. From that day forth, Lillian gained a storyteller in the form of Qiye, though his visits were rare and only occurred when she was alone. Additionally, he had promised not to share his identity with anyone, lest he cease to visit. Lillian cherished Qiye's tales, for they were not only more captivating than those of her teachers, but often accompanied by animated gestures. Thus she kept this secret close to her heart, revealing it to no one, not even her beloved parents. Qiye, having been nurtured by Uncle Yan, had immersed himself in the literary works of numerous authors since childhood, with the stacked volumes of stories capable of burying a person. He meticulously selected the most engaging tales to share with Lillian, undoubtedly surpassing the repetitive narratives recounted by the kindergarten teachers. Gradually, whenever Lillian spotted Qiye, her face would light up with joy, and she would leap into his arms, convinced that he was an angel sent from the heavens to tell her stories, for how else could he possess such a wealth of delightful tales? Thus, Qiye's first step in his counteroffensive against Vice Principal Briest was deemed a success. Now, he would embark on the second phase of his retaliatory plan. After such a long period of acquaintance, following the conclusion of his story, Qiye discovered that Lillian easily became immersed in the narrative he had just shared. Her emotions mirroring the experiences of the protagonist, at times, she would even envision herself as one of the characters within the tale. After much preparation, today, Qiye was ready to embark on the second phase of his counteroffensive plan. Lillian was once again seated quietly beneath the tree, awaiting her elder brother Qiye's arrival as she did every day. He had mentioned a few days prior that he would regale her with a particularly enchanting story. And although she had been waiting for some time and was beginning to feel impatient, she remained still, careful not to alert the kindergarten teacher and risk being taken indoors. Once the teacher led the other children inside, Qiye stealthily entered. "How long have you been waiting, dear little princess?" Qiye asked with a warm smile, looking at Lillian, who had been waiting for him. Lillian, clutching her bunny, leaped into Qiye's embrace, playfully pouting. "Brother Qiye, Lillian has waited for such a long time. I want to hear you tell a story." All right, Brother Qiye is here now," he replied, lifting Lillian and spinning her in the air before gently placing her on a branch of the tree. "Today, Brother Qiye will tell you the story of the Ash Boy, shall we?" "Yes, as long as it's a story told by Brother Qiye, Lillian will love it," she exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Qiye made a shushing gesture, and Lillian immediately quieted down, though she stuck out her tongue in playful defiance. Qiye settled onto a branch and began the tale. Once upon a time, there was a little boy whose mother found him a stepfather after his father's passing. This stepfather brought along two older boys. Under the oppression of his stepfather and the two brothers, the little boy toiled endlessly at home from dawn until dusk that night. He slept by the fireplace, as the cruel stepfather denied him a bed, leaving him no choice but to rest beside the flames. Gradually, the boy came to be known as the Ash Boy. Upon hearing this, Lillian's eyes brimmed with tears for the Ash Boy's plight, and she had tenderly wiped away her tears before continuing. Eventually, the princess of the Ash Boy's kingdom reached the age of marriage, and the king sought to find her a suitable husband. However, he was unaware of the princess's preferences. So he hosted a grand ball, inviting all the unmarried boys in the realm. The Ash Boy, upon hearing of the ball, yearned to attend, but when his stepfather and the two wicked brothers learned of this, they mocked him and made him perform countless chores on the day of the ball, while they themselves went to the royal event. Just when the Ash Boy was on the brink of despair, a fairy appeared beside him. The fairy had come to aid the Ash Boy, conjuring a beautiful carriage for attendants and splendid garments, transforming him into a dashing prince before sending him off to the princess's ball. However, the fairy warned the Ash Boy that he must return before midnight, or her magic would dissipate, and he would revert to being the Ash Boy. At the ball, the Ash Boy became the brightest star. Captivating the beautiful princess, they danced together for song after song until, finally, the clock struck 12. Remembering the fairy's words, the Ash Boy hurriedly exited the palace, but in his haste, he lost one of his shoes. Later, the princess searched the kingdom for the owner of the shoe, as only the Ash Boy could fit into it. Ultimately, the Ash Boy donned the shoe and lived happily ever after in the palace with the princess. Lillian's face glistened with tears of joy at the thought of the Ash Boy and the princess's joyful life together. "But," Qiye added, his tone somber. Lillian quickly inquired, "What else? Brother Qiye, please tell me." With a pained expression, Qiye replied, Brother Qiye's current life is akin to that of the Ash Boy. Is Brother Qiye also being bullied by a wicked stepfather and bad brothers? Lillian asked with concern. Yes, Qiye nodded. His voice tinged with sorrow. Only those vile beings, much like the stepfather, are tormenting Brother Qiye. Don't be afraid, Brother Qiye. Lillian will help you drive them away. I know so many powerful spells. She comforted her dear brother. Determined to assist this angelic figure, Qiye's expression turned anxious. Brother Qiye fears that Lillian may hesitate when the time comes. With a swift motion, Lillian conjured a fireball. I promise, I will chase that wicked stepfather away. Finally, the day has come. With tears in his eyes, Qiye gazed up at the sky. However, Lillian must wait in a certain place first. Is that all right? He asked, his voice trembling with gratitude. Of course, Lillian acquiesced to her brother's request. Following closely behind Qiye was Vice Dean Brister, who had been in a rather foul mood these past few days. The conduct within the Holy Knight Academy had been dismal this semester, and several altercations had occurred between new and returning students, leaving 3 new students in the infirmary and overwhelming him with work. Today, Vice Dean Brister felt an incessant twitching in his right eyelid. As if something ominous was about to transpire, Qiye had deliberately guided Vice Dean Brister toward the western mountain. He had instructed Lillian to wait by the Lingxi Bridge in the western courtyard. And now his task was to lead Vice Dean Brister there and create a minor misstep. Vice Dean Brister had been following Qiye for about an hour. Being with Qiye had become a source of amusement for him within the academy. Punishing Qiye was the pinnacle of his enjoyment. However, today he was becoming increasingly impatient. After nearly an hour, Qiye had not committed a single error, merely walking without observing anything or tending to any matters, leaving him without an excuse to reprimand Qiye. Just as Vice Dean Brister contemplated abandoning the pursuit to return home for a rest, Qiye halted at the Lingxi Bridge. Good. A pause presents an opportunity for error, he thought joyfully at last. Vice Dean Brister saw Qiye leaning over the bridge, striking the water's surface with stones. Splendid. An opportunity had arisen. He rushed forward, ready to lecture Qiye on the history of stones and their formation, before announcing that Qiye had violated the Academy's disciplinary regulations and would have to retrieve each stone he had thrown into the water, followed by a day of menial labor in the kitchen. However, just as Vice Dean Brister was about to revel in venting his frustrations on Qiye, he suddenly felt 2 fireballs hurtling toward him from behind. How dare someone attempt to ambush the Vice Dean, renowned as the first mage of the Holy Knight Academy? Without turning around, Vice Dean Brister summoned 2 even larger fireballs to disperse the smaller ones and retaliate against his assailant. With a resounding bang, he knew that the person who dared to attack him had been struck down. Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Vice Dean Brister had detected Lillian's fireball attack due to the surge of magic without even glancing back. However, he had neglected to look at the source of the fireball before counterattacking, and he was in for a world of trouble. Fortunately, Qiye had previously cast a protective shield around Lillian. After all, she was so adorable, and he could not bear the thought of her being harmed. Upon seeing Qiye's astonished expression, Vice Dean Brister was filled with curiosity, as no one had dared to confront him since he assumed the role of Vice Dean, let alone use magic against him. When he turned around, his expression was even more exaggerated than Qiye's had been moments before, his mouth hanging open in shock. This was the first time Lillian had been struck by magic. And although Qiye had shielded her, the force of the fireball still knocked her to the ground. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Witnessing her brother Qiye being scolded for merely tossing a few stones confirmed to Lillian that the one chastising him was indeed the wicked stepfather. In retaliation, she cast 2 fireballs, determined to drive away the vile man. Yet, before her fireballs could reach him, they were dispelled by the fireballs summoned by her stepfather, and she too was knocked to the ground. Though uninjured, she, who had always been showered with affection, could not help but burst into tears. When the wicked stepfather turned around, Lillian realized with horror that he was, in fact, her father. So my father is that detestable stepfather, the one who bullies Brother Qiye, she thought, her mind racing with disbelief. The realization that her stepfather was her father was almost too much to bear. She repeatedly reassured herself, he is not Lillian's father. He is a wicked stepfather. He is not Lillian's father. He is a wicked stepfather. Upon discovering that the one who had dared to attack him was none other than his precious daughter Lillian, Vice Dean Brister was left utterly dumbfounded. Hearing her cry that he was not her father, but merely a wicked stepfather, sent a chill down his spine as she ran away in tears. Lillian could be regarded as the most cherished daughter of him and his wife. Throughout her childhood, no one ever dared to bully their precious daughter. If anyone were to accidentally bump into her, Lillian would impulsively spring into action, disregarding all consequences, to fiercely confront the audacious individual who dared to touch her daughter. However, just moments ago, what had he done? He had knocked his beloved daughter Lillian to the ground. Upon realizing this, Vice Dean Bristede hastily pursued Lillian for Qiye. He had long forgotten about it. Watching Vice Dean Bristede rush away in a flurry, Qiye shouted, "Yes, success." Thus, Qiye's plan to counterattack against Vice Dean Bristede had been completely successful. That night, magical fluctuations and the distinctive crimson glow of fire magic emanated from Vice Dean Bristede's residence. The following morning, although Vice Dean Bristede left home at his usual time, Bell, who had been waiting there, keenly observed and discerned traces of light magic restoration on the Vice Dean's face and confirmed that he had utilized healing magic extensively. Shortly after this incident, Qiye negotiated a truce with Vice Dean Bristede, using Lillian's forgiveness as a condition. After 3 long months of monitoring, Vice Dean Bristede finally vanished from the sight of the students in Class 21. However, Qiye gained a lovely little sister, Lillian. Furthermore, Qiye made it a point to narrate a story to Lillian every day, for otherwise, Vice Dean Bristede would have the opportunity to settle scores with him. And Lillian would not comply. Chapter 6. Zishuer. In the early morning at the Holy Night Academy, the campus bustled with the busy figures of students and instructors. However, there existed a group of students whose circumstances starkly contrasted with the frantic atmosphere surrounding them. The students of Class 21 from the Academy's martial arts department. Mogul felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction as he strolled leisurely along the wooded path of the Academy, one hand clutching a piece of bread and the other holding a cup of coffee. Observing his fellow students hurriedly rushing to their classes while he could enjoy a tranquil breakfast on his way to class brought him immense joy. This feeling was simply delightful. After Vice Dean Bristede had vanished from Class 21 for a week, the students finally dared to affirm that no danger loomed. That evening, the students of Class 21 celebrated in a small bar within the academy, thereafter returning to their usual routines from the next day onward. Tardiness became rampant, early departures were common, and some students simply chose not to attend classes at all, while those who did show up were hardly there to learn. Instructor Kent, after countless attempts to persuade them, ultimately gave up and allowed the students of Class 21 to indulge in their freedom. Amidst this environment, Qiye gradually integrated into Class 21 and began to comprehend the reasons behind its formation. The students of Class 21 were not entirely dull. Aside from a few half-beasts who struggled to grasp concepts, the rest possessed shrewd minds. Most students hailed from affluent backgrounds and were adept in business. They collectively held the belief, what use is there in studying swordsmanship? Practicing diligently every day may not yield results. After graduating from the Holy Night Academy, they could simply spend a bit of money to hire a high-ranking mercenary for protection. Why endure the rigors of training? Furthermore, magic was even more challenging to master. One careless mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. They were still young and had many pleasures yet to experience. Under such notions, the meditation classes for magic transformed into mere opportunities for napping, and spell incantations became akin to arithmetic formulas. If injuries occurred in the future, no problem. Their families had nothing but wealth. They could simply throw money at the priests in the temple for healing, so why risk their lives to learn magic? This mindset resulted in a cohort of plump, ineffectual students who merely drifted through their days at the Holy Night Academy. The higher-ups of the academy initially contemplated expelling these idle students. However, the truth was that these inept students were genuinely impoverished, possessing nothing but wealth. Under the pressure of financial influence, the academy's administration decided to segregate these wealthy yet incompetent students into Class 21. Moreover, this group of affluent students was unlikely to cause trouble. Unable to defend themselves, they were fortunate that no one bothered them. The mere 7 girls in Class 21 were not the unattractive individuals Qiye had initially imagined. They were, in fact, stunning beauties, albeit from the half-beast and beast Qiye. Even a moderately attractive elf was far more appealing than they were. Who said that? They were certainly more beautiful than those delicate, seemingly fragile elves, protested Qiye. The reason they found themselves in Class 21 was their infatuation with the trendiest romance novels from the Moonlit Kingdom. Their textbooks had all transformed into classic romance novels from that realm. Whether in class or during breaks, they sat quietly, engrossed in reading, daydreaming of the day when a Prince Charming would approach them, begging for their love. Today marked the day of the practical swordsmanship class for Class 21. After nearly half a semester of theoretical lessons, Instructor Kent was finally ready to assess the students' swordsmanship skills in practice. Qiye followed behind two of his subordinates and the rest of Class 21. While walking ahead was Instructor Kent. They were headed to the 7th training ground of the practical area. The weather was splendid. The sun lazily hid behind the clouds, making it an ideal day for practice. Upon reaching the 7th training ground, Qiye noticed another class engaged in practical lessons at the 6th training ground that in stark contrast to the orderly and serious atmosphere of the students at the 6th training ground. The members of Class 21 lounged about, some sprawled on the ground. Instructor Kent, in exasperation, attempted to encourage them to stand properly, but few heeded his advice, although he had once been able to instill discipline through the martial arts society. Under the financial influence, the society's members now referred to the students of Class 21 as boss. Despite the disarray, Instructor Kent had no choice but to commence the practical session. Degart. Present, came the feeble response. A half-beast, seemingly not weak, slowly stepped forward. While he lacked the muscular build of Qiye, he was still well built, and his presence commanded a certain respect. However, his small, slanted eyes undermined his imposing demeanor. Ailey, here. Reluctantly, she handed a romance novel to her companion. A half-beast beauty as she stepped forward. You two will spar first. Instructor Kent handed Degart and Ailey 2 blunt swords meant for practice. Understood. All right. Degart, holding the slender sword, felt a strange discomfort. Half-beasts typically favored axes or blunt weapons. Although the practice sword weighed over 10 pounds, it felt too light in his grip. Degart raised his sword, assuming the starting stance taught by Instructor Kent, facing Ailey. Ailey, although a girl, was merely a half-beast girl. While many girls would struggle to lift such a heavy sword, it felt as light as a toy to her. She had no time to adopt any stance. She was too engrossed in her romance novels to pay attention to Kent's teachings. However, a lack of swordsmanship didn't prevent her from battling Degart. Ailey charged at Degart with her sword, disregarding his gentlemanly posture and moves. Instructor Kent shook his head disapprovingly to him. Ailey's unstructured attacks paled in comparison to Degart's numerous blunders. Yet, the outcome was not as Kent had anticipated. As their swords clashed, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. Degart found himself retreating under Ailey's chaotic flurry of strikes, which resembled the clumsy hacking of firewood. Yet, each of her seemingly aimless swings managed to catch Degart's sword, forcing him into perilous situations. Kent was baffled. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Degart, who could have easily evaded Ailey's attack, seemed paralyzed by her aggressive demeanor, allowing her sword to strike his chest. Conversely, when Degart aimed to strike Ailey, his blade consistently missed, gliding harmlessly past her. Finally, after Ailey's relentless efforts, she executed a universally recognized counterattack, disarming Degart in one swift motion. Breathless, Degart wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "You're formidable, Ailey. Had you not shown me mercy, I might have fallen in your first strike. I yield." Ailey flashed a sweet smile capable of charming half-beasts. "Thank you. Thank you." Meanwhile, the half-beasts observing from the sidelines gritted their teeth in envy. She got the better of him. How infuriating. Qiye, equally perplexed by the chaotic duel, listened as one of his subordinates, Qiye, whispered with clenched teeth, "I must lose even more miserably than Degart. That way, I'll have a chance to ask them out." It turned out that Degart had deliberately allowed Ailey to defeat him. It is no wonder that Daggett is drenched in sweat. It turns out he is doing everything he can to deflect the wildly swinging sword of Ailey onto his own blade, all while feigning incapacity to allow Ailey to strike him. Yet, when he attempts to counter Ailey, he must also pretend that she has simply evaded him. This truly puts Daggett in a most difficult position. Yet for the sake of Ailey, he must surely feel that he has no regrets in his endeavors. In the subsequent matches between the boys and girls, each battle concludes with the girls emerging victorious after a prolonged struggle. When two boys face off, they fiercely clash their swords, and the one whose blade is knocked away concedes defeat. Akin to a test of brute strength, there is little distinction. Finally, it is Shurida's turn. And his opponent is his underling, Zuatebel. As Shurida picks up his sword, before he even assumes a stance, Zuatebel's face pales to an almost ghostly white, as if struck by lightning, and he is sent reeling backward. Spitting blood. I concede. Shuriya's move is indeed formidable. I admit my defeat. Without a single strike exchanged, Shuriya's inexplicable victory leaves him observing as Qiye drags Zuotable to rest beneath a large tree at the edge of the arena. Minter Kent is equally baffled, but upon seeing Zuotable spitting blood, he allows Qiye to assist him to the shade, not wishing for any mishaps to occur during his class. Once Qiye places Zuotable under the tree, he returns to the practice grounds, where a half-beast beauty awaits his attention. However, as soon as Zuotable reaches the tree, appearing as if he might faint from pain, he suddenly becomes vibrant and animated. Concerned for Zuotable, Shuriye curiously points at him. You? Zuotable raises a finger to his lips, signaling Shuriye to lower himself. Shoo, boss, that was all an act. Just some tomato juice. No harm done. Come look over there. It is then that Shuriye realizes how he had won. Shuriye mimics Zuotable, crouching down on the opposite side of the tree to gaze in the direction Zuotable indicated. That direction leads to the 6th practice area, where another class is engaged in combat training. As Shuriye follows Zuotable's pointing finger, he is momentarily stunned. Among the crowd standing by the 6th practice area is an exceptionally beautiful woman, with long, knee-length purple hair and a delicate, radiant face tinged with a healthy pink. She possesses a petite mouth, a high nose, slender willow-like brows, and bright, clear eyes. What a stunning visage, Shuriye marvels inwardly. At this moment, the enchanting beauty that has captured Shuriye's admiration is watching the combat in the 6th practice area alongside her classmates. Zuotable, ever perceptive, excitedly shares details about the beauty with the entranced Shuriye. Secretive, the class leader of the 180th session of the martial arts department, and the eldest daughter of the high priest Solom of the Night Kingdom. Growing up in the temple, she has always been a standout among her peers. Although she is the daughter of the high priest, she has little interest in magic and has devoted herself to swordsmanship since childhood. Upon entering the Holy Knight Academy, she created her own sword technique, the Snowfall Sword Technique, which ranks 5th on the Academy's swordsmanship leaderboard. Before Zuotable can finish his enthusiastic explanation, Shuriye interrupts. There's a swordsmanship leaderboard in the Holy Knight Academy? Zuotable, not fond of being interrupted, but aware of Shuriye's status as his boss and uncertain of how Shuriye had managed to outmaneuver Vice President Bristede, replies, in the Holy Knight Academy. There are not only swordsmanship rankings but also rankings for knife techniques, boxing, and magic. Each year, the rankings are redone, with the listed individuals being the Academy's elite. Public rankings. Shuriye inquires further. Indeed, public rankings, those that are displayed openly and are well known. Zuotable responds, slightly exasperated by Shuriye's interruptions. And what about private rankings? If there are public ones, there must surely be private ones too. Shuriye's curiosity is piqued. He never anticipated that the Holy Knight Academy would have rankings, which are decidedly different from those found in smaller institutions he had encountered previously. You interrupted me, and now I'll make you anxious. Zuotable secretly chuckles at Shuriye's eagerness. Boss, you guessed it right. There are indeed 2 private rankings in the Holy Knight Academy. What other rankings? Shuriye is eager for Zuotable to divulge the information in one breath, as Zuotable's slow manner only heightens his anticipation. One of them is the top 10 beauties of the Holy Knight Academy. Zuotable pauses, allowing Shuriye to grow even more anxious before continuing. The Secretive we see now is ranked 2nd on that list. If Secretive is this beautiful and only ranked 2nd, then who could possibly be 1st? Shuriye muses, his heart racing with intrigue. If reading Shuriye's thoughts, Zuotable hastily adds, the 1st on the top 10 beauties list is Tsanyue Tong, but she is also ranked 2nd on the most fearsome list in the Academy's private rankings. Upon saying this, Zuotable fears Shuriye might provoke Tsanyue Tong, so he quickly supplements. Vice President Bristede only ranks 4th on the most fearsome list within the Holy Knight Academy. Reflecting on Vice President Bristede's relentless following and incessant persuasion, Shuriye feels as if a bucket of cold water has been poured over him, extinguishing his desire to seek out Tsanyue Tong. After a moment's thought, he asks, who is the most fearsome individual on that list? Zuotable's expression turns despondent. The one at the very top of the most fearsome individuals in the Holy Knight Academy is none other than the Academy's headmaster, Lord Marifies. Those who cross paths with the headmaster, I hear, never end up well. However, the victims never speak of what the headmaster does to them. So, while everyone knows someone has crossed the headmaster, no one knows who that unfortunate soul is. Furthermore, the headmaster has secluded himself for the past 2 years, indifferent to worldly affairs, Yet his formidable status has never wavered, and I have not managed to gather any information on the headmaster. Qiye is taken aback after nearly half a year of interactions. He has come to realize that Storyteller is akin to the Academy's database, knowing nearly everything about the institution, except for the girls' dormitory and the forbidden areas. Not long ago, when Storyteller inquired about Vice President Prestige, he even learned the number of bread rolls the Vice President consumes at breakfast and the type of rolls available at the Academy dining hall. Storyteller often takes pride in being well-informed. Yet now he knows only the name of the highest authority in the Academy. With no further information it is no wonder he speaks with a hint of frustration when it comes to the headmaster. Qiye, not wishing to see Storyteller disheartened, understands that Storyteller's insights are invaluable to him. Don't worry. I believe you will surely uncover intelligence about the headmaster. Qiye encourages. Storyteller clenches his fist, affirming with determination, yes. I will definitely track down information about the headmaster. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to the practical combat in the 6th practice area, where the stunning Extortion, ranked 2nd on the top 10 beauties list, is about to compete. Her opponent is a towering bear tribe warrior, with a robust physique, powerful arms, and massive bear paws that all attest to his immense strength. The bear warrior wields a double-sided axe weighing over 100 pounds, while Extortion holds only a slender longsword. The Holy Knight Academy stipulates that only third-year students and above may wield real swords, while those below third year are restricted to blunted weapons. Although some in Class 21 have been at the Academy for over 4 years, they have yet to use actual weapons. Extortion's delicate form appears as a mere child standing against the imposing adult bear warrior. Qiye cannot help but feel anxious for Extortion. With a powerful roar, the bear warrior swings his axe towards Extortion. The speed of the bear warrior's movements is astonishing, defying the expectations set by his massive stature. As the axe descends, it emits a fierce howling sound, demonstrating the warrior's complete commitment to the strike at that moment. Qiye wishes he could step in to replace Extortion. Qiye quietly assesses the bear warrior's strength. As the axe swings downwards without a hint of hesitation, he recognizes that this seemingly simple downward strike carries an overwhelming momentum. Only a true expert with an axe would understand that such a strike could instill fear in the timid, causing them to submit to its force. In just this one move, Qiye concludes that the bear warrior is indeed a master. If he were to take the stage, Qiye believes he could only counter the bear warrior's axe with the delicate technique of Qiye. From Huajianji. Indeed, the Holy Knight Academy is impressive, Qiye muses. Initially, he thought himself quite skilled, but witnessing the prowess of merely one bear warrior causes him to imagine the capabilities of those ranked in swordsmanship, knife techniques, boxing, and magic. Nevertheless, there stands a master ranked 5th in swordsmanship, Extortion. Qiye watches intently, eager to see how she will respond to the bear warrior's formidable strike. Extortion remains unfazed by the fierce assault. With a lightness in her step, she deftly sidesteps to the left. The bear warrior seems to anticipate her movement, swiftly sweeping his axe to the right without a moment of hesitation, executing the transition with seamless precision. Extortion floated gracefully like a snowflake, retreating calmly in the face of the ever-changing maneuvers of the bear tribe orc. Her steps concealed the essence of drifting snow. The bear tribe orc, unwilling to let his technique grow stale, advanced a step forward, the tip of his axe pursuing the trajectory of Extortion's retreat. The double-sided axe, weighing 100 pounds, danced in his hands as if it were a mere toy. Qiye could not help but silently applaud. Having been at the Holy Knight Academy for so long, he had yet to witness such a splendid exchange at the same time. He pondered the next move Extortion might employ. With unhurried grace, Extortion ascended her sword, its tip precisely meeting the axe's edge as it came for her. In that moment, she utilized the force to float backward lightly, her figure resembling clouds as she launched an assault towards the bear tribe orc. The orc, momentarily caught off guard by his own rapid shifts in technique, could only raise the flat of his axe as a shield against Extortion's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Extortion unleashed her slender sword, which flowed like snowflakes toward her opponent, creating sparks as it struck the axe's surface. It was evident that her strength was not as feeble as Qiye had imagined. The bear tribe orc was forced to retreat 3 steps before regaining his footing, while Extortion remained poised, her sword raised, smiling sweetly at him. The bear tribe orc realized he could not underestimate Extortion and began to gather his strength to unleash his signature move. The currents of air gradually converged around his axe. Yet Extortion refrained from acting prematurely. She awaited the execution of his ultimate technique. Skyrending Slash. At the moment the air currents peaked, the orc unleashed his ultimate move. The swirling air around the axe expanded into a colossal version of the Bear Tribe orc's double-sided axe. Hurtling towards Zishiware, this skyrending slash bore similarities to the sword energy of a swordsman, indicating that the Bear Tribe orc had reached a level exceeding that of a great swordsman. Zishiware was taken aback by the orc's ability to shape the air into the form of an axe, but quickly regained her composure, dancing with her long sword as she soared upward. The third form of the snowfall sword technique, endless snowfall, blanketing the sky. In an instant, the sixth practice arena was enveloped in a flurry of snow, each flake cascading towards the air axe unleashed by the Bear Tribe orc. The delicate snowflakes transformed into flowing streams, converging to shatter the axe. As the air axe disintegrated, it emitted a thunderous boom. In the aftermath, Zishiware found her sword poised at the Bear Tribe orc's neck. The orc, panting heavily after executing his sky-rending slash, realized the immense toll it took on his stamina. Acknowledging his defeat, he bowed his head and said, "I concede." Upon hearing the orc's admission, Zishiware swiftly sheathed her sword at her waist and clasped her fists, expressing, "Thank you, classmate airman, for your guidance. I yield." She then gracefully descended from the platform, leaving her fellow students entranced by her exquisite movements. It took Qiye a while to regain his senses from the mesmerizing display of Zishiware's swordsmanship. Powerful, he could only use these two words to describe her technique. Were he to face Zishiware in combat, he could only hope to maintain a stalemate with a similarly gentle, joyful encounter. But victory would be beyond his reach, and no wonder Zishiware chose to pursue swordsmanship over magic. She must be a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy. Such formidable skills only ranked 5th on the Holy Knight sword technique leaderboard. Qiye was eager to learn of the 4 techniques that surpassed this snowfall sword technique. To Shue, the intricacies of Zishiware's swordsmanship remained elusive. He merely perceived her as a snowflake shattering the orc's air axe. Followed by the orc's defeat, he could not help but praise her, saying, "Truly, Zishiware, even the finest axe wielder among the orcs, airmen, could not withstand her strike." Just as Shue was lost in admiration, Qiye approached him. "Instructor Ken has called for a break. You need not pretend any longer." It turned out Qiye had long realized Shue was feigning, rushing to assist him the moment he fell. As Qiye reclined beneath a tree, he began to reflect on the recent duel. Suddenly, a commotion broke his reverie. "Is this all the money you have today? Are you trying to starve?" "I'm sorry, my family hasn't sent any money this month. Please wait a few more days." "Why not wait a few days to eat?" "My apologies. I promise to repay you double in a few days." Qiye noticed a group of students from the 6th practice arena threatening Mogul and Daggett from class 21 nearby. Shue noticed Qiye's awareness and remarked, "Those are students from the advanced class 2 of the martial arts department. They come to our class every month to collect protection fees." "Why do you have to pay them protection fees?" Qiye asked, puzzled. "Because we can't fight against them," Qiye replied, his head lowered in frustration. After a moment's thought, Qiye understood. Few in class 21 possessed swordsmanship or magical skills, while the opponents were from an advanced class, as evidenced by their recent duel. Clearly, no one in class 21 could stand against them. But as Qiye pondered this, the advanced students approached them. "Hey, it's time to pay your protection fee." One particularly menacing wolf tribe orc addressed them. Shue and Qiye suppressed their disgust as they handed over 2 gold coins. "Are you new to class 21? Time to pay your protection fee." Another high-ranking elven student tugged at Qiye's clothing. Shue immediately intervened on Qiye's behalf. "He's new and came from the slums. He has no money." The wolf tribe orc retaliated by slapping Shue across the face. "What does it matter to you? This kid didn't ask for your help. Keep your mouth shut." Shue was knocked to the ground, a trickle of the elven blood, bright red like a flower, spilling from the corner of his mouth. Although Qiye was furious, he dared not retaliate and quickly helped Shue to his feet. Qiye shook off the elven student's grip and coldly declared, "Why should I pay you protection fees? Who are you?" His heart was ablaze with anger. After all, Shue and Qiye had long regarded him as their leader, and they had never asked him for anything in return. They often gathered information for him. Now, Shue had been slapped for his sake, igniting a fierce rage within Qiye. He had come to see Shue and Qiye as true friends, and it was unbearable to witness one of them suffer for him at the hands of these extorting students. He felt he could no longer endure this, even if it meant defying Uncle Yan's warning against revealing the martial arts he had taught at the academy. just as Qiye contemplated charging at the wolf tribe orc. Intent on delivering a fierce blow, Tabii and Qiye rushed forward to restrain him, whispering in his ear, "Boss, a wise man avoids immediate conflict. Endure it for now. We can't defeat them." The elven student, incensed, charged at Qiye, having never encountered a student from class 21 who dared to oppose them. At that moment, a stern voice rang out from behind. "Beidou, what are you doing?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Qiye was taken aback. And Tabii released his grip on him, while Qiye continued to hold him tightly. The newcomer was none other than Zixue herself, followed by several elves. Qiye and Tabii were momentarily mesmerized by the second most beautiful woman in the academy. Rendered speechless, "These students from class 21 are speaking ill of us," the wolf tribe orc claimed before Qiye and the others could respond. "Class 21 dares to speak ill of us." Zixue furrowed her brow, incredulous that a class of seemingly useless individuals would dare to criticize her. The elven student whom Qiye had brushed aside pointed at Qiye and Tabii. "It's them. They said your swordplay resembled that of a street performer." Zixue had noticed Qiye and Tabii watching her from beneath the tree. Now, upon hearing that they had mocked her swordsmanship, and coupled with Qiye's earlier demeanor as if he were about to confront the wolf tribe orc, she believed the orc's words and glared at Qiye and Tabii in anger. "You dare to look down upon my swordsmanship? How about a duel to settle this?" Qiye was taken aback by Zixue's gullibility, realizing she had immediately taken the side of those who accused him without a second thought, clinging to Qiye. Qiye whispered sorrowfully in his ear, "Boss, that's how other classes see us in class 21. Let us go." Upon hearing Chahal's words, Qiye's indignation flared anew. He broke free from Chahal's grasp, smiling bitterly in anger. "It would indeed be a great honor to test my skills against the 5th-rank snowfall sword technique." Zixue was taken aback by the audacity of the human before her, daring to speak so arrogantly in her presence. After all, Qiye was merely a student from the most ineffectual class 21, had it been a student from the advanced class of the martial arts department. Such words might have held weight. Without hesitation, Zixue drew her sword. At that moment, Tabii stepped forward from behind Qiye and interjected, "It wasn't just him. I said it too, and I stand by it now. Your swordsmanship is worthless." Qiye chimed in from the side, "Me too. I said the same thing." After Tabii uttered those words during the 7th night, he realized that the duel with Zixue and her companions was inevitable. Resolutely, he decided to provoke Zixue, feeling the need to express his indignation. Observing Tabii's boldness, Qiye stood defiantly opposite Zixue. Both of them glaring at each other. Influenced by their audacious demeanor, he too joined in the taunting. "How bold!" Zixue exclaimed, taken aback by someone in class 21 daring to critique her swordsmanship, her anger bubbling forth in a mocking laugh. "A week from now, we shall meet on the training grounds for a 5-person duel. If you possess any skill, do not flee." "And what if you lose?" Seven Knight replied, his expression frosty as he shot back with a cold smile. Zixue was astonished that a student from class 21 would dare suggest she could be defeated by them, her anger flaring as she retorted, "If you have the ability to do so, I shall leave my fate in your hands." With that, she turned sharply and walked away, her entourage of elves casting a fierce glance at them before following suit. The group that had previously collected protection fees, including Beidou, also departed alongside them. Moments later, voices emerged from beneath the trees. "What's wrong? I was just startled into immobility. And you, Qiye?" "I'm not afraid, though my legs feel a bit unsteady. Are you all still planning to provoke them as I did?" "Boss, without you, who else could discuss beautiful women with me?" "Indeed, without you, who could I look to as my leader?" Upon hearing this, Seven Knight collapsed onto the ground. With the duel a week away, he was at a loss for what to do. Nevertheless, he decided to leave it be. Where there's a will, there's a way. Watching Tabii and Qiye, who shared his apprehension yet stood united with him, he couldn't help but chuckle. As the sun gradually descended, Qiye longed for it to pause just beyond the mountains. The setting sun signified another day gone, and with only 6 days remaining until the duel proposed by Zixue, he found himself at a loss for a plan. Seven Knight shared this dilemma that he was certain that both he and Tabii, along with Qiye, were bound to participate, yet Zixue called for a 5-person duel, leaving them too short. How could he possibly find 2 more participants? Upon hearing that they were to duel against the elite of the 180th advanced class led by Zixue, the students of class 21 were utterly terrified. Some claimed urgent matters on the day of the duel. Others stated they had to visit a long-absent grandmother, while some outright declared, "I'm still young, haven't experienced much, and I do not wish to meet my end so soon." 2 more were still needed. And Seven Knight was ensnared by this predicament. Unlike Seven Knight and Qiye, Shwetabii remained untroubled. He continued to attend classes leisurely, gathering information as usual, while Seven Knight and Qiye were mired in their worries. They did not ponder why Shwetabii remained so carefree, especially since they were about to face the formidable Secretive, the leader of the 180th advanced class at the Holy Knight Academy. Slowly but surely, the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the entirety of the Holy Knight Academy. The magical crystal lamps within the academy sensed the encroaching darkness and began to illuminate. Seven Knight, observing the glowing crystal lamps, suddenly realized that he had been lost in thought in the classroom until nightfall. "Oh no!" Seven Knight exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation, slapping his forehead. He had made a promise to Lillian to tell her stories each evening at dusk at the Holy Knight Kindergarten. This arrangement had appeased her anger towards her father, serving as a crucial condition for his discussions with Vice Dean Breestead. Hastily, he packed his belongings and bid farewell to Shwetabii and Qiye. "Shwe, there, I have matters to attend to and must leave. That if you need me, come to my room tonight." Qiye was too preoccupied with thoughts of halting time to pay much attention to Seven Knight's words, while Shwetabii smiled and replied, "All right, boss, you go on ahead." By the time Seven Knight reached the Holy Knight Kindergarten, night had fully descended upon the academy. Lillian must have returned home by now. He pondered, gazing at the kindergarten shrouded in darkness. Though he assumed Lillian had already left, he felt an unsettling worry and made his way towards the back garden of the kindergarten to verify her whereabouts. Lillian said she would wait for Brother Seven Knight with her bunny companion. "She is not afraid of the dark, not afraid of the dark." Soft whispers emanated from the designated storytelling spot, where Lillian had been waiting for her beloved Brother Seven Knight since her dismissal from kindergarten. As the darkness deepened, Lillian grew frightened and began conversing with her bunny beneath the tree to bolster her courage. Seven Knight was filled with regret. Had he not come, Lillian might have spent the entire night waiting for him. What child would not fear the dark? He recalled his own childhood, when Uncle Yin had thrown him into the monster mountain behind their house, and he could not find his way back home as night fell. He remembered the terror of the woods, once mundane in daylight but transformed into a nightmarish landscape, filled with the dread of lurking monsters. With a quickened pace, he rushed towards her. Lillian, startled, she looked up reflexively upon hearing her name. Upon recognizing her brother Seven Knight approaching, her face lit up with joy as she dashed towards him. "I knew Brother Seven Knight would come." Lillian tightly embraced Seven Knight, tears streaming down her cheeks as she released the pent-up fear she had been holding back. Seven Knight felt a deep sense of guilt for having prioritized finding dual partners over their agreement. Leaving the 9-year-old Lillian to wait alone in the dark, gently stroking her head, he comforted her. "Do not fear. Lillian, Brother Seven Knight is here. You were very brave today. It is I who arrived late. Soon, I shall tell you delightful stories." "I knew Brother Seven Knight would come. I knew it," Lillian replied, a smile breaking through her tear-stained face as she assured him. Seeing the unwavering faith in her eyes, Seven Knight's heart ached that Lillian's parents were often preoccupied with managing the affairs of the Holy Knight Academy, leaving her with little time with them. While the teachers and children at the kindergarten provided some companionship, they could not replace the familial warmth she craved. The presence of Seven Knight felt like the love of an older brother to her, gradually filling the void left by her absent parents. Thus, despite her fear of the dark, she remained steadfast beneath the tree, waiting for Brother Seven Knight to find her. "Let us go home," Seven Knight said, lifting Lillian into his arms, for what she truly needed was the warmth of home. "Tonight, Brother Seven Knight will take you home, and there I shall tell you stories." "Okay, I love Brother Seven Knight the most. So you must tell me wonderful stories." "Of course, but what about the last story I told? Was it not delightful?" "I don't care. I want to hear a captivating story." All right. As Seven Knight followed Lillian's guidance to her home, the residence of Vice Dean Breestead, he hesitated at the door. Should he enter or not? If he went in, Vice Dean Breestead might reprimand him, and he could imagine her saying, "Seven Knight, I only wish what's best for you. And that SYI. While he pondered, Lillian jumped down from his embrace and knocked on the door with her tiny, delicate hands. "Mama, Lillian is home. Please open the door for me." Moments later, footsteps approached. and the door swung open to reveal a seemingly middle-aged elven beauty who rushed out and enveloped Lillian in a warm embrace. "Mama missed you so much, Lillian. Where have you been? Why are you so late returning home?" Struggling to escape her mother-esque grasp, Lillian pointed towards Seven Knight standing outside and exclaimed, "Mama, Brother Seven Knight brought me home." Upon hearing this, Lillian's mother turned to notice Seven Knight for the first time. She straightened and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for bringing Lillian home. I often hear her speak of you, Seven Knight." Now, Seven Knight could finally see Lillian's mother in full. Though their previous encounter had been marked by a heated exchange in the context of his reconciliation with Vice Dean Breasted, he had never seen her face. Lillian's mother, Retaliation, bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, as if she were a grown-up version of Lillian. Although Retaliation has a 9-year-old daughter, Lillian, she still possesses an enchanting grace. Considering that elves enjoy a lifespan of 3 centuries, Retaliation, at just over 120 years of age, is in the prime of her life. Qiye believes that Retaliation must have been a renowned elven beauty in her youth, and that Vice Dean Breasted must have exerted considerable effort to win her affection. Qiye felt his cheeks flush upon receiving Retaliation's gratitude. "Retaliation, please do not thank me. It was my fault that Lillian returned so late. You should not hold it against me." At that moment, Lillian tugged at Retaliation's sleeve, playfully saying, "Mama, Lillian is hungry and wants dinner. The bunny is also hungry. It wants to eat carrots." Retaliation smiled and said, "Come. Qiye, step inside. Do not linger outside." She then took Lillian's small hand. "Today, Mama has prepared Lillian's favorite mushroom soup. Do you like it?" "I love it. Lillian adores Mama's cooking." Qiye then stepped through the door of Vice Dean Breasted's home. Since he was already there, he might as well feel at ease. After all, Lillian was present, so there was no need to fear Vice Dean Breasted. Upon entering, Qiye noticed Vice Dean Breasted seated at the dining table. The dishes had grown somewhat cold, indicating that Vice Dean Breasted and Retaliation had been waiting for Lillian for quite some time. "Good evening, Vice Dean Breasted," Qiye greeted him. After all, he and Vice Dean Breasted had already established a rapport. Qiye thought it only proper to exchange pleasantries, given that he was the Vice Dean. Vice Dean Breasted appeared to be in good spirits, greeting Qiye with a smile. Well, who do we have here?" "It's Qiye. You've never visited my home before, have you? Come, take a seat, and do come by more often. Lillian adores you." Qiye felt a wave of apprehension at Vice Dean Breasted's warm welcome. Not long ago, such cordiality had been the precursor to Vice Dean Breasted's well-meaning advice and reminders, and now all of that seemed to resurface before his eyes, with a heart full of trepidation. Qiye sat in the chair prepared for him by Retaliation. Surprisingly, Vice Dean Breasted did not press him further, but instead chose to remain silent at the right moment. However, this only heightened Qiye's anxiety. Retaliation served each person a bowl of fresh mushroom soup. Qiye took a sip, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he finished the remaining soup in one go. "What a fragrant soup. It has been ages since I last savored something so delightful." Qiye exhaled deeply. The refreshing aroma and the unique tenderness of the mushrooms, though simple, encapsulated the essence of the ingredients in that bowl. Qiye felt that the soups he had consumed in the cafeteria of St. Knight Academy paled in comparison to this one. Upon hearing his praise, Retaliation beamed with delight. "Don't be shy. If it's delicious, drink more. Here, let me serve you another bowl." Lillian chimed in, tapping her little bowl. "Brother Qiye, isn't Mama's soup delicious?" "Indeed." Qiye nodded affirmatively at Lillian. Her joy surpassed even that of receiving praise from Qiye. For this time, he was lauding her beloved mother. Just as Qiye was savoring his second bowl of soup, Vice Dean Breasted finally spoke up. "Qiye." Qiye hastily set down the soup and replied, "Yes. Look at you. Making someone anxious." Retaliation gently wiped away the soup that had spilled on the table as Qiye put down his bowl, softly admonishing Vice Dean Breasted. Vice Dean Breasted pretended not to hear and continued speaking to Qiye. "I heard that next week you are to duel with the second class of the 180th session of the combat department. No wonder he's in such a good mood today." Qiye discerned the hidden amusement behind Vice Dean Breasted's serious expression. "Yes, I proposed it. Next Thursday, I will spar with the experts of the second class from the 180th session." Qiye responded nonchalantly. "Oh, I must be present to witness how you defeat those second-class students." Vice Dean Breasted feigned casual concern for Qiye. "You must be hoping to see me get thoroughly beaten," Qiye thought as he scrutinized Vice Dean Breasted's insincere smile. "You are always welcome, Vice Dean. To observe our duel in the combat department. Qiye felt compelled to respond. He had anticipated that Vice Dean Brizd would admonish him against dueling within the academy, yet it seemed he intended to attend the duel. Haha, I wouldn't say I could offer guidance, but I will certainly make an appearance. Now, quickly, enjoy your meal. If you delay, it will grow cold. Vice Dean Brizd encouraged Qiye to eat with a beaming smile. Have you selected your team members? It seemed that something had occurred to Vice Dean Brizd, as he inquired about Qiye's preparations. Not yet. Currently, only Chouette Bell, Qiye, and I are participating. So, you are still short by 2 members. Vice Dean Brizd's smile widened further. Qiye gritted his teeth in frustration. Indeed. You are quite correct, Vice Dean. We are still lacking 2. Vice Dean Brizd feigned consolation. No worries. The 3 of you can certainly defeat their 5. Isn't that right? Lillian chimed in. Brother Qiye, are you short of people? Yes. Your brother Qiye is to duel with others, and we still need 2 more. Vice Dean Brizd kindly interjected on Qiye's behalf. Then I will help brother Qiye. Lillian set down her spoon. Looking at Qiye, Vice Dean Brizd, momentarily flustered, quickly interjected. Lillian, that is a duel between your brother Qiye and another class. You cannot participate, so do not go. Yes, you are still too small. Wait until you grow up before helping your brother Qiye. Mentor Liassian hastily advised Lillian. Although Qiye was somewhat pleased to see Vice Dean Brizd's flustered demeanor, he did not wish for Lillian to get involved. Therefore, he echoed Mentor Liassian's words, saying to Lillian, Brother Qiye will be fine. Wait until you grow up to help brother Qiye. No. Lillian is already quite big. Lillian is taller than the table. Lillian stubbornly shook her head. Last time, she had intended to help brother Qiye confront the wicked stepfather, only to discover that the wicked stepfather was actually Lillian's father. Though brother Qiye later explained that the father was acting for his benefit, Lillian felt that instead of aiding brother Qiye, she had only contributed to his distress. This time, Lillian was determined to assist her brother Qiye. You do not know swordsmanship. What use would it be for you to go? Vice Dean Brizd attempted to dissuade Lillian from her intentions. Lillian knows many spells. I can use magic. Lillian had already considered this. Lillian, you have never fought with anyone before. Mama won't allow you to fight with others. Mentor Liassian intervened. Lillian has defeated many bad people. Lillian has never lost. That I must go. Lillian pouted. Lillian, brother Qiye can manage. You need only cheer him on. Qiye also tried to persuade Lillian. He did not want Lillian to step into the arena. If she were to sustain even the slightest injury, he would blame himself deeply. Lillian tugged at her brother Qiye's sleeve, shaking it back and forth. Lillian wants to help brother Qiye. Brother Qiye, let Lillian assist you. Lillian, do not go. Mama will take you out to play tomorrow. No, Lillian wants to go. Tomorrow. Papa will buy Lillian the kite she wanted last time. Will you not skip it? No. The thoughts of children are pure, and once they set their minds to something, they will persist unyieldingly. In a child's world, there are only 2 options, to do or not to do. Ultimately, under the dual assault of Lillian's pouting and tears, Vice Dean Brizd and Mentor Liassian found themselves powerless and had to concede to allowing her to be a participant in the duel between Qiye and the second class. In the presence of the concerned Qiye, Lillian's family made the decision without even consulting him for his consent. However, Qiye realized through this incident that Vice Dean Brizd's standing at home was rather low. Lillian merely needed to persuade Mentor Liassian, and Vice Dean Brizd would acquiesce to his wife's wishes. It seemed Vice Dean Brizd was quite the henpecked husband, which secretly delighted Qiye. After dinner, Qiye followed Lillian to her room, as he had yet to tell her a story that day. Upon entering Lillian's room, Qiye observed how much Mentor Liassian dotes on Lillian. The room was filled with adorable plush toys. A small crystal on the table occasionally emitted sparks, piquing Qiye's curiosity. Lillian, what is this? Qiye picked up the crystal. Seeing Qiye holding the crystal, Lillian anxiously warned him. Brother Qiye, be careful. That is an energy crystal. But it is a defective one. If you apply too much force, it will explode. Explode. Qiye set down the energy crystal, intrigued. Lillian nodded and explained. Yes, this came from my father's laboratory. Last time, I accidentally injected magic into it and dropped it on the floor. And it exploded. Oh, then why did you bring this into your room? Aren't you afraid it might explode again? Qiye asked, concerned for Lillian. That is truly beautiful. Isn't it, brother Qiye? Don't you think its twinkling resembles the stars in the sky? Moreover, Lillian doesn't have to exert much force to touch it, right? Lillian replied innocently. Do you have any more crystals like this? Qiye seemed to have conceived a brilliant idea and inquired of Lillian. Lillian does not have any left. A hint of disappointment flickered across Qiye's face. However, Lillian's next words lifted his spirits. But my father has plenty at home that if Brother Qiye desires, I can fetch some for you. All right, Lillian will bring them over later. For now, let Brother Qiye tell you a story. Okay, I am waiting. What story shall we tell today? Lillian wants to hear a princess story. Very well, today Brother Qiye will recount the brave hero and the evil dragon. Does it have a princess in it? Of course. My little princess. All right, Lillian is ready to listen. Chapter 8, Pre-Match, Part 2. Qiye arrived at class 21 quite early today. However, instead of entering the classroom, he lingered at the door. That one is too plump. This one is a bit too thin. That one looks rather frail. Qiye muttered under his breath as he assessed the students entering class 21. The students who crossed Qiye's gaze felt as though he were piercing through them, shivers running down their spines, causing them to instinctively pull their clothes tighter around themselves. Despite the absence of a breeze, today, Daggett rose exceptionally early. Last night, he finally devised a plan to ask Ailey out on a date. Look, at this moment, Daggett cradled in his arms the love letter he penned for Ailey. However, before he could step into the classroom, Qiye, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time, seized him and pulled him outside. Daggett attempted to break free, but he felt Qiye's grip was as strong and unyielding as steel. Do you wish to be famous? Do you desire girls to chase after you? Do you long to be the center of attention whenever you stand up? Qiye's barrage of questions struck a chord deep within Daggett. He had dreamed of fame and wished for a day when girls would seek him out for a glance, rather than him tirelessly pursuing them. Without a second thought, Daggett nodded eagerly. Now there is a matter that can make you the center of attention, and in the future, girls will scream upon seeing you. Will you do it? Upon receiving Daggett's affirmative nod, Qiye continued. If you want it, then you must place your thumbprint here. Qiye produced 2 sheets of paper and laid them before Daggett. This, Daggett hesitated, still unaware of what was inscribed on the papers. Do not hesitate. If you wait any longer, I shall find someone else, and you will regret it. Qiye skillfully persuaded Daggett. Yet, Daggett remained apprehensive, wanting to know what was written on the papers. Growing impatient, Qiye swiftly knocked Daggett unconscious. Then, he took Daggett's large hand, applied red clay to his thumb, and pressed it onto the bottom of both sheets. As he did so, he chided the unconscious Daggett. I offered you a gentle approach, yet you insisted on making me resort to force. Had you pressed down earlier, you wouldn't have needed to be knocked out. What a pity. After a considerable time, Daggett gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing his head where Qiye had struck him, he discovered that he was alone. The incessant chatter of Qiye was nowhere to be found. Daggett's mind was hazy, uncertain of how he had lost consciousness or what had transpired afterward. However, with Qiye absent, Daggett felt a tinge of safety, as the sight of Qiye's mischievous grin had been more terrifying than encountering Vice Principal Brister. As Daggett stood up, ready to rush to the classroom, he realized the letter to Ailey was missing, replaced by a document he vaguely recognized. Contract, Party A, Daggett, Party B, Qiye. Daggett slowly read the contents of the paper. Party B shall assist Party A in gaining fame and ensure that Party A becomes the focal point of attention when he goes out, additionally making him a figure that elicits screams from women. Daggett felt a surge of delight upon reading this, as Qiye's earlier words were now inscribed in the contract. However, the subsequent clause made Daggett consider withdrawing from school immediately. In return, Party A is obligated to participate in Party B's duel next Thursday, and from the moment this contract is established, shall adhere to the training regimen set forth by Party B each night. Should Party A breach this contract, a penalty of 10,000 gold coins shall be incurred. Should Party B breach, a compensation of 1 copper coin shall be owed to Party A. Ah, Daggett cried out in despair, his voice echoing to the heavens. This was nothing short of an extortionate contract. 10,000 gold coins would suffice to grant a family of 3 a lifetime of happiness. In a fit of rage, Daggett attempted to tear the contract, only to find a note at the bottom stating, "This is a copy of the contract, to be retained by Party A, while Party B shall keep the love letter penned by Party A. Should Party A tear this copy, Party B reserves the right to publicly disclose Party A's love letter." Overwhelmed by this revelation, Daggett fainted once more. Meanwhile, Qiye, holding the original contract, joyfully returned to the classroom. Pleased with the love letter Daggett had written for Ailey to At last, The opponent for next Thursday's duel against the fifth contender of Class 180 had been identified. Qiye sat in the classroom, fretting over the impending duel with Qiye and her companions. Qiye approached Qiye, a smile gracing his face. Qiye, what are you pondering? Qiye, without lifting his head, unintentionally revealed his thoughts. I'm contemplating how to run faster. Run. Qiye exclaimed in surprise that it was only then that Qiye recognized it was Qiye's voice. Ah, boss, you're here. Qiye, exasperated, pointed at Qiye. You are earnestly contemplating how to defeat them, yet your thoughts drift to fleeing. Do you even dare to call me boss? Do you still acknowledge me as your superior? Faced with Qiye's furious expression, Qiye felt a pang of guilt. Boss, I apologize. I was merely thinking. I would never actually do it. Is this something you even need to think about? Qiye interrupted, his anger palpable. Qiye was taken aback by Qiye's fury. Yes, boss, I assure you, I will not even entertain the thought again. Upon hearing Qiye's response, Qiye's anger seemed to dissipate slowly. Do you want to defeat those students from Class 2? Yes, boss. I have a method that guarantees you will triumph over them. Do you wish to learn? Qiye dangled the bait, enticing Qiye. Upon hearing that Qiye had a surefire way to help him defeat Class 2, Qiye grew excited. Boss, I want to learn. A cunning smile spread across Qiye's face, pleased with his scheme's success. Then come find me tonight, and I shall teach you a trick. Tonight? Can't you teach me now? Qiye asked. Somewhat foolishly, Qiye donned a mysterious expression. Of course not. This trick is a secret weapon, and it can only be learned at night. Qiye believed Qiye's words and nodded. All right, I will come find you tonight. Boss. Qiye nodded in approval, striding away with a smile. Mission accomplished, and Qiye began to think he might have a flair for theatrics. Zwetabai sat atop the tallest banyan tree outside the classroom, relishing the view below, as it bestowed upon him a sense of serene detachment from the world. Just as Zwetabai was lost in this tranquil reverie, Qiye approached to disrupt his solitude. Zwetabai, have you gathered the information I requested? Zwetabai withdrew his gaze from the distance and focused on Qiye. I have already inquired. The 5 participants from Zishue's class are Zishue, Airman, Mayor, Xiuwen, and Lonia. I have detailed their information on this piece of paper. Zwetabai produced a sheet from his pocket and tossed it to Qiye. After receiving it, Qiye smiled at Zwetabai. Do not worry about the match. On that day, you will not need to participate, and we shall emerge victorious. If that is the case, it wouldn't be too bad. Zwetabai replied indifferently. Qiye noticed that since the conflict had begun, Zwetabai had become somewhat withdrawn and indifferent. Concerned that Zwetabai might be frightened, Qiye decided to share a small part of his plan to reassure him. All right, I must take my leave. Qiye had other matters to attend to as he prepared to depart. It seemed he recalled something. By the way, Zwetabai, in the coming days, I will be conducting special training for Qiye and Daggett. If I am unable to attend class, please assist us in finding an excuse for our absence. Understood. You can rest assured, boss. A faint smile appeared on Zwetabai's previously expressionless face. Lillian. Qiye called out to Lillian outside Vice Principal Brister's residence. Shortly after, the door swung open, and Lillian dashed out, clutching her bunny. She ran towards Qiye, leaping into his embrace. Qiye lifted Lillian and spun her around in the air a few times before gently placing her back on the ground. This was their customary greeting. Lillian. Is your father home? Lillian nodded. My father is inside. There's something Brother Qiye needs from him. Qiye gently tapped Lillian's head with his finger. Lillian is truly clever. Brother Qiye has come to discuss a small matter with your father today. All right. Lillian will take Brother Qiye to see Daddy. With excitement, Lillian tugged at Qiye's sleeve, leading him inside the house. Hello, Vice Dean Bristede. Qiye greeted the Vice Dean with a hint of restraint. Vice Dean Bristede replied lazily. What brings you here today? You wouldn't come to see me without a reason, would you? Qiye chuckled awkwardly. As expected, Vice Dean Bristede is quite sharp. The moment I arrive, you already know I need your assistance. Just tell me what you need, considering Lillian is involved. I'll do my best to help you. Vice Dean Bristede fixed his gaze on Qiye, wary of any potential threat involving Lillian. Oh, it's just a minor request. Qiye grinned at Vice Dean Bristede, realizing that Lillian was indeed his Achilles heel. I simply wish to utilize the gravity barrier of the Ministry of Magic. Vice Dean Bristede was taken aback. Is that all? Yes, just this small matter, Qiye affirmed confidently. However, it cannot be accessed by anyone for the next few days. Well, that's manageable. I'll make a call to ensure you have access starting today. By the way, do you have any strategies for the duel next Thursday? When the cart reaches the mountain. There will be a way, Qiye replied with a hint of mystery. After finishing his conversation, he took his leave from Vice Dean Breesteed as the moon slowly ascended the branches. Qiye arrived as promised at Qiye's basement room. Qiye discovered that he was not alone. Daggett was also present, though Daggett appeared quite dejected. Qiye, you're here? Qiye greeted Qiye with a smile as he had been waiting for him. Perfect timing. Let us set off now. Although unaware of their destination, Qiye trusted that Qiye would not lead him astray. Thus he silently followed behind. Daggett trailed along as well. After walking for a while, Qiye noticed that Qiye had stopped, and he immediately halted too. However, Daggett, who was still sulking, did not see Qiye stop and bumped into Qiye. Only then realizing that Qiye had halted. It turned out that they had stopped in front of the Ministry of Magic at Holy Knight Academy. Qiye and Qiye belonged to the swordsmanship department, and they seldom visited the Ministry of Magic. Qiye had only been there recently due to a punishment from Vice Dean Breesteed. Follow me, but be careful not to stray. Qiye instructed the two behind him. Qiye and Daggett cautiously trailed behind Qiye. They had heard that the Ministry of Magic at night was filled with magical traps, and if one was not careful, they could fall into them and face dire consequences. Under Qiye's adept guidance, Qiye and Daggett arrived at a door. This is where you will undergo your special training, Qiye explained, pointing to the door. Qiye glanced at the door and asked Qiye, what kind of special training will we do inside? You will wear that heavy helmet. Qiye indicated a set of heavy cavalry armor placed beside the door. As for you. Qiye pulled out a few glowing crystal stones from his pocket and handed them to Daggett. Put on the other lightweight armor and learn how to use these inside. Daggett, puzzled, accepted the shimmering stones. Examining them curiously, these glowing crystals were different from ordinary magical crystals. Qiye pushed the two inside, while quietly reminding them. This area has a gravity barrier. You both need to practice moving freely within. The moment they were pushed through the door, they found themselves weighed down by an immense gravitational force, rendering them nearly immobile under the heavy armor. By the way, Qiye, I've drawn the techniques I'm teaching you inside. You can take a look. Daggett, the usage of those crystal stones is also written there. Additionally, during the day, only one of you is allowed to come out. If you wish to exit, you must do your best to defeat the other. A sly smile crept onto Qiye's face as he closed the door, trapping the two inside. Recently, a ghost story had circulated within Holy Knight Academy, claiming that there were malevolent spirits in the Ministry of Magic when night fell. Those passing by at night reported hearing ghostly wails emanating from within. And upon investigation, they would suddenly lose consciousness, only to awaken at the entrance of the ministry. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic became a place to be avoided after dark. I hope they return soon. Tabii glanced at the 3 empty seats in the classroom and wrote 3 large characters on a piece of paper. Leave of absence slip. Chapter 9. The duel begins. What a splendid autumn day. Qiye stood atop the banyan tree where Tabii often sat, gazing at the sky and expressing his sentiments. Standing at the pinnacle of the tree felt refreshingly liberating. A gentle breeze blew, imparting a sense of weightlessness. However, the stern voices of reproach from below disrupted Qiye's joyous mood. Student in the tree, come down immediately. Don't you value the trees? All flora and fauna in this world possess life. How can you bear to trample upon them? If you don't come down soon, I'll call the discipline committee to have you detained for a few days. I wonder if Tabii has ever been chased down like this. Qiye leapt down from the tree without a second thought. He realized that Tabii, sitting quietly above, was not the issue. It was perfectly normal for anyone to see him standing atop the tree and loudly proclaiming his thoughts. Today was Thursday, the day when Extortion had previously arranged to duel with Qiye and others. The day before, Qiye had informed the participants to gather under the banyan tree, where Tabii often sat before proceeding to the back courtyard. The first to arrive was Morello Qiye, clad in a heavy armor set that Qiye had rented from an elven knight instructor the previous night. Qiye seemed to relish the feeling of wearing armor, despite the heavy armor weighing 200 pounds. After the training under the gravity barrier, he found it sturdy and reliable. Boss, I'm here. Qiye grinned at Qiye. Qiye patted Qiye's shoulder. You look great in that. Just be careful, as I borrowed it from the Academy's martial arts instructor for 2 silver coins. Don't damage it. Got it. Boss, you reminded me 3 times last night when you handed it over. Qiye lightly tapped Qiye's head. I just wanted to ensure you remember, all right? Understood, boss. A little while later, Dante Daggett arrived as well. He appeared cheerful, dressed in a set of lightweight armor popular in the Kingdom of Moonlight, but his armor had several slots filled with the energy-storing crystals Qiye had provided. Reporting in, boss. Daggett, having spent the last few days with Qiye, had also taken to calling Qiye boss. All good then? Qiye inquired, looking at Daggett. No issues, boss. Just watch me today. Daggett chuckled, seemingly filled with newfound confidence from the recent training. The last to arrive was Shwetabi, who had been leisurely enjoying the scenery from the tree. He strolled over at his own pace. Dressed as usual in his deep blue martial arts academy uniform without any armor, he greeted the three who had arrived earlier. Good morning, boss. Qiye, Daggett. Smiling, Shwetabi had a certain charm. Qiye noticed that he indeed had a handsome appearance, embodying the elegance of an elf. All right, everyone is here. Let us get moving, Qiye announced to Qiye and the others. Qiye looked around and curiously asked, boss, with Shwetabi, we only have 4. We're still 1 short. Lillian and her father are waiting for us at the arena. Let us go. Qiye stopped and turned to respond to Qiye. Who is Lillian? Qiye inquired. Qiye chuckled. Lillian is my newly adopted little sister. You all will get to know her soon. Sure thing, boss. Qiye flashed a bright smile, revealing his gleaming fangs. Daggett and Shwetabi followed closely behind Qiye as they made their way to the agreed-upon location. Today, they would face opponents who might be several times stronger than them, perhaps adversaries they would never wish to confront in their lifetimes. However, today also marked the first step in their extraordinary journey. Upon arriving at the back courtyard of the martial arts department, they found it already filled with academy students. It seemed that the news of their duel against the 180th class of swordsmanship, led by Secretive, had spread, drawing a considerable audience, including several students from the red-robed Ministry of Magic. Brother Qiye. Lillian spotted Qiye as he arrived at the back courtyard and rushed towards him. After spinning her in the air a few times, Qiye set her down and introduced her to Qiye and Daggett. This is Lillian. Lillian? Qiye was a bit confused. He hadn't expected Lillian to be such a small girl. Is she really Lillian? Daggett gazed at Lillian, who stood less than half his height, his face betraying a look of astonishment as he inquired of Qiye. Shwetabi displayed no sign of surprise. After all, the detailed information regarding Vice Dean Briest's profile, which Qiye had previously utilized, had originated from his own hand. Shwetabi was aware of Lillian's identity even before Qiye. Indeed, she is Lillian, Qiye affirmed with a nod. Come, Lillian, allow your elder brother Qiye to introduce you to my little companions. The tallest and strongest one is called Qiye, the one of similar stature is Daggett, and the one who shares your elven heritage is Shwetabi. Qiye pointed out each of the 3 to Lillian in turn. Hello, Brother Qiye. Hello, Brother Daggett. Hello, Brother Shwetabi. Lillian greeted them with a bright smile, perceiving Qiye's companions as her own brothers. Hello to you as well. Good. Indeed. Hello, Lillian, came the varied responses from Qiye, Daggett, and Shwetabi. Upon hearing Lillian's greeting, Qiye replied in kind, while Daggett remained somewhat skeptical, and only Shwetabi greeted her with a cheerful smile. Do not underestimate Lillian. She possesses the magical prowess of a novice sorceress. Qiye seemed to perceive Daggett's doubts and clarified. Really? Of course. Lillian proudly puffed out her chest. In the Kingdom of Moonlit Night, becoming a sorcerer was no simple feat, with more than half of the populace being elves, who were born with innate magical abilities. They inherently find it easier to master magic compared to other races. Thus, the magical assessments in the Kingdom of Moonlit Night are considerably more rigorous than those in other realms. Consequently, a novice sorcerer from Moonlit Night is often equivalent to a mid-level sorcerer in other nations, with some even surpassing that. What do you mean by of course? A woman's voice came from behind Lillian. Greetings, Vice Dean. Greetings, Mentor Liaison. Qiye and the others collectively greeted Vice Dean Briest and Aunt Wahalia. Since Qiye and the others had been at St. Knight Academy for several years, they were also acquainted with Mentor Liaison, the wife of Vice Dean Briest. No need for excessive formalities. Mentor Liaison smiled at the group. Mother, Lillian said, handing her rabbit doll to Mentor Liaison. I found Brother Qiye, and I'm going inside to help him fight the bad guys. Please take good care of the rabbit for me. All right. Off you go. Your father and I will cheer for you inside, Mentor Liaison replied, kissing Lillian's adorable little face after accepting the rabbit. Qiye and his companions temporarily bid farewell to the Briest couple and made their way to the dueling arena at the back playground. Is she the daughter of Vice Dean Briest? Daggett asked Qiye. bewildered. Yes, Lillian is indeed Vice Dean Briest's daughter. How many times must I tell you? Qiye replied, somewhat exasperated by Daggett's repeated inquiries. In a mere short span, Daggett had asked this question 5 times, prompting Qiye's growing annoyance. Lillian, or rather, Miss Lillian, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am Daggett, Dante Daggett, and I will strive wholeheartedly to serve you. Daggett, having grasped Lillian's esteemed identity as the Vice Dean's daughter, sought to ingratiate himself with her. He believed that by fostering a good relationship with Lillian, future dealings with Vice Dean Briest would be greatly facilitated. As Qiye and his companions entered the dueling arena at the back playground, they discovered that the venue was packed with students who had come to watch. Go, Miss Zishua shall surely triumph. A throng of admirers for Zishua waved enormous placards emblazoned with her name, cheering her on from the audience. Indeed, beauty prevails in popularity, Qiye mused as he discreetly assessed the surroundings, blending into the crowd of Class 21 students. Originally, Qiye had prepared banners to hand over to his classmates in Class 21 to rally support for their group. However, upon witnessing the fervent support for Zishua, they discreetly stowed the banners away and pretended not to recognize Qiye and the others, merging into the crowd to watch the duel. What is that over there? Qiye pointed to a large iron cage covered with black canvas in a corner of the arena and asked Shwetabi. Shwetabi followed Qiye's gesture. That is for tomorrow's swordsman assessment, likely containing some magical beast or the like, he explained. Oh, Qiye nodded, grasping the situation, just as he was about to inquire further about the swordsman assessment. A cacophony of jeers erupted from the audience. The trash from Class 21 has arrived. Look, trash, get out of here. You aren't even worthy to shine Miss Zishue's shoes, let alone duel her. Miss Zishue shall prevail, while the trash from Class 21 shall surely lose. Qiye and his companions found themselves engulfed in a torrent of insults. Their silence only fueled the agitation of the other students, who began hurling objects from the stands. Qiye stood protectively in front of Lillian, shielding her with his body. This was Lillian's first experience of such chaotic scenes, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Lillian, fear not. Brother Qiye is here. Everything will be fine, he reassured her, giving her small hand a gentle squeeze. Seeing Qiye's calm demeanor, Lillian's initial trepidation gradually subsided. Indeed, with Brother Qiye and the other brothers present, and with her parents expected to arrive later, what was there to fear? Lillian held tightly to Qiye's hand as they continued toward the dueling arena. Upon witnessing the tumultuous scene, Daggett turned to flee. His courage was lacking, and he feared that a single spit from each student would be enough to drown him. However, this chaos had long been anticipated by Qiye. Qiao, who had been covertly instructed by Qiye, reached out with his muscular arm and seized Daggett, who was attempting to escape. During the past few days of specialized training, Qiao had not forgotten about Daggett. Qiye had informed them that only one of them could take a break each day, and thus, they had been engaged in fierce competition within the barrier. Yet, in the final 2 days, Daggett had skillfully utilized the energy crystal entrusted to him by Qiye, leaving Qiao unable to step outside the barrier for the entire duration, even sleeping inside. Qiao had not forgotten this grievance. Now, with an opportunity to make Daggett suffer, he seized it without hesitation. Gripped tightly by Qiao's trained arm, Daggett felt as though he were ensnared in an iron ring, unable to move or struggle further. Resigned to being dragged onto the stage, Shwetabi followed behind, exhibiting an air of indifference as he walked alongside the others toward the stage, just as the students in the audience grew increasingly agitated. A colossal fireball suddenly materialized at the entrance, hurtling towards the most unruly group of students. For a moment, all present stared in astonishment at the fireball's trajectory. A resounding bang echoed, and the unruly group of students was reduced to mere charred remains. The crowd then turned toward the entrance, eager to discover the source of the fireball. The struck students began to prepare their spells or draw their swords for retaliation. Standing at the entrance of the dueling arena was a strikingly beautiful elven woman in her middle years, Mentor Lillian, Lillian's mother. Having witnessed the audacity of some attendees throwing objects at her precious daughter, she had acted impulsively and unleashed a fireball, for her daughter was not one to be trifled with. Beside her stood Vice Dean Briest, whose expression was equally grim. He cherished his daughter as much as Lillian did, but as the Vice Dean of St. Knight Academy, he refrained from taking action, had he not covertly diminished the fireball's power. Those struck would likely have been rendered immobile. The students, upon recognizing Vice Dean Briest and his wife, instantly calmed down. The presence of senior members of the disciplinary department loomed, and they were eager to avoid the unpleasant experience of being summoned there. As for those who had been struck and still wished to retaliate, they obediently sat down under Vice Dean Bree's stern gaze that it seemed they had resigned themselves to this humiliating defeat. Truly, she is breathtakingly beautiful. As Qiye stepped onto the dueling platform, he gazed at Zixue, who stood before him. Today, she had shed the voluminous robe she wore during their last encounter, donning instead a set of lightweight armor specifically designed for female warriors of the Moonlit Night Kingdom. Her long hair was braided, cascading down her alluring figure. With her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes radiated a fierce spirit. Truly, she was a woman of remarkable strength. Qiye found himself momentarily entranced, lost in her presence. Until Zixue's voice brought him back to reality. The match will be best of 5. The first to win 3 times shall be declared the ultimate victor. Zixue's melodious voice broke the silence. Agreed, Qiye replied. Accepting Zixue's terms, this is also the general rule for the 5-person competition at the Holy Knight Academy, which Qiye had already inquired about. For our first match, it will be Airman who takes the stage, Zixue declared, leading the other 3 to turn and descend from the platform, unwilling to cast another glance at the human who seemed on the verge of drooling over her. Qiye, we are relying on you for this match. Qiye turned back to pat Qiye on the shoulder. His tone as casual, as if he were suggesting he take a sip of tea. Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. Do you remember what I told you last night? I do. Good. Then it's all up to you. Qiye grasped Lillian's hand, beckoning Daggett and Zuitebel to come down as well. Suddenly, only Airman and Qiye remained on the dueling platform. The two stood at the center, locking eyes with one another that a duel between an orc and a half-orc was about to commence. Who would emerge victorious in this clash? No one could say. Perhaps only the clouds drifting above held the answer. Chapter 10. To fight to the death standing on the dueling platform, Airmen donned the battle armor typical of orc warriors, wielding the 2-headed axe that Qiye and Zuitebel had used against Zixue in their previous skirmish. Airmen cast a disdainful gaze at Qiye, who stood opposite him, eye in the eyes of the orc airmen. Half-orcs were merely flawed products of the union between orcs and humans, possessing only a fraction of the orcish strength. Yet, here was a half-orc who dared to challenge a warrior of his kind. A blatant display of hubris. Qiye, clad in heavy armor specially rented by Qiye to counter airmen, gripped a large infantry shield in his left hand, while his right clutched a wolf-toothed club favored by half-orcs. Sensing airmen's contempt, Qiye felt a surge of indignation, his eyes igniting with fury. Airman, provoked by the hostility radiating from Qiye, raised his axe and charged. He replicated the previous encounter with Zixue, channeling his strength into his arms as he swung downwards, intent on cleaving Qiye in two and ending the duel swiftly as Airman's ferocious strike descended. Qiye understood he could not afford to retreat. He quickly stepped forward, raising his shield to intercept the incoming axe. A resounding clang echoed as Airman's axe met Qiye's shield, sending Qiye staggering back 3 steps from the force of the blow. In contrast, Airmen stood firm, unyielding in the same spot where their weapons had clashed. The audience readily discerned the disparity in skill between the two combatants, seeing Qiye falter after merely absorbing one of his strikes. Airman began to underestimate his opponent. However, despite his contempt, Airman seized the opportunity to launch another attack. Qiye had barely regained his footing when Airman swung again, this time aiming from above. Qiye instinctively raised his shield once more, hoping to deflect the strike. Yet this time, Airman's axe deviated from its initial trajectory, sweeping horizontally from the right. His deft maneuvering showcased his mastery over the weapon, eliciting cheers from the audience. Blinded by his elevated shield, Qiye failed to notice the sudden shift, and Airman's axe struck his left arm, sending him tumbling to the ground. A searing pain radiated from his upper arm, and he feared his bone had shattered. Even clad in reinforced heavy armor, his body felt as though it had been crushed by a great hammer, toppling him to the earth. Airman, rather than pursuing his advantage, taunted Qiye with a dismissive gesture. Confident that his foe would remain incapacitated, Airman's astonishment. Qiye struggled to rise from the ground, defiantly clutching his shield against his chest and raising his wolf-toothed club to strike the shield. A traditional gesture of provocation from half-orcs. Enraged by Qiye's defiance, Airman charged forward once more. As before, Airman altered the angle of his axe, now sweeping from the left. Another thunderous clash resounded as the axe met the shield. The audience felt the impact reverberate through them. Go fight, The spectators, roused by the ferocity of the duel, cheered for the combatants on the platform. Qiye's successful block was no mere stroke of luck. After the lesson from Airman's previous strike, he no longer held his shield high, but instead lowered it to maintain a clear view of Airman's movements. Seeing his attack thwarted, Airman changed tactics. Unwilling to dispatch his prey too quickly, he sought to savor the battle by tormenting Qiye further. He unleashed a flurry of strikes from various angles, employing a relentless assault designed to exploit any moment of weakness. Qiye felt as though he were not merely battling Airman's axe, but rather contending with a tempestuous storm. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, he focused intently on Airman's right hand, managing to deflect most of the blows. However, with each successive strike, pain surged through his wounded left arm, and he realized he was struggling to keep pace with Airman's speed. He could only barely protect vital areas from being struck. Fortunately, Airman's increased speed meant his strikes bore less force than before. While still formidable, they were significantly weaker than the initial blows. When Airman finally ceased his rapid assault, Qiye's armor lay in tatters, blood seeping from several gashes where Airman's axe had penetrated. In the audience, Lillian, horrified by the scene, shut her eyes and buried her face in Qiye's embrace. Qiye gripped his shield tightly, gasping for breath, feeling as though his very bones might crumble. Yet he remained steadfast, reciting the battle cry unique to half-orcs. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! With each utterance, it felt as though he regained a fragment of strength, propelling him to stand tall on the platform. Airman, witnessing Qiye's resilience despite his injuries, felt a flicker of surprise at his opponent's indomitable spirit. Few had withstood so many of his blows and remained standing. Thus, Airman resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Sky Splitter, aiming for a decisive blow to fell Qiye in a near daze. Qiye sensed the air currents shifting towards him, gathering around Airman's axe as it began to swirl. When you feel the air converging upon your opponent, that is the moment to counterattack. Seize the opportunity, do not hesitate, and execute the technique you have practiced these past few days. Qiye's words echoed in his mind. Fight to the death. Qiye strained to lift his shield, which now felt as heavy as iron, and placed it resolutely against his chest, channeling all his remaining strength into his left arm. Berserker charge, he bellowed as he lunged toward Airman. What appeared to be a faltering Qiye now surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his footsteps resonating like the rhythm of a dance. The berserker charge, taught to him by Qiye, harnessed his full physical power to collide with his opponent, relying on his formidable leg strength and solid physique to inflict immense damage. Through rigorous training within the gravity chamber, he had honed his footwork, and Daggett's earlier assault had fortified his body, enabling him to grasp the essence of the technique swiftly, though seemingly a simple charge. It contained an explosive burst of power and required precise balance to maintain direction during the assault. However, it had its flaws. If his opponent were to move at high speed, the technique would falter as it could only advance in a straight line. Yet Airman's Sky Splitter required a moment to gather energy, a detail Qiye had noted during Airman's previous fight with Secretive, thus granting Qiye the perfect opportunity to strike. As Airman noticed Qiye barreling toward him, he had no time to complete the full Sky Splitter and hastily swung his axe to intercept the oncoming half-orc. The clash of their powers reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the audience, leaving their ears ringing from the tremendous impact. On the stage, under the ferocious assault, Qiye's shield was instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the armor adorning his body was also crushed by the residual shockwaves. Qiye collapsed upon the dueling platform. However, Armin was not faring any better. In his haste, the collision of his rending slash with savage charge resulted in a force that shattered his axe into fragments, and he too was knocked back by Qiye's charge. Gazing at the motionless Qiye on the ground, Armin could not help but admire his indomitable spirit. After enduring so many blows, to still unleash such a powerful savage charge was indeed impressive. Had he not encountered me, he might have triumphed. Armin sighed as he looked at the fallen Qiye. However, he met me, and thus his defeat was inevitable. Armin turned to leave the stage. Confident that Qiye had lost all fighting capability, he had no desire to strike down an opponent who could no longer retaliate. Yet, just as he was about to step off the platform, he was halted by the intense gaze of Zishweher. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! The half-orc battle cry echoed from behind him as Qiye, whom he believed would never rise again, stood once more. Though unsteady, Qiye had once again risen before Armin. The crowd below was captivated by Qiye's unyielding spirit, unknowingly rallying to support him. The half-orcs in the audience joined in chanting their battle cry, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Armin's gaze narrowed. He resolved to thoroughly vanquish this opponent who could stand even after being struck by his ultimate move. He extended his right hand, and the air began to coalesce around his fist. He prepared to unleash another rending slash, aiming to decisively defeat Qiye. Merely a week had passed, and Armin was able to execute a second rending slash. And this time, without a weapon. It was truly terrifying, something he could only describe in 4 words. Bei analyzed Armin from the sidelines, reaching a conclusion that a fist-shaped current of energy began to form in Armin's hand. He felt slightly winded. Executing rending slash unarmed was usually not a significant issue for him, but after a prolonged battle and having already unleashed a technique, performing it again without a weapon was exceptionally taxing. Rending slash. Armin finally launched his attack. Fight to the death. Sensing the imminent danger, Qiye suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted. Simultaneously, he swung his wolf-toothed club towards Armin's rending slash. What would be the outcome of this maneuver? Would Qiye's final counterattack against Armin's rending slash be merely a bubble? Unable to withstand a single blow, the audience, unable to bear the sight, averted their eyes, unwilling to witness such a tenacious half-orc be reduced to nothing under Armin's strike. Many female students closed their eyes. Ultimately, Qiye's wolf-toothed club clashed with Armin's rending slash. The club was crushed as if it were mere dried grass. Under the might of Armin's rending slash, the club shattered like a child's toy upon impact. A smile began to form at the corner of Armin's mouth. In his eyes, Qiye had already been defeated. He envisioned the moment rending slash would strike Qiye. No one could withstand his rending slash head-on. However, surprise soon flickered across Armin's face. Qiye's wolf-toothed club was merely a ruse. The club's destruction under the rending slash had been anticipated. He knew that Armin's rending slash could not be halted by such a trivial weapon. Qiye understood that ordinary techniques would never suffice to block Armin's rending slash. As he swung the wolf-toothed club, he simultaneously resolved to unleash Savage Charge once more, his most potent move at that moment. Qiye's shield had long been shattered, and his armor was also destroyed by the shockwaves from the previous Savage Charge and rending slash. How could he possibly execute Savage Charge again? At the moment the wolf-toothed club met the rending slash, Qiye assumed the charging stance characteristic of Savage Charge. This technique also required preparation time. Qiye swung the club to buy himself a moment to prepare. Fight to the death. With a roar, Savage Charge re-emerged on the dueling stage. Qiye used his body as a shield, embodying the brilliance of Savage Charge once more. Rending slash met Savage Charge again. Last time, they had been evenly matched. But the previous rending slash had not been fully executed. What would happen this time when the completed rending slash confronted Savage Charge? Though reluctant to watch, the audience hoped for a miracle. This time, there was no resounding crash, only a dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. The shockwave of rending slash was dispersed by Savage Charge. Nevertheless, Armin had achieved his objective with the strike. Qiye's chest was a bloody mess. If it had been any deeper, it would have likely opened a gaping hole in his body. Qiye collapsed once more upon the dueling platform. Armin stood precariously, lacking the strength to move. He had expended all his remaining energy in that last blow, executing 2 rending slashes in succession. This was the extent of his limits, and he could no longer summon any more techniques. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! The half-orcs below continued to chant their slogan. They believed that with Qiye's steadfast spirit, he would rise once again on the dueling stage. All he needed was their encouragement. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Students from Class 21 scattered throughout the crowd raised their hands. Cheering for Qiye, they felt immense pride in him, as members of the most incompetent class in the academy. To have fought valiantly against the skilled Armin from the martial arts department's 2nd class was a source of pride for Qiye. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Daggett and Bei supported Qiye from the sidelines. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Qiye and Lillian shouted towards the fallen Qiye. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight! In that moment, the entire arena was filled with voices rallying for Qiye. Qiye's fingers twitched. He heard the calls of the crowd, and his fighting spirit ignited. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Qiye struggled to utter the half-orc battle cry. With each repetition, he felt a surge of strength. With each cheer from the audience, his power returned. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Amidst the uproar, Qiye stubbornly rose once more from the platform. Armin felt as though Qiye loomed before him like a mountain, embodying an invincible presence. Slowly, Qiye moved to stand before Armin, his eyes ablaze with determination. Fixated solely on defeating Armin, that he raised his right fist and struck towards Armin. Armin attempted to evade, but he stumbled and fell. He no longer had the strength to move. Qiye's fist swung wide, and he swayed unsteadily. Gathering his strength once more, Qiye lifted his fist above Armin's head, yet he did not strike. Instead, he glared at Armin, urging him to concede. Armin glanced at Qiye, closed his eyes, and lay down, awaiting the impact of Qiye's fist. He would never concede to a half-orc. In a fit of rage, Qiye swung his fist. We concede this match. His fist hovered above Armin's head. Zishwe, from the sidelines, declared Armin's concession, halting Qiye's assault. Qiye, fatigued, made his way to the edge of the stage. Boss, I didn't lose. I did it. A goofy smile spread across Qiye's face as he collapsed. His indomitable spirit having been his only support through such grievous injuries. With his opponent conceding, he could no longer endure as Qiye fell. Qiye reached out to catch him. Well done. Today we take pride in you. Daggett stepped forward, assisting Qiye in lowering Qiye from the stage. At that moment, the disciplinary committee members behind Vice Dean Briest made way. The medical staff from the Academy's infirmary had arrived. Vice Dean Briest had anticipated injuries during the duel and had sent for medical assistance before the match began. However, he had not expected such a perilous encounter in the very first duel, and he began to worry for Lillian, who was next to compete. Zishwe and others carried Armin to the physician. After a thorough examination of both combatants, the physician addressed the crowd. This beast man is fine. He merely has some superficial wounds and is completely exhausted. With proper rest, he will be all right. However, the situation for that half-orc is quite grave. 7 ribs in his chest have been broken, and particularly his left arm is completely shattered. He must be taken to the Academy infirmary for immediate treatment. Doctor, then we leave it to you, Vice Dean Briest urged, not wishing for any student of St. Knight Academy to perish in a duel. Very well. I will first stabilize his injuries with holy light and then transport him. The physician concluded, invoking the sacred healing spell, Holy Light, to stabilize Qiye's condition. Meanwhile, the nurses carefully placed Qiye and Armin onto stretchers, hastily transporting them to the infirmary. Qiye, after watching Qiye being carried out of the dueling arena, turned to face Zishwe standing opposite him. In the second match, our side will be represented by Mar, Zishwe stated with an expressionless face. Qiye coldly added, on our side, Lillian will take the stage. After witnessing the intense and sorrowful duel, what kind of performance can Lillian, who has never stepped onto an official arena before, deliver? Whether she can hold her own against her opponent remains uncertain. But soon enough, the answer will be revealed. Chapter 11. The energy crystal. Lillian never imagined she would become the center of attention. She had never known the feeling of being watched could be so overwhelming. Her heart raced rapidly, thumping in her chest. Gazing at the beautiful elven sister before her, Lillian found it difficult to reconcile her with the notion of a foe. Moments earlier, as she ascended the stage, Qiye had advised her to be cautious and to concede if she found herself unable to compete. Yet, surrender was not an option she wished to entertain. She was at a loss as to what to do. At this moment on the stage, Lillian felt a surge of anxiety. She feared being knocked off the platform. Having just witnessed how hard and perilous her brother Qiye fought, she questioned whether she could endure like him. Lillian contemplated retreating. She did not want to engage in combat with the elven sister standing opposite her. As she turned to step back, she caught sight of Qiye watching her, along with Dage-Te and Shuete-Bei, who were also focused on her. In the distance, her parents were observing her as well. Qiye clenched his fist and raised it, signaling to Lillian, I am here. Do not be afraid. If Lillian were to flee without a fight, it would linger as a shadow in her heart. She looked at Qiye's encouraging wave, and her anxious heart began to calm. Then, she noticed the supportive gaze of her mother and father, and she felt her fear dissipate. She wanted to show her parents that she had grown up. Mentally, Yassine watched Lillian from the sidelines. Although she was merely an observer, her nerves were more frayed than Lillian's. Lillian had always been under her protection. No one had ever dared to harm her, and Lillian had only ever used a few small fireballs in practice. However, today, she was up against an advanced student from the martial arts department as second class at the Holy Knight Academy. How could a mother not worry for her daughter in such a situation? Nonetheless, mentor Lillian suppressed her anxiety and offered Lillian encouragement, for it was only through this battle that Lillian would grow, which was why she had agreed to let her participate in the duel. In her own youth, she had fought fiercely with Lillian's grandfather at this very age. Mao observed Lillian and realized she could not bring herself to strike, with her round face, large eyes, and a big bow adorning her hair. This adorable little girl stood before her, resembling a beloved little sister. The thought of attacking her felt unthinkable. However, despite her reluctance, this battle was crucial for her class's honor. Mao had no choice but to fight. Drawing her longsword, she assumed her stance. Lillian, shall we begin? All right, big sister, Lillian will make her move. Lillian replied, bowing respectfully to Mara, a gesture her mother, mentor Lillian, had taught her about politeness. Mara refrained from attacking first. She felt guilty facing such a young girl. If she were to strike first, her pride would not allow it. Moreover, seeing that Lillian was unarmed, Mara was unwilling to initiate an attack against someone defenseless, believing Lillian to be a practitioner of unarmed combat. Mara called out, big sister is waiting for you to attack. Noticing that Lillian remained motionless, Mara took a defensive posture, hoping to avoid a standstill where neither would make a move. 1, 2, 3. A stream of fireballs surged towards Mara. She was momentarily stunned by the sight, then hurriedly dodged to the side, but the fireballs relentlessly pursued her. Stop, stop, please stop, Mara shouted amidst her evasive maneuvers. What's the matter, big sister? Lillian asked, her large eyes wide with confusion. Are you a mage? Mara inquired, somewhat helplessly. Yes, big sister, didn't you know? Do I have to say it out loud first? Lillian replied, her face expressing surprise as she thought it necessary to announce her magical abilities before engaging. Mara nearly fainted at the revelation. A swordswoman facing off against a mage. If she had acted first, there might have been a chance of victory, but the multitude of fireballs swirling around Lillian made it clear that it was too late. The fireballs that had struck the ground had left countless craters, showcasing Lillian's formidable magical power, which had already reached the level of a novice mage. Furthermore, the speed at which Lillian had conjured those fireballs left her utterly astounded. Wait a moment, could it be that she had reached the level of a sorceress, capable of conjuring magic without incantation through meditation? Are you a sorceress? Mara exclaimed in astonishment. Sorceress? What is that, big sister? Lillian doesn't know, Lillian replied, lowering her head to search her memories for anything related to the term. A sorceress is someone who can cast magic without incantations. Are you not one? Mara explained to Lillian. Lillian pondered for a moment before responding. Big sister, do you need an incantation to use magic? Yes, without an incantation, how can you cast magic? But that's strange. Lillian has never known any incantations. I just think of it. And the fireball appears on its own. Lillian shared how she wielded her magic. Heart of the Sacred Spirit. Mara was struck as if by lightning. The Heart of the Sacred Spirit was a legend passed down among the elven race. According to the myth, only pure-hearted, kind, and loving elves, blessed by the Sacred Spirit, could possess the Heart of the Sacred Spirit. An elf with such a heart could cast any magic without incantation or meditation. Save for forbidden spells. That if Lillian truly possessed the Heart of the Sacred Spirit, then Mara would have no choice but to continuously evade her attacks, for Lillian would have no gaps in her casting time, making her a more fearsome opponent than a sorceress. With no other options, Mara could only smile wryly and propose, Lillian, how about we call this round a draw and not continue fighting? All right, Lillian doesn't want to fight big sister either, Lillian exclaimed joyfully. Clapping her small hands, Mara suggested ending the match in a draw. She cast an apologetic glance at Qiye, who stood on the sidelines, though Qiye could not clearly hear the exchange between the two. She had taken an immediate liking to the adorable little girl upon seeing her, and with 3 more rounds to go, she did not believe they would lose to Qiye and his group again. Mara and Lillian descended from the stage. At that moment, a murmur of discontent arose from the audience. They had anticipated a thrilling duel between magic and swordsmanship, only to witness Mara and Lillian engage in a brief exchange before declaring a draw and ceasing their combat. The disappointment was palpable, as the spectators could barely hear the conversation over the cheers of Qiye's cheering squad. The brisk couple, however, felt a sense of relief. The advanced swordswoman from the martial arts department's 2nd class had chosen to call for a truce, ensuring Lillian's safety. Although they had not achieved their goal of honing Lillian's skills, the fact that their daughter was unharmed was of utmost importance. The next match will be mine, Qiye won. standing behind Qiye, stepped forward to speak. With a draw and a loss under their belt, the situation seemed slightly unfavorable. Qiye resolved to win the third match to lift the spirits of their team. All right, Qiye nodded in agreement with Qiye's request. After 2 rounds of competition without a victory, they indeed needed a win to bolster the morale of their supporters. Moreover, Qiye had confidence in Qiye's boxing skills. His iron fist ranked 7th on the martial arts leaderboard at the Holy Knight Academy. As Qiye took the stage, Dage-tae, seeing his opponent appear to be a seemingly delicate elven figure, immediately approached Qiye. "Boss, leave this to me. Watch how I make him regret stepping into the ring." Dage-tae was plotting in his mind. He would never dare challenge Qiye, and just the thought of her support team and her 5th place ranking in the swordsmanship leaderboard was enough to send him running. The towering figure of Fantian wielding a massive spear also appeared to be a formidable contender. However, with Qiye now stepping up, who seemed frail and unassuming, Dage-tae felt this was his chance to take on an opponent he perceived as less intimidating. "All right, then it's up to you. You must win. Otherwise," Qiye, of course, would not fall into the same trap as Dage-tae, judging solely by appearances. He had already reviewed the information Snow Tae-bae provided about Qiye. In his view, it was perfect for Dage-tae to face Qiye's iron fist. Even if Dage-tae had not volunteered to step up, Qiye would have chosen him for the match. "Boss, don't worry if I can't defeat him. Then you have to fulfill the contract." Dage-tae's fists itched with anticipation as he envisioned the cheers of the girls below as he triumphed over Qiye. "Be careful. Go for it." Qiye patted Dage-tae's back, offering his encouragement. "However, I hope you return safely." Daggett paid no heed to Qiye's final words. His gaze was fixed on Ailey, who sat in the audience. He yearned to rush onto the stage and defeat Qiye, immediately asking her for a date. What a romantic scene that would be at long last. The third duel commenced. Daggett faced off against Qiye. "Boss, do you think Daggett stands a chance?" Snow Tae-bae, well aware of Daggett's limitations, was skeptical that Qiye could transform him in just a few days. "With my secret weapon, it's unlikely he'll lose," Qiye replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he observed Daggett on the stage. Daggett struck poses for the audience, convinced that the battle would conclude with a single blow from him. He felt an urgency to showcase himself before the fight began. Otherwise, he would miss his chance. Today, Daggett donned the most fashionable light cavalry armor from the Night Kingdom. Though it was distinct from the ordinary, it was adorned with numerous small pouches. Inside these pouches were the energy crystals Qiye had given him. Carefully sewn on by an artisan, he had paid 10 silver coins to ensure they wouldn't collide. The inner lining was made of soft cotton, encased in metallic covers. Qiye regarded Daggett with a sense of exasperation. The duel was supposed to begin, yet his opponent remained stationary, twirling about, rendering Qiye unsure of how to proceed. He refrained from seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without Daggett approaching for combat, Qiye finally snapped. "Hey, the match has started. What are you doing spinning around like that?" Daggett, caught up in his posing, felt irritation bubble within him as he glared at Qiye with his small, beast-like eyes. "I intended to let you enjoy the stage a bit longer. But how dare you interrupt me? Now, I've decided to knock you off the stage immediately." With that, he raised his middle finger and held the pose, waving to the audience once more. Qiye felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The half-beast before him was so foolishly ostentatious that it was disheartening that he could tell, without a doubt, that he could defeat Daggett in less than 10 moves. Yet Daggett continued to show off, spouting threats of imminent defeat, which made the duel feel increasingly unbearable. After striking his poses, Daggett finally faced Qiye, and the duel was formally underway. Qiye regarded Daggett with disdain. To him, this half-beast was shamelessly flaunting himself and hardly worth his effort. Daggett, on the other hand, had no intention of attacking. He was holding 2 energy crystals, waiting for Qiye to make the first move so he could execute a stylish counterattack, showcasing his composure under pressure, an image he wished to project to the women in attendance, illustrating his gallantry and poise. Thus, both stood face to face, unmoving, neither willing to strike first. The onlookers, tense and impatient, began to murmur after a prolonged silence. "Still not moving? This pose is quite exhausting." Daggett silently cursed Qiye. He was maintaining a defiant stance, hands behind his back, chest puffed out, awaiting Qiye's approach. This posture was tiring, yet Daggett dared not shift, fearing it would ruin his presentation. Qiye, too, was inwardly cursing Daggett. He had no desire to engage with such an unworthy opponent. Yet with Daggett sent to the stage, he had no choice. Qiye deliberately refrained from attacking first, offering Daggett the opportunity to strike. However, Daggett remained stubbornly motionless, gazing skyward as if dismissing Qiye entirely. Frustration mounted within Qiye, who longed to obliterate this insufferable Daggett. Yet, he hesitated to strike first, as that would undermine his status as a skilled fighter. After all, how could the 7th ranked in the boxing standings, Qiye, attack an unremarkable contender like Daggett? The two glared at each other for what felt like an eternity, each unwilling to make the first move. Finally, the audience erupted in noise. The teammates below, equally bewildered by the standoff, wore expressions of utter confusion. Daggett began to sweat. Maintaining his pose was becoming increasingly arduous. His head tilted back painfully, and he felt his legs growing numb. He could hardly hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Qiye wrestled with his own dilemma. Should he continue to wait or abandon his dignity and strike first? The decision weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, someone had to make a move. The audience collectively held their breath. Daggett, unable to contain himself any longer, pointed at Qiye and shouted, "Do you have any idea how exhausting this is? Hurry up and attack. Stop pretending to be cool. With me here, you have no right to act tough that I've waited long enough. Come at me, and I'll take you down with one blow. Why are you just standing there?" After what felt like an eternity, Daggett's outburst drew exasperated reactions from the audience, with several people fainting from the absurdity of it all. "Look, your attitude has made the audience lose interest. Many have even lain down to sleep. Do you have any self-awareness?" Daggett closely observed the audience and noticed many had indeed succumbed to fatigue, dozing off as they waited. Qiye felt utterly defeated. Encountering such a half-beast was akin to stepping barefoot into a muddy puddle on a rainy day. Reluctantly, he decided to strike. He no longer wished to share the stage with such an imbecile. Although Qiye did launch an attack, it was defensive in nature, not aimed at Daggett. Daggett, seeing Qiye finally make a move, mistook it for anger and panicked, hurling the 2 energy crystals he had held for so long. Qiye, caught off guard by Daggett's unexpected toss of the 2 shimmering objects, was momentarily perplexed. Nonetheless, he swiftly reacted, using just the right amount of force to shatter them midair. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the energy crystals detonated, catching Qiye directly in the blast. "Ha ha!" Daggett erupted in triumphant laughter, surprised that his opponent had fallen so easily. He began to question whether he had chosen the wrong adversary, as Qiye seemed utterly useless. But soon, Daggett's laughter faded as the smoke cleared. Qiye stood unscathed, his expression darkening with fury. My goodness, is he a monster? Daggett had previously tested the energy crystal's power outside the gravity barrier, where they had left deep craters in the ground, and he was certain that even a fully armored silver knight would not emerge unscathed from such an attack. Yet here stood Qiye, completely unharmed. Was he even human? Qiye, however, was not entirely unaffected. He had underestimated Daggett, using only a fraction of his strength to deal with the energy crystals, but upon contact, he sensed something amiss, despite Daggett's foolishness. The onlookers, including Qiye and his companions, were not all naive, and their decision to let Daggett take the stage implied he possessed the capability to fight. Qiye realized that Daggett's strength was vastly inferior to his own. In that moment of revelation, Qiye prepared to defend himself, but before he could summon his energy, the force from the explosion surged toward him. Although he stood firm, appearing unaffected, the shockwave had already injured his internal organs. Enraged, Qiye roared and charged at Daggett. Panic consumed Daggett as the creature struck by the energy crystals now bore down on him. Furious, desperate, Daggett turned and fled at that moment. He wished he had more legs to escape the wrath of this frenzied adversary. Thus, an amusing chase unfolded on stage, reminiscent of an eagle pursuing a hapless chick. The eagle was the seemingly frail Qiye, while the chick was the towering half-beast Daggett. Daggett ran for his life, with Qiye hot on his heels. Fortunately for Daggett, Qiye's training in boxing had left his legwork lacking, allowing Daggett to maintain a lead despite exerting every ounce of strength. The two circled the edge of the dueling platform, running laps, 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The onlookers were astonished to witness the once clumsy half-beast sprinting with surprising speed and endurance. Daggett owed this stamina to the extensive running exercises provided by Vice Steam Breast, or else he would have collapsed long ago. In the midst of his frantic escape, Daggett encountered the protruding pouches on his armor. Unable to defeat Qiye, he could at least attempt to impede his pursuit. With that thought in mind, Daggett grabbed the energy crystals from his person and flung them backward, not caring whether they struck Qiye, simply hoping to hinder him. Thus, what began as a mundane chase transformed into a spectacle of explosive chaos. After Daggett dashed forward, a series of explosive sounds followed in his wake, leaving the surface of the dueling platform in a state of utter devastation. Occasionally, one or two errant energy crystals flew off the stage, much to the dismay of the spectators seated at the front. Whenever a particularly glimmering crystal soared toward them, they would drop to the ground, awaiting the arrival of the medical team for assistance. The uninjured students, terrified, hurriedly retreated, clearing a wide space in front of them. They had no desire to be felled. Daggett ran with all his might, and suddenly collided with something that turned out that ruin. Obscured by the smoke from the energy crystals Daggett had carelessly thrown, had come to a halt. Unaware of this, Daggett continued to sprint, fearing to stop and check on Ruewen's status. However, the circular nature of the dueling platform meant that Daggett, in his relentless motion, ultimately crashed into the stationary Ruewen. Ruewen, who had been on high alert for Daggett's approach from the front, was taken aback by Daggett's sudden appearance from behind. Daggett, too, had not anticipated Ruewen standing directly in his path. A chance encounter, a moment of inattention, and the two collided. Though Ruewen would normally have remained upright, his constant vigilance regarding the energy crystals flying toward him had forced him to focus intently on the front, leaving him unprepared for Daggett's unexpected charge. With Daggett's considerable bulk crashing into him, Ruewen was finally knocked off balance. Upon realizing he had collided with something, Daggett was initially startled, but upon recognizing it was Ruewen, his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, his elation was short-lived, for Ruewen quickly recovered. Getting back to his feet, Daggett contemplated conceding, unwilling to face the seemingly deranged Ruewen. Ruewen had previously looked down upon Daggett, refusing to strike first, but after suffering a setback from Daggett's energy crystals and being relentlessly pursued, he now stood before Daggett, filled with a murderous intent. He yearned to end Daggett's life on the spot. Daggett, observing the fiery glint in Ruewen's eyes, was terrified and hurled the remaining energy crystals he had toward Ruewen. One was ineffective, so he launched two failed, and then 3.I in that moment. The results of his intensive training with Qiye within the gravitational barrier came into play. Up and down, blocking, front and back, blocking point 2 up and 1 down, blocking point 2 front and 2 back, blocking point 1 up, 2 down, 1 front, 2 back, point 2 up, 2 down, 2 front, 2 back, colliding. Ruewen finally faltered. His clothing was torn to shreds, and his hair was disheveled by the explosions. Yet, remarkably, Ruewen remained largely unscathed. It is essential to note that his fists were renowned as iron fists for a reason. Ruewen practiced a martial art that cultivated immense strength. If perfected, not only his fists but his entire body would become as hard as iron. Although Ruewen had not yet reached that pinnacle, the relatively weak magical energy from the energy crystals could not inflict significant harm upon him. Under the relentless bombardment from Daggett, Ruewen only grew more frenzied. Ultimately, Daggett exhausted all of his energy crystals. In desperation, he searched high and low for any remaining crystals, but found none. Used them all up. Ruewen laughed bitterly after detonating Daggett's final energy crystal. Daggett forced a smile. Could we negotiate? He had intended to surrender, but, upon seeing Qiye tossing a fist-sized energy crystal in the audience, he quickly changed his tune. Ruewen, finding this quite amusing, retorted, "Do you truly believe there is any possibility for negotiation?" Daggett turned to flee. But Ruewen's fist was already upon him. Since the match began, Ruewen had finally landed a blow on Daggett. Prior, his fists had only been shattering Daggett's energy crystals. Daggett was sent flying as though struck by lightning. Once he hit the ground, he felt as if all his bones had shattered from that one punch. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, all he desired was to lose consciousness. For the figure approaching him, grinning in fury, was more terrifying than a demon. One punch after another. Daggett was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet Ruewen's relentless strikes kept him acutely aware of the pain, preventing him from succumbing. Ruewen had no intention of ending the match swiftly. He wished to savor the torment of this half-beastman whom he had underestimated. Each of his punches landed precisely where it would inflict the most agony. Yet Daggett was not permitted to faint. Ruewen was confident in his strength. Daggett felt as if he were nearing death, his vision blurring, blood misting from his breaths. In that moment, he recalled that the fist-sized energy crystal Qiye had tossed earlier was actually a reminder. The night before, Qiye had given him a similarly sized energy crystal, advising him not to use it until the last moment. as its power was exponentially greater than that of the others. Well, it seemed now was the time to employ it. If he were to perish, he would drag ruin down with him. There was no shame in dying alone. But where was that crystal? Another punch struck Daggett in the chest, nearly halting his heart. Yes, he had deemed the large crystal too cumbersome to keep on display, so he had tucked it away in the inner layer of his armor. How perilous! At this thought, Daggett's heart nearly ceased to beat. If Ruewen's fist landed precisely on his back, then it would surely. Daggett dared not contemplate further, no longer dwelling on it. He needed to retrieve that colossal energy crystal from his armor's inner layer immediately. Otherwise, if Ruewen inadvertently struck that spot, it would be his end. As Daggett was propelled into the air by Ruewen's blows, he slowly maneuvered his right hand, striving to extract that dangerous object. Closer, just a bit closer. Upward, backward. Bang! Just as he neared, Ruewen's punch knocked his hand away. Daggett, undeterred, made another attempt. Ruewen felt a sense of satisfaction. With each punch, his anger dissipated. Particularly seeing Qiye and the others in the audience, their worried expressions brought him great comfort. Finally, Daggett's fingers brushed against the energy crystal, feeling the surge of power within it. This energy could surely defeat Ruewen. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Thankfully, he had been cautious, to prevent it from exploding upon impact. The oversized crystal had been wrapped in 3 layers of cotton, allowing him to extract it slowly. Yet it was precisely this precaution that had kept the massive crystal from detonating thus far. Ruewen ceased his assault. Noticing that Daggett was on the brink of collapse, a gleam of triumph lighting his eyes, he halted his attacks, curious to see what Daggett could possibly take pride in. As Daggett fell to the ground, he managed to pull out the bag containing the enormous energy crystal. Ruewen, seeing the bag in Daggett's possession, was momentarily startled, but quickly reasoned that if Daggett truly possessed such a large explosive crystal, he would have produced it sooner. It had to be a ruse. Daggett, having no strength left to throw it, knew that even if he did, hitting Ruewen was a question in itself, though Ruewen was convinced the bag contained nothing of significance. He could not allow any object that posed a threat to remain in Daggett's hands. After all, he had underestimated Daggett before and ended up covered in dust as Ruewen's fist surged toward Daggett's hand. Daggett forced a wry smile. Just before Ruewen's fist struck, Daggett hurled the bag toward the ground. If it couldn't make it to Ruewen, it would still explode upon impact. Ruewen watched as the bag descended to the earth. And then a tremendous energy erupted from within. With a deafening roar, Ruewen was flung away by the blast, while Daggett was sent soaring into the air, just as Daggett's head was about to hit the ground. Qiye caught him in the nick of time. Simultaneously, Lillian caught Ruewen, who had also been thrown into the air. Once again, the match ended in a draw, as both Daggett and Ruewen lost consciousness, unable to continue. Though Daggett bore the brunt of the injuries, the outcome was still a stalemate. Chapter 12. Dark Magic. Darkness, an endless abyss of consumption. Darkness, the final resting place of all races. The misunderstood dark magic represents the ultimate realm of existence. In the continent of Fantian, only one person could fully master it, the great Vantage's subordinate, Esnia Shwetabii. After him, no one else in Fantian would ever possess such complete dominion over the powers of darkness. Excerpt from Fantian Magic Compendium. After Daggett and Ruewen were carried away on stretchers, Qiye understood that it was his turn to take the stage. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he should ascend or not. Just last night, he had received a letter from Uncle Yin, delivered via tracking magic. Upon receiving the letter, Qiye had known it would not bring good news, yet he unsealed it nonetheless. The letter was brief. Uncle Yin merely stated that he would be away on a lengthy journey, likely absent for half a year, and if Qiye were to take a break, there was no need to return home. However, at the end of the letter, Uncle Yin specifically instructed Qiye never to use any martial arts or magic not belonging to Saint Knight Academy during his time there. Qiye understood that if it were not absolutely necessary, Uncle Yin would never reiterate what he had previously said. This time, at the conclusion of his letter, Uncle Yin made a point to emphasize his directive rather than merely glossing over it in the text, indicating that it was a command he must strictly adhere to. Qiye was perplexed as to why Uncle Yin forbade him from employing any martial arts or magic learned outside of the Saint Knight Academy. Yet he recognized that Uncle Yin's intentions were undoubtedly in his best interest. Ironically, it was precisely because Uncle Yin meant well that it became increasingly difficult for Qiye to contravene their agreement. A week prior, Qiye would have easily withstood any coercion from others and refrained from entering into a duel with Zishuer and her companions. However, after a sleepless night, He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He pondered throughout the night, yet no viable solution emerged. With the dawn of a new day, Qiye resolved to assess the situation as it unfolded. If Qiye and Daggett were to lose, he would simply concede. For at that point, no one would possess the capability to reverse the outcome. Yet, to his astonishment, Qiye, steadfast in his resolve, managed to defeat the formidable Ermine, a foe he would usually not stand a chance against. Qiye's tenacity stemmed not only from the fighting spirit typical of half-beasts, but also from his unwavering trust in Qiye, who had taught him the technique known as brutal charge. In the second match, Qiye speculated that Lillian would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Although she possessed the strength of a novice mage, she was not a true novice, and her lack of combat experience was her most significant weakness. Qiye was confident that the contestant sent by Zishuer would launch an assault before Lillian could even cast her spells. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lillian was an elf endowed with the heart of the Holy Spirit. Previously, he had never noticed how she utilized her magic. When Mal and Lillian engaged in conversation on stage, Qiye focused intently and overheard Mal's mention of the heart of the Holy Spirit, which made it clear to him that Mal would no longer contend with Lillian. Among the elven race, those who possessed the heart of the Holy Spirit were revered and untouchable, as they served as the earthly representatives of the elf's sacred spirit. As for Daggett's match against Qiye, Qiye was convinced that with the intermediate magic-infused energy crystal he had given Daggett, victory was within reach. However, Daggett, finding the energy crystal cumbersome and unsightly, had stowed it away in his armor. Had it not been for Qiye's reminder from the sidelines with another energy crystal, Daggett might have completely forgotten about the enormous one he had. With one victory and 2 draws, the favorable circumstances meant that no one would willingly concede. Qiye, too, hesitated to forfeit. If he were to surrender without even competing, how could he face the trust placed in him by Qiye and Lillian, as well as Daggett, who had endured a fierce struggle against Qiye? Gritting his teeth, Qiye ultimately resolved to take the stage and settle the matter once and for all. He could disregard Uncle Yan's stipulations, but he could not betray Qiye's trust, ignore Lillian's efforts, or disregard Daggett's self-destructive determination. Qiye decided that upon stepping onto the stage, he would use the energy crystal at his disposal, aiming for a mutual explosion with his opponent, thus striving for another draw, which would leave them evenly matched against Zishuer and her team. There was another reason for his decision. Although Shue Tabii was an elf with a sharp intellect, mere intellect was insufficient for direct combat. Qiye had never sensed any magical energy emanating from Shue Tabii. Typically, any being capable of magic, regardless of race, would unconsciously radiate some form of magical aura, however faint. Even newly born elves exhibit such a phenomenon, indicating that Shue Tabii truly lacked magical ability. Furthermore, Shue Tabii's martial skills were remarkably poor. Qiye had witnessed his swordplay and could confirm Mentor Kent's assessment that he had yet to master even the basics of swordsmanship. Qiye had chosen Qiye to compete for his immense strength and robust physique. Lillian was selected for her powerful magic, and Daggett possessed both a keen mind and a strong body. However, Shue Tabii had no magic, no strength, and no formidable physique. Thus, how could Qiye, as the leader, genuinely allow him to take the stage? Zishuer, pale-faced, watched as Qiye was carried away on a stretcher by Ronian. She had not anticipated that Qiye would end up in a draw against Daggett. When Daggett entered the arena, she had seen through his abilities and believed that the moment Qiye threw a punch, Daggett would be sent tumbling off the stage. Even if he managed to evade the first blow, he would surely not escape the second or third. Yet, reality often defies expectations, and unforeseen events occur at inopportune moments. Although Daggett's strength was lacking, he possessed a clever mind and the volatile energy crystal that would detonate upon contact. While others might deem Daggett foolish, Zishuer understood that he was not. Upon witnessing the power behind Qiye's punches, Daggett quickly realized that Qiye was a master of martial arts, and, as a rule of thumb, those who specialize in martial arts tend to be less proficient in legwork. Thus, his strategy was to run in circles around the arena, a tactic Daggett employed to counter Qiye's punches. Zishuer thought to herself that had she found herself in Daggett's position, she too would have resorted to such a strategy against Qiye. Eventually, due to the obscuring smoke, Qiye halted, and Daggett, unable to see what lay behind the haze, collided directly with Qiye, facing his punches head-on. With 1 defeat and 2 draws, Zishuer realized that this duel could not afford any more stalemates or losses. She recognized that she had underestimated the so-called most incompetent team within the St. Knight Academy Class 21. Although these students were labeled as inept, not all of them were truly devoid of talent. Just as not every student in her own class was a genuine expert, Qiye decided to personally enter the fray. Initially, she had intended to serve as the final line of defense. However, if this match were to result in yet another draw, even if she triumphed in the final bout, it would be inconsequential. As both sides would remain evenly matched, should she encounter another defeat, her presence would be rendered unnecessary. With that determination, Qiye sprang onto the duel platform, which Daggett had left in tatters. She unsheathed her longsword. Fully aware that she could not afford to be careless, she had to channel her energy, ready to give her all against whoever stepped up to confront her. Just as Qiye was about to ascend the stage, a hand reached out to block his path. Tabii stepped forward, obstructing Qiye's advance. "Boss, allow me to handle this match," he said, flashing his signature elegant smile. "I have already stated that you need not compete in this duel," Qiye replied. Shaking his head, he was reluctant to let Tabii face Qiye, as even if he unleashed his true strength, he might still struggle against the 5th-ranked swordsman of the St. Knight Academy. Nevertheless, Qiye felt a twinge of temptation. If he permitted Tabii to concede, he could enter the next match and engage in a mutually destructive battle, resulting in a draw. However, observing Qiye poised for a fierce offense on the stage, Qiye could not guarantee that Tabii would have the opportunity to utter the words of surrender and exit unscathed. "Trust me, boss, I won't engage in a battle without confidence," Tabii insisted, his eyes radiating a courageous glimmer. "No, I will take the stage myself. After all, you all call me boss, and a leader shouldn't consistently rely on their subordinates to fight," Qiye insisted. Courage does not equate to strength, nor does it guarantee victory. That he aimed to find an opportunity to explode alongside Qiye. "Boss, it is precisely because I regard you as my leader that I wish to step up. A leader should not dirty their hands," Tabii retorted. "Absolutely not. As long as you consider me your leader, I will not permit you to take the stage." Qiye was not devoid of emotions. He felt warmth in his heart at Tabii's display of loyalty, a surge of affection rising within him. "Boss, I will undoubtedly win. Have faith in me," Tabii proclaimed, his gaze now imbued with a fierce confidence, as though he could conquer even the mightiest dragon should it appear before him. "If you fail, just concede. Qiye will not attack those who surrender." Qiye found himself swayed by Tabii's confidence. He could overlook Tabii's bravery, but he could not dismiss the conviction that shone in his eyes. He resolved to give Tabii a chance. Perhaps he had underestimated Tabii, who harbored such formidable self-assurance. "Rest assured, I will emerge victorious. Boss, you should hastily consider what demands to make of Qiye. And don't think about asking her to be your girlfriend. I won't allow it," Tabii joked as he stepped onto the arena, seemingly convinced that Qiye would succumb to defeat once he took the stage. Qiye found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but expressed his concern. "Be careful. Remember, safety is more important than victory. You are my most valued subordinate, and I do not wish for you to sustain any injuries." As Tabii ascended the duel platform, he surveyed his surroundings. "Indeed, the view from up here is splendid. I see far more beautiful ladies than down below, clad in the deep blue uniform of the St. Knight Academy's swordsmanship department." Tabii stood ready to face Qiye, a member of the same department from the advanced class 183. "Could you refrain from staring at me so intently? It's rather embarrassing," she remarked. Zwedabai jestingly addressed the unwavering gaze of Qiye. Her heart and mind were utterly captivated by Zwedabai, as she sensed a formidable power lurking beneath his seemingly inconsequential exterior. A vague apprehension of that power's terrifying nature enveloped her, and her full attention was fixated on Zwedabai. Her sword was poised, aimed at his chest, ready to strike with full force at the slightest movement he might make. She paid no heed to his words. Noticing Qiye's indifference, Zwedabai helplessly scratched his nose. "Must we fight? Can't we negotiate instead? My mother always said that a good man shouldn't fight with a lady," he suggested to Qiye. Yet, his words elicited no response from her. She had entered a state of serene focus, perceiving Zwedabai merely as her prey, whose utterances were of no consequence. "Although I dislike fighting beautiful women, if communication fails, then I must resort to combat," Zwedabai muttered to himself. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the dueling stage shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky darkened ominously after Zwedabai's words, casting an inexplicable fear over the spectators. "Qiye, but remained impervious to the encroaching shadows in the sky. Her sole focus remained on Zwedebai, awaiting the moment of his oversight, the instant she would strike. O dark spirits that pervade the realms, heed the ancient covenant and reveal your might. Respond to my plea, grant me your boundless power, and bestow upon me invincible strength, dark thunderbolt. Zwedebai recited the incantation belonging to the darkness, and in response to his summons, a dark thunderbolt descended from the clouds above. With her senses acute, Qiye evaded the descending dark thunderbolt, which left a small crater where she had been standing moments before. She had not anticipated that Zwedebai was not merely an ordinary mage, but a practitioner of formidable dark magic within the elven race. Only a select few could sense the presence of the dark spirits, for darkness was synonymous with endless void, a force that devoured all. Elves held those who wielded dark powers in contempt, believing that beings of light should never resort to such forces. Yet, while all elves scorned dark magic, those capable of harnessing it were not to be trifled with. A high-ranking elemental mage would find themselves vanquished against a novice wielding dark powers. Those who commanded the dark forces operated without any fluctuations of magic surrounding them, for darkness was inherently destructive and annihilative. Thus, no magical disturbances would arise among all the magics in the Fantian continent. Darkness represented the most potent destructive force, evoking terror in all living beings. Undeterred, Qiye remained steadfast in her belief that her swordsmanship would prevail. If magic were indeed superior to swordplay, she would not have chosen the path of the blade over that of sorcery. The dark thunderbolts incessantly rained down upon her, yet Qiye, with her ethereal agility, evaded them all, leaving behind a series of small craters upon the dueling stage. Qiye observed the unfolding events on the dueling platform. Struck by an almost dreamlike sensation, he could hardly believe that the seemingly ineffectual Zwedebai was, in fact, a dark elven mage. It was no wonder Zwedebai had exuded such profound confidence. Indeed, even against a formidable dragon, he possessed the strength to contend. However, Qiye understood the necessity for Zwedebai to conceal his powers. In the Moonlight Kingdom, there had been several elves who practiced dark magic, yet they had never gained acceptance among their kin. Not one self-proclaimed embodiment of light would acknowledge them, leading these practitioners to lead solitary, melancholic lives, ultimately meeting untimely ends. Possessing immense power did not guarantee happiness. Yet, today, for the sake of this duel, Zwedebai had revealed his dark powers before the eyes of all. Utilizing the very dark magic despised by all elves, moved to tears by Zwedebai's sacrifice, Qiye silently vowed to the heavens, "Perhaps no elf will heed Zwedebai in the future, but he is my brother, and I shall not abandon him." Zwedebai was taken aback to find that, under the immense pressure of his dark magic, Qiye remained unaffected, her form dancing like a snowflake, evading his attacks with grace. Although he had unleashed his dark powers, he was currently wielding one of the least potent spells. He had no desire to slay Qiye. His intent was merely to defeat her. Thus, he had limited options for attack. Resorting to a few specific spells, after failing to land a decisive blow, Zwedebai opted for another minor dark spell. O dark spirits that pervade the realms, heed the ancient covenant and reveal your might. Respond to my plea, grant me your boundless power, and bestow upon me invincible strength, dark thunder sphere. From the clouds above the dueling arena, dozens of crackling thunder spheres descended, encircling Qiye, as Zwedebai focused his mental energy to direct the descent of the spheres. He momentarily lost concentration. Seizing the opportunity, Qiye executed her renowned technique, the snowfall sword dance. As Qiye wielded her sword, the temperature on the dueling platform plummeted, snowflakes swirling down from the sky. The spectators gasped at the sight. As the seemingly chaotic flurry of snowflakes converged upon Zwedebai, the snowflakes were merely an illusion created by Qiye's sword. Should Zwedebai be struck by this technique, he would be rendered powerless to continue the fight. Qiye had bided her time, reserving her strength for this singular moment. She was determined to overcome Zwedebai. Realizing the snowflakes were converging upon him from all directions, Zwedebai recognized the peril he faced. Without exaggeration, he relinquished control over the thunder spheres, allowing them to fall freely. At that moment, Zwedebai unleashed a brand new dark spell. O dark spirits that pervade the realms, heed the ancient covenant and reveal your might. Respond to my plea, grant me your boundless power, and bestow upon me invincible strength, hell thunder. Suddenly, Zwedebai's entire being transformed into a vessel of lightning, countless arcs of electricity emanating from him. The flurry of snowflakes vanished amidst the radiance, and Qiye's arm was numbed by the electric surge, disrupting her swordplay. Under the impact of Zwedabai's hell thunder, the previously descending dark thunder spheres erupted in a cacophony of power, engulfing the dueling platform in a maelstrom of dark lightning. When the tempest subsided, only Zwedabai remained standing upon the stage, while Zishuer had seemingly vanished. Could it be that she had been obliterated by Zwedabai's formidable strike? The audience below was unwilling to accept such a fate. Chapter 13. Snow-crimson blade Zishuer emerged from beneath the dueling stage, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet entirely unfazed in her demeanor. She had evaded the brunt of Zwedabai's attack prior to the explosion of the thunder spheres. She had broken through the ground, casting her sword into the air and burrowing underground. The lightning on the dueling stage had drawn the sword's attention, leaving Zishuer unscathed below in that critical moment. Her swift decision to abandon her weapon and seek refuge underground earns Zwedabai's admiration for her decisiveness. In contrast, most individuals would have been paralyzed by fear. Their minds clouded with confusion amidst the onslaught of lightning. They would hardly have the presence of mind to devise a counter-strategy, let alone relinquish their weapon. For a swordsman, a blade is a protective talisman that cannot be easily disregarded. Zishuer's sword had shattered under the lightning's fury. How would she proceed in this battle without her weapon? The onlookers below felt a sense of urgency for Zishuer. Yet Zwedabai did not relent. Undeterred by Zishuer's evasion of his hell thunder and the thunder spheres, he summoned forth another minor lightning-based spell, Lightning Flash. The mana spheres began to coalesce in Zwedabai's hand, ready to be unleashed with a mere flick of his finger. However, he was curious to see how Zishuer would contend with his dark magic. Was Zishuer truly out of options? Could she pose any threat to Zwedabai, who wielded dark powers, without a sword? At that moment, a flurry of genuine snowflakes appeared around Zishuer, distinct from the illusions created by her sword. These snowflakes did not descend to the ground. Instead, they converged at a single point, her right hand, where she had previously held her sword. As the snowflakes gradually melted, they coalesced into a slender, shimmering blade. This delicate sword, crafted from snowflakes, measured approximately 2 fingers in width, 3/10 of an inch in thickness, and over 2 feet in length, tapering gracefully from the hilt to a unique conical tip. The blade shimmered with iridescent hues as if imbued with life itself. The Fantian continent was far from a peaceful realm. On the contrary, conflicts erupted at every moment, lives were lost every minute. Duels occurred daily, brawls broke out monthly, and wars ignited annually on the tumultuous continent of Fantian. Only those endowed with extraordinary strength hold the most persuasive authority. Here, strength equates to power, from the smallest disputes settled by whose fist is mightier, to entire nations extinguishing others based on their formidable might. Thus, anything capable of augmenting one's strength becomes a target of desire. Weapons are among such items, and at times, a finely crafted weapon can bring endless trouble to its wielder. It is said that the most renowned dwarven craftsman on the Fantian continent, Hades, forged 7 divine weapons prior to the Prison City battle in the Fantian Liberation War to vanquish the common enemy of all races. 1 weapon each was made for the dwarves, orcs, and winged ones, while 2 were crafted for the elves and 2 for humans. Legend has it that these 7 divine weapons are imbued with the blessings of the gods. Their recognized masters can channel divine power. The 2 weapons obtained by the elves were subsequently housed by the Elven King after the Prison City battle. One is the illusory moon bell, and the other is the snow crimson sword. At this moment, what graces the hands of Zishuer is none other than the divine weapon crafted specifically for the elves by the master Hades, the snow crimson sword. This sword embodies the power of the snow fairy, wielding ice magic, and is a formidable artifact of ice magic. The snow crimson sword is entrusted to the high priest of the moonlit kingdom as a symbol of their status, and Zishuer's ability to wield it signifies her destined role as the next high priestess of the moonlit kingdom. With Zishuer and the snow crimson sword united, none dare to underestimate their combination. Zwedabai, in particular, would not dismiss them lightly. Thus, he hastily unleashed the radiant lightning from his hands. Bolts of electricity erupted forth, forming beautiful arcs of light. Yet, all these electric flowers vanished just 2 feet away from Zishuer, who remained motionless. The 2 feet represent the length of the snow crimson sword. The lightning unleashed by Zwedabai was met with the ice fairy magic of the snow crimson sword, which conjured a protective ice barrier enveloping Zishuer. She would not foolishly stand idle, awaiting Zwedabai's attack. As soon as he initiated his offensive, she launched her counterattack, the first form of the snowfall sword technique, the world in harmony. Snow descends, disperses the dark clouds above, allowing the sun to shine once more, yet beneath its rays, snowflakes descend gracefully. The second form, sword dance of the silver serpent, snow whirls, sees the falling snowflakes not rushing towards Zwedabai as before, but instead scattering in a surrounding formation. The third form, endless snowfall, blanketing the sky, witnesses the snowflakes, seemingly about to touch the ground, rise once more. The fourth form, adding frost to snow, ice frost sword, unleashes a torrent of snowflakes alongside Zishuer's long sword, with each flake embodying her power. This marks the first time Zishuer has unleashed all four forms of the snowfall sword technique. These four forms can be utilized separately or combined. When merged, their potency does not merely add up but multiplies exponentially. The combined technique possesses eightfold the power of any single form. Observing Zishuer's united technique, Qiye realizes he has significantly underestimated her. If he once believed their contest to be evenly matched, he was gravely mistaken. In terms of strength, Qiye stands no chance against Zishuer's snowfall sword technique. Should he engage her technique head-on, defeat is inevitable. Zwedabai offers no defense, as if he were embracing the snowflakes that fill the air. Gazing at the flurry, he suddenly smiles, as if he truly stands amidst the falling snow rather than facing the lethal snowflakes conjured by Zishuer's technique, any one of which could spell his demise. As the snow crimson sword approaches Zwedabai, Zishuer finds him akin to a black hole, devouring all in his vicinity. The snowflakes vanish without a trace upon contact with him, and in that final moment, Zishuer breaks free from Zwedabai's gravitational pull. She had not anticipated that Zwedabai would offer no defense against her ultimate technique, yet she believes that even a sorcerer would perish if unguarded. She does not relent nor lessen her strike, convinced that Zwedabai must have some form of defense. However, Zwedabai truly stands defenseless, arms wide open to welcome her snow crimson sword. The dark power does not merely destroy, it also consumes. Zishuer has never battled a sorcerer wielding dark magic. She is unaware of their capabilities. In the face of Zwedabai's darkness, Zishuer nearly succumbs, risking the loss of her own sword. Her most powerful fourfold snowfall sword technique is rendered ineffective without Zwedabai even lifting a finger. Zishuer cannot fathom that her strongest attack has been neutralized by Zwedabai's black hole. Observing his impassive demeanor, she is forced to accept that her mightiest strike has inflicted no damage upon him. Zwedabai, still smiling nonchalantly, knows that he is nearing his limit. Although the snow crimson sword, infused with ice fairy power, has not been utilized to its full potential in Zishuer's hands, it remains formidable. Zwedabai can only barely mitigate the onslaught of snowflakes, maintaining the illusion that the snow crimson sword is on the verge of being consumed. He bets that Zishuer would never allow her sword to be drawn into his grasp. Fortunately, his wager pays off. In that fleeting moment, Zishuer withdraws her power, and the snow crimson sword retreats. Had she hesitated for even a heartbeat or withdrawn her sword too slowly, Zwedabai would have faced a fatal blow. He dares not feign injury. The power of the snow crimson sword still surges through his every nerve. Ishu gazes at him, and he must endure. Revealing his condition would spell disaster. Zwedabai suppresses the icy energy coursing through him, conjuring dark magic once more. This time, he refrains from summoning lightning, instead slowly reciting a more potent spell from his dark arsenal. O dark fairies that pervade the heavens and the earth, heed the ancient pact and reveal your might. Obey my call, lend me your boundless power, grant me invincible strength. Hellfire. The black flames, emblematic of dark power, materialize upon the dueling stage, with Zwedabai at their epicenter. He feels revitalized. Before the inferno, the ice fairy's force begins to dissipate. Zishuer finds herself in dire straits. Though the flames remain a foot away, the power of the snow crimson sword continues to wane. Fire conquers ice, and the hellfire Zwedabai wields is the ultimate nemesis of Zishuer's ice. Although the snow crimson sword possesses the power of the ice fairy, Zishuer has yet to unleash even 1% of its might. Conversely, Zwedabai's hellfire is classified as mid-level dark magic, at least 2 tiers above his earlier lightning. If you do not concede, I shall unleash hellfire upon you. I cannot guarantee your safety. I advise you to surrender immediately. Zwedabai flicks his finger, causing the black flames to surge ominously. Zishuer refuses to yield. Conceding now would mean total defeat, a record of 2 losses and 2 draws, rendering any further contests moot. Even a victory would not suffice. If you do not submit, even if you evade the hellfire, you risk being scorched. Are you not concerned for your beauty? Zwedabai threatens once more, aware that he would not genuinely cast hellfire at Zixue. Yet, if she remains obstinate, what choice does he have? Thus, he resorts to intimidation. Women may fear not death, but they certainly dread the loss of their beauty, especially if they are striking. Zixue, a stunningly beautiful girl, is often remarked upon for her enchanting allure. Despite her seeming indifference to her appearance, however, she cares more than she lets on. The thought of that black flame gliding across her face sends a shiver down her spine, turning her complexion pale. I concede. Ultimately, Zixue yields. Defeat can be rectified, but a marred visage cannot simply be restored. Upon her surrender, Zhuetibai's hellfire dissipates. Maintaining such dark magic for an extended period is no trivial feat. Zhuetibai steps down from the stage, and Qiye approaches him immediately. Now you may voice your request, but do not mention the one I proposed. Remember, I will not grant it. Also, I am quite fatigued. Allow me to rest. Zhuetibai leans against the wall, sinking down. He is not faint, but rather exhausted from overextending his magical capabilities. I did not foresee my own power diminishing. It seems I must dedicate more time to training. Zhuetibai sits on the ground, panting. As Zixue retracts the snow-crimson sword upon her concession, she feels its absence acutely. Unlike ordinary swords, its sheath is her own body. Zixue struggles to remain upright on the stage, awaiting the victorious Qiye to present his request. Having never tasted defeat before, she now comprehends the bitter sting of failure. Observing Zixue's pallid face as she lies on the ground, Qiye feels a twinge of sympathy. He had not anticipated the inner fragility of Zixue, who appeared so strong on the surface. However, Qiye felt compelled to voice his demands. My request is this: no further collection of protection fees from the students of Class 21. Qiye articulated the words he had long wished to express to Beiduo and his companions. Zixue, as if struck by lightning, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Qiye's demand following his victory in the duel would be this. She fought valiantly here, only to discover it was due to Beiduo and his ilk imposing protection fees. And she had engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Qiye and his companions for the sake of those worthless individuals. Contemplating this, her already pale visage flushed with anger. Beiduo, Karachi, how dare you deceive me? Standing by the arena, the werewolf Beiduo and the elf Karachi inwardly lamented. They had not foreseen that Qiye and his cohort would defeat the formidable Zixue, and that Qiye's demand would be the cessation of protection fees. Upon witnessing Zixue's furious expression, Beiduo and Karachi turned to flee. Having shared the same class with Zixue for 3 years, they were acutely aware that she detested those who bullied the weak, and compounded by their deceit, Beiduo and Karachi knew she would not let them off lightly. At that moment, they only yearned to escape as far away as possible. Considering immediate withdrawal from the academy, before Zixue could make a move, Beiduo and Karachi had already retreated. No, they had practically rolled back. A massive spear had sent them tumbling. The spear's wielder was the winged warrior Lillian, who had yet to engage in battle. In the instant Beiduo, Karachi, and their accomplices attempted to flee, Lillian's spear struck. He was astonished to learn that Armin, Xiaowen, and Zixue were locked in a deadly struggle merely because Beiduo and Karachi had been extorting protection fees from others, and they had fought Qiye and his companions over this. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. We will no longer collect protection fees. We won't. Please spare us. Realizing escape was futile, Beiduo, Karachi, and their group knelt before Zixue, pleading for mercy. Do you believe you have any reason left to be spared? Zixue's expression was one of steely resolve, aware that Zixue would not forgive them. Beiduo exchanged a knowing glance with Karachi. Karachi immediately understood and signaled the same to their comrades behind them. No, but we still implore you, spare us. Beiduo begged once more. Yet, after uttering this plea, he abruptly darted backward. Simultaneously, Karachi and the others scattered in different directions. It should be noted that Beiduo and his companions were also members of the martial arts department's Class 2. To gain entry into Class 2 indicated their martial skills were commendable. Although they were slightly inferior to the competing Zixue and her peers, they were still considered formidable by others. Beiduo was confident that with his full speed escape, no one could impede him. After all, he was the swiftest werewolf. Indeed, faced with the fleeing Beiduo and his group, Lillian could not block them all individually. However, what if 2, 3, or even dozens of senior members of the discipline committee intervened? It would be no exaggeration to say that the discipline committee consisted of the elite of St. Knight Academy. When confronting students who violated the rules, How could one uphold discipline without strength? And the senior members of the discipline committee were the C-Army de la C-Army. At the behest of Vice Dean Brister, this elite cadre swiftly subdued Béduo and his companions. The fact that Béduo could extort protection fees within St. Knight Academy indicated he possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, how could he compel others to pay? And why would Karachi and the others follow him as their leader? Thus, while Béduo might evade a single strike from the senior members of the discipline committee, he could only manage that. Now encircled by them, the circle was gradually closing in. Chapter 14. The Demon Dragon Under the Pressure of the Encirclement. Béduo gradually retreated, unwilling to surrender. As he found himself backed into the far corner of the dueling arena, he spotted the oversized iron cage draped in black canvas. Béduo realized that escape was no longer an option. However, if he were to meet his end, he would take everyone down with him. Driven by this thought, Béduo swung his hand to break the massive lock on the cage and struck the cage's surface with his fist. With a resounding clang, a deep, resonant roar echoed, woo-woo, emanating from within the cage. Vice Dean Brister's face turned ashen. In the dueling arena, he was likely the only one aware of what was contained within the cage. In a panic, he quickly instructed the senior members of the discipline committee behind him. Immediately evacuate all students present. The entire academy is to enter a state of alert. The senior members of the discipline committee acted without hesitation. Brister's command was law, and they simply complied. They swiftly produced the specialized whistles of the discipline committee, sounding the alarms that signified a state of emergency, while simultaneously directing the students in the dueling arena to disperse immediately. Seeing the senior members of the discipline committee parting ways, Béduo could not help but feel a surge of joy. However, his elation was short-lived, as a massive claw reached out from behind him, gently swatting him into the air. Watching Béduo being tossed like a mere toy sent shockwaves through the crowd in the dueling arena. What kind of beast lay within this enormous iron cage? That claw, with just a light touch, sent Béduo, a werewolf, soaring into the heavens like a plaything. What incredible power that was! Vice Dean Brister caught the unconscious Béduo midair, regardless of Béduo's transgressions. He was still a student of St. Knight Academy, and if a mishap were to occur, Brister would not be able to explain himself. The black canvas covering the enormous cage slowly slid down, revealing the monstrous creature within to the onlookers in the dueling arena. Its massive form, covered in scales, with powerful steel claws and a dragon head that emitted a mist with each breath, it was an awe-inspiring and terrifying beast. A dragon, a demon dragon. Upon recognizing the creature confined within the cage, the students began to scatter in fear. They dared not linger any longer. Indeed, this was a demon dragon, one of the most fearsome beasts residing in the Death Valley of the Fantian continent. The demon dragon was a hybrid of legendary dragons and magical beasts. While it may not possess the same terror as true dragons, its might was not to be underestimated. With extraordinary strength, it could withstand magic up to the 3rd tier, and its fiery breath made it likely that only a Grand Swordmaster could hope to defeat it. Vice Dean Brister had long been aware that a demon dragon was contained within the cage, as it had been personally delivered to the academy under his supervision. This demon dragon was intended as a test for the upcoming Swordmaster assessment to be held at St. Knight Academy, meant to gauge the intensity of sword energy emitted by the Swordmasters during their full power strikes, since the Grand Swordmaster Gillimans would not arrive at the academy until the following day. Vice Dean Brister had covered the demon dragon with black cloth, fearing it might become agitated and cause chaos under the sunlight. However, he never anticipated that Béduo would unlock the cage, provoking the already restless demon dragon. To make matters worse, the black cloth shielding the cage fell away due to the demon dragon's relentless battering against it. Finally, stimulated by the sunlight, the demon dragon succumbed to its primal instincts and began to rampage. Although Vice Dean Brister possessed the capability to subdue the demon dragon, being a high-level sorcerer, he could easily force it to submit with magic of the 3rd tier or above. However, due to the overwhelming number of students present in the arena, unleashing a 4th-tier spell might cause damage on a scale far exceeding that of the demon dragon's rampage. In a moment of urgency, Vice Dean Brister ordered the evacuation of students and instructed Mentor Lias to escort Lillian away from the scene, while he remained behind to confront the impending onslaught of the frenzied demon dragon. Qiye collapsed in fear as the demon dragon emerged step by step from its cage. She had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Its bulging eyes, hideous black scales, and massive steel claws wreaked havoc, with a single swipe causing a wall of the dueling arena to crumble like tofu. Qiye hurriedly approached Qiye, determined not to let her face death alone. With Qiye on his back, he hastened towards Shue Tabii, who was seated by the arena wall. The demon dragon, unleashed from its cage, wreaked destruction with abandoned eye in an instant. The dueling arena transformed into a hellish landscape beneath the demon dragon's flames. Students who could not escape in time were felled by the toxic flames emitted by the beast. Even a mere brush with the flames rendered those without resistance unconscious. Vice Dean Brister and the senior members of the discipline committee swiftly carried away the students who had been poisoned by the demon dragon's flames. In that moment, no one was directing the remaining students' evacuation, and the arena descended into chaos. The demon dragon lunged into the fray, reveling in the sight of the students, akin to insects, writhing in agony beneath its claws. At this perilous juncture, someone finally took action against the rampaging demon dragon. Like a shooting star streaking across the sky, Lillian wielded a colossal spear, launching an assault on the demon dragon from above. Qiye had selected 4 of the most outstanding students from Class 2 for this match. Each of them possessed the strength of a grand swordmaster. Among them was Armin, whose signature move, Rending Slash, was inspired by the sword energy only swordmasters could wield, though it could not match the lethality of true sword energy. Its power was not far behind. Though Mar did not take action, his ability to withstand Lillian's relentless barrage of fireballs without sustaining a scratch is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Qiye is even more formidable. Had he encountered the colossal dragon, Qiye, instead of Daggit's energy crystal, even standing motionless, he would have remained unscathed by Qiye's brutal charge. The fact that Lillian could join forces with them to engage in a duel against Qiye and others indicates that he is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. This is evidenced by how easily he repelled both Beiduo and Karachi with a single shot. Lillian believes that even a wall forge of iron would be left with a gaping hole by a strike. For he wields the family heirloom, the dragon-breaking spear. Flight is a capability long yearned for by all living beings, and the winged ones are among the races endowed by the heavens with this gift. However, this very ability nearly led to their complete annihilation. The Dragon, the most powerful race in the continent of Brahma, have always been notoriously domineering. They were incensed that the winged ones, deemed insignificant insects, dared to flit about in their aerial domain. Some of the dragons declared war on the winged ones. It would be more accurate to describe it as slaughter, under the overwhelming strength of the dragons. The winged ones fell like ants, losing their lives en masse. Fortunately, the supreme ruler of all dragons, the primordial one, intervened to halt this massacre. At that time, the winged ones numbered less than half of their original population. Although the dragons have not waged similar wars against the winged ones since, the latter view the dragons as terrifying and formidable foes to ensure that future confrontations would not result in a one-sided affair. The elite among the winged ones sought ways to devise techniques against the dragons. The dragon-breaking spear was created under such circumstances by Lillian's ancestors, by utilizing their own gravitational force combined with the power of a full-speed charge. They would unleash a spear strike after reaching their opponent. This is the principle behind the dragon-breaking spear. Whether it can truly break a dragon remains uncertain, as this technique has never been tested against a true dragon since its invention. However, even the mightiest of the Lionkin orcs would not dare to face this technique head-on. Lillian's father earned his status as a general in the Skyward Empire through this very technique. In a state of exhilarating anticipation, Lillian prepares to unleash this powerful spear technique that has been passed down through generations, finally facing a dragon, albeit a demon dragon. While the demon dragon is not a true member of the dragon race. It bears the name dragon, and in Lillian's eyes, it represents a stepping stone to proving the might of the dragon-breaking spear. As he descends from the sky, Lillian adeptly harnesses his own gravitational force along with the strength of his wings to charge toward the demon dragon. The demon dragon, engaged in the melee, notices a creature resembling a small bird hurtling toward it with reckless abandon. Enraged, it unleashes a colossal fireball from its maw, aimed at the avian-like creature, intent on obliterating it. Break. Lillian's dragon-breaking spear is unleashed with full force. The impact wave generated by his spear entirely dispersing the massive fireball hurled toward him. Witnessing its prideful fireball being shattered by the seemingly insignificant creature, the demon dragon's fury intensifies. It retaliates with another of its grand fireballs. Dragon, facing Lillian's charged attack. The giant fireball meets the same fate as before, once again being scattered. Enraged and humiliated, the demon dragon extends its steel claws, swiping down toward the bird-like creature approaching it. Spear. Lillian thrusts his long spear. Executing the dragon-breaking spear, the spear strikes the demon dragon's outstretched claw with precision. Bang! The collision of Ronian's spear against the demon dragon's claw reverberates through the air.at last. The demon dragon's steel claw is pierced by Ronian's strike. Marking the true moment, the dragon-breaking spear has fulfilled its purpose. Yet, simultaneously, an immense force surges back through the spear, causing Ronian's grip to be shaken loose. He is sent hurtling toward the demon dragon's claw, only to be knocked back into the sky by the force of the blow. The ancestor who invented the dragon-breaking spear never anticipated that such a powerful technique would inflict harm on its wielder as well. Against ordinary beings, a blow from the dragon-breaking spear would obliterate them. Yet, when faced with a dragon, the one who executes the strike may also meet their demise. Suspended in the air, Ronian finds himself unable to counter the tremendous recoil from the spear in his hand. Thankfully, the spear has embedded itself within the demon dragon's claw, which also suffers from the immense shockwave. Otherwise, Ronian would have surely perished under the strain. Currently, he is merely knocked unconscious and spiraling toward the sky. The demon dragon is incensed by Ronian's attack. Enraged that such a diminutive creature has pierced its proud claw, it vows to exact vengeance for the humiliation suffered, aiming at the ascending Ronian. The demon dragon unleashes a fiery blast of wrath as Ronian drifts into unconsciousness. On the brink of being engulfed by the demon dragon's inferno, the surrounding space undergoes a dramatic transformation. A devouring black hole emerges, absorbing the demon dragon's flames. Subsequently, a folding space materializes, causing the expanding black hole to vanish. Meanwhile, the temperature in the arena, previously elevated by the demon dragon's flames, begins to drop. Mar leaps from the ground, catching the plummeting Ronian. The entire sequence unfolds in an instant, as if meticulously choreographed. The black hole, which swallowed the demon dragon's flames, was conjured by Shuete Bei using the last remnants of his power in dark magic. The subsequent spatial magic was executed by Vice Dean Brist, who, upon sensing Shuete Bei's magic, realized the black hole was expanding beyond his control. He expended all his magical energy to cast the folding space spell, eliminating the black hole. Had the black hole continued to grow, it would have consumed everyone present. With the thunderous sound of Ronian's dragon-breaking spear echoing through the arena, Zixue, who had been carried by Qiye, begins to awaken. Upon seeing Ronian being repelled, she is overcome with guilt. After all, she is one of the primary instigators of this incident. The demon dragon's emergence from its cage is directly linked to her duel held today, compelling her to take action to prevent the demon dragon's rampage. Struggling free from Qiye's grasp, she draws forth her divine weapon, the Shuefei sword. Once unsheathed, the Shuefei sword emanates a chilling aura, causing the arena's temperature to plummet. Observing the ethereal beauty of Zixue wielding the divine sword, Qiye is momentarily entranced, causing Shuete Bei, whom he was lifting, to tumble to the ground. To his astonishment, the previously terrified Zixue, now mustering the courage to protect the students spectating their duel, boldly prepares to confront the demon dragon. Qiye feels a wave of shame wash over him. As a man, he finds himself only contemplating escape rather than devising a means to thwart the demon dragon. He lowers his head in self-reproach, watching Zixue engage in a life-or-death struggle with the demon dragon. Qiye feels his mind nearing explosion. Since Zixue entangled the demon dragon, he has yet to devise a viable strategy against it, aware that the demon dragon is impervious to third-level magic. Qiye realizes that if magic were an effective solution, Vice Dean Brist would have already subdued the demon dragon. Furthermore, Qiye can only utilize second-level spells, confronting the demon dragon with martial prowess. He doubts he can match Zixue's strength, especially since he lacks a divine weapon like her. Should he charge forward, he would only be walking into certain death. Zixue struggles to maintain her stance. Her movements begin to slow, and her right hand, gripping the sword, trembles. Despite wielding the divine Shuefei sword, she can only muster a fraction of its power to defend against the demon dragon's overwhelming assault, merely staving off its advance. Mar and the other students attempt to assist, yet none can withstand even a single swipe from the demon dragon. In a bid to minimize casualties, Vice Dean Brist orders the other students to refrain from charging in, leaving Zixue to face the demon dragon alone in a deadly duel. After evading another fireball from the demon dragon, Zixue finally reaches her limit. Struck by the next fireball, The Shuefei sword slips from her grasp, embedding itself within her body as she collapses to the ground. The demon dragon, a cold-blooded creature, despises anything frigid, as cold makes it drowsy. When the creature emanating cold air finally ceases, the demon dragon becomes exhilarated. It resolves to deliver a final blow to this cold-emitting being, ensuring she can no longer produce the chilling aura it loathes. As Zixue air appears, destined to perish beneath the demon dragon's massive claws. The onlookers can only watch in despair. Though some rush forward to save her, they are too far away to make a difference. Just as the demon dragon's claw descends towards Zixue air, a figure materializes before it, resolutely bracing against its formidable claw. Zixue air, having resigned herself to death, had closed her eyes. However, after a moment passes without any movement from the demon dragon, curiosity compels her to open her eyes. Before Zixue stood a man with long black hair, his back turned towards her, valiantly shielding her from the formidable claw of the demon dragon with his hands. This black-haired figure, who had appeared just in time, was none other than Qiye. Although others were too far away to assist, Qiye had been anxiously watching over Zixue from behind. He had yet to devise a plan, but the perilous scene before Zixue unfolded nonetheless. Overcome by instinct, Qiye surged forward. Unsure of what to do, he was resolute that he could not allow a girl, who was bravely facing the demon dragon alone, to perish beneath its claw with all his strength. Qiye intercepted the dragon's attack, feeling as though his very insides were about to rupture. The seemingly light strike of the demon dragon concealed an overwhelming force. However, Qiye could not yield. Behind him was a girl he was determined to protect, her kindness evoking a sense of shame within him. Now was the time for him to atone for his selfishness. He absolutely could not falter. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he braced against the dragon's colossal paw. Glaring fiercely into its already frenzied eyes at last, Qiye could hold on no longer. He felt an unbearable heaviness engulfing his body, and when the demon dragon withdrew its claw, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As he faded away, he seemed to glimpse Zixue calling out to him. Knowing she was safe, Qiye felt a sense of peace wash over him as he closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. Chapter 15. Days of tranquility. When Qiye regained consciousness, he found himself in a small, white room. His entire body was tightly bound in bandages, making even the slightest movement a challenge. "Would you like some water?" A familiar voice came from beside him. Struggling to recall who it belonged to, Qiye's mind was still clouded. He attempted to turn his head to see who was beside him, but the bandages around his neck hindered his movement. A delicate visage came into view, long hair cascading over Qiye's face, causing him to sneeze as it brushed past his nose. The force of the sneeze sent shockwaves of pain through his entire body. Observing Qiye's pained expression, the owner of the hair quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, are you all right?" The intense pain jolted Qiye's foggy mind back to clarity, and he recognized the voice belonged to Zixue. How could she be here? Where was he? His memories halted at the moment the dragon's claw struck his arms, leaving him in the dark about what had transpired since. You this is that. Qiye found he lacked the strength to speak. "The doctor told you not to speak freely. If you have something to say, blink once for yes and twice for no, all right?" Zixue gently proposed. Qiye closed his eyes, then opened them quickly in agreement. It was a practical solution for someone unable to voice their thoughts. "Are you wondering about Shuete Bay and Qiye? Am I correct?" Zixue inquired. Qiye blinked once, deeply concerned for Shuete Bay and the others, as the situation had been chaotic, leaving him uncertain of their fates. Seeing Qiye blink again, Zixue felt a surge of joy at his willingness to communicate through her method. But she did not forget to inform him of their circumstances. "Shuete Bay is fine. He is currently recuperating in another room, alongside Qiye. Also, Lillian, from that day, has not been harmed. She has been visiting you every day, but you have not awakened until now." "Days?" Qiye was taken aback by Zixue's words. Could it be that he had been unconscious for several days? "What day is it?" Qiye struggled to ask, astonished. Though Zixue was somewhat disappointed that he no longer needed her method to inquire, she answered nonetheless. "Today is the 21st day of the autumn month in the year 284 of the Holy Night calendar. The 21st of autumn." He recalled that the duel had taken place on the 18th. Had he truly been unconscious for 3 days, Zixue couldn't help but chuckle at Qiye's dazed expression, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. "What happened after that?" Qiye slowly articulated, genuinely concerned about what transpired after his fainting. "That day," Zixue began, her expression turning contemplative. The demon dragon realized you had blocked its steel claw, and after a brief standoff, it prepared to unleash flames to incinerate you. However, suddenly, as she recalled the scene, Zishua licked her lips before continuing. The demon dragon actually knelt before you. Its proud head bowed at your feet, as if it had offended someone it dared not cross. It seemed to be pleading for your forgiveness. And then, because of the dragon's claw strike, your entire skeletal structure was shattered. If the doctor had not arrived in time, you would likely have perished on the spot. Zishua paused, and Qiye noticed a faint blush coloring her beautiful face. I must thank you for saving me, had it not been for you. I fear I would not be here speaking with you. No, it was the right thing. Qiye felt slightly embarrassed. His actions were spurred by Zishua's bravery, igniting a fervor within him to rescue her. How did you end up here? Qiye questioned, puzzled as to why Zishua was by his side in the medical room of the Holy Knight Academy without any nurses attending to him. I was waiting for you to wake up. Zishua displayed a hint of girlish shyness. The realization that Zishua had been with him throughout his 3-day slumber left Qiye momentarily speechless. Oh, I almost forgot. The doctor said you should have some liquid food once you awaken. I made a nourishing soup for you. You should drink some. Zishua scooped up the soup with a spoon and began to feed Qiye, stifling any further words he might have had. Although Qiye was reluctant to allow a girl to feed him, his body, tightly bound like a mummy, rendered him incapable of even lifting a finger. Yet, being attended to by such a beautiful and attentive girl was undeniably comforting. And as he lay there, he relished the thought of soon being able to stand and move about again. It had only been 5 days since Qiye was admitted due to his shattered bones. Yet he had defied the doctor's predictions that he would require at least a month to move and 2 months to recover. They looked at him as if he were a marvel. And he paid them no mind. Their astonishment was only natural given his swift recovery. Although the healing magic of the doctors had not completely mended his injuries, Qiye possessed an extraordinary ability that set him apart. His healing speed far exceeded that of ordinary individuals by dozens of times. It was this very trait that had allowed him to thrive in the Monster Mountain during his youth. However, he had no intention of divulging this to the doctors, fearing they might treat him as a rare specimen for experimentation. A fate he wished to avoid. In the 2 days following his awakening, Qiye finally grasped the entirety of events that had unfolded. Just as Zishua had mentioned, the demon dragon lay submissively at his feet, not daring to move, ignoring the spear embedded in its claw. Only after the doctors had carried Qiye away did the dragon dare to rise, its head remaining low as it obediently walked into its cage. Shuetebe, having overexerted himself using dark magic, also fainted after the dragon entered the cage. Ronia's injuries were more severe than Qiye's, and the doctors estimated he would require a month to recover, during which he was advised against combat. Meanwhile, Beto, who had been struck into the air by the dragon's claw, was fortunate in comparison. Owing to his werewolf healing abilities, the doctors predicted he would be back on his feet in a month. However, the disciplinary committee would not wait for him to fully recover. Qiye had been brought in after the previous battle and would likely be fine in about half a month. Currently sharing a room with Shuetebe EI.AS for Daggett and Shiowen, who had sustained injuries from a self-destructive explosion. Their wounds were not severe after immediate magical treatment, but the doctors recommended they remain hospitalized for a week for observation. Under the management of Vice Dean Brister, the chaos from that day's incident was finally quelled. However, the aftermath proved to be a challenging endeavor. The demon dragon remained in a despondent state, necessitating the rescheduling of the swordsmanship assessment originally set for the following day. Furthermore, students who had been injured by the dragon's flames or poison demanded that the Holy Knight Academy cover their medical expenses. Vice Dean Brister, citing that the duel was not an official event held by the Academy, refused to provide compensation, leading to heated disputes between the parties involved. After awakening, Qiye finally reunited with Lillian. That very evening, Lillian gazed at her brother Qiye, whose body was wrapped in bandages. Tears once again streamed down her face, causing him to endure not only the pain but also the torment of her weeping. On the very day Qiye regained consciousness, Zixuer had been diligently caring for him, even sending away the nurse that the physician had dispatched. Naturally, Qiye welcomed Zixuer's attentive care. After all, having a beautiful woman by his side was undeniably more pleasing to the eye. However, he did not believe that Zixuer harbored romantic feelings for him. He speculated that her actions stemmed from guilt over the duel, coupled with the fact that he had saved her life, which led her to care for him in such a manner. As Qiye attempted to move his body, which had long been inactive, Zixuer approached him once more. Observing that he was now able to walk, a wave of relief washed over her. Initially, she had misunderstood Qiye and his companions. And after their fierce battle on the dueling stage, it was ultimately Qiye's selfless act that had allowed her to survive. Zixuer felt a profound sense of unease. She longed to apologize to Qiye. Yet the words eluded her. Having been the cherished jewel of the Dajingong family since childhood, she had never had to apologize for her misdeeds, as everyone had always forgiven her. This inability to express her regret only deepened her guilt, prompting her to seek ways to make amends. Thus, she had sent away the nurse and taken it upon herself to be Qiye's special caregiver. Zixuer had not attended classes for over a week, having taken a leave of absence specifically to look after Qiye. However, during her time caring for him, she noticed peculiarities about him. While his astonishing recovery speed was remarkable, it paled in comparison to her other observations. Zixuer discovered that Qiye possessed no martial arts or magical abilities. He had merely used a protective technique to withstand the dragon's claw, which had ultimately been dispelled. Furthermore, the unique cultivation method taught to him by Uncle Yin prevented her from detecting his true energy. Although there were magical fluctuations emanating from him, Zixuer was unaware of how to probe these magical energies. What puzzled her further was how he had dared to challenge her to a duel despite lacking any discernible skills. Leaving her baffled as to how he had gained admission to the Sacred Knight Academy in the 2 days they spent together, Zixuer observed that Qiye often appeared lost in thought, which struck her as unusual. Logically, any individual would be captivated by the presence of a beauty ranked second in the academy, yet Qiye merely glanced at her before retreating into his own contemplation. He was not a paragon of virtue. Had he been so inclined, he would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to admire her or engage her in conversation. Yet, for the past 2 days, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of how to enhance his martial prowess. Particularly after seeing Zixuer, which intensified his resolve. Initially, he had believed he was performing admirably since enrolling, but after witnessing the prowess of the Academy's elite, he realized he still had much to learn. Even feeling overshadowed by his junior, Shuete Bei, once confident in his hidden abilities, he now considered himself merely an average student in Class 21. What are you thinking about? Zixuer, feeling a tad displeased by Qiye's apparent disregard for her presence, interrupted his reverie with a hint of mischief. Oh, you're still here, Qiye finally recalled, realizing he had neglected her for quite some time. Would she be angry? You've forgotten me already. I thought I had turned invisible. Zixuer complained with a touch of indignation. I'm so sorry. I got lost in thought and didn't realize you were here. Qiye quickly apologized, lowering his head in contrition, reflecting on the fact that a lady from one of the highest echelons of the Night Moon Kingdom was caring for him while he had ignored her. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. What were you pondering? Zixuer inquired, genuinely curious about what could occupy his mind to such an extent that he would forget her presence. It's nothing, really. I was just wondering why the dragon didn't kill me, Qiye replied, fabricating a small lie, unwilling to disclose that he had been contemplating how to surpass her and others in martial arts. Oh, according to the Academy's dragonology professor, the dragon likely felt fear. Its immobile stance suggested it had offended a being of a higher rank than itself. However, even dragons are not immune to the presence of creatures that exceed them. The professor theorized that the dragon may have suddenly hallucinated, perceiving you as a superior entity and thus submitting to you. Zixuer relayed the information she had gathered outside. Ah, I see, Qiye responded, surprised that Zixuer had obtained insights from the professors regarding the dragon's behavior. He seemed to recall something, but the words faltered on his tongue. What is it? Zixuer asked, perplexed by his hesitation. I'm all better now. You needn't come by anymore, Qiye finally articulated. Although having a stunning beauty by his side was gratifying, it felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they had only met a few times, initially as adversaries, and he sensed a lingering barrier between them that prevented any semblance of friendship. Do you dislike having me here? Zixuer questioned, her eyes reflecting a hint of hurt. No, that's not what I meant, Qiye hastily clarified, wishing to dispel any notion that he bore ill will towards her. Is it that you don't appreciate my care? Am I clumsy? Zixuer's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. No, it's just that I worry you might tire yourself out, and besides, how can you attend classes while caring for me? Facing the slightly aggrieved expression on Zixuer's face, Qiye felt as though he were an ungrateful soul mistreating her kindness. It's all right. I've had no classes for quite some time, and the elective courses I've chosen don't require my attendance. As long as I pass the exams at the end of the term, That's sufficient, she reassured him. Oh, then, if that's the case, there is nothing to worry about. Qiye realized he had run out of things to say. If he suggested once more that she need to continue visiting, he would struggle to provide a valid reason. In resignation, Qiye acquiesced to Zixure's care in the hospital room, albeit with a flicker of happiness that she would continue to accompany him. As he looked at Bei, who lay quietly on the bed, and Qiye, whose appearance resembled that of a mummy, Qiye felt a surge of emotion swell within him, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. These were his loyal subordinates, two who had never once asked anything of him. Initially, they had approached him merely because he dared to confront the formidable vice principal Bristede, requesting he keep his distance. Yet, it was through their assistance that Qiye managed to contend with Bristede and escape the trials of that arduous period. In the days that followed, whenever there was heavy lifting or deliveries to be made, Qiye would eagerly volunteer to help him, while Bei would promptly present any information he sought. Qiye, as their leader, had never done anything for them, yet they had consistently supported him without complaint. Later, when he, in a fit of anger, challenged Zixure and others to a duel, neither of them hesitated, standing by his side even when they knew they were outmatched. Subsequently, despite the grueling training Qiye imposed upon him, Qiye never uttered a word of discontent. He trusted his leader implicitly. Remarkably, within a mere 5 days, Qiye mastered the skill Wild Charge. Bei, too, had sacrificed even more, recognizing Qiye's indecision and willingly stepping in for him. Resorting to the dark powers that the spirits looked down upon, indifferent to how his peers would perceive him in the academy thereafter, what remarkable subordinates they were, imbued with loyalty and camaraderie. How fortunate was Qiye to have such devoted companions. Boss, Qiye, resembling a mummy on the bed, beamed at the sight of Qiye and attempted to sit up. Hearing the commotion, Bei turned and, upon spotting Qiye at the door, teased him. Boss, have you forgotten us while being cared for by Zixure these past few days? Qiye's face flushed crimson at Bei's words, and he scrambled to explain. No, not at all. It's just that I couldn't move for a few days, but now that I can, I rushed over to visit you both. Ha, it's enough for us that you've come to see us. I still owe you my thanks. Qiye smiled broadly, twisting his head, which was the only part not swathed in bandages, towards Qiye. Thank me for what? Qiye queried, puzzled, feeling that he should be the one expressing gratitude. Boss, the technique you taught me, Wild Charge, is truly formidable. Without you, I wouldn't have triumphed over airmen, nor would I have realized my own potential. Qiye was astonished that Qiye seemed unaware of what he was thanking him for, as he believed his boss to be far more astute and should have easily guessed his intentions. It was often said that intelligent individuals needed fewer words to convey their thoughts. No, that was all due to your own hard work. Without you, victory would have still found you, Qiye replied, feeling embarrassed, as he had only imparted a single technique to Qiye. But it was your guidance that made it possible. Right? Zuotebel's socket helped Qiye express his gratitude to Qiye. Yes, it is indeed your guidance, boss, that has led me to victory, so I must thank you. Qiye promptly responded upon hearing Zuotebel's words, although he may be somewhat foolish. He is not entirely dim-witted. Otherwise, he would not have grasped the intricacies of brutal charge in just 5 days. Qiye, unable to deflect the gratitude, had no choice but to accept Chahal's thanks as he twisted his head on the bed. Boss, you surely didn't come just for this trivial matter, did you? Zuotebel inquired, noticing that Qiye seemed to have something on his mind. Zuot, are you all right now? Qiye, feeling hesitant to speak, opted to greet Zuotebel first. I am fine. I just need a few more days of rest before being discharged. Boss, if you have something to say, please do so without hesitation. It doesn't suit our bold leader to be so reticent. Well then, I shall speak. Zuot, why are you in class 21? With your strength, you could easily be sought after by other nations, anywhere outside of Moonlit Kingdom. Moreover, although your dark powers may not be favored by the elves here, in the War Emperor's realm, they wouldn't care about your methods. As long as your strength is formidable, Qiye voiced his doubts in one breath. Zuotebel pondered for a moment before responding to Qiye's inquiry. Perhaps it is because I am reluctant to leave Moonlit Kingdom, after all. It is the place that nurtured me. I enjoy witnessing the world from here. Although other elves may eventually disregard me, the sky here still embraces me as it always has. As long as you all do not ignore me, I shall be content. Do you really think we would ignore you? Even if no one else in this world pays you heed, I will never allow you to be alone, for you are my little brother. My dearest companion, Qiye replied, feeling a surge of indignation. The thought that Zuotebel might believe he would be cast aside for wielding dark magic infuriated him. I feel the same. I share the same sentiment as the boss, Qiye chimed in from the side. Though he did not fully grasp the earlier conversation, he felt compelled to express his loyalty upon hearing Zuotebel's doubts. You. Zuotebel was so moved that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. He had never imagined that Qiye and Qiye regarded him as a brother, stirring a deep emotional impulse within him. From the moment of his birth, even his parents and siblings had shunned him, yet now, two individuals acknowledged him as a brother despite his association with dark power. Let us not dwell on this any longer. It's best we move on, Qiye interjected, hoping to stem Zuotebel's emotional overflow. All right, we shall change the subject. Then what shall we discuss? Qiye inquired, looking somewhat bewildered. Let us talk about why you consider me your leader. Why is that? Indeed, my combat skills are mediocre, and I possess no magical prowess. Why would you choose to follow me? Initially, I heard you dared to offend Vice Dean Brister and thought you quite formidable, hence I sought you as a support. Then after meeting me, what made you still choose to follow me? Because I sensed a unique aura about you. I believe you are certainly no ordinary person. Oh, I still consider myself quite ordinary. No, you are definitely extraordinary. I trust my instincts. Indeed. Boss, I too have faith in you. I felt a sense of trepidation upon first seeing you. Me? Trepidation? Ha ha ha. Please refrain from patting my head, boss. It feels rather uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the infirmary of Holy Knight Academy, shattering the tranquility of the space. In this moment, being alive together felt like a stroke of fortune for Qiye and his companions, as days like today would soon become scarce. Chapter 16. Money. Still money. Qiye found himself in a state of distress, as if his head might explode. Though he had fully recovered and was discharged from the hospital, he realized he faced a grave issue: money. For the lofty nobles or affluent individuals, it was merely a mundane necessity. However, for someone like Qiye, who belonged to the lower class, it was essential for his sustenance within Holy Knight Academy. Since the duel with Secretive was privately arranged, the Academy would not offer any medical insurance or compensation for the injured. Moreover, Qiye felt grateful that they did not charge him for the extensive damages incurred during the duel. Yet, he was taken aback by the exorbitant fees charged by the infirmary. A daily charge of 20 silver coins for his hospital stay felt like nothing short of robbery. Reluctantly, Qiye felt compelled to pay. After all, he had just become a hero for defeating a bully demanding protection money. If he defaulted on this payment, it would tarnish his reputation. After settling his hospital bill, he discovered he had become completely destitute. Had it been just this, Qiye might not have felt so overwhelmed. However, on the day of the duel, the owner of the heavy cavalry armor worn by Qiye, the elven instructor, had presented Qiye with the bill. The sum of 2,400 silver coins, or 24 gold coins, was an astronomical amount for him. Although the armor had been damaged while Qiye wore it, seeing him still bedridden and unable to rise, Qiye could not bring himself to demand Qiye pay for it. If he couldn't confront Qiye, then this debt would fall solely upon him. Yet, even if Qiye were to be sold as meat, he could not hope to raise such a sum. He wished he could somehow transform into gold and simply offer a few pounds of flesh, but alas, he was not made of gold. Leaving him to grapple with financial woes, robbery was out of the question. The disciplinary officers patrolling the academy were no easy targets. Stealing was also beneath him, despite being impoverished. Qiye held his integrity dear and would not stoop to such disgraceful acts. What then could he do? In despair, he tugged at his hair, pacing back and forth beneath the tree. During this time, male and female students passing by were startled by his frantic demeanor and quickly turned to flee. Qiye had never realized how arduous it was to earn money. Although he resided in the slums, he had never lacked for food or clothing, nor had he found himself in need of large sums. Not long ago, Uncle Yin had sent him 200 silver coins along with a letter, meant to cover his living expenses for the next half year. However, with Qiye's discharge, that money had been entirely spent on hospital bills, and he could no longer sustain himself. Back and forth he walked, contemplating this and that, utterly at a loss for how to generate income. Just as he was on the verge of despair, an idea struck him. Zuotebel, now fully recovered. Zuotebel had also emerged from the money-draining infirmary. Qiye thought it wise to share his burdens with someone else, and perhaps, with Zuotebel's wealth of information, he might devise a clever plan. Zuot. Upon finding Zuotebel in his room, Qiye felt as if he had grasped a lifeline while drowning and could not help but exclaim in excitement, "Boss!" Zuotebel, engrossed in a book, was taken aback when Qiye burst into his room, calling his name with fervor. Qiye had never visited Zuotebel's quarters before. They typically convened in Qiye's underground chamber for discussions, as he deemed it the most secure location. he had successfully eluded discovery when he first arrived at the academy. Generally, Qiye preferred to remain in the basement, quietly reading in bed. However, today he had come to Zuoteble's room, which led Zuoteble to believe something significant must have transpired. At last, I found you. Your place is quite hard to locate. Qiye gasped, gripping Zuoteble's shoulders for support. Hard to find. Zuoteble was somewhat astonished. Although he had never disclosed his whereabouts to Qiye, his residence was hardly obscure, nor should it have caused Qiye such difficulty. Indeed, I nearly searched the entire male dormitory before finally locating you here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qiye lamented how challenging it had been to find Zuoteble. You traversed the entire male dormitory just to find me. Zuoteble's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never considered that his room was now so difficult to find. It was merely room 4 on the 3rd floor of Building 1. Anyone passing by should be able to find it with ease. Is there something wrong with that? Qiye noticed Zuoteble's peculiar gaze. Boss. My room is not hard to find at all, Zuoteble replied with a wry smile. It is not difficult to find. Really. I start from the middle, then go down, then up, then right, then up again, then left, then back. In any case, it becomes quite perplexing, said Qiye, evidently confused by his own directions. Boss, isn't it simply a matter of going to the 2nd room on the left on the 3rd floor? It can't be as complicated as you say. Shuetei clarified the geographical location of his room within the academy. Is it really that simple? Qiye questioned Shuetei with skepticism. Indeed. It is that simple, boss. How did you manage to find your way here? Who informed you? Shuetei believed that Qiye could not be so inept as to not find his room, suggesting that someone must have misled him regarding the route. No one told me. However, your room's address was noted in the class notebook, and I followed that to find my way here. That can't be wrong. I wrote my room address correctly, Shuetei replied. Somewhat perplexed, seemingly recalling something, Shuetei inquired, Boss, you seldom leave your room, so you must not be very familiar with the paths in the academy. How did you manage to come here? Qiye produced a map of the Holy Knight Academy from his pocket. It was with this map. Shuetei took it and scrutinized it closely. His gaze fixed upon it for a considerable time before he hesitantly said to Qiye, Boss, this is one of the top 10 pranks in our academy, a misleading map. A misleading map? Qiye echoed, bewildered by Shuetei's words. The misleading map, while it may guide you to your destination, will certainly lead you through many convoluted paths and detours. Shuetei elucidated the nature of the misleading map. No wonder. When I was searching for the Grand Hall at the beginning of the term, I spent ages trying to locate it using this, Qiye said, his frustration evident as he recalled how arriving late had led to such an ordeal, ultimately offending Weisstein Briesteed. But the creator of this misleading map is quite remarkable. They must be very familiar with the geography of the Holy Knight Academy to craft such a spell that leads one unknowingly astray while still reaching the destination. After examining the map for a long while, Shuetei observed that although the routes indicated were clear and could lead one there, they were often the longest or required a significant detour. Sigh, never mind, let's not dwell on this. It seems I am simply out of luck, Qiye lamented, feeling as though even drinking cold water could choke him when misfortune struck. What's wrong, boss? Did something else happen? Shuetei recalled that Qiye must have come to him for a reason. I've been running low on funds for a while. And Qiye hesitated to voice his predicament. Boss, just say what you need. I will assist you as best as I can, Shuetei urged. Gathering his resolve, Qiye finally confessed, Shuetei, I am nearly out of money. So, oh, boss, is that all? How much do you need? I can lend it to you, Shuetei responded, relieved that it was merely a trivial matter. Around 20 or 30, Qiye stammered as he mentioned the amount. Just 20 or 30 silver coins. Here, boss, I'll get that for you right away. Shuetei retrieved a pouch of coins from his box and counted out over 30 silver coins. Shuetei, I meant gold coins, not silver, Qiye corrected him. Gold coins. Shuetei was taken aback. Yes, gold coins, Qiye affirmed with a nod. Boss, 20 or 30 gold coins is not an insignificant amount. I cannot produce that on short notice, Shuetei said, clearly troubled, given that a single gold coin could sustain a noble student for half a month in the academy. Qiye's request was indeed substantial. I am aware you cannot provide it immediately, which is why I was hoping you could help me brainstorm ways to earn some money, Qiye explained, revealing his initial purpose for visiting. Let me think about it. Boss, Shuetei replied as he pondered potential avenues for earning in the Holy Knight Academy. After a long pause, Shuetei still had not looked up. Qiye began to feel anxious. If Shuetei couldn't devise a good plan, he would be in dire straits. Especially with the elven instructor, he had borrowed armor from threatening legal action, just as Qiye was preparing to seek the elven instructor's mercy. Shuete Bei finally raised his head. Boss, there is a potential idea, but, upon hearing that there was a possibility, Qiye quickly seized upon it, disregarding the hesitation. Please share it. Shuete, don't hold back. All right. Boss, listen closely. My proposal is as follows. Shuete Bei began to outline his idea for earning money. Firstly, from my observations of the economic environment within the academy, I find that most profitable ventures already exist. Skip the background. Just get to the point. How do we make money? I don't care about anything else, Qiye interjected impatiently, as Shuete Bei had yet to mention any specific way to generate income. Okay. Boss, I'll cut to the chase. I believe opening a restaurant within the academy could be a good idea. A restaurant? Indeed. While the academy has a cafeteria and some pubs, those are aimed at the general populace. There is no restaurant catering to individuals. But how would we even start? We lack the necessary funds. Qiye began to contemplate the initial investments required for such an establishment. We could initially establish a culinary club and charge a membership fee. And the location? We could set it up along the path leading to the girls' dormitory. There. The girls probably wouldn't be inclined to spend lavishly on meals. Qiye voiced his concerns about the proposed location. Of course, it's not solely for the academy's female students, but if we set up there. Shuete Bei subtly hinted at the potential. Oh, Qiye's expression shifted to one of understanding. But how do we hire chefs? Outsiders are not allowed within the academy. Qiye began to fret over the matter of hiring culinary staff. We can recruit from among the academy students, with so many people. Surely one or two will have the requisite skills, Shuete Bei suggested. But will the higher-ups in the academy permit us to open? In that case, you could seek assistance from Vice Dean Bristeed. Approach him. Our relationship is not yet cordial enough for that, Qiye replied. However, without his support, it will be quite challenging to launch the restaurant, Shuete Bei pointed out, visibly troubled by the situation. Then, I will give it a try, Qiye resolved. Mustering his courage, with a heart full of trepidation, Qiye arrived at Vice Dean Bristeed's door for the third time. Each visit filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread, despite having conversed with Vice Dean Bristeed for over 2 months. Qiye felt as though he was still under scrutiny. Nonetheless, since he had come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. He knocked on the door of Vice Dean Bristeed's residence. Who is it? Came the voice of Instructor Lillian from within. Instructor Lillian. It is I, Qiye, he called out in greeting. Ah, it's Qiye. Please wait a moment. I will be right there. Instructor Lillian responded from inside. After a considerable wait, Qiye finally heard footsteps approaching. I apologize. I was cooking. Please come in and wait in the hall. Lillian opened the door and hurried back to the kitchen. Upon entering, Qiye noticed that Vice Dean Bristeed was not home. Lillian would not return for lunch. As the Holy Night Kindergarten provided midday meals, and she would only be back in the evening. Thus, only Instructor Lillian remained in the house. After another lengthy wait, Instructor Lillian emerged from the kitchen. Qiye. What brings you here? She inquired. I came to find Vice Dean Bristeed. I have something to discuss with him. Oh, he is still out. It seems he has some matters to attend to and will be back later, Instructor Lillian informed Qiye. Qiye. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Qiye had been subsisting on a single meal a day to get by, and he had planned to eat dinner later, as having eaten in the morning would leave him too hungry to sleep at night. Then let us dine together, since Bristeed is delayed. We need not wait, Lillian suggested, using a spell to summon the meal she had just prepared. I want to hold back, Instructor Lillian. Qiye expressed his gratitude as he took up the bowls and chopsticks. No need to be polite, here. This is the clear soup I just made. It's perfect to whet your appetite before the meal. Be careful. It's hot. This is delicious, Instructor Lillian. How did you make it? It's so fragrant, Qiye exclaimed, gulping down 3 bowls in quick succession. Although his hunger played a part, Lillian's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Here, try this, and that. There's plenty of food. Eat more. Lillian encouraged Qiye, pleased with his praise. After finishing the meal, Qiye helped Lillian clear the dishes. I truly feel bad about this, he said, somewhat embarrassed. No worries. When Bristeed returns, I can prepare more, she reassured him. Lillian smiled gently, comforting Qiye. She had not anticipated that Qiye would devour all the food she had prepared. Are you feeling completely well now? Lillian had also accompanied Lillian to the medical ward to visit Qiye, and she was somewhat astonished by Qiye's remarkable recovery ability. I am fine now. After the doctor conducted a full examination, I was discharged. By the way, what exactly did you want to discuss with Bud? Tell me, Perhaps I can assist you. Liaison observed Qiye, who was restless and pacing within the room. Well, I wish to establish a culinary research club at the academy and seek Vice Principal Brister's approval. Qiye decided to confide in Mentor Liaison first, hoping that she could assist him later. A culinary research club. This is the first time in many years I've heard of someone wanting to create such a society at the St. Knight Academy, Liaison remarked. Somewhat astonished. Exactly because no one has established one. That is why I want to start one. Moreover, I intend for it to be personalized, unlike the cafeteria, which caters to the masses with only one flavor. Your idea is excellent. I have long felt that the cafeteria's offerings have remained the same since my student days, with hardly any variation. Mentor Liaison, were you also a student at the St. Knight Academy? Of course, but was 2.it was here that we met, fell in love, and eventually married, Liaison reminisced. Mentor Liaison, someone as beautiful as you must have taken quite a bit of effort for Vice Principal Brister to win over. Indeed. Back in the day, I was considered one of the most beautiful women in the academy, and Bud went to great lengths to court me. Liaison seized the rare opportunity to boast about her past. I suspect Bud may not return until later this afternoon. You should head back for now. I will help you obtain his approval later. After sharing some of her past with Brister, Liaison realized that he had not yet returned and addressed Qiye. All right, thank you, Mentor Liaison. However, I have an uninvited request, and I hope you will agree. Qiye had been waiting impatiently. Shuppel was awaiting his news to decide on their next steps, and having Mentor Liaison speak on his behalf would undoubtedly be more effective than his own words. What is it? I hope that Mentor Liaison can serve as the honorary advisor for our culinary research club, as your culinary skills are exceptional, and I wish to learn from you. Seizing the moment, Qiye proposed that Mentor Liaison join the culinary research club. If she were to join, Vice Principal Brister would surely grant approval, and their subsequent plans could proceed smoothly. Well, Mentor Liaison pondered Qiye's invitation. Mentor Liaison, please do not hesitate. I sincerely request your assistance, Qiye earnestly implored once more. However, I fear I may not have the time to commit. Mentor Liaison explained her hesitation. That is fine. Mentor Liaison, as long as you can come by when you are free to guide us, that would suffice. Qiye quickly devised a flexible solution, unwilling to let Mentor Liaison decline due to time constraints. Very well. As long as I have the time, I will come by. You should go now. Class is about to start. I will speak to Bud on your behalf. Mentor Liaison agreed to Qiye's request. Thank you. Mentor Liaison. I will take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality, and goodbye. Qiye politely bowed as he bid farewell. No need for thanks. If you enjoy the food, do come again next time, Mentor Liaison replied with a smile, finding herself rather fond of this courteous child. Chapter 17. Establishing the club. Why has no one come to sign up all day? Perhaps they haven't caught wind of it yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Could it be because we didn't advertise? That makes sense. Otherwise, why would it take so long for anyone to arrive? I told you not to be so stingy, boss. There's no choice. Registering a club with the Academy's administration costs 100 silver coins. We don't have extra funds for advertising. On the main thoroughfare of the girls' dormitory, a large tree bore a wooden sign, inscribed with black charcoal. The St. Knight Academy Culinary Arts Club is now recruiting new members. The first 10 members to join are exempt from membership fees. Beneath this sign stood Qiye and Shuppel, who had been discussing why, after sitting there for half the day, not a single person had come to register for their newly founded culinary arts club. Thanks to Mentor Liaison's efforts and Qiye secretly leveraging Lillian's influence, Vice Principal Brister finally approved the establishment of the St. Knight Academy Culinary Arts Club yesterday. However, the mere establishment of the club did not guarantee its survival within the academy. With an institution as large as St. Knight Academy, various activity clubs flourished like weeds. To manage these activities effectively, the academy had long established a regulation. Any club with fewer than 100 members upon establishment or failing to reach 200 members within 2 consecutive years would be disbanded. This rule now posed a significant obstacle for the Culinary Arts Club, which currently comprised only Qiye, Shuppel, Lillian, Qiye, and Dagati. In order to prevent their newly formed club from facing immediate dissolution and to avoid losing the 100 silver coins spent on registration, Qiye and Shuppel had no choice but to take immediate action to recruit members. Qiye originally intended to invite the students from Class 21 to join the club. However, the students in that class were more interested in eating and playing, while the girls were engrossed in romantic novels. Who would have time to join a culinary arts club? Although they appreciated the efforts of Qiye and his companions, gratitude alone did not translate to joining the club and paying to learn culinary skills. Qiye had also intended to assist, but his left arm was still recovering, and the doctor had advised him against excessive movement. Thus, Qiye encouraged him to rest while he and Shutbull took on the recruitment task. Didn't you say that girls love cooking? Why has no one signed up yet after all this time? Qiye asked, growing impatient. Although the scenery was pleasant and beautiful girls passed by on their way to the dormitory, not a single person had come to register. And he was quite anxious. Boss, I don't know. The books say girls love cooking, but it seems today's girls are different. They are all obsessed with fashion and appearances. Just now, one girl said that cooking would ruin her pretty face by making it dirty with smoke. Another worried about cutting her finger while using a knife. Shutbull lamented, expressing his surprise that the girls at the academy, whom he had imagined would be demure and eager to join the culinary club, were instead wealthy and privileged, assuming their families would provide them with top-notch chefs. Indeed. The girl I spoke to earlier claimed that the kitchen is a woman's greatest enemy. Sigh. If no one else comes, we are finished. Qiye sighed dejectedly, contemplating the loss of the registration fee contributed solely by Shutbull. Worried about the club's potential dissolution due to a lack of members, why not just force them to join? After all, if you show them your dark magic, I doubt anyone would dare refuse, Qiye suggested in a moment of desperation. Considering a more aggressive approach, although Shutbull had wielded dark powers during their last duel, it had not significantly affected him. The current world was no longer like the past. The elves at St. Knight Academy sought powerful abilities. Or else why would they study there instead of living peacefully outside? While dark magic held a certain fear in their hearts, it was not overwhelming. Moreover, other races within the academy envied Shutbull's formidable powers. You can't be serious. Boss, I don't want to end up getting caught by the disciplinary committee. Let's just wait a little longer. Shutbull scratched his head, feeling conflicted. One more moment, that if no one comes soon, we'll proceed with my plan. Qiye's eyes turned red with determination. For the sake of money, he was willing to take risks. Just as he was preparing to disregard all caution to recruit members, voices emerged from behind him. Huh. What's this wooden sign doing here? Yes, it says something about recruiting for a culinary club. Two girls had noticed the sign Qiye had written and approached. Hello. May I ask, is that you, Qiye? One of the girls exclaimed in surprise. Zixue, is that you? Qiye recognized one of the two girls as Zixue, who had cared for him for several days after their previous encounter. Hello. Are you interested in joining the club? The first 10 to sign up can join for free. Shutbull seized the opportunity, turning to the girl beside Zixue. Can I take a look first? The girl accompanying Zixue answered, hiding behind her. What are you doing here? Zixue was astonished. Ever since Qiye's discharge from the hospital, she had been unable to locate him. Unbeknownst to her, she had been tirelessly working to establish a culinary arts club. I have founded the Culinary Arts Society and am currently recruiting members, he declared. Qiye realized he could not bear to look at such a stunning beauty as Zixue while speaking, fearing she might perceive the joy reflected in his eyes. How about we join? Zixue suggested with a smile, pulling another girl beside her. Wonderful, welcome aboard. Qiye nearly leaped for joy, never expecting that after such a long time, two beautiful girls would come to join the society at once. Is there anything we need to do to join? Zixue inquired. Simply sign your names on the membership application here. Qiye, still caught in his excitement, found himself at a loss for words, prompting Secretive to respond on his behalf. After Zixue and her companions signed the application, Secretive collected it, glanced at the signatures, and produced two circular badges for them. Miss Zixue, Miss Nyaxi, this is the emblem of the Culinary Arts Society. Please keep it safe. Our society holds activities every Friday afternoon, so please do not be late. Secretive explained that he had commissioned the badges. Believing that every society should have a symbol, the badge featured an engraved soup spoon and a small chopping knife. Where is our society located? Zixue asked again, noticing that Nyaxi seemed quite shy, keeping her head down after signing and standing behind her. Oh, let me check with our president for a moment, Secretive said, pulling the still excited Qiye to a tree behind them. Boss, what do we do? Wake up. Secretive urgently shook Qiye. Didn't someone just join? We simply accept them. What is there to discuss? Qiye finally came to his senses. Boss, where is our society's activity venue? Secretive articulated the question he had been yearning to ask Qiye. Qiye had not considered that a society would require a designated location. He had thought that merely collecting some membership fees and occasionally meeting was sufficient. Boss, don't just say, think quickly, how do we respond to them? Secretive urged, anxious that Zishuer and Nyaxi might lose interest upon discovering their society lacked a venue. Where could it be? Qiye paced anxiously. Secretive, too, pondered where they might find a space for their society. What if we choose the room next to mine? There's a large storage room over there, although it's rather dilapidated. It should suffice once we clean it up. Qiye recalled the large storage room adjacent to his own, which was many times larger than his room that it had once been used for equipment. But it was now empty, as everything had been moved out. Initially, he had considered relocating there, but found it too spacious for comfort. That storage room? Not bad, given that the academy has been holding activities there daily. The equipment won't be moved in any time soon that we can manage for now and find a better place later, Secretive concluded, having gathered information about the building next to Qiye. Our society's venue is in the basement, near the river to the north. That if you're unsure of the way, please wait for us at the Academy Hall in Trance this Friday at noon, and we will escort you there. Secretive informed Zishuer and Nyaxi of their new meeting place. All right, we will be there. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Zishuer and Nyaxi bid farewell, clutching their badges as they headed back to their dormitory. Take care. Qiye and Secretive waved from their spot. Qiye couldn't help but grin foolishly, delighted that Zishuer had decided to join. With beautiful company in the days to come, engaging in activities together in the society would surely alleviate his sorrows. Boss, you should quickly revise the membership criteria to state that we only accept 50 members and require a membership fee of 1 gold coin. It took us half a day to recruit just 2 people. We still need 93 more to meet the founding requirements. Do you really think anyone else will join our society? Qiye countered, perplexed by Secretive's suggestion. Boss, do you know who those 2 were? Weren't they Zishuer and Nyaxi? Do you think I don't know? I saw their names, Qiye replied, bewildered as to why Secretive would pose such a simple question. Both of them are among the top 10 beauties of the academy. Zishuer is the next heir to the Grand Priest of the Moonlit Kingdom, and her admirers are well known. Qiye nodded, recalling the throngs of Zishuer's fans on the day of their competition. As for Nyaxi, her admirers are no fewer. She is a princess of the sky-soaring empire, pursued by many prominent families from various nations. Caught up in admiring Zishuer, Qiye had momentarily overlooked Nyaxi, only to realize she too was one of the academy's top 10 beauties, inciting a twinge of regret. Even if they are renowned figures from the Moonlit Kingdom and the sky-soaring empire. What does that matter? Boss, think for a moment. Now that they have joined our society, what about their admirers? Secretive expressed his concern for Qiye, who still seemed oblivious. Oh, then doesn't that mean we will soon have a flood of new members? Qiye finally grasped the situation. His earlier euphoria over Zishuer's membership clouding his judgment, although he had avoided her since leaving the hospital due to an unsettling feeling he harbored. The long absence had left him discontented. Now, upon seeing her again, he felt an exhilarating sense of joy, as if he might float away. Of course, boss, I'm going to spread the word right away. You stay here to receive the new members, Secretive exclaimed, dashing off while turning back to call out to Qiye. All right, hurry back. Qiye felt a surge of excitement again, that if he could collect 1 gold coin from each new member and recruit 30 people, he could clear his debts. He hadn't anticipated that earning money could be so effortless. As he envisioned counting the gold coins, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. He looked up in astonishment to see a throng of beast men, half-beasts, elves, winged folk, and dwarves rushing towards him. Qiye quickly grabbed a wooden plank and climbed up a tree by the roadside. Observing their frantic approach, he realized that without swift action, he would surely be trampled underfoot. Calm down, everyone. We are currently recruiting members. Please line up orderly for registration. Qiye called from the tree, attempting to maintain order as the eager students below nearly broke into a brawl. Meanwhile, members of the disciplinary committee surrounded them, initially believing a riot was unfolding, only to discover it was merely the Culinary Arts Society's recruitment drive. Although Qiye had climbed the tree, they all recognized that the Culinary Society had been approved by Vice Dean Briest and had Mentor Lillian as its honorary president. Thus, they turned a blind eye. Amid the chaotic scene, admirers of Zishuer and Nyaxi clashed beneath the tree, momentarily losing control. Eventually, with the watchful eye of the disciplinary committee, Qiye managed to recruit 50 members, albeit half of them barely standing. However, it would be a mistake to assume these 50 were unworthy. On the ground lay at least 400 others who had been knocked down in their scramble for membership applications. The membership fee was set by Qiye at 2 gold coins. He had anticipated resistance. Yet the remaining 50 members produced their coins without hesitation, holding 100 gold coins. Qiye grinned from ear to ear, wishing he had initially stated 5 gold coins instead. Meanwhile, some of the sprawled students on the ground began offering exorbitant prices for membership applications, and Qiye nearly considered selling a few more. Though he recalled Storyteller's earlier instructions to limit the membership to 50. Storyteller, we still need 43 more members to officially establish the society. You told me not to recruit any further. What should we do now? Qiye lamented in Storyteller's room, counting the coins over and over. Boss, do you honestly believe the group we recruited this afternoon will learn culinary skills? Storyteller asked while gazing out the window. Of course not. If anything, they'd likely find destruction easier than mastering culinary arts, Qiye replied without hesitation. The scene from earlier resembled a battlefield, with numerous students from the magic department casting spells during the scuffles, leaving craters and puddles in their wake. After completing the recruitment, Qiye hastily departed, fearing he might be caught by patrolling mentors and held responsible for damages. Exactly. Thus, they will merely serve as our initial source of funding. We must gradually find those skilled in culinary arts to join. Or else how will we generate profit? Oh, where do we find such individuals? Surely, no one will volunteer, Qiye mused. We could host a culinary competition, Storyteller suggested, having already devised this plan. Excellent, with Zishuer and Nyaxi attending. It's bound to create a stir. Just imagine. Qiye could not help but laugh in excitement at the conclusion of the final 7 nights. A consensus was reached between Qiye and Storyteller to host the inaugural culinary competition of the Holy Night Academy during the first club activity on Friday. They planned to invite mentor Lillian as a guest, along with several other mentors to serve as judges, while Zishuer and Nyaxi will act as friendly members to attract participants. Chapter 18. The culinary competition. In the year 284 of the moonlit calendar, the Holy Night Academy witnessed the emergence of culinary artistry for the first time on a Friday in the autumn moon, marking the debut of this craft across the entire Fantian continent. This day was later commemorated as the Festival of Chefs, as the illustrious founding emperor of the great Fantian Empire, Qiye, liberated the profession of cooking from the squalid kitchens and the disdain of society, elevating it to a noble art form on the Fantian continent. Excerpt from the Chronicles of the Fantian Empire. While the Holy Night Academy may have experienced such exuberance in its history, today's fervor takes on a distinct theme. On a Monday in the autumn moon of the year 284, the newly established Culinary Arts Club at the Holy Night Academy stirred a commotion as it recruited members from Tuesday to Thursday. The club's president Qiye and vice president Storyteller engaged in grand promotional activities. The Culinary Arts Club would host its culinary competition on Friday afternoon, urging aspiring participants to register promptly. This announcement sparked a significant uproar within the academy, not merely due to the competition itself, but because of the enticing news disseminated by Qiye and Storyteller. The victor of the culinary competition would have the opportunity to date a member of the Holy Night Culinary Society. Specifically the second most beautiful girl, Zishuer, or the fifth, Nyaxi. In just a few days, the number of male students eager to learn culinary skills surged from single digits to the thousands. Concurrently, the chefs, who had previously gone unnoticed in the academy's dining hall, suddenly became highly sought after. Some students even resorted to physical altercations in their desperation to secure a chef as a mentor. The logistics department's supplies of ingredients were swiftly depleted, as students who failed to procure a chef sought to undermine their rivals by purchasing all available food supplies, leaving those competing without materials to practice. This chaos ultimately led to tutors and their families being relegated to competing with students for meals in the dining hall for several consecutive days. Meanwhile, some students from the martial arts and magic departments endeavored to incorporate their skills into culinary applications, creating new dishes such as exploding sweet potatoes, ice-cold chicken soup, cross-cut vegetables, and walnut-cracking hands. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation of certain lecherous onlookers, the Culinary Arts Club's competition commenced. We are immensely grateful for your presence at the finals of our Culinary Arts Club competition. I, Qiye, as the president of the Culinary Arts Club, warmly welcome all of you here. Thank you. Qiye, donned in a black suit borrowed from Storyteller, with his glossy black hair adding to his charm, stood atop a makeshift podium fashioned from borrowed classroom tables, addressing the participants and spectators. Unperturbed by Qiye's welcoming remarks, the audience was instead fervently pushing forward, striving to reduce the distance between themselves and the enchanting figures of Zishuer and Nyaxi on stage. The newly inducted members of the Culinary Arts Club, having paid their dues, were granted prime seating close to the competition stage, tasked with maintaining order during the event, true to their president's expectations. These members diligently held back the throngs trying to encroach upon their coveted positions, determined not to allow any interlopers to disturb their goddesses, although some students who made a special effort to see the proceedings were frustrated. None dared to confront the formidable members of the Culinary Arts Club, who were all top-notch individuals, having survived the initial uproar of the club's formation, and were known for their fierce demeanor. Noticing the audience's lack of reaction, Qiye could only manage a few awkward chuckles before continuing. Today, we are honored to welcome our esteemed Vice Dean Brista and his wife, the honorary advisor to our Culinary Arts Club, Mentor Lillian, as well as several other mentors from the Academy who will serve as judges, enriching our competition. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome them. Vice Dean Brista and Mentor Lillian stood from the limited chairs on stage to bow to the audience. While the other mentors, lacking extra seating, joined Qiye in standing, the Vice Dean was taken aback by the unexpectedly large turnout for the culinary competition, as he had previously regarded culinary arts as a trivial pursuit. Yet here was a surprising number of students eager to witness the event. The audience erupted in applause, particularly the members of the Culinary Arts Club, many of whom had previously visited the discipline department, where they harbored a healthy fear of Vice Dean Brista, the department's highest authority. Just as Brista began to deliver a few ceremonial remarks, he was interrupted by Mentor Lillian, who was unwilling to let him dominate the discourse in her advisory capacity. She pulled Brista down to sit beside her. Qiye, recalling Brista's previous lengthy admonishments, felt a cold sweat break out at the thought of the potential duration of his speech. Fortunately, with Mentor Lillian present, he could only wonder how long Brista would have spoken otherwise. Seizing the moment, Qiye quickly took over the conversation, announcing to the attendees, "Today, my fellow members of the Culinary Arts Club and I eagerly anticipate the extraordinary culinary skills of our participants. Let us now invite our contestants to take the stage." As Qiye concluded, contestants emerged from behind the stage, representing a diverse array of races including elves, beastmen, half-beastmen, dwarves, and winged individuals. Every race present within the academy was represented, alongside several chefs eager to compete. However, the most captivating sight was the final 20 contestants, all adorned in matching sky-blue aprons, standing gracefully in their prime, their radiant smiles illuminating the competition. These young women, whom Qiye and Secretive had diligently sourced from various classes in the martial arts department, were gathered under the auspices of Vice Dean Brista's name. While they may not have matched the ethereal beauty of Secretive and Qiye, they were nonetheless striking in their own right. Qiye had invited them to serve as hostesses for the culinary competition, each holding a platter that displayed the contestants' profiles and the various dishes they would be preparing. Once the competition commenced, the audience would have the opportunity to place bets on their favored contestants, with the understanding that all proceeds would contribute to the Culinary Arts Club's funding. Under the watchful gaze of the 50 vigilant members of the club, no one dared to voice objections, and those who refrained from betting found themselves relegated to the outer fringes of the gathering, compelled to stake their hopes on the contestants they wished to support. Now, allow me to introduce the names of our contestants. If you have confidence in them, cast your vote. Qiye began to detail each contestant's background, including their culinary experiences, a testament to Secretive's diligent information gathering. However, this level of detail risked making it easier for the audience to discern who might ultimately prevail. Did Qiye not recognize this? Yet, he continued to elaborate on each contestant's qualifications, after introducing all the participants. The 20 contestants stood poised at their makeshift kitchens arranged beside the stage, not forgetting to promote the Academy's dining hall. Qiye declared, "The Holy Knight Academy's dining hall graciously sponsors this competition, and we hope you will not forget to dine there regularly, strengthening your bodies and honing your skills." As Qiye's promotional remarks echoed, the contestants readied themselves. "Are you curious about the prizes for our competition's victors?" Secretive stepped onto the stage and loudly posed the question to the audience. Qiye, having just stepped down, had not anticipated that merely hosting a competition could be so exhausting. His voice was nearly hoarse, and he welcomed the opportunity to rest while leaving the remainder of the proceedings in Secretive's capable hands. Indeed, aside from the members of the Culinary Arts Academy, the students in the audience responded in unison that if the members of the Culinary Arts Academy were to discuss fighting, each one would be a master. Yet, when it comes to culinary skills, after 4 days of rigorous practice, they were eliminated in the first round. For a long time now, there have been rumors that the winner of the competition would have a date with our society's beautiful members, Qiye or Niyaki. Everyone has been eager to know if there is any truth to this, right? Yes, the students in the audience exclaimed once more. Well then, let us invite our society's Zishuer and Niyaki to clarify this matter, as no one knows it better than the parties involved. Shuetabi turned the topic over to Zishuer and Niyaki, who stood behind him. This issue had been discussed by Shuetabi, Qiye, and the two girls. And they believed that if, on the day of the competition, Zishuer and Niyaki did not express their stance and later claimed that there was no such arrangement, the participants might become furious, potentially leading to trouble. Thus, they had already devised a speech for Zishuer and Niyaki to deliver prior to the competition. Hello everyone, I am Zishuer, and beside me is my dear friend and fellow member of the Culinary Arts Society, Niyaki. The moment Zishuer made her entrance, she was extraordinary. The previously noisy venue fell silent the instant she spoke. Regarding the matter of Niyaki and I dating the winner of the culinary competition, I have never heard of such a thing. It is likely a case of misinformation. This was the conclusion reached by Qiye and Shuetabi after much deliberation. By saying so, no one would blame Zishuer or Niyaki, or the Culinary Arts Society, as it would be regarded as a misunderstanding. The 20 participants standing by the kitchen equipment could not help but feel deflated. Their motivation for entering the competition was to have a date with either Zishuer or Niyaki. And hearing Zishuer say this left them disheartened. However, Zishuer continued with a smile. In light of everyone's enthusiastic participation in our society as culinary competition, Niyaki and I have decided to accompany the winner on a date. Oh. The contestants, who had initially felt disheartened, suddenly revived with renewed fervor. The audience, particularly those who had originally spread the rumor, couldn't help but regret their words. They should have kept quiet and participated themselves. This was also a result of careful consideration by Qiye and Shuetabi. If Zishuer and Niyaki did not make this statement, the culinary competition would have lost its significance. However, Qiye and Shuetabi had explicitly assured Zishuer and Niyaki that the winner would not be dating them, or else Zishuer would not have so readily spoken out. Although she was unaware of how Qiye and the others would ensure that the winner would not date them, she believed that they must have a solid plan. Hence her agreement. Having heard Miss Zishuer's words, I now officially declare the commencement of the first culinary arts competition at Holy Night Academy. Shuetabi seized the moment to announce the start of the competition. In an instant, the contestants showcased their unique skills, and the stage was filled with splendid performances. One contestant drew forth a long sword and executed his practiced sword techniques on a carrot. The carrot was pierced numerous times by his sword, and he promptly tossed it into a boiling pot, continuing to wield his sword by the pot, primarily directing his movements towards Zishuer and Niyaki on stage. A participant from the magic department was equally undeterred. Ingredients placed on the cutting board flew into the air, and several wind blades sliced through them, causing the chopped ingredients to fall directly into the pot, while wood spontaneously ignited nearby. This participant, eager to showcase his magical prowess, conjured colorful magical bubbles to enhance his competitive spirit while controlling the flames with wind magic. A half-orc brandished a spiked club as he prepared the ingredients on the chef's table. Half-orcs detest complicated cooking methods. They prefer to smash a large handful of vegetables and toss them into a pot for a hearty stew. Nonetheless, the dishes they create possess a unique flavor. A dwarf contestant, equipped with blacksmithing tools, meticulously carved intricate designs into his dish, aiming to prove that dwarves excel not only in weapon forging but can also make visually appealing culinary creations. The winged contestant was even more remarkable, performing various acrobatic feats in the air, while the pile of ingredients on the ground remained untouched for quite some time. Meanwhile, the audience members produced betting slips they had exchanged for 10 silver coins, inscribing the names of their favored contestants before handing them to the attendant. They fixated their gaze on Zishuer and Niyaki, knowing that their original purpose for attending was to see the two. After an intense battle, why call it a battle? Just look at the contestants' moves. Each treated the ingredients as mortal enemies, relentlessly striking, piercing, and stabbing as if they bore an ancient grudge against them. Determined to inflict torment before the audience, the contestants finally completed their culinary masterpieces. The first dish presented was prepared by a magical elf contestant, who had crafted a fragrant braised beef soup. Upon opening the pot, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly whetting the appetite. The judges, including Vice Dean Briest and Mentor Liaison, could not resist and began to eat voraciously. Chapter 19. Qiye takes the stage. The exquisite dishes meticulously created by the contestants were delivered to the judges by the event attendants. The judges were delighted to sample these aromatic culinary creations, especially when tasting dishes reminiscent of their homeland. the flavors were simply unparalleled. The winged contestant from Holy Night Academy presented a whole roasted lamb, a dish most beloved by the winged folk. The lamb, roasted to a golden perfection, was coated with a secret seasoning passed down through generations, exuding an enticing milky aroma. Normally, if one were not in the Skyward Empire, it would be nearly impossible to savor such authentic winged delicacies. Whole roasted lamb, as the secret seasoning of the winged people, is quite rare. The winged mentors at Holy Night Academy had not returned to the Skyward Empire for countless years, although they lacked for nothing here. No place could compare to their homeland. To finally enjoy such an authentic taste of their native cuisine stirred their emotions. The dwarf contestant, representing his kin, presented a dish that resembled a work of art, crafted with the precision of a master sculptor, making it almost unbearable to disturb its beauty with a fork. When they finally took a small piece to taste, the fresh flavor of wheat exploded in their mouths. The elf contestant prepared a plate of steamed bamboo shoots, which, although seemingly unremarkable in appearance, evoked a deep appreciation for nature with its unique, tender color and delicate fragrance. Most surprisingly, the half-orc created a large pot of meat soup. Half-orcs are generally indifferent to culinary intricacies. As long as something is edible, they will consume it. They particularly despise elaborate cooking procedures, and it is rare for a half-orc to produce a fine dish. Yet, in the hands of an unknown lazy half-orc, a remarkable dish was invented. Various ingredients were smashed into a meat paste using their spiked club, combined with assorted seasonings, and placed into a sealed pot to simmer over high heat, resulting in the half-orc's signature dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. The rich aroma of meat, the fiery heat of spices, and the tenderness of beef melded together, enticing appetites from afar. The judges on stage savored the dishes with great delight. Meanwhile, the members of the Culinary Arts Society in the audience were also fortunate enough to taste these culinary creations. After all, they were members of the Culinary Arts Society and had paid the membership fee, so it was only fair they got to sample the offerings. However, due to the large number of members, the dishes prepared by the contestants had to be tasted by the judges first before any leftovers could be distributed to the members, resulting in a scarcity of food for many. Zishuer and Niyaki, standing on stage alongside the judges, managed to sample a bit of each dish. In contrast, Qiye, the president, and Shuetabi, the vice president, standing on stage, had not tasted any of the dishes. The audience members, gathered around to witness the competition, could hardly contain their drool at the enticing aromas wafting from the dishes. Yet, despite their longing to partake, they could only watch helplessly as the judges savored the food. Even many members of the Culinary Arts Society found themselves unable to enjoy the dishes, so what hope did non-members have? Finally, all the meticulously crafted dishes from the contestants were presented, and the judges had tasted each one. It was now time for the judges to evaluate the contestants' culinary creations, surrounding Vice Dean Briest and Mentor Liaison. The judges engaged in a fervent discussion. Among all these dishes, that whole roasted lamb is undoubtedly the best. It was roasted to perfection, achieving just the right level of doneness, tender without being burnt, complemented by our winged folks' unique secret seasoning, making it truly delicious. It is indeed a specialty of our Skyward Empire. That is not necessarily the case. For instance, the steamed bamboo shoots crafted by our elven kin are exquisite, imbued with a subtle fragrance that reveals the pristine essence of nature, benefiting the body. Our half-beast clan's renowned dish, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, is equally splendid, with its rich aroma and tender, succulent texture, evoking memories of the vast grasslands. Moreover, who among you just pilfered an extra bowl from me? Additionally, we have the exquisite delicacies sculpted by our dwarven folk, not only visually captivating, but also a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, essential for both home and travel. Oh, no, they ought to be termed culinary masterpieces. And then, the adjudicating mentors commenced a fervent debate on stage, passionately disputing over their favorite dishes. At that moment, Shuetabi, the vice president of the Culinary Arts Society, who had just exited the stage to attend to matters, reappeared. Now, while our esteemed mentors deliberate over the creations of the contestants, let us welcome the final participant of this grand competition. Please extend your support. The final participant? How could there be another? Was there perhaps a contestant who had overslept and arrived late? Amidst the murmurs of speculation, a figure clad in a pristine white coat and a towering white chef's hat, distinct from the eclectic array of costumes worn by the other contestants, ascended the stage. Following this last participant were 20 members of the Culinary Arts Society, each bearing an assortment of ingredients. This radiant figure, the final contestant, was none other than Qiye, the president of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society. Qiye donned the chef's attire he had prepared beforehand while Tabi and the 20 members gathered the ingredients they had procured. The presence of the society's president on stage filled the audience of Saint Knight students and mentors with anticipation for Qiye's culinary prowess. Typically, the last performer is the highlight of the show. And since this culinary competition was organized by the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society, the absence of any participants from the society until now had raised eyebrows. Some students speculated that perhaps members were prohibited from competing in their own event. Now, with Qiye, the founder of the society, stepping forth, it promised to be an even more remarkable display of culinary skill than that of the preceding contestants. The students and mentors alike awaited Qiye's culinary exhibition with bated breath. However, the members of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society were somewhat perplexed by their president's appearance. They were, after all, novices in the culinary arts, clueless in the craft, having joined primarily because of the allure of the enchanting Qiye and the captivating Nyaxi. Yet, upon witnessing their president's impending performance, they felt compelled to cheer him on as Qiye and Nyaxi shared in the anticipation for Qiye's demonstration. Among all the members of the Culinary Arts Society, only they had joined with the genuine intention of learning the art of cooking. They believed that Qiye, as the founder of the society, must possess exceptional culinary skills. After all, who would dare establish a culinary society without such expertise? However, Tabi, the vice president and one of the founders, was filled with anxiety and trepidation, aside from Qiye and himself. No one knew that the society was established with the intent of opening a restaurant at Saint Knight Academy for profit. Tabi, an elf utterly ignorant of culinary arts, had agreed with Qiye to hold this competition to find skilled chefs among the students. Just the day before, to ensure Qiye and Nyaxi would express their interest in dating the victor. Qiye had assured them that the winner would not pursue either of them. Tabi, in a bid to support Qiye, had echoed the sentiment. Yet later, when he was alone with Qiye, Tabi inquired about strategies for success, only to be informed that Qiye would take the stage himself. Qiye taking the stage, Tabi saw no signs of culinary talent in Qiye. Every morning, he hurried to the academy's dining hall to purchase the cheapest bread, and for lunch and dinner, he selected the most affordable and least appetizing dishes. Sometimes, he would even pilfer food from Tabi's and Qiye's bowls. How could such a person possess culinary skills? Tabi found it hard to believe, suspecting that Qiye must have some clever plan he was unwilling to disclose. Now, however, Qiye had indeed taken the stage. And as the final contestant, no less, Tabi could not fathom the scene that would unfold should Qiye failed if Qiye's dish fell short compared to those of the earlier contestants. How could he justify his position as president of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society? More dreadfully, what if Qiye lacked culinary ability altogether? The thought of how to salvage the situation sent shivers down Tabi's spine. Though the 50 members had joined primarily for Qiye and Nyaxi, once they realized they had been deceived, they would undoubtedly turn against him and Qiye to demonstrate their loyalty. Among these members, few were truly earnest and studious. The best among them had frequented the disciplinary committee more than a dozen times. Though they appeared dashing and refined, Tabi, having witnessed their unruly behavior during their initiation, knew they were wolves in sheep's clothing. Each possessing formidable prowess, Qiye approached the stage, standing before the kitchen counter specially constructed for him by the 20 members. The counter on stage was markedly different from the one below, while typical counters featured only 2 burners. This one boasted 6. However, what astonished everyone most was the solitary knife resting upon the counter. While most of the students were oblivious to the intricacies of cooking, they at least knew that no chef would rely on just one knife. Given the diverse array of ingredients requiring various cutting techniques, any chef would possess multiple knives. Otherwise, they would be rendered helpless when faced with certain ingredients. Yet, Qiye's counter displayed only a small knife, seemingly suitable solely for slicing fruit. This led to 2 possibilities. Either Qiye was an unparalleled culinary master beyond anyone's imagination, or he was a deluded fool. The audience leaned towards the former, while Tabi feared Qiye had lost his mind, appearing on stage armed only with a trivial fruit knife that he thought it prudent to bring additional knives for any potential chaos that might ensue later. After the members responsible for setting up the counter exited the stage, the remaining members placed the ingredients around Qiye before stepping down. Surrounded by such an abundance of food, Qiye appeared nearly engulfed by it. Tabi could not help but worry for Qiye. With so many ingredients encircling him, should things go awry, escape would be difficult. Chapter 20. Dreamlike Culinary Arts. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed, yet Qiye stood motionless, resembling a statue. In a blink, unnoticed by the crowd, the small knife had found its way into Qiye's hand. Observing the slender blade, onlookers speculated that it might snap if applied to the bones of some of the meat among the ingredients. Holding the knife in his right hand, Qiye's gaze was fixed downward and slightly askew. The towering pile of ingredients surrounding him seemed to vanish from his perception. The audience below was growing restless. With some students preparing to hurl unwanted items onto the stage, Xuetabi's heart raced, readying himself to employ dark magic to conceal both himself and Qiye should the situation spiral out of control. He was confident that, as long as the vice president Briest did not intervene, no one could locate them. Just as the audience's patience was waning, and Xuetabi prepared to unleash his magic, Qiye finally moved. A mischievous grin curled at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his head. With a surge of energy, the audience experienced a collective illusion that the ingredients surrounding Qiye were soaring into the air. Qiye gazed at the ascending food with a triumphant smile. As the ingredients reached their apex, teetering on the brink of descent, Qiye struck with his knife that a burst of silvery light radiated from his hand. And as the light swept across the meat, it transformed into an array of delicately sliced pieces, with the bones and sinews effortlessly cast aside. If, at this moment, someone were to take a ruler to measure the slices of meat prepared by Qiye, they would be astonished to discover that each piece of meat is of identical thickness, as if meticulously cut with precision after careful measurement. The ingredients within the dish are also cut with clarity and order, displaying a harmonious arrangement. At the center of these slices stands Qiye, resembling a sovereign strolling through his own garden, exuding an air of regal disdain towards all existence. The onlookers are involuntarily drawn to Qiye. Even the mentors on stage find their gazes captivated by him. As the floating food gradually diminishes, Qiye's movements become increasingly visible. Beauty, a dreamlike exquisite beauty. Standing on stage, Qiye gently wields a small knife, which dances in his hand like the flowing gown of a dancer, performing a splendid ballet. Up and down it glides, seemingly destined to float in one direction, only to abruptly pivot to another. The graceful Qiye radiates an air of serene self-contentment, coupled with knife techniques that resemble a captivating dance, evoking an indescribable aesthetic pleasure among those present. When Qiye finally ceases his movements, the audience remains entranced, still reeling from the mesmerizing display akin to the finest dancer's performance. The ingredients he has skillfully prepared have partly landed in the plates on the countertop, while others are tossed into the air once more. Concurrently, Qiye ignites 6 stoves, preparing to flawlessly transfer the airborne ingredients into the iron pots resting atop the flames. If his previous knife techniques could be likened to the grace of a dancer, then Qiye's method of stir-frying resembles that of a master calligrapher. The seemingly ordinary spatula in Qiye's hand whirls like the wind. At times it lifts, at others it scoops, with each motion seemingly resurrecting the ingredients within the pot, causing them to joyously leap with life. As the dishes emit an enticing aroma, every onlooker is left salivating. Xuetabi's eyes widen in disbelief. He never imagined Qiye possessed such remarkable culinary skills. A dreamlike prowess that can only be described as beautiful. Qiye's extraordinary culinary talent can be traced back to Uncle Yin, a perfectionist elf who believes that only beauty is worthy of pursuit. Just as he taught Qiye a set of sword techniques, every movement was crafted in pursuit of aesthetic appeal. For someone like Uncle Yin, who seeks beauty, the food he consumes daily must also be visually appealing and exceptionally flavorful. Once, Qiye inadvertently overheard Uncle Yin mention that he had toiled for decades under various royal chefs across different nations to master his culinary craft. In the past, Qiye had looked down upon Uncle Yin for his relentless pursuit of culinary excellence merely for the sake of better eating, and he had once expressed his dissatisfaction with this approach. Following that incident, Qiye endured a week of consuming his own undercooked monster meat, culminating in 3 days of relentless stomach troubles. From that point on, Qiye never dared to underestimate the art of cooking again. Everyone must eat daily. If one cannot even enjoy their meals, what other matters can be discussed? Under Uncle Yan's guidance, Qiye mastered the entirety of his culinary techniques. However, his culinary journey did not end there. In his quest to surpass Uncle Yin, he dedicated a period to studying culinary texts such as Culinary Arts of Brahma, A Grand View of Moonlit Cuisine, and 1,000 Culinary Delights, diligently honing his skills until he achieved a level that surpassed his mentor. From that moment on, Qiye's days became filled with not only training and studying, but also cooking. Upon realizing that Qiye had surpassed him in culinary prowess, Uncle Yin entrusted the responsibility of leading the kitchen to Qiye. However, upon arriving at the Holy Knight Academy, Qiye found himself constrained by the exorbitant prices and his limited funds, forcing him to settle for the cheapest and least palatable food available, anything that would keep him alive without causing further distress. Thus, when he finally tasted the exquisite dishes prepared by Mentor Liaison at Vice President Bristide's home, he couldn't help but be awestruck. Yet, it must be noted that there may have been an ulterior motive to curry favor with Mentor Liaison. When Qiye set aside his spatula, every ingredient had been transformed into exquisite dishes: grilled tender lamb chops, steamed snow fish fillets, spicy crab, oil drizzled eggplant. These dishes arranged together formed a beautiful emblem of the Culinary Arts Society on stage. To express gratitude to all the students supporting our Culinary Arts Society during this competition, I, Qiye, as the president of the society, have meticulously prepared several exquisite dishes to thank all of you for your patronage, Qiye proclaimed, shedding his pristine white chef's attire as he addressed the students below. It was no wonder that Qiye had prepared such an abundance of dishes. He wanted everyone present to savor them. It was understandable that gathering the ingredients alone required 20 society members. And the plates on stage numbered no less than 400. The etiquette ladies, who had long awaited Qiye's command, eagerly gathered the finished dishes to serve them to the audience. However, en route, a few of the etiquette ladies could no longer resist the enticing aroma and secretly snatched a small piece from a plate to taste. In an instant, as if struck by lightning, the expressions of the daring etiquette ladies turned to incredulity. Upon witnessing their companions' reactions, the remaining etiquette ladies swiftly followed suit. Sampling Qiye's exquisite creations, the once moving etiquette ladies became frozen in place. The members of the Culinary Arts Society, who had been unable to contain their anticipation upon smelling the dishes, surged forward, particularly those who had missed out on the other contestants' offerings, fearing they would miss out again. After tasting Qiye's carefully crafted dishes, each member of the Culinary Arts Society stood dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Other students, also drawn by the allure of the exquisite dishes, pressed forward, eager to savor the creations of their society president. The Culinary Arts Society members, now awakened by the deliciousness, hastily grabbed the dishes, shoving them into their mouths. This caused a ripple of urgency among the trailing students, fearing that the society members would devour everything, resulting in a chaotic rush. Witnessing the frenzy among the audience, the mentors on stage, including Zishui, could not resist tasting the beautiful dishes as well. Shuetei picked up a plate of steamed snow fish fillets, using chopsticks to lift a small piece and place it in his mouth. His eyes sparkled with delight. The tiny fish fillet had been expertly deboned by Qiye, and upon entry, it released the unique freshness of snow fish, gradually melting in his mouth while still retaining a delightful chewiness. Once swallowed, a wave of fish aroma ascended from his stomach to his throat. Such a delectable dish, Shuetei was certain that few chefs across the entire Brahma continent could rival this level of culinary skill. After tasting, Zishui involuntarily turned to Qiye and said, "President Qiye, you must teach me this culinary art in the future. Of course, you're my society member. I will definitely teach you, haha." Qiye replied with a beaming smile, grateful for the immense power of cuisine that had once taught him the hardships of culinary practice. "President Qiye, I want to learn too. You must teach me." Nyaxi, who had been hiding behind Zishui, finally stepped forward. Looking at Nyaxi, who was no less stunning than Zishui, Qiye was momentarily taken aback. With her golden hair, delicate lips, prominent nose, curvaceous figure, and fair skin, she truly embodied the beauty ranked 5th in the academy. Her slightly shy demeanor left Qiye momentarily disoriented. Zishui could no longer tolerate Qiye's foolish expression and felt a flicker of anger. Letting out a cold huff, it was only after Zishui's disdainful sound that Qiye snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, "I will definitely teach you. You are all my society members. Who else would I teach?" Nyaxi, a little princess of the Tianxiang Empire, had grown up in the palace and had never actively conversed with boys. However, upon hearing Qiye's promise to teach Zishui, she felt a pang of urgency and was compelled to speak up for the first time. Yet, as she uttered those words, Qiye's dazed gaze made her heart race with confusion. Just as the three found themselves in an awkward moment, the sounds of bickering from the stage broke the tension, causing them to chuckle lightly. Amidst the students' fervent competition below, the mentors on stage began to argue over the last plate. "You've already eaten 2 plates. This one should be mine." Who says, "This plate is rightfully mine. I've eaten the least. My previous plate was too small. This one should belong to me. By seniority. This should be mine. It's mine. If it's in my hands, it's mine." The argument among the mentors escalated, nearly leading to a physical altercation. "Stop arguing. There are so many students present. Don't you have any semblance of a mentor?" Finally, Vice President Bristide spoke up, somewhat irritated. The mentors lowered their heads in embarrassment, though their hands remained on the plate of food. "Still holding on? Is this how you behave? Just for a single plate of food? You make such a scene on stage. Do you wish to compete as well?" Vice President Bristide snapped, stepping forward to take the plate from the mentor's hands. "In this place, no matter how you put it, there are still ladies present. Do you not know to show respect to them? Must I be the one to teach you?" The word ladies left the mentors somewhat perplexed, as the judges here were a group of single noble male mentors. Where were the ladies? "Madam, I believe it is best for you to enjoy this dish," remarked Vice Dean Bristide. That it was only upon hearing his words that the mentors recalled the presence of Mentor Liaison seated on the stage. Although Mentor Liaison was indeed a lady, seeing Vice Dean Bristide and her slowly savoring the dish, the mentors could not help but internally curse, "Old fox, truly cunning." Once Vice Dean Bristide and Mentor Liaison finished the dish, he called the mentors over with a satisfied expression. There is no need for discussion regarding this round's victor. Vice Dean Bristide licked the grease from his lips and inquired of the mentors. "No need. Vice Dean Bristide, you may announce it," they replied submissively, compelled by his authority. As the dish had been snatched away, the students who had not tasted the culinary creations of Qiye lamented their overly restrained approach when they rushed in. "Now, I, on behalf of all the judging mentors, declare that the winner of this culinary competition hosted by the Culinary Arts Society is none other than the president of the society, Qiye. Let us all give him a round of applause." Vice Dean Bristide presented the glittering trophy symbolizing the victory to Qiye. With an air of ease, Qiye accepted the trophy and humbly addressed the audience below. "This victory is a result of everyone's support. I hope you will continue to look favorably upon our Culinary Arts Society." Before the audience could fully absorb his words, he continued, "Today, as the president of the Culinary Arts Society, I thank you all for coming to watch. I would also like to invite all participating contestants and the students serving as etiquette ladies to join our society. Do you agree?" The etiquette ladies, having tasted Qiye's culinary skills, nodded in agreement at the prospect of enjoying his dishes as members. The contestants, all with a passion for cooking, were similarly inclined. After witnessing Qiye's extraordinary culinary prowess, they were eager to join, especially with the presence of such captivating ladies like Zixur and Nyaxi in the society. Seeing the nods of approval, Qiye quickly spoke again. "Then welcome aboard. Now that the culinary competition has concluded, the members of the Culinary Arts Society will tidy up here. The Vice President Secretive and I have matters to attend to, so we shall see you all at the next club activity." Qiye and Secretive hurriedly dashed off the stage, leaving without bidding farewell to Vice Dean Bristide and the other mentors. Clutching the gilded trophy, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, expecting the joyous cheers of the two, only to be met with their hasty departure. After a long pause, someone finally recalled, "Ah, my money. None of the 20 contestants won. We've lost our money." No wonder they ran off so quickly. "Everyone, quick, chase after them. Bring back our money." The realization struck the students, and they dashed in the direction where Qiye and his companion had vanished. Although there were still members of the Culinary Arts Society present, the newly inducted members were unaware of the situation. The initial members, seasoned from previous battles, stood by, knowing that confronting the ordinary students would be futile, especially since the latter bore the marks of their previous encounters. Thus, the inaugural culinary arts competition of the Holy Night concluded with the hasty retreat of President Qiye and Vice President Secretive. The audience who had witnessed Qiye's culinary artistry would later refer to it as a dreamlike experience, for they never encountered such remarkable cooking and breathtaking dishes again. The greatest beneficiaries of this competition were undoubtedly Qiye and Secretive, who retreated to Qiye's basement room, counting the glimmering gold coins and shining silver pieces. Qiye found himself relishing this newfound sensation, while Secretive was exhilarated at having earned money for the first time. Chapter 21. The White Mansion of the Holy Night. Shortly after the conclusion of the inaugural culinary arts competition, both Qiye and Daggett recovered and were discharged from the hospital, assuming the roles of the executive team leader and logistics team leader within the Culinary Arts Society. Respectively, Lillian frequently visited the Culinary Arts Society, enjoying the company of many older brothers and beautiful older sisters who played with her. Under Qiye's arrangement, The activities of the Holy Night Culinary Arts Society were divided into 5 teams. The first team, led by the most formidable of the initial 50 members, Light, comprised 20 members and served as the society's security team to prevent outside disturbances. The second team, under Chehal's leadership, consisted of the first 10 members who became the executive team, dedicated to executing the society's activities. The third team, led by Secretive and Nyaxi as captain and vice-captain, respectively, included 20 female members who formed the society's medical team, specifically tending to injuries sustained during activities, as injuries were common, especially among those who had little knowledge of cooking, often mistaking oil for water or forcefully opening tightly sealed pots, resulting in accidents. The fourth team, led by Daggett, comprised 20 members and functioned as the logistics team, responsible for various affairs within the society. Lastly, the fifth team, led by Qiye, included the 20 contestants who possessed decent culinary skills and focused solely on preparing delightful dishes to reward the other members. Although the society's activity day was set for every Friday afternoon, the underground venue, meticulously arranged by Secretive and others, was divided into 3 large areas: a kitchen area with several upward venting openings for smoke to escape while cooking, a dining area designated for tasting the dishes prepared by various members, and private small rooms for resting and studying culinary-related literature. The innermost small room, carefully arranged by Secretive, exuded a particularly warm ambience, and both Secretive and Nyaxi developed a fondness for reading in this basement, relishing the tranquility that was often absent above ground. Moreover, if hunger struck, they could always venture to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. The female members frequently visited the small rooms in the club's underground activity area during afternoons when they had no classes, with the exception of a single office reserved for Qiye. The remaining rooms were occupied by Secretive and the female members. Although there was not enough space for numerous rooms, Qiye and the other members discovered that the adjacent room, separated by a wall, was vacant. Without reporting to the academy, they quickly broke through the wall and claimed that space as part of the Culinary Arts Society's activity area, with the female members often gathering there. The newly inducted male members flocked to the society daily. The society bustled with life, filled with a vibrant crowd, unable to withstand the constant traffic outside his door. Qiye instituted a rule allowing only 10 members to enter the activity center each day, with the exception of the full gathering on the designated activity day. However, female members and the 20 contestants from the culinary competition were permitted to come and go freely, although this regulation sparked some resistance among the members. Once Qiye used Secretive as a shield, the daily 10 entry spots became highly sought after by the 50 members. On each activity day, Qiye conducted culinary lessons. Though only the female members and those who had previously competed could comprehend his teachings, the rest merely gazed dreamily at the beautiful female members. Yet, Qiye bore no ill will, as the monthly activity funds were always contributed willingly, and occasionally, members would even contribute extra to secure their entry spots. Under Qiye's diligent tutelage, the culinary skills of the society's members continually improved, particularly Nyaxi, who advanced from complete ignorance of cooking to surpassing her peers, achieving a level of skill just below Qiye's. In contrast, Secretive struggled to grasp the craft, managing to produce little more than a bowl of fried rice, which seemed to be her limit. Qiye believed Secretive's talents lay entirely in swordsmanship, yet he dared not voice this opinion, as a significant portion of the current members were her staunch supporters, making it difficult to discern whether they followed Qiye or Secretive. Meanwhile, Vice President Storyteller was far from idle. Each day, he meticulously accounted for the society's activity expenditures and the funds required for upcoming events, as well as the costs of various culinary tools and ingredients. In addition to these duties, he was tasked with formulating the society's development strategy and accelerating the plans for the restaurant project he had discussed with Qiye. Daggett, managing the logistics materials daily, was exhausted. However, with Qiye, the executive team leader, overseeing some members, he found his situation quite agreeable. Yet, Daggett was puzzled, as since his discharge, every female member who encountered him would say, "Please stand a bit further away, if you would." It was only later, by chance, that I overheard several female members discussing him, that I came to realize that the female members were all aware, either through first-hand experience or hearsay, of his self-destructive tactics during the previous duel. They were terrified he might inadvertently detonate, and thus dared not approach him. Upon learning this, Daggett felt an overwhelming urge to exact revenge on Qiye. Yet he hesitated to take action, well aware that the energy crystal was a gift from Qiye. Furthermore, the enormous energy crystal bestowed upon him had never been used, and he certainly did not wish to provoke Qiye into utilizing it against him. Adjacent to the main thoroughfare leading to the female dormitory area of the Holy Knight Academy stands a majestic, palace-like edifice. This structure was erected during the Academy's early days, funded by the wealthiest students among the noble elite at the institution, who established the Holy Knight Nobility Society. In a bid to distinguish themselves, the society not only constructed a building of grandiose proportions akin to a palace but also showcased an array of precious antiques within the Holy Knight Mansion. Mentioning the Holy Knight Mansion, any student or instructor who has spent over a year at the Academy would be familiar with it. However, the mansion's notoriety does not stem from its opulent decor or the exquisite artifacts it houses. Nor is it merely due to its proximity to the female dormitory. The mansion's fame arises from an intriguing legend embedded within its walls. It is said that on the 7th day after the mansion's completion, its noble residents were awakened in the dead of night by an eerie sound, a mournful wail emanating from a woman. Each member of the Holy Knight Nobility Society prided themselves on their noble lineage and fearless demeanor, which was evident in their audacity to construct a building far surpassing any other on the Academy grounds. Yet, the haunting sound of the woman's cry stirred a different kind of fervor within them. For despite the palpable terror in her voice, it possessed a melodic quality that was far more enchanting than any they had ever heard. In a display of their valiant spirit, the members of the Holy Knight Nobility Society hurried towards the source of the mournful wail. Upon arrival, they discovered that the sound originated from a reception room within the mansion. The chilling cries echoing from the darkness of the room instilled an uncanny sensation in the onlookers outside, as if a monstrous entity lurked within. What began as a rush of bravado to confront the source of the sound soon turned into a hesitant standstill, with members frozen in place. Unable to advance, more members arrived and observed their comrades' reluctance. They too fell silent by the time the society's president received word and hastened from their secondary activity center. A throng of society members had already gathered outside the room from which the woman's cries emanated. At that time, the Holy Knight Academy had yet to impose limitations on the number of society members, and with the president, the Holy Knight Nobility Society consisted of just over 30 individuals. Nevertheless, these 30 or so individuals represented the wealthiest and most influential faction within the Academy, backed by powerful families from across the realm. Even the Academy's founding dean would defer to them with due respect. As this formidable assembly of individuals, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Academy, congregated, they resolved to venture inside to uncover the mystery, initially driven by the enchanting yet haunting sound. Their resolve transformed into a collective courage fueled by their noble status. The president was the first to step through the threshold, followed by the vice president and then the executive committee members, each entering the shadowy reception room, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. The following day, all members of the Holy Knight Nobility Society who had resided within the mansion hastily vacated the premises. Yet, each day, select members would return to clean the mansion. And after nightfall, no member dared to enter again. The reasons behind this behavior remained shrouded in secrecy. Perhaps the members knew, but none would speak of it. This incident ultimately became one of the Academy's top 10 enigmas, and the Holy Knight Mansion earned the reputation of being a site of strange tales, a story recounted by veteran students to newcomers each academic year. Centuries later, the Holy Knight Mansion stands as grand as it did upon its inception, preserved meticulously by the care of the Society's members. Although the leadership and membership of the Society have changed over time, each new member is sworn to uphold a vow to maintain the mansion and ensure no one enters or exits after nightfall, safeguarding its secrets. However, today was peculiar. The members of the Holy Knight Nobility Society were absent from their customary cleaning duties, replaced instead by another group who wandered about the mansion, occasionally rearranging its existing artifacts. Place that there. Do not touch that one. Yes, precisely that. And be careful. These are antiques, and you cannot afford to damage them. Degart, appointed as the temporary overseer, commanded the members of the Culinary Arts Society as they went about their tasks within the mansion. Since Degart's entrance into the Academy, he had longed to visit the illustrious Holy Knight Mansion. Despite the terrifying tales of a female ghost haunting the premises, it did nothing to quell his yearning for the renowned antiques within. However, as the mansion served as the private activity center of the Holy Knight Nobility Society, regular students were typically barred from approaching. Yet, just last night, Degart received an unexpected assignment from the president, Qiye, who was accompanied by the vice president, Qiye. Qiye instructed him to lead the Society's members to the Holy Knight Mansion today and, following the layout provided by Qiye, to rearrange the furnishings within. Overwhelmed with gratitude at the trust placed in him by both the president and vice president, Degart could hardly contain his emotions. The long-closed gates of the Holy Knight Mansion had been opened for him, and even a single antique taken from within would be worth a fortune. Nonetheless, Degart dared not pilfer anything, remaining vigilant for any similar intentions among his fellow members, and mindful of the fragile antiques to avoid causing any damage. He was acutely aware that any harm befallen to these relics would certainly incur the wrath of both Qiye and Shuetabii. Meanwhile, Qiye and Shuetabii were situated in the underground community of the Culinary Arts Society. Their absence from the Holy Night Mansion during the relocation was not without reason. The acquisition of the mansion as the center for the Culinary Arts Society had come at a considerable cost, primarily involving negotiations with the Holy Night Nobility Society. Although the Holy Night Academy had diminished in power compared to its formidable past, the remnants of its influence still loomed large. To persuade the current president of the Holy Night Nobility Society. Qiye spent an entire week preparing exquisite dishes, which were delivered by Zixue and Nyaxi. Subsequently, he enlisted the assistance of the society's female medical team to further sway the members. After this two-pronged approach, the president and members of the Holy Night Nobility Society eventually acquiesced to the transfer, albeit with conditions attached. Firstly, since the Holy Night Nobility Society would not be removing any items from the mansion, the Culinary Arts Society would also be prohibited from recklessly moving items beyond the first floor. Secondly, as the Nobility Society could not extract any items, they demanded a monetary compensation. However, given that the Culinary Arts Society members were equally restricted from taking anything, the sum requested was not exorbitant, only 10,000 gold coins. The first condition was readily accepted by Qiye and Shuetabii, but the second posed a significant challenge. The activity fees collected from the Culinary Arts Society members, alongside the winnings from the previous culinary competition, amounted to only 3,000 gold coins, leaving a shortfall of 7,000. Fortunately, the president of the Holy Night Nobility Society was accommodating. As long as the remaining balance was settled within a year, they could proceed. Additionally, he mentioned that should Qiye and the others wish to rescind the agreement, they could do so by vacating the mansion, with a promise to refund 1,000 gold coins. Qiye and Shuetabii, elated by the prospect of settling the debt within a year, failed to grasp the implications of the latter statement. Consequently, as they exited the Holy Night Nobility Society, they missed the cunning expressions of the president and the higher-ups. This oversight nearly cost Qiye and the members of the Culinary Arts Society their lives. Having invested all their funds into acquiring the Holy Night Mansion, they found themselves devoid of resources for food. Hence, while the members of the Culinary Arts Society busied themselves at the mansion, Qiye and Shuetabii took the opportunity to measure the president's office within the underground activity area adjacent to Qiye's room. "This is the spot. Shue, hurry over," Qiye called out, having pinpointed the entrance to the underground food storage of the Academy's dining hall. "Boss, are you sure it's here?" Shuetabii's face displayed a look of concern, as they had already searched over a dozen entrances, none of which proved to be genuine. "Do you not trust my words? When did I ever deceive you? Quickly, it's right here. Use your magic to unlock it," Qiye said, slightly exasperated, directing Shuetabii. "If it weren't for the magical barrier at the underground storage entrance of the Academy's cafeteria, which could only be silently opened by Shuetabii's dark magic, they could have simply broken through the wall. Instead, he had to spend so long calculating to find the entrance to the barrier." With a sense of resignation, Shuetabii conjured the dark devouring sphere once more. A sphere, pulsating with a life of its own, materialized before him and flew towards the wall. With a whoosh, the dark devouring sphere penetrated the wall, entering the barrier on the other side. After a crackling sound, Shuetabii confirmed that Qiye's latest attempt to locate the entrance had once again failed. "I say, Shuetabii, why don't you use this technique on all the walls at once? That way, I wouldn't have to go through this arduous calculation process," Qiye reproached him, unwilling to confront his own repeated failures. "Boss, I would rather not perish, covering such a vast area, if I unleashed that many dark devouring spheres at once. I would surely exhaust my magical energy and die. Please, grant me a reprieve," Shuetabii pleaded, cleverly shifting the blame to himself to elicit sympathy from Qiye. He recalled the last time Shuetabii pointed out Qiye's faults before Secretive and Nixie, which had passed without incident, with Qiye merely letting out a couple of awkward laughs. However, after enduring a series of lessons from Vice Dean Briest, Qiye had turned the tables, using the techniques he learned against Shuetabii until he nearly begged for mercy. Eventually, in front of Secretive and Nixie, he declared that Qiye had been in the right all along, which finally granted him a reprieve. "Indeed, your magical energy is not that formidable. Allow me to calculate once more," Qiye said. feeling a measure of empathy for Zwedebai, who had taken the blame upon himself. Zwedebai, drenched in cold sweat from fear, dreaded the prospect of Qiye forcing him to create a dark, devouring sphere large enough to engulf the entire underground room. Although he could accomplish it, the aftermath would leave him bedridden for half a month. Even if he survived, Qiye continued his calculations. Zwedebai persistently unleashed the dark, devouring sphere. Finally, after numerous attempts, the sound that followed the sphere's passage through the wall was no longer a crackle, but a thud. "Boss, this is it. This is the entrance to the barrier," Zwedebai exclaimed, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. "See, I told you I would find the entrance. Look, it's right here," Qiye replied, beaming with satisfaction. Zwedebai felt faint at the thought that even if someone were to randomly poke around here, they might stumble upon the exit faster than Qiye's methodical approach. "All right, step aside." Qiye pushed the triumphant Zwedebai aside. It was now time for Qiye to shine. Not long ago, Mentor Kent had taught them a set of martial arts techniques called the Shattering Fist. According to Mentor Kent, when mastered, this technique could reduce anything it struck to dust, all without a sound. Upon learning it, Qiye discovered that while it might not be as exaggerated as Kent claimed, it indeed had the effect of making his strike silent. Now would be the perfect opportunity to use it to break through the wall. Although Uncle Yin had instructed Qiye not to use any techniques he taught within the Holy Knight Academy, the Shattering Fist was taught by Mentor Kent and should not be included in that prohibition. With a seemingly gentle punch, Qiye unleashed its full power upon the wall, creating a 1-meter-wide circular hole without causing the wall to tremble. The pulverized debris was swiftly drawn back in by Qiye's suction force. He could not afford to leave any trace of damage on the other side if the Academy discovered any signs of destruction. It would spell disaster. Zwedebai, who had been pushed back, was oblivious to the spectacle. When Qiye stepped aside, the dust from the wall collided with him, instantly transforming him into a figure covered in powder. Haha. Qiye couldn't help but laugh at Zwedebai's appearance. Though Zwedebai was somewhat annoyed, he dared not voice any complaints under Qiye's pressure, merely brushing the powder off himself. "Let's go." Qiye pulled the now cleaned Zwedebai along as they jumped through the hole. Upon crossing over, both were momentarily stunned in their imaginations. The Holy Knight cafeteria, responsible for providing food for all students and staff, would surely contain an abundance of provisions. However, upon seeing the underground storage, they realized they had vastly underestimated it. Before them loomed a massive barrier, within which mountains of food were piled high. Qiye was convinced that even if all the students and staff of the Holy Knight Academy feasted for a year, they would not exhaust the supplies. Zwedebai unleashed the complete form of the dark devouring sphere to create a large opening in the barrier. Qiye rushed through the opening, continuously tossing food items back to the other side. Meanwhile, Zwedebai struggled to maintain the dark devouring sphere, standing firm in his exertion. "Zwedebai, there's wine from the year 83 of the Holy Knight era. Wow, and fine barley wine too. This is fantastic. Come and see." Qiye's excited voice rang out from within. "Boss, hurry up. I can barely hold on." Zwedebai gasped, nearing his limit and lacking the energy to even look inside. "All right, just a moment. Let me grab that bag of fragrant beans. One more second. I see a bag of fresh shark fins. Let me get that too. Just hold on a little longer." After several agonizing moments, Qiye finally emerged from the barrier. Zwedebai was relieved to cease his spellcasting, utterly exhausted and barely able to stand. Without a moment to spare for Zwedebai's condition, Qiye hurriedly passed the food and other items to the club on the wall. Once Zwedebai caught his breath, Qiye yanked him back. "All right, Zwedebai, cast an illusion spell to conceal this wall." Qiye aimed to erase any evidence of their actions to secure a safe retreat for future endeavors. Still reeling from exhaustion, Zwedebai stood precariously, fully aware that if the Academy learned of this incident, it would spell doom for them. Thus, he complied with Qiye's request. With the efforts of the president and vice president of the Culinary Arts Club, their plight was alleviated. However, unbeknownst to them, a great danger was quietly unfolding. Chapter 22. The basement at the Holy Knight Academy. Mornings in the girls' dormitory typically arrived amidst a symphony of laughter and chatter. Mentor Alice had been the dorm supervisor for nearly several decades, hearing such sounds day after day without fail since her appointment. However, this morning, as she rose to head to the girls' dormitory, she felt a sense of astonishment. The typically boisterous dormitory, filled with the sounds of girls preparing for breakfast, was eerily silent. Checking the clock, it was still only 7 in the morning. Although the girls usually rose early to eat, it was unthinkable for not a single soul to be present in the dormitory. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, the Holy Knight White Mansion was teeming with people. a stark contrast to its usual quietude. This unusual scene was due to the grand opening of the Culinary Arts Club's restaurant, housed within the Holy Knight White Mansion, which had previously served as one of the activity centers for the Holy Knight Noble Society. The Holy Knight White Mansion was renowned within the Academy, boasting lavish decorations that surpassed even the palaces of the Moonlit Kingdom, as well as housing priceless antiques and artworks gifted by former presidents of the Holy Knight Noble Society. However, no one outside the society had ever entered its doors. There was a tale of a prominent member's girlfriend who threatened to break up with him if he didn't take her inside. He said nothing and ended their year-long relationship. Although the credibility of this story was questionable, it only heightened the curiosity of the Academy students, especially among the girls, whose curiosity knows no bounds. Moreover, even members and presidents of the Holy Knight Noble Society would leave the mansion each night, never staying overnight. There had been attempts to breach its walls, but during the day, society members were present, and by nightfall, it was left completely deserted. Strangely, while the mansion remained unoccupied at night, it would still be adorned with extravagant lighting. Those who dared to enter after dark would only emerge the next morning, tossed out by the society members, looking as if they had narrowly escaped death, suffering from mysterious ailments and unable to recall the events of the previous night within the mansion. Initially, some skeptics attempted to enter when the Holy Knight White Mansion was empty, only to meet the same fate of being ejected the following morning. In the span of a week, over 20 adventurous students were expelled from the mansion in a half-dead state. Leading to a swift cessation of such reckless endeavors, the Holy Knight Noble Society disclaimed any responsibility for the intruders who had trespassed into their domain. After that night, no one dared to enter the desolate Qiye White Mansion after dusk. However, today, the mansion unexpectedly transformed into the public restaurant of the Qiye Culinary Arts Society, astonishing all the students. Even more surprising was the fact that the president and vice president of the newly established society, Qiye and Zuatiber, had spent the previous night inside the mansion, yet this morning they appeared completely unscathed, standing before the Qiye White Mansion to oversee the inauguration of the culinary establishment. The speed at which rumors spread was astonishing, since the night before, when Qiye and Zuatiber had not emerged from the mansion, the society's members had begun to gamble on their fate, disseminating information to entice more students to place their bets. However, no one held any hope for them, believing that Qiye and Zuatiber were doomed, and they wagered on when they would hear their cries for help. Yet, the outcome left everyone disappointed. The gamblers, who had spent the night in anticipation and lost their bets, returned to their rooms to sleep early in the morning, while the news of Qiye and Zuatiber's uneventful night spread like wildfire. Therefore, the female dormitory closest to the mansion received the news first, and the communication among the girls escalated to the point where one conveyed to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. Within mere moments, all the female students in the dormitory were aware of the news. The curiosity of women is insatiable, so after their morning routines, all the female students flocked to the Qiye White Mansion to witness the spectacle, creating a scene that left the dormitory supervisor, Alice, astonished. Qiye and Zuatiber, forcing themselves to maintain composure, engaged for a while at the front of the mansion before delegating the organization of the celebration for the transformation of the mansion into a culinary restaurant to Zishuer and Daggett. Having spent a restless night, Qiye, Zuatiber, and Shihar felt as though they had aged a year during their time in the Qiye White Mansion, or rather, now the Qiye Culinary Restaurant. They had long since gathered insights regarding the rumors surrounding the mansion's previous identity. After meticulously analyzing the information they had obtained, they concluded that a secret lay hidden within the Qiye White Mansion, a secret that had rendered the once powerful Qiye Nobility Society powerless. The mere thought of this conclusion ignited a sense of intrigue in both Qiye and Zuatiber. Initially, they had not intended to purchase the mansion for the restaurant. Setting aside the question of whether the owner would agree, they simply lacked the funds. However, after Zuatiber assessed the distribution of restaurants within the academy and Qiye's incisive analysis, they concluded that the Qiye White Mansion was the most suitable location for the Culinary Arts Society's establishment. Firstly, it was the female students who had the greatest fondness for food and were the most discerning diners. Secondly, the Qiye White Mansion was situated in the most picturesque part of the academy. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Qiye Nobility Society have chosen this location for their establishment? Behind the mansion lay a vast lake, with willow trees swaying gently by the shore, making it the perfect spot for romantic rendezvous, where men in love often had no concept of financial constraints. Furthermore, transforming the Qiye White Mansion into a restaurant for the Culinary Arts Society would also address the frequent explosive incidents occurring in the basement during cooking sessions, which had caused Qiye concern over the potential for structural collapse. Acquiring the mansion would allow them to relocate their members to the spacious area behind it for culinary activities. Ultimately, Qiye and Zuatiber speculated that the mansion's secret might be related to the first president of the Qiye Nobility Society, a secret that could have faded into obscurity over the years. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the truth, Qiye prepared a week's worth of his signature dishes to present to the current president of the Qiye Nobility Society. Under Qiye's persuasive efforts, the current president relented, agreeing to transfer ownership for a mere nominal fee of 10,000 gold coins. Upon receiving this news, Qiye and Zuatiber surmised that the current president and members, having sworn not to spend the night in the Qiye White Mansion upon joining, viewed the property merely as a burden. Thus, Qiye joyfully relocated the Culinary Arts Society into the mansion. However, after the harrowing night endured by Qiye, Zuatiber, and Qiye, they finally understood why the Qiye Nobility Society had refrained from residing there, and why they had agreed to sell it at such a low price. Under Daggett's direction, the Culinary Arts Society officially took up residence in the Qiye White Mansion. Due to the terrifying rumors surrounding the mansion, others hesitated to remain, resulting in only Qiye, Zuatiber, and the steadfast Qiye spending the night there, sitting in the brightly lit upper floors of the Qiye White Mansion. Gazing out at Qiye Academy was truly a delightful experience. Zuatiber found himself growing fond of the mansion, having perched on the windowsill of the third floor since dusk and remaining there until the onset of night. Meanwhile, Qiye was in the president's office on the fourth floor, calculating the necessary daily income to regain his financial footing. Qiye, entranced by the various treasures within the Qiye White Mansion, marveled at the artistic pieces, a stark contrast to the primitive existence of his half-beast kin, who possessed none of such artistry. Just as the three engaged in their respective activities throughout the mansion, they simultaneously heard the chilling cry of a woman. Upon hearing the anguished wail, Qiye shuddered. He was currently immersed in an ancient painting depicting a night of wandering spirits, and the haunting cries of the woman resonated as if the demons within the artwork were calling out to him. Qiye, preoccupied with a mountain of figures, remained oblivious to the sound, impatiently flipping through financial records in search of potential savings. Only Zuatiber noticed that the cries were emanating from the basement of the Qiye White Mansion. Recalling the rumors surrounding the mansion, Zuatiber felt a surge of excitement and leaped down from the windowsill. Just as Qiye was becoming weary from his calculations, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Boss, come out quickly." Hearing Zuatiber's call, Qiye reluctantly set aside his accounts and got up to open the door. "What is it, Qiye?" Qiye rubbed his tired eyes and inquired. "Boss, did you not hear the sound?" Zuatiber explained his intent with a hint of excitement. "Sound?" Qiye was taken aback. At that moment, another chilling cry echoed from the depths of the Qiye White Mansion. A shiver ran down Qiye's spine as he involuntarily trembled. "Boss, you heard it, right? This might be the greatest secret of the Qiye Nobility Society from years ago. Let us go investigate," proposed Zuatiber, eager to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Zuatiber mention the possibility of uncovering the society's greatest secret, Qiye's curiosity overcame the fear that had gripped him moments earlier. "All right, let us go." Qiye closed the door to the president's office and descended the stairs with Zuatiber. Heading toward the source of the sound, the pitch-black entrance to the basement was illuminated by a flickering red flame. Upon reaching the lower level, Qiye and Zuatiber discovered an additional staircase leading to the basement, which they had overlooked during the daytime. Qiye took the lead, while Zuatiber conjured a floating magic orb to light their path from behind. As they descended the newly revealed staircase, they were determined to explore the basement that had evaded their notice earlier. Creak, creak. The old wooden stairs creaked under their footsteps, casting shadows that revealed intricate patterns on the banister. Initially, they regarded the designs as mere floral carvings, but as Qiye approached for a closer inspection, he discerned that the patterns were composed of hearts, forming a floral motif. "Qiye, be cautious. We may have stumbled upon something extraordinary," Qiye warned, recognizing the peculiar designs. He had seen similar patterns in a tattered book given to him by Uncle Yin. Most of the books Uncle Yin procured were newly published, but a handful were worn and ancient, likely containing accounts that could only be found in the Royal Library of Ur. Qiye recalled encountering the heart-shaped designs while perusing a tome titled Compendium of Heresies, which represented a terrifying power associated with the deity Brahma. Although there were only 7 races on the continent of Brahma, the professions among those races were numerous, from humble street sweepers to revered archmages, and from petty informants to noble knights. Every conceivable occupation had its practitioners. Yet among the myriad of professions, one was universally despised by all races, the necromancer, who conducted their studies on the deceased, while the holy mages garnered reverence for their acts of salvation. Necromancers inspired fear due to their horrific experiments on the living. In the tome titled The Compendium of Heresies, it is recorded that necromancers are beings endowed with endless life and terrifying magic. Under the dominion of the necromancer's sorcery, all the deceased become mere tools for their master. Qiye now harbored the hope that the entity lurking in the basement was not a necromancer. Even with the dark magic of Zuatiber, the two would not stand a chance against even the weakest of necromancers, for necromancy is a craft beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Only those who have ascended to the rank of mage can hope to wield such power. Nonetheless, Qiye believed that what lay beneath would not be a necromancer, as the book also chronicled the terror wrought by necromancers upon the living, leading to a coalition of the natural mages of the elven kin and various other magic wielders that ultimately vanquished all necromancers upon the Necromancer's Mountain. Although it was unlikely that a necromancer resided below, Qiye suspected that remnants of necromantic essence might linger, posing a significant danger, which is why he cautioned Zuatiber to tread carefully. "Boss, what kind of dire place are we entering?" Zuatiber, oblivious to the significance of the patterns, felt his curiosity piqued by the mysterious aura emanating from the basement. "This is not something I can explain succinctly. I will elaborate later," Qiye replied, his demeanor slightly uneasy. He was reluctant to divulge details about the necromancer, as they had not graced the lands of the Fantian continent for millennia, were it not for Qiye's prior reading of that book. He too would find it hard to believe that such beings ever existed. Zuatiber did not press Qiye for further explanation, knowing that if it were necessary, Qiye would eventually elucidate the matter. Since Qiye indicated that they would discuss it later, it suggested the matter was of great import, and he was certain that Qiye would eventually reveal whatever was left unspoken today. And Zuatiber descended slowly. The stairs became increasingly dilapidated, making it difficult to find a secure foothold. After what felt like an interminable minute, they finally reached the bottom of the staircase, where a half-open, intricately carved metal door awaited them. Upon this door, Qiye and Zuatiber discerned a peculiar magical fluctuation. It was unlike the 6 schools of magic, yet bore a faint resemblance to Zuatiber's dark sorcery, albeit definitively not dark magic, as dark magic only manifests its energies during an offensive strike. Sensing the strangeness of this magic, Zuatiber began to probe with his own spells. What he felt was bizarre. There seemed to be an aura of death intertwined with a vitality that should not belong. While Zuatiber scrutinized the door, Qiye noticed something amiss. Ordinarily, they had come down the stairs after hearing the tragic cries of a woman. Therefore, the door should have been closed. Yet, it now stood ajar. Qiye was certain that someone had entered before them. Who could it be? Aside from him and Zuatiber, who else occupied the Saint Knight White Mansion? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Qiye. Today, Qiye had mentioned he would be spending the night with them at the mansion. At the time, Qiye was preoccupied with calculations and had not noticed where Qiye had gone. When Zuatiber had come to summon him, Qiye assumed Qiye had merely been jesting about staying overnight. However, now that the door stood half open, Qiye was convinced that Qiye had ventured inside before them. If Qiye were to roam freely across a savanna teeming with ferocious beasts, there would be little cause for concern. Yet now, Qiye recognized that they might be standing at the threshold of a necromancer's abode, and confronting a necromancer was not merely a matter of brute strength, even if a necromancer were not present. The potential for magical traps within posed a grave threat. Given Qiye's utter ignorance of magic, he was likely to stumble into perilous snares. Should any of these traps prove lethal, Qiye would find himself in a dire predicament. Qiye may have entered. We must hurry, Qiye declared, interrupting Zuatiber's investigation, for locating Qiye was now of utmost importance. Qiye is inside. Zuatiber was unaware that Qiye had also intended to stay at the Saint Knight White Mansion. He had thought only he and Qiye would be spending the night within. Thus, upon hearing the voice, he sought out Qiye. Had he known Qiye was also present, he would have prioritized finding him. As he recognized that Qiye was oblivious to the concept of caution. This afternoon, he mentioned he would be joining us for the night, but I was too busy calculating to pay attention to him. Now that this door is ajar, it is evident that someone has entered before us, and since we are here, it must be Qiye who went in first. Qiye articulated his reasoning. Boss, then we should move swiftly, Zuatiber concurred, his concern for Qiye evident. Zuatiber had known Qiye longer than he had known Qiye, and he understood Qiye's brash nature. Should he encounter danger, he would charge headlong into it without a second thought. Zuatiber doubted that Qiye's brute force would prove effective in the shadowy depths of the necromancer's domain. With determination, Qiye and Zuatiber pushed the door open and hastened into the unknown dangers that awaited them. The door creaked ominously behind them, as if mocking their reckless venture into the abyss. Traversing the darkened basement of the St. Night White Mansion was far from a pleasurable endeavor, especially in a state of agitation. The subterranean realm, devoid of sunlight, was saturated with the musty scent of mildew, and peculiar patterns writhed upon the walls, their grotesque forms seemingly narrating a tale. Although Qiye recognized some of the symbols associated with necromancers, he could not decipher their meaning, akin to understanding the concept of the supreme sword path without grasping its intricacies. Each pattern bore the likeness of a bloodied heart etched in the lower right corner. A distinctive marker employed by necromancers to document their art, the sanguine heart symbolized the necromancer's ability to resurrect the heartless dead, a feat beyond the capabilities of any other. Qiye and Zuatiber raced through the basement. Enveloped in an unknown terror as they sped along, the growing peculiarity of their surroundings became increasingly apparent. In the pitch-black void of the basement, the echoes of their footsteps, which should have been unmistakably clear, dissipated as if swallowed by the abyss. Had it not been for the possibility of Qiye having ventured further within prior to their arrival, they might have halted their pursuit and returned to the upper levels of the St. Night White Mansion. Leaving the basement to fade from memory, after what felt like an eternity of sprinting, they finally encountered another door, reminiscent of the one they had previously encountered. Zuatiber sensed an even stronger magical fluctuation emanating from this door, one that surpassed the previous threshold in intensity. However, unlike the earlier door, this one was firmly shut. Entering the realm of death, at the terminus of life, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, two flames appeared on either side of the door, illuminating the ancient elvish script inscribed upon it. The inscription conveyed that this was the domain of the necromancer, a place not meant for the living. Now, we must ascertain whether Qiye has crossed through this door, Qiye resolved as he stood before it. And if it turns out that Qiye has not arrived here, Zuatiber inquired, curious about Qiye's contingency plan. Then we shall retrace our steps and meticulously search the corridor leading back to the entrance, to determine whether Qiye might have encountered an accident along the way and failed to reach this point like we did. Qiye articulated his hypothesis, acknowledging that while they had not encountered any traps thus far, it did not guarantee that the corridor was devoid of danger. If Qiye ventured too close to the ominous patterns, an accident could very well befall him. But what if he has entered? Zuatiber pressed. Then we must decide who will venture inside, Qiye replied with unwavering resolve. Why not enter together? Zuatiber suggested, believing that mutual support would be beneficial. If we both enter and something goes awry, who will alert the Academy's instructors? Without a call for help, the three of us could vanish forever within the St. Night Academy. Qiye calmly contemplated the potential outcomes. Then I shall go in. Boss, I wield dark magic, which grants me a greater advantage than if you were to enter alone, Zuatiber proposed. Let us first confirm whether Qiye has indeed passed through here. He may have lost his way and could be wandering in some corner. Awaiting our arrival, Qiye remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. Though he believed Qiye would not evade his keen senses, it was prudent to investigate. All right, boss, let us examine this place, Zuatiber acquiesced, commencing his inspection of the walls surrounding the door in hopes of uncovering any clues that might indicate Qiye's presence. As Shedderber discovered a shallow, large footprint beside the door, a sudden hand strike appeared, hitting the back of his head and rendering him unconscious. The assailant was none other than Qiye, although Shedderber's dark magic was formidable. In close quarters, he stood no chance against a swordsman, especially not against his unsuspected superior. Qiye's true power was that of a grand swordsman, making it child's play to incapacitate an unprepared Shedderber. Qiye was aware that in terms of magical prowess, Shedderber was undoubtedly superior by 100-fold. However, Shedderber lacked any skills in close combat. Upon spotting the door, Qiye had noticed the large footprint, easily identifying it as that of Qihao, a half-orc, due to his solitary existence in the Monster Mountain range and his self-taught ability to discern tracks. Qiye halted his advance, contemplating how to keep Shedderber outside. For he believed that something exceedingly dangerous awaited them beyond that door, something that neither he nor Shedderber, nor even the two of them combined, could confront. This intuition had served Qiye well in the past, allowing him to escape perilous encounters with high-level monsters in the Monster Mountain range. While Qiye's first instinct had always been to evade danger, the presence of his subordinate, Qihao, behind that ominous door compelled him to consider a different approach. He feared that if he dashed out to seek help, by the time he returned with his mentor, Qiye might no longer be alive. Thus, Qiye resolved to venture inside and assess the situation himself. Confident in his ability to buy time, as long as whatever exuded danger did not kill him upon entry, he believed he could endure long enough for Shedderberg to fetch their mentor. Although Qiye's swordsmanship and magic were not superior to those of Zishuer or Shedderberg, the skills he had honed were forged in the relentless grip of death, far more practical than the formal dueling styles of Zishuer and Shedderberg. It was essential to understand that true enemies would not engage in fair combat. If a life-or-death battle were to occur between Qiye and Zishuer, he was certain he would emerge victorious, despite Zishuer's formidable sword techniques. Raw power did not guarantee survival on the battlefield. Qiye propped Shedderberg against the wall beside the door, allowing him to rest there, and then cast a protective spell upon him. The strike he delivered had not been too forceful. And Qiye estimated that Shedderberg would regain consciousness in about an hour. He believed that upon awakening, Shedderberg would not charge into danger, for unlike Qiye, he maintained a sharp and vigilant mind, akin to Qiye's own. Taking one last resolute glance at Shedderberg leaning against the wall, Qiye pushed open the door that emanated a scent of danger. One must ultimately confront what lies ahead. Qiye realized he was finally beginning to face danger head-on. Rather than evading it as he had in the past, the scent of peril invigorated him. That a wicked smile crept across Qiye's lips. He was unaware that facing danger could instill such a sense of fearlessness within him. Blood surged through his veins, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Qiye resolved to slay any god or demon that crossed his path. Chapter 23. The necromancer. The necromancer is one of the most malevolent professions from ancient times. However, under the illustrious reign of the great Vengata Qiye, necromancy has transformed into a peculiar branch of medical magic, exhibiting remarkable efficacy against various ailments on the continent of Fantian. This revelation contradicts the inherently evil nature of necromancy, evolving into a unique form of healing art. Excerpt from Records of the Fantian Empire. Slowly, Qiye pushed the door open and then firmly closed it behind him, vowing to prevent any threat from reaching Shedderberg outside. Upon surveying the room beyond the door, he was taken aback. Though the chamber did not present the gruesome sight of dismembered bodies that he had envisioned, it revealed something even more astonishing. A dressing table designed specifically for women of the Fantian continent. A grand bed forged of gold. Qiye had recently become particularly sensitive to the allure of gold and silver, easily discerning any item related to wealth. And a blood-red pool. A blood-red pool. Qiye observed that the liquid flowing within was fresh blood. Tension gripped him, and he tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. He could hardly fathom that it might be Chahal's blood. However, with his keen sense of smell, akin to that of a dog, Qiye discerned the scent wafting from the pool. After careful examination, he determined that the liquid was merely sheep's blood. At that moment, the weight on his chest lifted. As long as Qiye was unharmed, he could remain calm. If anything befell Qiye, Qiye knew he would lose his composure, and without composure, the enemies he faced would have an opportunity to claim his life. What sort of person was the necromancer residing in this chamber? Qiye's curiosity piqued as he speculated about the occupant of the innermost room in the basement. He could ascertain that it was a woman. For only a female would require a dressing table, and the blood pool could only have been constructed by someone wishing to bathe. Historical whispers among the upper echelons of elven society suggested that women who bathed in fresh blood would maintain their skin's smoothness and tenderness. This woman, who bathed in fresh sheep's blood, must have been a noble woman. Otherwise, how would an ordinary person conceive of such a practice? Having concluded the identity of the room's occupant, Qiye felt a sense of relief. A noble woman who upheld traditional values would not casually resort to murder. He scrutinized the room meticulously. It was not particularly large, with the blood pool occupying half the space, while the other half housed the grand bed and dressing table. If someone were present, Qiye was certain he would notice immediately. Oddly, the room appeared empty. After thoroughly inspecting the chamber, Qiye sensed trouble brewing. Worry for Shedderberg, left outside, gnawed him. If the room's owner happened to return, Shedderberg, still unconscious, would be in grave danger. Resolving to check on Shedderberg's condition, Qiye turned back, only to find the door utterly unyielding. He believed that even a door forged of iron would yield to his formidable strength. His physical prowess was not significantly inferior to Chahal's. Yet this seemingly flimsy door resisted him completely. Could it be? Do you think you can come in and leave without a glance? A woman's sharp voice echoed from within the room, piercing yet melodious. Qiye spun around, sword drawn, but saw no one. Pausing his intention to exit, he realized that if someone was present, The danger outside must be minimal. He unsheathed his sword, adopting a defensive stance. Are you giving up on leaving? Qiye discerned that the voice originated from midair, yet the space appeared vacant. Who are you? With an understanding of the other's location, Qiye felt emboldened, suspecting the use of an invisibility spell. Who am I? It has been countless years since anyone inquired about my name. If you wish to know, then I shall enlighten you. The invisible woman paused, her tone filled with pride. My name is Haslia Piandis. Haslia Piandis, Haslia, Piandis, Piandis, ah. The name struck a familiar chord within Qiye, prompting him to ponder where he had encountered it before. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. You are the necromancer Countess Tis. You are correct. Some do refer to me by that title. The Countess Tis was the only necromancer's name Qiye had come across in the Compendium of Heresies. The text detailed that Countess Tis was originally an elven sorceress from the Elven Empire, the predecessor of the Moonlit Kingdom, which was once part of the Elven Empire that had fractured into the current race alliance. At the age of 30, she attained the rank of Archmage, a remarkable feat as the first elven sorceress to become an Archmage before reaching a century of age. Qiye had not heard of anyone else achieving such a distinction. The account of Countess Tis was sparse. It merely noted that she had succumbed to the allure of necromancy, joining their ranks, but provided no further details about her motives or actions thereafter. Qiye refrained from making any impulsive moves, for even if Countess Tis had retained her Archmage powers over the millennia, she was not someone he could contend with, especially given her mastery of the dreaded necromancy. For many years, if Countess Tis had been quietly honing her skills in this place, it is likely that even if all the mentors from the academy were to come here, it would be a futile endeavor, a journey with no return. Then, how is it that you are here? Although Seven Knight felt a sense of dread, curiosity also stirred within him. According to the records in the book, all necromancers should have perished on Necromancer Mountain. You ask me why I am here. Why am I here? Countess Tis appeared to be incensed by Seven Knight's inquiry, laughing maniacally as she posed the question to herself. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her laughter. Seven Knight felt as though he had traversed a hellish realm. The manic laughter of Countess Tis was no longer melodious. It resembled the cawing of a raven. An unbearable sound. Do you think I wish to be here? Once her fury had somewhat subsided, Countess Tis erupted in anger towards Seven Knight, expressing her pent-up frustration. I wish to ask because I was unaware. I saw it recorded in the book. Seven Knight dared not continue, fearful that mentioning the book's records might provoke the frenzied Countess Tis to unleash her necromantic powers upon him. What terrified him most was the prospect of his body being controlled by her necromancy after death, reducing him to a mere undead. Why have you stopped? Speak. Are you suggesting that I should have perished long ago? A figure gradually materialized in the room's air, with flowing crimson hair, a striking gown of the finest red, long legs, an infuriatingly voluptuous figure, and a face that could render any ordinary man breathless. Countess Tis appeared before Seven Knight. How can you be so beautiful? Seven Knight was astonished not only by Countess Tis's verbalization of his unspoken thoughts, but also by her stunning beauty. The book described necromancers as monstrous and evil, yet Countess Tis's enchanting visage defied those accounts. Do you believe I ought to be unattractive? Upon hearing Seven Knight's admiration, Countess Tis revealed a smile. She was evidently very concerned about her appearance, as evidenced by the pool of blood occupying half of her room. No, that's not what I meant. Seven Knight hastily clarified that if Countess Tis misinterpreted his words, he would find himself in peril. Women despise men who question their beauty or express doubt regarding it. Then what do you mean? I am simply astonished by your beauty. I have never encountered anyone as lovely as you. Even a goddess may not possess such allure. Seven Knight flattered Countess Tis with his compliments. His words, however, were sincere. While Zishiwe and Nike were not lacking in beauty, Countess Tis exuded a mature charm that was irresistibly captivating. Another who claims I am beautiful. Do you know that my beauty is what has rendered me thus? Countess Tis's expression shifted to one of madness as she spoke in a tragic tone. Why? Seven Knight became increasingly curious, pondering what she meant by her beauty having caused her to become this way. You are the first human I have encountered in nearly a millennium with such insatiable curiosity that it seems that unless I answer you, you will not relinquish your inquiries. Countess Tis's cat-like eye sparkled, seemingly piercing through Seven Knight's very soul, highlighting his inquisitiveness. Indeed, if you do not divulge the truth, I fear I shall remain perpetually troubled. Seven Knight no longer felt fear. Countess Tis had likely not encountered anyone for many years. In her solitude, She must have longed for a confidant to share her thoughts with. Loneliness can be more terrifying than anything else. Thus, conversing with her at this moment posed no immediate danger. Do you think I wish to be here? Countess Tiz's face suddenly contorted with anger once more. With your magical prowess, you should be able to leave this place with ease. Why do you remain here? Seven Knight, perplexed by her statement, inquired further. According to the book, necromancers possessed magic that ranked just beneath gods and demons, with the number of those who perished at the hands of the sorcerers who vanquished them far exceeding that of the necromancers themselves. My power. Ha. If my power still existed, I would have long since exited and annihilated those elven sorcerers. Why would I still be here? Ha. Your power is gone. Seven Knight, who had seemingly slouched, suddenly straightened. Indeed, my necromantic powers are no more, utterly depleted. Countess Tiz gritted her teeth as she spoke of her lost necromancy. How could this happen? Is there someone whose necromantic powers surpass your own? Seven Knight's previously rigid body now felt agile. As if he could perform complex contortions. He plopped onto the golden bed, finding it quite soft, and then turned to Countess Tiz with another question. Seemingly unconcerned about the bed's owner, he sat there in his soiled attire. Without her necromantic powers, Countess Tiz appeared far less fearsome in Seven Knight's eyes. In this world, what magic could possibly surpass necromancy? The only force capable of stripping my necromantic powers away is necromancy itself. Countess Tiz seemed lost in her memories, seemingly disregarding Seven Knight's presence. Is there someone whose necromancy is stronger than yours? Someone capable of taking your magical abilities? Seven Knight was taken aback by this revelation that he had not anticipated that necromancy could extinguish other necromancy. If necromancy could be used against other forms of magic, could it not also strip others of their powers? At the very least, the one who taught me necromancy must be stronger than I. The one who taught you necromancy. Do you think necromancy can be learned so easily? Countess Tiz let out a maniacal laugh once more. No, that is not what I meant. Who taught you then? I mean, from whom did you learn your necromantic powers? Seven Knight could not help but press for answers, driven by an insatiable curiosity, heedless of the potential danger posed by a possibly deranged Countess Tiz. Sterling, the great leader of the necromancers. Only he had the right to teach me, Piandis. Countess Tiz's eyes, filled with rage, also revealed a hint of tenderness and pride. Sterling, the leader of the necromancers. Seven Knight realized that what Countess Tiz was sharing was never recorded in any book he had encountered. Just imagine, a necromancer capable of leading others among nearly invincible necromancers. What a formidable figure he must have been. Yet why was there no record of such an immensely powerful necromancer, even if he might have been malevolent? Now, before him stood a necromancer who had lived through those events, recounting the tales of ancient necromancers, igniting a sense of excitement within Seven Knight. Then why did he take your necromantic powers? I mean, the necromancer leader Sterling. Didn't you say he taught you necromancy? Why would he later strip you of your powers? Seven Knight was perplexed. Logically, the necromancer leader named Sterling taught Countess Tiz necromancy. So why would he later seize it? Had animosity arisen between them? Yet, that did not seem to fit. Countess Tiz's expression when she mentioned Sterling had been the only moment since Seven Knight's arrival where her demeanor shifted from one of disdain to a softness. To grant me freedom. To allow me to survive, Sterling sought to lead all the necromancers in a final battle against the Elven King, rallying natural sorcerers and other magic users to fight to the death. Hence he took my necromantic abilities. A final battle? Is that the Battle of Necromancer Mountain, the very battle recorded in the book? Seven Knight found himself recalling the account of the necromancer's annihilation on Necromancer Mountain. Indeed, if you refer to it with the name you all later bestowed upon that battle, it was the Battle of Necromancer Mountain. Sterling and all the other necromancers, save for me, were utterly slain in that conflict. However, the Elven King and the other magical beings suffered far greater losses. As Countess Tiz spoke, the fury in her eyes seemed capable of igniting the very world. Why did the necromancers engage in a death struggle with the Elven King? Seven Knight was now certain that the accounts in the tome titled The Compendium of Heresies were not entirely truthful. Only the victors write the narrative, which invariably favors themselves, and now Seven Knight sought to glean the truth from the perspective of the vanquished. Why? That battle, which resulted in countless casualties, was fought for me. For me alone, the necromancers vanished from this world. Countess Tiz's laughter was tinged with boundless self-reproach as she revealed a shocking truth to Seven Knight. For you. Merely for you. Indeed, the Elven King launched a war of necromancy against the necromancers to claim me from Sterling, enlisting all those who despised necromancers to combat them. As Qiye gazed upon the enchanting visage of Countess Tis, he could not help but ponder the possibility that this might indeed be true. If the Elven King were to wage war to possess her, it was certainly conceivable Qiye believed that, at present, few could withstand her allure. However, he felt no particular attraction to her, merely acknowledging her beauty, which, although surpassing that of Zixuer, still left him with an impression that Zixuer was, in some ineffable way, even more exquisite. Qiye found himself at a loss for clarity. Then why are you here? Sterling, in his efforts to safeguard me, seized my necromantic powers and imposed a seal to prevent the Elven King and other sorcerers from discovering my presence. Consequently, I have lost my freedom. So, you are confined here, unable to leave. Indeed, I am unable to leave. However, the shadowy figures I create may still come and go as they please. Shadowy figures, what are those? They are puppets fashioned from my necromantic magic. Spectral entities that I can control within a 10-mile radius. You still possess necromantic magic? Qiye exclaimed, leaping from the bed in astonishment. I merely lost my necromantic powers. My other magical abilities remain intact. Otherwise, I would have perished from starvation here long ago. Countess Tis looked at Qiye, now lost in a daze, with a hint of curiosity. Countess Tis, what other magics do you possess? Qiye, feeling a twinge of trepidation, began to address her more formally, avoiding the casual you and I of their previous conversation. I was once a mage, proficient in 4 schools of magic. Although my magical prowess has stagnated over time, I believe my magical energy has grown exponentially, perhaps by dozens of times. Qiye was utterly astonished. Not only was she a mage, but her power was said to be several times that of a newly initiated mage. This implied that she was akin to a veritable amalgamation of numerous Feisteins of Briestead. My lady, I beg your pardon for the interruption. May I take my leave? Qiye cautiously descended from the bed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, eager to appease Countess Tis. Do you truly believe that after confiding these matters to you, I would allow you to leave unscathed? Moreover, did you not enter here for him? As Countess Tis spoke, she flicked her finger. A circular, transparent sphere materialized above the blood pool, ensnaring Qiye, upon witnessing the night parade of 100 demons. Qiye heard the anguished cries of women and believed he had encountered true specters. However, the half-orc remained blissfully unaware of the true terror of spirits. He was merely thrilled at the prospect of encountering the ghosts his kin had never seen. Qiye intended to summon Qiye and Shuetei to join him, yet fearing the spirits might vanish, he resolved to capture one first and then call them to witness the spectacle. Thus, he dashed into the basement from whence the sounds emanated, too excited to heed the ominous patterns that adorned the walls, solely focused on finding a female ghost to showcase. Half-orcs often hunted at night, so Qiye's night vision was commendable. After pushing open the first door, he used the faint light from his magical lantern to navigate deeper into the basement. Upon reaching the second door, where the sounds originated, he beheld a ghastly figure. Unaware that this was a trap set by Countess Tis, he lunged forward, only to suddenly lose consciousness. When Qiye regained awareness, he found himself confined within a circular sphere. And upon spotting Qiye, he began to shout, though his voice could not escape, leaving him flailing in frustration. What do you intend to do? Qiye secretly contemplated using spatial magic to whisk Qiye away, only to realize that the magical elements in the room were beyond his control, rendering him incapable of casting any spells. Accepting the grim truth of their predicament, Qiye pondered what Countess Tis would do to them. All that is required is for my shadowy figures to siphon half of your essence, after which I shall erase your memories with magic. Countess Tis, pleased to see the horror etched upon Qiye's face, relayed her intentions. This also elucidated why those who had dared to probe the Saint Night White Mansion had met such dire fates. Could we perhaps negotiate? Simply erasing our memories would suffice. We are not resilient enough to endure the siphoning. A single draft would reduce us to mere husks. Qiye feigned a pitiful expression as he pleaded. That is out of the question. My presence here must remain a secret, known only to that cadre of elves. Furthermore, my shadowy figures have not fed in quite some time. If they do not consume soon, I fear they will be unable to function properly. I too would remain silent. Just like those elves, I would never divulge your secrets. Please, spare us. Qiye cursed the president of the Saint Night Nobility Society in his heart, vowing to take vengeance upon them at the first opportunity. You are not like them. They can swear binding oaths through their families, whereas you belong to no elven lineage and cannot do the same. Your oaths would lack the necessary weight. Countess has explained how the members of the Saint Night Nobility Society had managed to evade her grasp. I swear upon the heavens, if I disclose your secrets, may I be struck down by celestial wrath and meet a grim fate. Qiye pressed on. I do not believe you. Humans are the most fickle of beings. Countess Qiye flatly rejected Qiye's pleas. Then. There is no then. Come forth, shadowy figure. Countess Qiye, unwilling to engage Qiye further, felt that she had said all she needed to for the day. At her summons, a figure resembling a ghostly warrior materialized in the room. Lunging toward Qiye, he attempted to evade the attack and counter with his sword, only to find the air around him had solidified, leaving him utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the shadowy figure descended upon him. Ah! Qiye cried out as the figure bit into his neck. The pain eliciting a desperate scream, he felt his strength waning, his vision blurring, and just as he could no longer endure, he succumbed into unconsciousness amidst the figure's fervent feeding. Countess Qiye planned to wait until the shadowy figure had drained Qiye's essence before casting the memory-erasing spell. However, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Just as the figure was feeding, a dark light erupted from the unconscious Qiye, causing the figure to instantly regurgitate the essence it had consumed, along with expelling its own energy into Qiye's body. After expelling its essence, the figure collapsed into a puddle of blood. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, Countess Qiye refrained from intervening, her astonishment apparent as she exclaimed, "An ascendant? Could he truly be an ascendant?" It was known that the shadowy figures created by Countess Qiye could drain the essence of 1,000 swordsmen without ever being overwhelmed enough to regurgitate it. Yet, if Qiye were indeed the fabled ascendant, the implications were staggering. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Countess Qiye raised her hand and invoked magic. In an instant, the once terrifying room transformed dramatically. The boiling blood pool vanished, replaced by a silvery bed upon which lay Qiye and Qiye, who had been rendered unconscious once more by Countess Qiye's spell. The former golden bed had become a long table. Countess Qiye seated herself at the vanity, her eyes softening as she gazed upon the slumbering Qiye, then picked up an ancient jade comb, gently tending to her fiery red locks. Chapter 24. Peace restored when Qiye awoke. He found himself once again lying on a bed. The last time he had regained consciousness after being wounded by a dragon, the beautiful Qiye had been before him. Now, he wondered who would greet him this time. Snore. Snore. The cacophony of horrendous snoring resonated from Qiye's left ear, reminiscent of a tempest wreaking havoc upon a dilapidated roof. Qiye was certain that the source of the ghastly snoring was Qiye. Such an unpleasant sound, once heard, would be forever etched in one's memory. Previously, while training Daggett and Qiye had kept vigil outside, anxious for their safety. After Qiye suffered defeat at Daggett's hands for 2 consecutive days, he had succumbed to exhaustion within the gravity barrier, producing an equally grating snore. Qiye attempted to turn and see how Qiye fared, only to discover that he could not move even a muscle. What was happening? Anxiety crept back into his mind. Yes, Countess Qiye, it must be her. Qiye recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness, yet he found it peculiar that he could still remember those occurrences. Given that Countess Qiye had claimed she would erase his memories, moreover, what had become of that terrifying shadowy figure capable of siphoning essence? Countess Qiye, where are you? Show yourself. Though Qiye lay immobilized on the bed, he could still speak, and it seemed Countess Qiye had no intention of silencing him. What do you seek? Countess Qiye suddenly appeared above Qiye's bed, her crimson gown revealing more than he anticipated, causing Qiye's nose to bleed profusely, akin to a mountain spring. Well, could you please come down and talk? Although Qiye was still bleeding profusely, he dared not close his eyes, faced with the enchanting Countess Qiye, a formidable sorceress whose magical prowess was an amalgamation of dozens of vice deans from Bristede. He felt no room for relaxation. Despite his current inability to move, the beauty of Countess Qiye was simply mesmerizing. As Qiye lay on the bed, she floated above him, leaving him no choice but to behold the alluring sight beneath her skirt. Despite being fully aware that she was an elf who had lived for millennia, her very existence enough to be his ancestor, Qiye could not suppress the surge of fervor within him. Any man would find it impossible to resist such a breathtaking scene. It seemed that Countess Qiye realized the awkwardness of the situation, for she gracefully descended from the air into a seated position. You have a nosebleed. Contrary to Qiye's expectations, Countess Qiye did not unleash her fury upon him for inadvertently glimpsing her alluring form, but instead smiled at him. Though something felt amiss, Qiye was certain that the expression on her face was indeed a smile, one that exuded an enticing aura. I've been consuming too many supplements recently, causing a bit of internal heat, which is why I'm experiencing a nosebleed. Qiye was uncertain whether Countess Qiye had deduced that his nosebleed resulted from the captivating view he had just witnessed, yet she did not press him for answers. And he had no intention of confessing. Then be sure to eat less of those supplements after you go out later. Otherwise, you might have another nosebleed. Countess Qiye, with a playful smile, offered Qiye this advice. I will definitely eat less. Later, I will go out. Qiye grasped the implication behind Countess Tiz's words. She intended to release him soon. You don't wish to go out? Then it is fine for you to stay here with me. I have not had anyone to accompany me for many years. And I will take good care of you. Countess Tiz flashed a smile that sent a chill down Qiye's spine. And no, I have many matters to attend to and people who need my assistance. I cannot spare the time to stay here with you. Perhaps I shall return when I am free. Perhaps I will come back to accompany you only after I am dead. Qiye silently supplemented his thoughts. What a pity, but you should be leaving soon. Dawn is approaching, and if you do not return, it will be unfavorable for you. Countess Tiz expressed her regret. Aren't you going to use memory-erasing magic on me? Aren't you afraid I might reveal what happened here? Though apprehensive, Qiye sensed that Countess Tiz would not harm him. It was merely an instinctual feeling that arose within him. No need for that. I trust you. However, I do hope your two friends will also refrain from disclosing my existence. Otherwise, Countess Tiz left her ominous warning hanging, and Qiye understood that it was a terrifying threat. Rest assured. I guarantee that neither of them will speak of this. We shall act as if nothing has occurred, and when we have the opportunity, we will come to converse with you again. Qiye immediately vouched for his companions. Shuete Bei and Qiye to Countess Tiz. Very well. Although I have spared you today, you must, like the other elves, bring me fresh food and live sheep every week. Should you fail to do so, beware, for I shall send my shadowy minions to seek you out. Countess Tiz articulated her demands, and at that moment, a shadowy figure resembling the one from the previous night materialized in the room. Of course. That is a trivial matter. I will ensure it is done. Qiye was eager to assure her, not wishing to encounter another shadowy figure draining his essence, even though he felt slightly better than the previous day. Unbeknownst to him, the shadowy figure from the night prior had long been vanquished by the mysterious force within him. Qiye attempted to rise, but found himself still unable to move. Resigning himself to the situation. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that once he ventured out, he would be 10 miles away, and she could try her best to pursue him. After all, she could not escape this underground chamber. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing or hiding beyond 10 miles. I have placed a curse upon you. Should you dare to do so, the consequences will be dire. Countess Tiz, seemingly reading Qiye's mind, casually delivered words that caused him to stop breathing and turn pale. What curse is that? What will happen to us? Qiye licked his dry lips. Eager to learn the implications of the curse Countess Tiz had placed upon him, no one wished to be threatened in such a manner. Yet in this helpless situation, Qiye dared not act recklessly. Had anyone else threatened him, he would have retaliated long ago. It is nothing too severe. At most, it will turn you into a walking skeleton. Countess Tiz spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. However, these words only deepened Qiye's pallor. Then, as long as we do not speak of this, we should be fine to is there any way to. As long as you do not speak of it, I assure you that you will live joyfully until old age, with no untoward incidents. Countess Tiz smiled reassuringly at Qiye. Deep within her heart, she found amusement in Qiye's demeanor. Throughout the years, those elves who learned of her identity had all reacted with panic. Yet here was Qiye, fully aware that she was an ancient necromancer and still daring to negotiate with her. We will certainly comply. Might you consider lifting the curse? Perhaps you simply forgot the incantation that day and mistakenly uttered a wrong phrase. And then Qiye feigned innocence, suggesting a proposal to Countess Tiz. As long as you do not speak of it, that incantation will pose no threat to you, even if I were to recite it. It would be ineffective to not worry about it. Countess Tiz seemed oblivious to Qiye's concerns, speaking to him in a tone of incredulity. Then, Qiye dared not continue, for he noticed a flicker of impatience on Countess Tiz's face. Fearing that if he spoke further, he might lose any chance of leaving today, Qiye was truly misunderstanding Countess Tiz. The impatience on her face stemmed from the impending dawn, as she toyed with Qiye. This amusing plaything, until it became time to send him away. Remember, do not mention my existence to anyone or record anything about me. Also, the fresh food and live sheep must be delivered by you each week. Tell those elves that if they dare to let anyone else in next time, I will not spare them. With dawn approaching, Countess Tiz hastily reiterated her warnings and instructions to Qiye. We will definitely. Just as Qiye was about to assure her of his compliance, Countess Tiz waved her hand, and magical elements began to swirl around him. Suddenly, Qiye felt himself enveloped in a world of ever-changing phenomena, with bizarre sights appearing all around him. This was the 4th level spatial magic known as spatial transformation, a phenomenon Qiye had encountered in tomes on magic, signifying that he was now in an unknown dimension. His sole concern was whether Countess Tiz was adept at this spatial magic, for many sorcerers had inadvertently lost themselves in the unknown realms, torn apart by spatial forces as those sites faded. Qiye found himself back in the office of the White Knight Guild at the same time. He discovered that he could once again move freely. Before Qiye could even stretch, Qiye and Bei suddenly materialized before him, dropping onto him just as Countess Tiz had appeared in her chamber. This revelation struck Qiye with the realization of Countess Tiz's nearly terrifying power. To remain in a constantly shifting space required immense magical strength. After all, most archmages struggled merely to execute spatial transformation correctly, let alone linger within that space. Both Bei and Qiye lay unconscious. It seemed that Bei had also fallen victim to Countess Tiz's slumber-inducing spell. For had he not, he would have awakened long ago after Qiye's earlier strike. While waiting for Bei and Qiye to regain consciousness, Qiye took a moment to ponder how to relay the entire sequence of events to them. For the tale of a necromancer was one from long ago. If they did not believe him and insisted on revealing what transpired the previous night, the curse laid by Countess Tiz would surely take effect. Unbeknownst to Qiye, Countess Tiz had not cast any spells upon them. Upon recognizing Qiye as a superior being, she had already spared him and Bei. In fact, Countess Tiz was also prepared to protect Qiye because, after Bei and Qiye regained consciousness, they listened attentively as Qiye recounted the events of the previous night, and neither voiced any objections nor expressed a desire to disclose what had transpired. Had the Countess Tiz intended to eliminate them at that time, it would have been but a trivial task, yet now, their continued existence here is the greatest blessing they could hope for. However, Shutterbell remains haunted by the memory of the chop delivered by Qiye that rendered him unconscious. No matter how many apologies Qiye offers, they fall on deaf ears. Ultimately, Qiye swears never to treat Shutterbell in such a manner again and promises to fulfill one of Shutterbell's requests before he is willing to grant Qiye forgiveness. Subsequently, Qiye and Shutterbell descend hastily to the hall below to preside over the opening ceremony of the St. Night White Mansion, which also serves as the inaugural event for the St. Night Culinary Society's restaurant. After hastily delivering a few words to mark the occasion, they delegate all responsibilities to Daggett and Zishuer, as the two intend to thoroughly analyze the words spoken by Countess Tiz to Qiye the previous night. They ponder why Qiye lost consciousness when half of his energy was drained. Yet upon awakening, he felt invigorated, even more so than usual. They also contemplate why Countess Tiz spared him upon his revival, as well as Shutterbell and Qiye, and did not erase their memories related to her. There is an overwhelming amount of matters concerning the ancient battles of the undead that weigh heavily on both Qiye and Shutterbell's minds. As they engage in a fervent discussion in the president's office regarding the events of the previous night, Daggett rushes in from outside, looking somewhat anxious, upon entering and seeing both Qiye and Shutterbell present. He calms slightly. "Boss, it's bad. Zishuer and the others," Daggett reports, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. "What has happened to them?" Qiye inquires, perplexed by Daggett's sudden interruption, as this moment should be one where students savor the culinary skills of their peers following the restaurant's opening. Daggett, as one of the hosts downstairs, ought to be attending to the eager female students who arrived early. "Yes, speak quickly. We have matters to attend to," Shutterbell chimes in, having been engrossed in Qiye's discourse regarding the ancient tales of the necromancers. Daggett's interruption, particularly at such a captivating moment, stirs a flicker of irritation within her. Daggett stammers, hesitating. "Just spit it out. Surely, they haven't ousted the two of us from our positions as presidents." Qiye can hardly endure Daggett's roundabout manner. If he were less of a fuss, the situation with Ailey would have been resolved much sooner. "Boss, while they haven't exactly kicked you out, it's close." Daggett responds, his indignation bubbling beneath the surface. "Then what have they done?" Qiye questions, feeling a pang of anxiety. He has only just settled into this role, and the thought of being unseated so soon is unsettling. They find the name of the St. Night Culinary Society too long and unappealing, and and then what? "They changed the name of your restaurant to Dreamland CAF during the opening ceremony," Daggett reveals, his tone laced with a sense of injustice on behalf of Qiye and Shutterbell. "Is that all?" Shutterbell rises from her chair. "Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. This was a name you and Vice President Shutterbell established. For her to dare alter it suggests she harbors intentions to usurp your positions as presidents. I sneaked up here to expose her scheme." Daggett, feeling a sense of pride at his perceived heroism, is soon met with indifference from Qiye and Shutterbell at his revelation, which only heightens his anxiety, prompting him to speak again. You may take your leave now. Shutterbell opens the door to the office, gesturing for him to exit. Vice President, this is... Qiye stands and gives Daggett a firm push out the door. Dusting off his shoes afterward, Shutterbell swiftly affixes a note reading "Do not disturb" to the door before locking it. What a fuss over such trivial matters. How could you think this was urgent enough to report? Indeed. Even if they renamed it the Girl CF, it is of little consequence. Let us return to the tales of the necromancers, boss. This concerns our future. If we inadvertently disclose anything, we may find ourselves animated skeletons. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Daggett had intended to seek commendation for his discovery, only to find himself unceremoniously expelled from the office by Qiye and Shutterbell's impatience. With a forlorn expression, he realizes his efforts were in vain. He had hoped that the news would earn him complete control over the hosting duties. But instead, he is left with an unwanted imprint on his person, making him reluctant to face the lovely female students downstairs. After a lengthy day of deliberation, Qiye and Shutterbell finally reach a consensus regarding the potential reasons for Countess Tiz's merciful decision. It may be linked to Qiye's energy being siphoned at that time. Prior to that incident, Countess Tiz had declared she would not spare any of them. Yet, upon Qiye's awakening, his vigor had not diminished, but rather felt more abundant than ever. This implies that something unknown transpired during his unconsciousness. An event that led Countess Tiz not only to spare them, but to restore Qiye's energy, even augmenting it. However, they are unable to decipher what could have occurred during Qiye's fainting spell. The notion of Countess Tiz being coerced into releasing them seems implausible, as her magical prowess is undeniably formidable. Within her sphere of influence, Qiye could wield no magic, nor could he command any magical elements. Conversely, the idea that she voluntarily spared them appears equally improbable, as they do not possess the stature to merit such leniency. What remains certain is that their lives are presently devoid of peril, as long as they, along with Jiao, refrain from divulging any details regarding Countess Tiz or the basement. They are safe. Unable to fathom why Countess Tiz chose to spare them, they resign themselves to the mystery, for their stomachs have begun to grumble with hunger. Having not eaten since the previous night, and with the morning's hurried ascent, they realize the pressing need to address their basic sustenance. Left with no satisfactory conclusions after their lengthy deliberations, they resolve to prioritize nourishment, for if they delay further, they might succumb to starvation before any spell has the chance to manifest. Besides, with their lives no longer in jeopardy, there is little reason to dwell on trifles. Overthinking can age one prematurely. Thus, Qiye and Shutterbell extricate Qiao, who had been sleeping beneath the sole table in the office for the entire day. Let us go dine. Food is paramount. If we neglect to eat, we may soon find ourselves in dire straits. After all, sustenance is the foundation of life. Chapter 25. A day in the life of Qiye in the early morning. Before the sun has graced the world with its light, a group of St. Knight Academy students, eager to practice their various martial techniques, occupy the Academy's open grounds. Students from the magical department seldom rise early, as their studies emphasize meditation, best achieved from the comfort of their beds. Among them are also numerous instructors of the Academy, understanding that to advance in martial skills one must consistently practice. These dedicated students have risen early, braving the morning chill to hone their craft. Their aspirations are lofty. They desire to graduate with exceptional skills, thereby securing positions as officers within the armies of the various nations of the Brahma sky. In a time of relentless warfare across the continent, soldiers are plentiful, yet officers are a rare find, with nations offering lucrative salaries to attract them. This year, upon the commencement of the new term at St. Knight Academy, the early risers are surprised to discover a human among their ranks. Upon first glance, he appears reasonably handsome, with pronounced brows and clear, bright eyes, though he bears an air of foolishness, perpetually chewing on an unknown blade of grass. Sporting a silly grin on his face. Indeed, it is a silly grin. Each morning, this human student occupies a secluded thicket, sitting motionless upon the ground. Surely, sleeping in a bed would be far more comfortable. Observing his peculiar behavior, the students struggle to suppress their growing drowsiness, intrigued yet bewildered by his antics. They note that despite having seen him nearly every day for the past 6 months, he remains unchanged, unlike themselves, who have diligently learned various martial techniques from their instructors and frequently adapt to new practices. Gradually, the early risers and their mentors come to learn the name of this seemingly foolish yet endearingly goofy human, Van Dogakini. This is the full name of the individual. Yet within the hallowed halls of St. Knight Academy, he is commonly referred to as President Qiye or the Dream Chef. This is due to the fact that he has founded the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society, a name that resonates throughout the academy. Particularly noteworthy is the recent acquisition of the St. Knight White Mansion from the St. Knight Nobility Society, which he has transformed into a fantastical restaurant open to the public, allowing all to experience what was once the exclusive domain of the nobility. The students of St. Knight Academy are well aware of the slogan promoted by the Dream Restaurant: impeccable service makes you feel at home. An elegant environment lifts your spirits, exquisite cuisine awakens your appetite, and beautiful art leaves you enchanted. Indeed, the culinary offerings within the Dream Restaurant are of the highest caliber, compared to the monotonous fare served in the Academy's cafeteria. The dishes at the Dream Restaurant are infinitely more delectable. Although the prices are somewhat steep, the attentive service from the Society's beautiful female members, juxtaposed with the chaotic scene of the cafeteria, gives patrons a heavenly experience that feels worth every coin spent. It is rumored that President Qiye's culinary skills reach an almost supernatural level. However, it is said that he only cooks for guests at the Dream Restaurant once a month and at unpredictable times, prompting eager patrons to flock to the establishment daily in hopes of witnessing his extraordinary talents. Moreover, what excites both the students and instructors of the arts at St. Knight Academy is the exclusive access granted to diners on the upper floors of the restaurant, showcasing treasured artworks from generations of the St. Knight Nobility Society. Many instructors find themselves dining there thrice daily, simply to linger longer in the presence of these artistic masterpieces. Good morning. Qiye greeted the early rising students of St. Knight Academy. Clad in his ample martial arts academy uniform, his signature smile illuminating the morning. Despite his casual attire, it would be a misconception to think that he lacked the means to purchase a tailored morning exercise outfit. After all, the monthly income from the Dream Restaurant alone could afford him countless fashionable garments. Yet, as the president, he refrains from frivolous expenditures, deriving his greatest pleasure from watching the piles of gold coins in his safe grow larger each day. This morning, while the sun still slumbered, Qiye rose with his usual early routine. This habit, ingrained in him since childhood, had become an inseparable part of his life, and without it, he found himself unable to sleep. The refreshing morning air and the coolness of dawn, punctuated by the delicate droplets of dew clinging to the leaves, filled him with joy. After an hour of tranquil meditation and completing his practice of the fiery sun heart technique, Qiye's initial happiness gradually gave way to a serene calm. Suddenly, he recalled the significance of the day. Once a week, only you may come, remember, otherwise, I won't be pleased. Miss Tiz would always remind him in a saccharine tone as he departed her chamber. The mere recollection of her words sent shivers down his spine, dissipating any lingering sense of joy and replacing it with an overwhelming sense of dread. Since his second visit to her underground chamber, Miss Tiz had insisted that he no longer address her as Countess Tiz, but rather as Miss Tiz, claiming that the former was too formal. However, Qiye felt no such need for formality. Each time he brought food to her, he was overwhelmed by discomfort, for access to her lair required traversing a dilapidated staircase reeking of decay, followed by a pitch-black corridor before finally reaching her door. Inside, a perpetual pool of blood churned ominously. He could only wonder what sorcery allowed it to flow so continuously. The sight often turned his stomach. Once, during a meal, the mere thought of the blood pool caused him to vomit. However, Qiye was determined not to let his mood decline. He consoled himself. I will deal with tonight's matters when evening falls. For now, I shall maintain a tranquil and pleasant demeanor throughout the day. Embracing the philosophy of living in the moment, he hastened to the girls' dormitory adjacent to the Dream Restaurant to commence his responsibilities as president. The Dream Restaurant had become the most renowned establishment within St. Knight Academy. While some may forget their class schedules, none could fail to locate the restaurant. Not only does the Dream Restaurant offer exquisite dishes, but it is also staffed with lively and charming young waitresses. However, it is also guarded by the formidable Culinary Arts Society's security team, often referred to as the Flower Guardians, who ensure that any male member attempting to pursue the Society's beautiful female members faces a swift invitation to a special meeting at the back of the restaurant, where matters are resolved with force if necessary. Under the leadership of Captain Light, any who dare to covet the Society's enchanting female members will find themselves facing a cohort of 20 robust security team members. Every morning, Qiye rushes to the Dream Restaurant to rescue those unfortunate students who have fallen into the water, as he is keen to avoid any tragedies within his society. After all, not every student is a proficient swimmer. However, Qiye does not perform these rescues out of sheer altruism. He has his own prices: 1 gold coin for immediate rescue onto the boat, 50 silver coins for swimming to shore, and 10 silver coins for being pulled ashore with a rope. Typically, patrons opt for the 10 silver coin option to save money, but as they find themselves nearly choking while being hoisted from the water, they often quickly reconsider and choose the 50 silver coin option instead. Yet, the boat is coated with a slick substance, making it impossible for anyone to maintain their grip, forcing them to ultimately select the 1 gold coin option. Once ashore, the tally reveals that they have unwittingly utilized all 3 services, totaling a hefty 160 silver coins. Should anyone refuse to pay, they need only glance at the muscular security team behind Qiye to reconsider their options. For those who can swim, the situation is even graver. Qiye has kept piranhas in his boat since his days cleaning refuse in another society that as he prepares to release them into the water. The sight of their sharp teeth, especially when he tosses them a piece of meat, serves as a stark warning that no one can ignore the dining hours at the Dream Restaurant end. Qiye retreats to his office on the 4th floor to settle the day's accounts. He cannot trust the society's members with the finances. He knows all too well that they might borrow funds to impress some lovely lady. Each day, he reluctantly sacrifices his own leisure time to confront the tedious task of accounting, which generally takes around an hour, coinciding with the twilight hour. Under the beautiful sunset, Qiye eagerly awaits Lillian's arrival at the entrance of the Dream Restaurant, as he is obliged to tell her a story each day. Although Lillian enjoys listening to his tales at the Dream Restaurant, the vigilant Vice Dean Bristede will often rush over shortly after her arrival to ensure her safety. To think that Vice Dean Brister of the Holy Knight Academy has specially graced the Dream Restaurant with his presence. As the president of the Dream Restaurant, how could Qiye allow Vice Dean Brister to miss out on a splendid meal? After numerous evenings spent waiting in vain for Vice Dean Brister and Lillian to return home for dinner, Mentor Liason now makes it a point to arrive at the Dream Restaurant each night, where the 3 of them dine together. Naturally, it must be Qiye himself who prepares the meal. One is his beloved little sister, Lillian. Another is the esteemed honorary mentor of the Culinary Arts Society. And the last is the Vice Dean of the Holy Knight Academy. Qiye simply cannot refrain from cooking for them. After indulging in Qiye's exquisite culinary creations, Vice Dean Brister's family nearly wished to dine at the Dream Restaurant for every meal. Fortunately, Lillian must partake of lunch at the Holy Knight Kindergarten, which spared Vice Dean Brister from using that as an excuse to visit more often. Otherwise, Qiye might have found himself in tears. When the designated evening of the week arrives, Qiye shoulders a large crate of delicacies sent by the Holy Knight Nobility Society, along with several live sheep, into Miss Tiz's underground chamber. Thankfully, Qiye possesses sufficient strength to carry such a heavy load while leading the sheep along the long path. It is unclear how Miss Tiz came by the information, but once she learned of Qiye's culinary prowess, the unfortunate Qiye found himself ensnared in a room reeking of blood, showcasing his so-called dreamlike skills to her. Moreover, she demands a high level of difficulty. If he merely employs the same techniques as an ordinary cook, no matter how exquisite the dish, Miss Tiz would remain unsatisfied. However, Qiye does reap some benefits, as long as he can amuse Miss Tiz. She reveals many tales of the necromancers from years gone by, and at times, offers him guidance on magic, though only regarding magic other than necromancy. For necromancy is not something one can easily learn or wield. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, Qiye still cherishes moments of happiness each day, particularly when he is with Secretive and others, teaching them the art of cooking. As for Secretive, Qiye is at a loss to explain his feelings. Each time he sees her, an inexplicable sensation washes over him, a blend of comfort and tension, an ineffable emotion. He confided in Shui Tabii about this feeling, but after a lengthy silence, Shui Tabii simply remarked, "That's love." Qiye remains uncertain whether his feelings for Secretive truly qualify as love. He secretly read the romance novels of the girls in his class, discovering that they often portray love as an instant connection, a passionate affair that endures through time and trials. However, Qiye recognizes that his feelings for Secretive do not mirror such grand declarations. Upon first encountering Secretive, he merely admired her stunning beauty, akin to that of a goddess. The second time they met on the duel stage, he was captivated by her grace and valor when she bravely confronted the dragon, single-handedly preventing it from wreaking havoc. Later, when Secretive voluntarily cared for him in the infirmary, Qiye truly felt her gentleness and attentiveness, and it was then that he experienced that peculiar sensation. Each time he guided Secretive in cooking, holding her delicate hand, his heart raced wildly, his breath quickened, and warmth surged through him. He once thought he might be ill, But when Secure was absent, he reverted to a calm state, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy. He gradually grew fond of this feeling akin to sickness. Tranquil days inevitably come to an end, just as there is no feast that does not end in parting. The ordinary yet serene days of Qiye's life finally reached their conclusion following his moments of joy. For he is destined not to lead a mundane existence, even if that is what he longs for most. Chapter 26. The Four Great Families while Qiye was in the dream restaurant. Introducing the signature dishes to several enchanting maidens from the Holy Night, 5 individuals entered through the grand doors. Clad in silver white, exuding an aura of frost, they were poised and ready for action, although 5 entered simultaneously. In Qiye's eyes, there was only one who stirred his heart. Within the Holy Night Academy, few students and mentors possessed silver hair, and among those Qiye had encountered, only Vice Dean Brister stood out. Yet today, he beheld another silver-haired youth. Though young, his silken hair belied any semblance of age. This youth, though similarly adorned with silver locks, projected an air distinctly different from that of Vice Dean Brister. While much of Brister's silver hair may be artificial, the remaining strands are genuinely silver. When Vice Dean Brister is calm, he appears as a benevolent elder, his silver mane offering a sense of warmth. However, should one provoke his ire, they would witness the visage of a white-haired demon. A lesson Qiye knows all too well that in contrast. The silver-haired youth who entered now emanated an icy demeanor, his very presence suffused with an air of aloofness. Coupled with a strikingly handsome visage, and perpetually on guard, Qiye could only describe him with 2 words: cold and ruthless. As the silver-haired youth stepped inside, the female members of the dream restaurant and the visiting students found themselves entranced by his frigid gaze. Fortunately, Secure merely cast a cursory glance at the silver-haired boy. Unlike the other girls who displayed infatuation, this brought Qiye a measure of relief. However, he was not the only male present. Male members of the Culinary Arts Society could scarcely tolerate the adoring glances directed at the seemingly displeased silver-haired youth. Despite their disdain, Qiye intervened to prevent any escalation, for the silver-haired youth was a swordsman, a true swordsman, one who traversed the delicate line between life and death. Qiye sensed the rare aura of lethal intent emanating from the silver-haired youth, a sensation reserved for those who have faced the brink of mortality. Although the youth concealed his intentions well, Qiye's beast-like instincts revealed the underlying threat. Qiye could perceive this lethal energy because he too bore a similar essence. Observing closely, Qiye noted that the silver-haired youth stood as immovable as a mountain, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with deceptive slowness, creating an illusion of languor while absorbing every detail in an instant. Qiye was certain that the silver-haired youth's swordsmanship surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. Eclipsing the abilities of all present, he believed that even if Secure and he joined forces against the silver-haired youth, they would face utter defeat, indeed, a devastating defeat, for the silver-haired youth would undoubtedly lack any compassion, his icy gaze radiating disdain, devoid of warmth. Secure too sensed the contempt in the silver-haired youth's eyes. Yet she remained unfazed, for she recognized that he possessed every right to look down upon those present, being the second-ranked user of the ruthless sword technique within the Holy Night Academy. After surveying the room with his cold gaze, the silver-haired youth discerned that none were worthy of his particular attention, not even Secure could pique his interest, leading him to retreat behind the other 4. Only after the silver-haired youth withdrew did Qiye redirect his focus, noticing the 4 companions who had entered with him. The brilliance of the silver-haired youth had captivated Qiye's attention, leaving him oblivious to the rest. Upon finally recognizing the 4, he could not help but sigh. Qiye had thought the male members of his Culinary Arts Society and himself sufficiently handsome. The boys in the society were undeniably pleasing to the eye. Products of the finest unions among the elite of Fantian's nations, where beauty flourished, how could their offspring be anything less than captivating? And the female members were equally lovely. Yet compared to the 5 now gracing the dream restaurant, they paled in comparison. "Hello, are you still open for business?" inquired the most cheerful-looking youth among the 5, a smile gracing his lips. The female members of the society and the students, who had only just emerged from the chilling gaze of the silver-haired youth, found themselves once again entranced by the radiant aura exuded by the sunlit boy with a brilliant smile. Qiye could not help but marvel at the combination of these 5 individuals that he believed that in the vast expanse of the Fantian continent, one could scarcely find another group of humans as exceptional as they. Indeed, they were of the human race, and the 5 who had entered were akin to Qiye himself. "Welcome to the Dream Restaurant. We are currently open for business that if you wish to dine, please proceed to this table. Should you desire to view the artworks above, kindly enjoy your meal first before ascending." Shui Tabii greeted the 5 newcomers warmly. The female attendants in the dream restaurant were captivated, while the male members were rendered speechless. Drooling over the two stunning beauties among the five. As the president of the Culinary Arts Society, it would be inappropriate for Qiye to serve as a host. To do so would imply a lack of capable individuals within the society. Furthermore, there was a reason Shui Tabi had taken it upon herself to welcome these five, as she alone among those present understood their identities. The boy clad in yellow who had inquired about the restaurant's operation was Lillian, the heir to one of the four most powerful families within the alliance of races on the Fantian continent. The cold, silver-haired youth dressed in white, who had cast a piercing glance over the crowd, was none other than Dongfang Ying, the second son of the Eastern family among the four great families of humanity. Another young man in their company was Su Shi, the eldest son of the Su family. While the two exquisite ladies were Su Yindan, the eldest daughter of the Su family, and Tang Linglong, the most outstanding representative of the Tang sect in this generation, within the alliance of races. These four families held the highest authority. The five who had arrived at the dream restaurant were destined to be the future rulers of the alliance. Given their status and identity, their visit was undoubtedly more than a simple meal. Although it was conceivable that they genuinely wished to dine at the dream restaurant, however, without them disclosing their intentions, Shui Tabi had no means to act and could only invite them to take their seats. Observing their next moves. Please, take a seat. Here are our signature dishes that if they do not meet your preferences, we have dozens of other dishes for you to choose from. And our restaurant also offers 5 varieties of fruit juices. Shui Tabi presented the menu to the two young ladies among the five, while directing the dazed members to prepare for the guest's arrival. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get ready. We have customers. Quickly, haven't you ever seen people before? If you wish to see humans, just look at me, Qiye admonished the members, irritated by their fixation on Dongfang Ying and the others. If more handsome individuals continued to arrive, would the dream restaurant ever operate normally? The members, jolted awake by Shui Tabi and Qiye's scolding, exchanged glances, thinking, do you think you are as handsome, cool, or beautiful as they are? Receiving such feedback from the members, Qiye felt exasperated. It's merely that they are slightly fairer, a tad more handsome, and perhaps a bit cooler than I am. However, the current protagonists are not just the typical pretty faces, they are remarkable in their own right, just like me. Ugh, the members, upon grasping Qiye's thoughts, collapsed in disbelief. I wish to savor the dream dishes crafted by Chef Qiye. The esteemed president of the Culinary Arts Society, Lillian, declared with a smile. Indeed, we have heard that the culinary skills of the president of the Culinary Arts Society are renowned for their dreamlike artistry. We have come here specifically to sample your extraordinary dishes, Tang Linglong added, closing the menu and articulating their purpose for visiting. This, Shui Tabi found herself at a loss, for Qiye had established a rule of cooking only once a month to entice patrons with the allure of scarcity. Are you suggesting that your president is merely a figure of empty fame? A mere fabrication? Dongfang Ying interjected coldly. The harshness of his words incited anger in Qihar, while Zi Shuer furrowed her brows. However, Shui Tabi swiftly intervened to quell Qihar's impulsive reaction. Our president has set a rule of only cooking once a month. So, she explained to Dongfang Ying, does this imply that we have come at an inopportune time? Tang Linglong inquired, her expression dimming. The presence of the 4 great families of the Alliance at our dream restaurant is indeed an honor for our Culinary Arts Society. Regardless, as the president, I cannot afford to be overly presumptuous. Today, I shall showcase my skills, though it may not be as exaggerated as rumored. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing from Zi Shuej about their identities, Qiye stepped forward, allowing Shui Tabi to step back. If they had come to seek him out, he was eager to discern their intentions. Shui Tabi took a portion of the members to retrieve Qiye's specialized cooking utensils, while the female attendants began to rearrange the tables, clearing a space in the restaurant. May I inquire your names? Although Qiye had learned from Zi Shuer that they were members of the 4 great families, he was still unaware of their individual identities. I am Lillian of the Li family. The silver-haired youth in white is Dongfang Ying of the Eastern family. This young man beside me is Su Shi of the Su family, and the other 2 are Su Shi's sister, Su Yindan, and Tang Linglong of the Tang sect. May I ask which family you hail from, President Qiye? Lillian introduced the others before redirecting the question to Qiye. On the Fantian continent, humans were dispersed across various nations. While not every human belonged to the ruling families like the Li family within the Alliance, many wielded some degree of power in their respective nations. For instance, in the Moonlit Night Kingdom, there existed a human faction known as the Yi family, which held a higher status than the average elves. I hail from the impoverished district of Night City. You may not have heard of it, Qiye replied. The impoverished district? Suinden inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as she was unfamiliar with the term. Since President Qiye is unwilling to divulge, I shall not press further, Lillian remarked skeptically, doubting that Qiye truly came from such humble beginnings. If Qiye were genuinely from the impoverished district, how could he have caused such an uproar in such a short time? He had offended Vice President Brice during the opening ceremony, only to reconcile afterward. He had engaged in duels with formidable opponents like Zishuer, and he had founded the Culinary Arts Society and opened the Dream Restaurant. None of these feats seemed achievable for someone from a destitute background. Lillian suspected that Qiye might actually belong to the Yi family of the Moonlit Night Kingdom. Qiye shrugged helplessly, realizing that no one believed his truth. Yet he understood that few would accept his words. He hardly believed it himself. Despite genuinely being from the impoverished district and now attending the Holy Night Academy, at that moment, Shwetabi had returned with the specialized utensils Qiye would be using. Seizing the opportunity, Qiye deftly shifted the conversation away from his background. Standing before his unique cooking tools, an aura of intensity emanated from Qiye. The earlier provocation from Dongfang Ying had stirred a latent ferocity within him, which he had valiantly suppressed until now. But as he prepared to wield his knife, that intensity involuntarily radiated outward. While Qiye's culinary performance was infused with a subtle aura of menace, the onlookers were captivated by his almost miraculous culinary artistry. Especially enthralled were Suinden and Tang Linglong, who had never imagined that cooking could reach such an exquisite level, deeming Qiye's skills as a true art form. His culinary prowess, dubbed the Dream Technique, indeed lived up to its name. Suddenly, a sword, approximately 4 feet in length and 2 inches wide, appeared at Qiye's throat as he performed his seemingly miraculous culinary feats, though everyone was mesmerized by Qiye's artistry. One person remained unaffected in Dongfang Ying's world. Only a sword could pique his interest. The precision and speed of Qiye's cutting technique, along with the accuracy of each incision, transformed into what Dongfang Ying perceived as exhilarating swordplay. A smirk crept across his lips, a cold smile of amusement. He had not anticipated that the president of the Culinary Arts Society, Qiye, would conceal his true prowess so well that he had momentarily overlooked it. Dongfang Ying had never truly regarded Qiye's dreamlike culinary performance, which allowed him to sense the faint aura of menace emanating from Qiye as he showcased his craft. In moments of excitement, Dongfang Ying was oblivious to the context or setting. He had once lost a city during a siege because he had become overly eager to duel with his uncle, the city lord, on the walls, only to later lament his misfortune. Thus, without a second thought, Dongfang Ying drew his sword, placing it at Qiye's throat. "Engage me in combat," he declared, for he preferred action over words, especially when encountering a worthy opponent. "What are you doing?" Shwetabi, Qihar, and the other members shouted in outrage at Dongfang Ying, indignantly confronting his audacity to threaten Qiye within their domain, especially those who had taken an immediate dislike to him. Su Ying and Tang Linglong were somewhat astonished. As they observed Qiye showcasing his dreamlike culinary skills, Dongfang Ying suddenly drew his sword, without any prior warning. "If you do not sheath your sword, I assure you, you will regret it." Zishuer, having drawn her Shuefei sword at some point, firmly locked her gaze on Dongfang Ying's figure. In an instant, the entire dreamlike restaurant was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Dongfang Ying appeared oblivious to Zishuer's sword aimed at him, continuing to point his own longsword at Qiye. Zishuer, unable to contain her agitation any longer, felt that Dongfang Ying was pushing his audacity too far, treating the surrounding members of the Culinary Arts Society as if they were invisible, even as she focused all her energy on him. He remained unmoved, directing his sword at Qiye. What is this? Let us speak civilly. Zishuer, lower your sword. After all, guests are to be treated with respect. If this continues, who will dare to visit our dreamlike restaurant in the future? Qiye faced Dongfang Ying's longsword with an unflinching demeanor. He understood that a mere thrust from Dongfang Ying could cost him his life, yet he continued to prepare his dishes as if the sword did not exist, although Zishuer was reluctant to lower her sword. The situation was not in her favor. After she drew her sword, the 3 seated individuals had fixated their attention on her. Lillian, though appearing to maintain his usual jovial demeanor, made Zishuer acutely aware that if she made a move, the chopsticks in his hand would surely fly toward her without a moment's hesitation. The eldest son of the Su family, Su Shi, who had remained silent, seemed engrossed in watching Qiye's enchanting culinary performance. Yet the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table indicated he was poised to act, What made Zixuer feel most endangered was not these two, but rather Tang Linglong, who sat nearby, as if watching a play. Despite her seemingly passive demeanor, Zixuer felt a chill run down her spine under Tang Linglong's gaze, instinctively sensing that if she were to strike, Tang Linglong would be the first to retaliate. Just as Zixuer was caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or hold her ground, Qiye spoke, urging her to sheath her sword. Seizing the opportunity, Zixuer complied and stepped back to Niaxi's side. However, she did not abandon her intent to confront Dongfang Ying, retreating only to allow the male society members nearby to step forward, ensuring that if a confrontation were to arise, they would assist her. Fight with me. Dongfang Ying reiterated his challenge. You must be mistaken. I have yet to master basic swordsmanship. How can I possibly engage in a battle with you? It would be a blatant invitation to defeat, and I shall not partake in such folly. Qiye suppressed his instinctual urge to retaliate and spoke. However, as he did, he discreetly conveyed a message to Dongfang Ying. Tonight at midnight, on Lingxi Bridge, we shall meet. Since entering the Holy Knight Academy, Qiye had never engaged in combat with anyone. Yet, he had always dreamed of the day he could employ his true martial skills. Now, he felt akin to a wealthy merchant with money in hand but no permission to spend it. How is this any different from a beggar? Qiye yearned to discern his current standing. And his swordsmanship had recently hit a plateau. He needed someone to help him break through this barrier. However, his reputation at the Holy Knight Academy was that of an ineffectual individual, and he was prohibited from employing techniques not sanctioned by the Academy. Secretive and Shihara were not suitable opponents, and he could not afford to engage Zixuer. Thus, how could he find someone to challenge him and facilitate his growth? The emergence of Dongfang Ying ignited a desire for battle within Qiye, for he recognized that Dongfang Ying was not a man of many words. The swordsman who enjoyed conversation was not a formidable one. From the moment he laid eyes on Dongfang Ying, Qiye felt he had found the opponent he had long awaited. Thus, he instinctively responded to Dongfang Ying's murderous gaze, reciprocating with his own. Qiye intentionally exuded a sense of menace, seeking to provoke Dongfang Ying into action, yearning for the opportunity to confront him in a decisive battle. Although he believed he would not be his match, he knew that only by facing a formidable adversary could he overcome the stagnation in his swordsmanship. Ever since witnessing Zixuer's snowfall sword technique in the dueling arena, Qiye had been consumed with thoughts of surpassing her and challenging the top 10 swordsmen on the Holy Knight's swordsmanship ranking. The appearance of Dongfang Ying, ranked second with the Heartless sword technique, left Qiye unable to restrain himself any longer. Dongfang Ying sheathed his sword and turned to leave the dreamlike restaurant. He had received Qiye's message and realized that his purpose had been fulfilled. He was indifferent to why Qiye had loudly declared his lack of martial skills while sending him a message. All that mattered was that Qiye was willing to duel him that night. Li Tianao and the others followed Dongfang Ying out, understanding that their meal was no longer feasible amidst the watchful eyes of the Culinary Arts Society members. No delicacy could tempt their appetites under such scrutiny. Are you all right, boss? Qiye approached with concern. President, should we, the society members, unable to gauge Dongfang Ying's capabilities, gestured a sign of a brutal beating, a method they often employed to discipline those they found displeasing. Zixuer remained silent. At the moment Dongfang Ying had sheathed his sword, he had cast a glance at her that felt like a strike. The expression on Zixuer's face turned pale at the thought that if Dongfang Ying truly unleashed that strike, her fate would be sealed. All is well. Everyone return to your posts and resume your duties. Do not slack off, or this month's performance bonus will be forfeited, Qiye commanded with an air of authority, restoring the dreamlike restaurant to its usual ambience. Nonetheless, many members were still discreetly discussing Dongfang Ying and suing and among themselves. You handle them here. I must return to the president's office. There are numerous accounts to settle. It is exhausting. The dishes I prepared today must be sold, or it would be a shame. Qiye set down his utensils, stretched, and instructed Secretive. He realized he needed to return to the president's office to calm his emotions, for his heart raced with excitement. However, such exhilaration was not conducive to his impending duel with Dongfang Ying. Chapter 27. The Midnight Battle at Lingxi Bridge. As midnight approached, the Holy Knight Academy was enveloped in a tranquil yet eerie silence beneath the night sky. The bustling pathways of the academy, once filled with people during the day, now lay eerily still. As the quiet of midnight settled in, a lone figure suddenly appeared on Lingxi Bridge in the western part of the academy. An owl, hunting in the darkness, was startled by this unexpected presence and took flight, not daring to glance back at the figure that had materialized. With the departure of the owl, Lingxi Bridge felt even more desolate and cold. The figure standing at the bridge's edge resembled a silver moon, silent and ethereal. Beneath the bridge, the water reflected this figure, akin to a frost-kissed crescent moon. Standing proudly on the railing of Lingxi Bridge was a solitary silhouette. Clad in white as snow, with long silver hair that shimmered like the moonlight. In the figure's embrace lay a slender sword nearly 4 feet in length. Upon the figure's ghostly arrival on the bridge, all surrounding animals vanished, as none dared approach Lingxi Bridge again. A mouse that had nearly crossed paths with the figure was nearly paralyzed with fear from the aura of menace emanating from it. It swiftly retreated into its burrow, too frightened to peek out again. Dongfang Ying was punctual, arriving precisely at the location and time Qiye had specified during their earlier encounter at the dreamlike restaurant. However, as he stood on Lingxi Bridge, he had been waiting for nearly a cup of tea's worth of time, and still, Qiye was nowhere to be seen. Even as the appointed midnight hour had long passed, Dongfang Ying remained composed. Standing at the bridge's railing, relishing the tense atmosphere that preceded their duel, that he recalled that Qiye had stated they would meet without fail. Dongfang Ying concentrated his murderous intent. A crow flew across Lingxi Bridge, entering into his range of attack, only to be frightened and tumble from the sky. At that moment, a flash of sword light emerged from beneath the bridge, aimed directly at Dongfang Ying's chest. This sword light was no ordinary strike. It appeared as a single thrust but concealed a multitude of aggressive and transformative techniques within. Most notably, the sword light carried an undercurrent of sword energy, targeting Dongfang Ying's vital points with formidable force. For a moment, Dongfang Ying's vision was filled with the flickering sword light, and he felt his breath constrict as he realized he might fall victim to this sudden onslaught. A crisp sound rang out as Dongfang Ying's long sword sprang from its sheath to meet the unexpected sword light. Following the clash of the two blades, a shadow emerged from behind the sword light. Dressed in black from head to toe, with long black hair and wielding a warrior's broadsword, the figure sported a mischievous grin while chewing on an unknown herb. In stark contrast to Dongfang Ying, the two figures represented opposing extremes of humanity. The individual who emerged from beneath Lingxi Bridge, following the sword light, was none other than Qiye, the current president of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society. And the very adversary Dongfang Ying had awaited for so long. Qiye had arrived at Lingxi Bridge an hour earlier than Dongfang Ying, taking refuge in a hidden alcove beneath the bridge. In the year of their encounter, Qiye employed the self-invented assimilation technique, concealed beneath the shadows of the Warcraft Mountains, to mask his presence. He intended to surprise Dongfang Ying as anticipated. Dongfang Ying arrived punctually at midnight, and upon sensing the murderous aura radiating from him beneath the bridge, Qiye felt a thrill of excitement. He had developed a fondness for this aura that exuded danger. What exhilarated Qiye even more was Dongfang Ying's complete oblivion to his existence. This filled him with pride for his creation of the assimilation technique, proving that his martial skills were indeed commendable. At that moment, a crow flew overhead, and, startled by Dongfang Ying's concentrated yet unrestrained killing intent, plummeted in fright beneath the bridge. Seizing this rare opportunity, Qiye drew his sword. He did not consider this an ambush. He had explicitly indicated to Dongfang Ying that their duel would commence at midnight, and since that time had long passed, this was the moment for their confrontation. Should Dongfang Ying fail to notice Qiye's attack, it would merely reflect his own inadequacies and strength. True duels are ruthless, and defeat remains defeat. It cannot be dismissed as such merely due to a moment of carelessness. Who has ever heard of the dead lamenting their lack of preparedness? Qiye did not expect his strike to land on Dongfang Ying. Fully aware that Dongfang Ying was no novice swordsman, he believed that Dongfang Ying would certainly be able to counter his attack. Indeed, Dongfang Ying not only reacted instantly, but also drew his sword to retaliate, successfully deflecting Qiye's strike. That a true swordsman remains vigilant at all times, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. This is a fundamental principle every swordsman learns at the outset, yet few can truly embody it. Dongfang Ying, however, exemplified this principle faithfully. Thus, when the crow fell, startled by his murderous intent, and passed beneath the bridge, Dongfang Ying discerned the slight pause in the crow's descent due to the air current generated by Qiye's attack, leading him to conclude that someone was poised to strike him from below. Consequently, Dongfang Ying was able to draw his sword without hesitation. Otherwise, had he waited until Qiye's blade was visible, even he would have had to retreat rather than counterattack. Dongfang Ying successfully blocked Qiye's meticulously planned strike, displaying no hint of alarm, as though it were only natural for Qiye to launch an attack from beneath the bridge. Yet, internally, Dongfang Ying was profoundly shaken. He was aware that upon his arrival at Lingxi Bridge at midnight, he had already activated his true energy to survey his surroundings, confirming that he could sense even the slightest movement of an ant within a 20-foot radius centered on himself. The fact that Qiye managed to evade his keen perception, just as he had when they first met during the day, was alarming, had it not been for Dongfang Ying's extensive combat experience, which prompted him to draw his sword the instant he sensed something amiss. After the crow's fall, he might have lost the initiative and found himself at a disadvantage from the very first exchange with Qiye. With one ineffective strike, Qiye dared not launch another attack lightly. He understood that Dongfang Ying had locked on to every inch of his body, and any careless move would only provoke a fierce counterattack. A gentle breeze wafted through the top of Lingxi Bridge, passing between the two figures, as still as stone, without stirring even the hem of their garments. In the pale, silvery moonlight, their reflections emerged in the water below, depicting two poised figures ready for action. Dongfang Ying yearned to strike, yet the apparent multitude of flaws in Qiye's stance left him with an inexplicable sensation of uncertainty regarding how to proceed. Ironically, the abundance of apparent weaknesses rendered Dongfang Ying unsure of where to begin. Indeed, Dongfang Ying remarked coldly, acknowledging Qiye's previous opportunistic thrust. Likewise, Qiye replied casually, appearing to have presented even more openings, yet paradoxically becoming increasingly elusive. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Dongfang Ying could not devise a means to counter Qiye's position. However, he was Dongfang Ying, and as Qiye's vulnerabilities multiplied once more, he resolutely launched his attack. Dongfang Ying's sword shot forth like a striking serpent, delivering a powerful and unparalleled blow, yet imbued with an ethereal grace that evoked a sense of elusive unpredictability. Instead of targeting the numerous exposed weaknesses in Qiye's defense, he aimed for what appeared to be the strongest point. If there were too many openings to discern where to strike, then a direct confrontation was in order. Dongfang Ying was confident in his ability to outmatch Qiye in such a contest. Having once clashed with an orc warrior renowned for his brute strength, whom he had effortlessly defeated with just 2 fingers, Qiye could not help but smile wryly as he evaded the direct assault from Dongfang Ying. The very nature of Dongfang Ying's approach, an all-out engagement, was precisely where Qiye's true flaw lay. Dongfang Ying did not relent upon Qiye's evasion. As Qiye retreated, Dongfang Ying's sword followed like a shadow, creating hundreds of phantom blades that surged toward Qiye's retreating form. The chorus of clashing sword shadows produced a melodious ring, echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Under the relentless onslaught of Dongfang Ying's phantom blades, Qiye found himself retreating step by step. With each strike from Dongfang Ying, Qiye was forced to yield ground, and by the time Dongfang Ying completed his flurry of attacks, Qiye had already backed against the edge of Lingxi Bridge. One more step back, and he would be forced off the bridge. Terrifying. This word echoed in Qiye's mind. Dongfang Ying's sword was as tenacious as a venomous snake. With each of Dongfang Ying's strikes, his sword would shift to another angle, attacking with increasing speed and precision, each blow more merciless than the last. As Qiye successfully defended against Dongfang Ying's assault, a chill crept over him, and he broke into a cold sweat. Had he been even a moment slower in his response, had he hesitated to retreat, he would have met the sharp point of Dongfang Ying's cunning blade, like a fish darting through water. Qiye swayed to the left and right before delivering a fierce slash, wielding his longsword with the ferocity of a broadsword. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes landed upon the least resilient part of Dongfang Ying's sword. Forcing him back, Qiye, emboldened by his advantage, performed an extraordinary maneuver within the narrow 3-foot space of the bridge, creating several illusory figures that lunged at Dongfang Ying. Yet, when Qiye's sword struck, it felt as though he had pierced nothing but air. In an instant, Dongfang Ying transformed into an incorporeal shadow, leaving only an afterimage in the place where Qiye had aimed. Realizing the peril in a heartbeat, Qiye immediately withdrew his sword to defend himself. Dongfang Ying's blade reappeared before him, transforming into a myriad of star-like points, viciously targeting Qiye's vital areas. Once again, Qiye found himself forced to retreat, his hands numbed by the intensity of Dongfang Ying's relentless assault. As the celestial storm of blades dissipated, Dongfang Ying unleashed a strike that soared skyward. At last, Qiye unleashed his most adept sword technique, Xiangjin Huan. Embroidered robes and fragrant silk, in the painted hall, the sword's momentum surged like a rainbow, piercing through the heavens. Fine grass and smooth sand, the small screen. The longsword transformed into a gentle breeze. Roll up the curtain, lean upon your tower, thoughts without end. The breeze halted, forming a mystical screen that seemed to change infinitely. Evening rain and light mist. Souls severed. The screen morphed into threads of delicate rain that scattered and then reformed, wishing to sever the latch. With the guidance of Qiye's great sword, the surrounding air currents coalesced into a blade aimed at Dongfang Ying's brow. As Qiye executed Xiangjin Huan, Dongfang Ying refrained from seizing the opportunity to interrupt his technique. A hint of cold amusement flickered at the corner of Dongfang Ying's lips. After a long wait, he was finally able to witness Qiye's sword technique. Within the space created by Qiye's Xiangjin Huan, Dongfang Ying felt as if submerged in water, the pressure of the air currents constraining his body. Yet, he remained unperturbed, feeling a surge of heat within as he drew strength from Qiye's completed technique. Qiye unleashed the final move of Xiangjin Huan, wishing to sever the latch. It was precisely when Dongfang Ying felt the greatest exhilaration. Though pressed by the currents generated by Xiangjin Huan, Dongfang Ying remained calm, inhaling the very air that sought to restrain him, drawing it into his being, when Qiye's climactic strike, wishing to sever the latch, was launched in full force. Dongfang Ying released the air he had absorbed from his body through his pores, breaking free from the constraints imposed by Xiangjin Huan, and then, Dongfang Ying countered, his sword meeting Qiye's attack mid-air. Retreating, retreating, retreating. With every powerful blow from Qiye's Xiangjin Huan, Dongfang Ying was compelled to step back. Meanwhile, Qiye remained steadfast, seemingly having gained the upper hand. Yet the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth betrayed the truth. He had still fallen to the disadvantage. In this round of confrontation, he had only succeeded in forcing Dongfang Ying back while sustaining his own injuries. Each step Dongfang Ying took back was a calculated measure to dissolve the force behind Qiye's Xiangjin Huan. With each retreat of Dongfang Ying, the harm inflicted upon him by Qiye diminished a fraction. As Dongfang Ying continued to withdraw, the impact of Qiye's assault lessened correspondingly, ultimately allowing Dongfang Ying to dissipate the force of Qiye's strike into nothingness through his retreat. However, Qiye, having braved the counterattack of Dongfang Ying's sword while remaining stationary, sustained internal injuries. It seems we can only look forward to our next climactic battle, Qiye remarked, tossing his wide sword into the air. Catching it deftly with his left hand, while his right hand wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. Next time, I hope you are stronger than you are today. Dongfang Ying mirrored his contentment. For this battle had indeed been exhilarating. It had been a long time since he had encountered a true swordsman of such caliber. The two exchanged a glance, both smiling faintly, before vanishing upon the Lingxi Bridge. It was only after hearing the resounding clash of Qiye's sword against Dongfang Ying's that the night watch mentor arrived at the Lingxi Bridge, only to find the empty expanse rippling in the darkness, leaving him utterly perplexed, as he could not fathom what had transpired. How would he articulate the report regarding the thunderous sound when he submitted it the next day? What a stroke of bad luck! Upon returning to his quarters, Qiye suddenly remembered that it was the day Mistis had agreed to deliver food to him. Reluctantly suppressing his mounting drowsiness, he hoisted a large basket of provisions onto his back, leading a live sheep, and made his way into the underground dining hall of the Dream Restaurant, which only opened its doors at night. Nonetheless, Qiye felt an unusual elation today, as he traversed the underground corridor he had always detested. He found himself whistling excitedly and humming a cheerful tune. Chapter 28. The meeting. Ever since Qiye's nocturnal duel with Dongfang Ying on the Lingxi Bridge, he had not been afforded another opportunity to engage in combat with him. Despite his fervent desire, and even more so, Dongfang Ying's, however, the prospect of a duel was not something that could be resolved merely by wishful thinking. The Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society, founded by Qiye, was now facing the perilous threat of having the Dream Restaurant reclaimed by the Saint Knight Nobility Society. The Nobility Society had initially transferred the Saint Knight White Mansion to Qiye's Culinary Arts Society at a bargain price. Not out of goodwill, a fact that Qiye, Shui Tabi, and Chihara were all too aware of, though they could not voice it. Consequently, when members of the Nobility Society dined at the Dream Restaurant, they often found themselves embroiled in minor inconveniences. For instance, a charming waitress might accidentally spill water or sauce on their immaculate attire, or a member of the guard might inadvertently drop a foul-smelling towel upon their heads. Most egregiously, some members would pick their noses at the table, leaving unsightly remnants before them. If such incidents occurred once or twice, the members of the Nobility Society might endure it. After all, they were gentlemen, paragons of high society. But the frequency of these occurrences during each visit could not be overlooked. Even the dimmest among them would recognize something was amiss. The treatment received by the Nobility Society members at the Dream Restaurant was the result of a stern mandate issued by Qiye and Vice President Shui Tabi to all members the day after the restaurant's opening, to make the dining experience as unpleasant as possible for any Nobility Society member who dared to dine there. Should any issues arise, Qiye and Shui Tabi pledged to handle the situation personally. The members of the Culinary Arts Society, who had long harbored a disdain for the Nobility Society, whose members were invariably affluent and influential, holding positions of power within St. Knight Academy and often looking down upon other students, eagerly joined in the scheme, ensuring that each visit by the Nobility Society concluded in disappointment. The Dream Restaurant. Once the private property of the St. Knight Nobility Society, had become a place synonymous with a series of unfortunate events for its members, leading to a collective aversion to dining there. Although avoiding the Dream Restaurant was not a significant loss for the Nobility Society, the entire membership, including their president, could not swallow their pride. They had never been challenged in such a manner. And the actions of the Culinary Arts Society were undoubtedly a slap in the face. In response to the demands of the Nobility Society members, a unanimous vote was cast to reclaim the Dream Restaurant. Upon receiving the notice of reclamation from the president of the Nobility Society, Qiye found himself troubled. It turned out that when the Nobility Society had negotiated their agreement with Qiye and his associates, they had cunningly included a clause allowing them to reclaim the St. Knight White Mansion if necessary, with a promise to refund double the deposit to the Culinary Arts Society at the time. Qiye had been elated by this provision. If the Nobility Society wished to renege, he would stand to gain 3,000 gold coins, a lucrative deal indeed. However, now that the Dream Restaurant was generating a daily income of 1,000 gold coins, even if the Nobility Society offered 10,000 gold coins, Qiye could not muster any joy, and no longer could he tackle this issue alone. Qiye suddenly recalled that he was not merely an individual. He was the president of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society, which boasted hundreds of members. He hastily issued an urgent notification. A meeting would convene at 7 o'clock that evening in the conference hall for the first assembly of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society. Attendance was mandatory for all team leaders and above, with penalties for those who failed to appear. When the lower-ranked members of the Culinary Arts Society spotted the notice posted on the entrance, excitement surged among them. Having been part of the society for over 2 months, these junior leaders had only been able to command the members assigned to their teams, and their insignia bore no distinction from that of the ordinary members. Patrons of the restaurant had no way of identifying them as team leaders responsible for managing the establishment. As night fell, and the day's activities at the Dream Restaurant concluded. The conference hall on the 3rd floor was filled to capacity with team leaders who had arrived early. Thus, when Qiye arrived punctually, he found no vacant seats and was compelled to address the meeting while seated at the conference table. Qiye inwardly lamented his failure to prepare additional chairs, as he felt his position lacked gravitas while perched atop the table, with all the team leaders watching him and chuckling. Today, I have called this meeting because our Culinary Arts Society has reached a perilous juncture. This time, we must. Before he could complete the opening remarks he had practiced for an entire afternoon, he was interrupted by the junior leaders below. Indeed, we have reached a critical point. If we do not increase the salaries of our medical team members, we will no longer serve as waitstaff, declared Zixuer, representing the medical team, as she proposed a motion for a salary increase. What do you mean by critical? Our logistics department is understaffed and urgently needs 10 more members. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, we will be unable to supply the necessary provisions. Do not blame us for failing to inform you in advance, Daggett asserted, presenting his demands to Qiye. The logistical flow within the Culinary Arts Society had reached a terrifying state. As the Dream Restaurant's reputation grew, nearly 1,000 students patronized it daily, resulting in an overwhelming demand for ingredients that left the logistics team utterly exhausted. Our guard team is in the most perilous situation. For so long, we have fended off countless lecherous individuals for the sake of the medical team. Now they are spreading rumors that if any of us are caught alone, they will eliminate that solitary member. Therefore, I represent the guard team in requesting that the president immediately procure the latest riot control weaponry, preferably the most powerful available, complained Captain Light, adding to the chorus. However, Qiye believed that the most lascivious individuals in all of St. Knight were indeed them. It was worth noting that the medical team members had lodged numerous complaints against them, yet they had shown no signs of reform. Now, they were theatrically portraying themselves as victims of danger. Our execution squad is also severely lacking in personnel. Oftentimes, when others borrow our members, I find myself without anyone to assist me. Qiye lamented, expressing his own difficulties. Whenever a shortage of staff arose, team leaders would first think of borrowing from Qiye's execution squad, who only had 10 members. Those who arrived first would be grateful for the assistance, while those who came later, only to discover no one was available, were less than pleased, leaving Qiye feeling that navigating such situations had become increasingly challenging. You all are fortunate to have subordinates to delegate tasks to. But look at me, I am a vice president and the captain of the intelligence team, yet I am left with no one but myself. I strongly request that the society assign personnel to my intelligence team. I can no longer manage alone, voiced Shui Tabi, unable to resist sharing his own grievances in light of the complaints from the other leaders. It was well known that he bore the heaviest burden among them all within the Culinary Arts Society. After every meal, Zuatiber would rush around to gather crucial intelligence within the St. Knight Academy. Often, by the time he had finished collecting information from one area, significant events would unfold elsewhere, and upon his arrival, he would find that the matter had already concluded, leaving him to inquire about the details and outcomes from onlookers. The task of gathering intelligence was indeed exhausting. Well, everyone has their responsibilities, but what I wish to address now concerns the very survival of our dream restaurant. I hope you will lend me your ears, said Qiye, who, after patiently listening to the complaints from various team leaders, reiterated the theme of today's meeting in hopes of being heard. President, do you truly believe that the workload in our logistics department is not already overwhelming? Must we be pushed to our limits before you are willing to address this issue? Daggett voiced his grievances loudly, having been interrupted earlier by Leite's booming voice before he could finish. What you face is nothing compared to our security team's needs. If any of us suffer casualties, can you bear the consequences? President, we urgently require funds to procure weapons. Leite exclaimed, once again cutting off Daggett, his tone filled with indignation as he turned to Qiye. I am aware of this. But we are currently short-staffed in our organization. While our funds are substantial, I cannot allocate a significant sum for your armament at this time, as we must consider our future development. Qiye explained the organization's current predicament to Daggett and Leite, clarifying why he could not acquiesce to their demands. President, lives are at stake. Are you not aware? Do you really think that the growth of our organization is more important than the lives of our brave members? Leite stood up in agitation after hearing Qiye's explanation. If we do not reinforce our personnel, the sustainability of our organization could become a grave concern, let alone its growth, Daggett echoed, mimicking Leite's stance, pounding the table as he displayed a pained expression to Qiye. President, do you think it is easy for us to serve as hostesses? Each day, we face countless lecherous individuals, swallowing our pain and tears, while you refuse to increase our wages to alleviate our suffering. How can you turn a blind eye to our plight? Are we destined to be prey for these wolves? Although Zixure did not serve as a hostess, Qiye had firmly prohibited it, asserting that Zixure and Nyaxi were the organization's prized assets, and they only needed to stand at the entrance each day. She had been drawn into a room by the female members before her arrival to hear their grievances. At their insistence, she had memorized their words and now recited the third segment they had taught her. You all have it easier than I do. I toil alone without any salary, and at times, I must even pay out of pocket to gather intelligence. This means that not only should I be granted additional personnel, but I also require funding for my activities, Zuatiber lamented, feeling sympathetic for Zixure's representation of the female members. Expressing his own misfortunes. I understand, but increasing salaries is not a decision that can be made swiftly. It must be approved through a unanimous vote by all members. Shiueda, I know you are working hard alone and sometimes have to spend your own money. But we currently lack the manpower. You must endure a little longer, and regarding the funds you have spent, submit a report, and I will reimburse you when time permits. Qiye responded to Zixure and Zuatiber's requests. Must we really wait for a full consensus? You alone could make this decision. President, please do not put us through such hardship. Zixure, having learned how to act coy from certain female members, now employed her charms on Qiye. He nearly fell for it. But as thoughts of finances crept into his mind, he snapped back to reality. While I am the president, there are matters that I cannot decide unilaterally, he stammered, unwilling to offend Zixure and the other female members, thus deflecting the responsibility onto the entire membership. What purpose do you serve then? President, these matters do not require the individual approval of every member. If we wait for full consensus, I fear we may all perish before that happens. Leite's voice drowned out the others as he again chastised President Qiye. Indeed. President, if you cannot make decisions, what use is your position? President, you must take a stand if every issue requires discussion and agreement from the members. Does that mean even the choice of which foot to step forward with has to be deliberated upon? The team leaders present all chimed in. Attacking President Qiye, who found himself overwhelmed. He retreated from the table, only to be further urged from beneath it. President, do not think you can evade this discussion by hiding under the table. Come out. if you do not emerge soon, we shall take matters into our own hands. Block that side. I will pull him out from this side. Quickly, seize the president. If he does not make a statement today, he shall not leave. Through the coordinated efforts of the team leaders, Qiye ultimately issued the following directives before the meeting concluded. First, the medical team of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society would receive a 20 salary increase. Second, the 20 members under President Qiye would be dispersed among the various teams, with each team, except the medical one, receiving 5 members. However, these 20 would only execute tasks assigned to them after completing their culinary duties. Third, due to the shortage of personnel, all members must exert additional effort, with each individual effectively taking on the workload of 2, with the medical team being the exception. Originally, Qiye had suggested recruiting more members, which would also increase the organization's funds. However, this proposal was met with unanimous opposition from the male members. Faced with this situation, the male members collectively vowed to work harder, striving to fulfill the responsibilities of 2 individuals. Reluctantly, they pushed themselves to ensure that no new members would compete with them for the scant number of female members within the organization. Fourth, to distinguish between the team leaders and regular members, special badges would be commissioned for the leaders. To satisfy the vanity of the team leaders, Qiye reluctantly allocated funds for magical crystals to create these badges. Fifth, from this day forward, the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society would hold a monthly meeting, attended only by members of team leader rank and above. Any non-leader members would not be permitted entry. After that evening's meeting, Qiye found himself reduced to a scapegoat for the members. Due to excessive expenditures, the Dream Restaurant had raised prices on certain dishes, inciting dissatisfaction among the students and faculty of St. Knight Academy, with all blame directed at the president, Qiye, who had authorized the price hikes. Even more tragically, the original purpose of Qiye's meeting was entirely overlooked, leaving him to bear the burden alone. As night fell, Qiye entered the dim underground of the Dream Restaurant with a cart full of delicacies. The following day, the members of the St. Knight Nobility Society, including their president, would never again dare to mention reclaiming the Dream Restaurant in their lifetimes. Qiye had delivered a message from Miss Tiz to the members of the St. Knight Nobility Society, using the girl shadower gifted by Miss Tiz, who possessed unfathomable suction, rendering the entire membership bedridden for a month, lacking the strength even to eat without assistance, requiring others to feed them and help them open and close their mouths to chew their food. Chapter 29, Martial Arts Tournament. Boss, something's gone awry. Hurry. Qiye appeared anxious as he searched for Qiye by the lake behind the Dream Restaurant. Boss, where are you? Right behind you. Qiye emerged from behind Qiye and, as he did, delivered a firm whack to Qiye's head with a hammer. Do you think I'm deaf? Shouting at such a volume. Look over there. Those couples were about to come for a meal, and you scared them off with your racket. How do you expect me to greet you properly, you fool? Boss, it wasn't my intention to shout. Qiye asked me to find you. I feared you might be rescuing someone in the middle of the lake and wouldn't hear me, so I raised my voice, Qiye explained, feeling wrong. It wasn't his choice to act this way, but he had no alternative. He regretted not sending one of the other members to find Qiye instead. You must understand. You were the captain of our organization. In the past, it was acceptable when you didn't bear a magical badge, as no one recognized you as our captain. But now, anyone who sees that badge knows you're our team leader. As a captain, you cannot afford to panic and shout like that. Otherwise, people will think our Culinary Arts Society is made up of those who have never faced serious situations. I scold you for your own good. Do not dismiss my words lightly. If another team leader were to come here and shout like that, I would first throw him into the lake, then unleash the piranhas from the boat to teach him a lesson. As our team leader, you must maintain your composure even when faced with overwhelming challenges. Have I made myself clear? As Qiye noted Qiye's dissatisfaction, he launched into a lengthy lecture, educating him through words. However, as he continued, he realized that his rhetoric was familiar, almost akin to what Vice Dean Brister used to say to him. It seemed that during his month of special training under Vice Dean Brister, he had unwittingly absorbed his teachings. As Qiye spoke, Qiye lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word, fearful that Qiye might act upon his earlier words, and even more afraid that in a moment of anger, Qiye would strip him of his position as captain. Speak. What did Shuete summon you for? Noticing Qiye's apparent remorse, Qiye softened his tone and inquired about the urgent matter that brought Qiye to him. Boss, Shuete said that starting this Monday, our revenue has plummeted by nearly 50%, and he wants you to return to discuss countermeasures. Qiye observed Qiye's expression shift unpredictably after he finished speaking, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Such a significant issue, and only now you choose to disclose it. Why didn't you inform me immediately, if this matter is delayed because of your negligence? Do you think you can bear the consequences? I had trusted you to manage as a small team leader, yet you cannot distinguish between major and minor issues. Upon mentioning finances, Qiye immediately grew tense, shedding the relaxed demeanor he had just moments before. Boss, didn't you just say not to overreact? Qiye reminded Qiye of his earlier words about remaining unfazed even when faced with overwhelming challenges. I meant not to overreact about trivial matters. Not this that we are the new generation. We cannot act like the old guard, that we must address issues as they come, and not conflate everything into one. That would you mix all your vegetables together before eating? Surely not. This illustrates that matters should remain distinct. Each issue possesses its uniqueness. If everyone were like you, then what principles would govern this world? Qiye would not falter in his argument simply because of a contradiction. He was well-versed in literature and eloquent in speech. Boss, is there nothing else? Although Qiye was uncertain why he had not immediately relayed Shueti's message, he dared not speak further and cautiously probed Qiye's demeanor. Nothing else. Shuete is in the president's office. I must go find him immediately. If this is considered nothing, then what qualifies as something? Should we only address issues when the dream restaurant collapses? Qiye's anger surged upon hearing this. The business of the dream restaurant had already declined by nearly 50%. And such a critical matter required prompt resolution. As for the students still frolicking in the lake, they could continue their training. Shuete is in the president's office calculating accounts. He should still be there. Qiye cautiously relayed Shueti's whereabouts, unsure if Shuete would still be present when Qiye arrived. You stay here and keep an eye on those in the lake. Do not let them come ashore. If they do, we will lose money. Remember, I shouldn't have to repeat myself. If they come up, I will deduct your salary. As Qiye dashed back to the president's office, an idea struck him, prompting him to instruct Qiye. Yes, boss. Once Qiye departed, Qiye let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he found listening to Qiye's admonitions far more exhausting than dueling with Ermin. Shuete, what is the situation? Qiye burst through the door of the president's office, urgently addressing Shuete, who was wrestling with a mountain of accounts. Boss, you're here. These accounts are giving me a headache. That I'd rather return all those intelligence agents to you and gather information alone than deal with these figures. Shuete was overwhelmed by the tedious yet ever-changing numbers, which were more challenging than the most convoluted spells and magic. That a single miscalculation would necessitate starting over, a truly daunting task. This is an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Consider that I've been here calculating daily. It is only fair that you assist me this time. Qiye had no intention of burdening himself unnecessarily. Finally managing to enlist Shueti's help with the accounts, he relished the chance to step outside for some fresh air, and he certainly did not wish to plunge back into the sea of numbers. How could our business revenue drop nearly 50% this week? Could it be that someone has opened another restaurant within the academy, stealing away our customers? Perhaps we should send some members to investigate. Of course, the guards will handle any issues that arise. Qiye shifted the topic to divert Shueti's attention. Next week marks the commencement of the 18th martial arts competition organized by the Martial Arts Department. Many students are intensifying their training to secure a good rank at the competition, which could enhance their chances of obtaining a higher position in the military upon graduation. Consequently, they have been too preoccupied to dine at our establishment. Currently, most of the patrons at the Dream Restaurant are students from the Magic Department, which explains our significant drop in revenue. Although Shuete had not personally gathered intelligence, the 5 agents he trained were quite adept at obtaining information swiftly and efficiently. Martial arts competition. Recently, Qiye had been so occupied with classes and club activities that he had not kept up with the rumors circulating within the academy. Thus, he was unaware that the widely anticipated martial arts competition was about to commence. Yes, only students from the martial arts department are permitted to participate, and no magic is allowed. What benefits come with winning? Qiye recalled that events of this nature often boasted substantial prizes. He remembered how he and Shuete had previously hosted a culinary arts competition, offering a date with either Shuete or Niyishi as a reward, which had attracted fervent participants. The significance of the martial arts competition, which even the beautiful waitresses at the Dream Restaurant chose to forego in favor of training, indicated that the prizes must be even more enticing. This time, envoys from various nations will attend the martial arts competition. That if one performs well, they need not worry about their future upon graduation. They could be poised to become generals. Shuete elucidated the reasons behind the students' fervent dedication to their training. even neglecting the allure of the dream restaurant's charming waitresses. Is that all? Qiye's interest in military service was minimal. He was primarily concerned with tangible rewards rather than the elusive fame and status that lay beyond his grasp. Certainly, this is not the only incentive. Our academy typically offers unexpected prizes at each martial arts competition. For instance, the last winning team received a phantom beast egg, though it has yet to hatch. I've heard that in the past, winners have even received rewards as grand as 100,000 gold coins. Qiye recounted some of the prizes that had appeared at previous competitions. Qiye, I've made my decision. Let us enter the martial arts competition together. Upon hearing about the 100,000 gold coins, Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he made his suggestion to Qiye. Boss, you know my martial skills. The martial arts competition prohibits the use of magic. Are you asking me to participate? If I accidentally cast a spell, our team would be disqualified, and we would effectively lose. Qiye was not unwilling to assist Qiye. Rather, the rules of the martial arts competition were stringent, allowing only martial skills. Hence the name, martial arts competition rather than martial arts tournament or something else. Oh, then I will find someone else. Qiye had completely forgotten that he had originally come to discuss the current state of the dream restaurant with Qiye. The allure of the 100,000 gold coins was sufficient to make him forget everything else. What about your team leader, Qiye? Qiye eagerly rushed to the underground activity room of the Culinary Arts Society. While most members had relocated to the dream restaurant, several girls remained apprehensive about the ghost stories surrounding the establishment. Additionally, Qiye and Qiye enjoyed the ambience of reading in the basement. Were it not for the events at the dream restaurant, they would typically be found there with the other female members. Now, the underground activity room had nearly become a sanctuary for the female members. With male members effectively barred from entry, the response Qiye received was a chorus of shrieks and the clattering of various knives and plates. In the underground activity room, any male member wishing to enter was subjected to 3 rounds of scrutiny by the medical team, and they were generally not permitted entry. Thus, within the warm confines of the underground activity space, many female members dressed quite provocatively, evoking thoughts that could lead one astray. Qiye cradled his head and retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the wrath of the knife-wielding female members. As he exited, he remembered to close the door behind him. Otherwise, the numerous knives that had been thrust into the door would surely have found their mark in him. Nonetheless, it was quite exhilarating. He had not anticipated that each female member of the society would be so well endowed, and a few could easily be described as having devilish figures. Such descriptions were in no way exaggerated. The mere recollection of their exposed forms stirred something within Qiye. Please help me find Qiye. I am the president. Qiye. After standing outside for an eternity, too timid to push the door open again, Qiye had no choice but to call out loudly from the other side. As he prepared to wait for Qiye and the others to emerge, a voice finally responded from within. Still out there? It was Qiye's voice. Yes. Still here. Qiye jumped up from the ground, clutching the blanket he had just retrieved from his room. I say, President, just how much have you seen? A bold female member questioned from inside. I saw nothing. I saw nothing. I merely entered to find Qiye and didn't expect. Qiye's voice gradually trailed off. It turns out you were looking for Captain Qiye. It's not that you haven't seen us, but rather that you lack interest in us. Another female member jested from within. No, you are all quite beautiful, and your figures are impressive. In a moment of desperation, Qiye blurted out the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. But as soon as he realized what he had said, he quickly covered his mouth. I have warned myself countless times not to be hasty. Why do I find myself acting so recklessly today? Since the opening ceremony, Qiye had maintained a cool demeanor, resolutely deciding not to rush into any actions. He had held up well until today, when he heard about the 100,000 gold coins from Qiye. The mention of such a sum shattered his composure. 100,000 gold coins would allow Qiye to live a blissful second half of his life, though he was still in the prime of youth. It was always wise to plan for the future. The thought of such a fortune made it impossible for him to remain calm. 100,000, the sheer magnitude of it was overwhelming. So you did see. President, the female members inside began to reprimand him upon hearing his unguarded words. No, I meant that the female waitstaff uniforms you wore in the dream restaurant were quite splendid, and it seems your figures are commendable. I didn't mean just now. I was momentarily blinded when I entered and couldn't see inside. Qiye hastily tried to rectify his statement, fearing the male members in the club, who harbored secret affections for them, would come rushing in to confront him. Although Qiye was the president of the club, Everyone regarded him merely as a manager. It was well known that these male members were primarily attracted to Zishuer and Nyaxi. Without Zishuer's unwavering compliance with Qiye's directives, they might have attempted to seize his position as president on the very next day after joining the club. All right, enough of the noise. Those of you with tasks, please attend to them. Those with none, go read a book. Don't crowd around the door. Zishuer finally spoke, dispersing the female members gathered at the entrance. Gazing at Zishuer's delicate visage, Qiye felt as though he were beholding an angel. Had she not arrived to open the door, he might have succumbed to the scolding of the female members outside. Qiye, is there something you need? In informal settings, Zishuer typically addressed him by name rather than as president. Zishuer, I would like to ask for your assistance, Qiye said, lowering his voice in a display of humility. What is it? Zishuer asked, intrigued. With so many members in the culinary arts club, if there was a task to be done, Qiye could simply assign someone else. What could warrant him seeking her help? Next week, the martial arts tournament is to be held, correct? Qiye began to explain his intentions. Yes, but what of it? Zishuer replied, somewhat perplexed. The entire Holy Knight Academy was abuzz with discussions about the event, and she wondered why he was inquiring. I would like to. Qiye hesitated to articulate his request directly. You want to participate? Zishuer deduced from the expression on Qiye's face. Yes, Qiye nodded. It was fortunate that she was perceptive. He wasn't certain how he would have approached the matter otherwise. So, you are short on participants and wish for me to join you? Zishuer continued to elucidate Qiye's thoughts. Well, that is essentially the idea, Qiye admitted, keeping his gaze lowered, afraid to meet Zishuer's eyes lest she reject him outright. Let me think, Zishuer mused. She had not considered participating in the martial arts tournament. Given her future as a high priestess, she would not require the recognition of others, nor did she lack for resources. If she desired something, all she needed to do was express it to her family, and the following day, whatever she wished for would appear before her. No matter how extravagant, Qiye, observing Zishuer deep in thought, felt a growing urgency within him. Participate, participate, participate. I have thought it over. Zishuer finally spoke, and Qiye watched her intently. If she chose not to join, his chances of victory would be bleak. I can participate. But what? Qiye asked anxiously. Zishuer's agreement was all that mattered. He would go to any lengths to fulfill her desires. You must take me on a date, Zishuer said, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she stated her condition. A date? Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Yes. I publicly declared at the culinary competition that I would go on a date with the winner, and I do not wish to go back on my word, Zishuer explained. A date? Qiye found himself entranced once more by the prospect. All right. If you agree, I will enter the competition. Zishuer smiled at Qiye's dazed expression, feeling a sense of delight. She did not know why she found his bewildered state so endearing. It was a sight he reserved solely for her. I agree. I agree. Of course I agree, Qiye exclaimed, snapping out of his reverie. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. He would do anything to ensure a date with Zishuer. Then let us register together tomorrow morning. But who will be the third participant? The other participant? Oh, that would be Qiye. Is that acceptable? Qiye had no intention of allowing any other members to team up with Zishuer. Only Qiye seemed indifferent to her. As in his heart, he believed that beauties of the half-beast race were the most exquisite. Very well, we shall invite Qiye to join us tomorrow morning. Agreed, Qiye responded readily. Qiye, could you please step aside? I need to close the door, Zishuer said. Ah, my apologies, my apologies. I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow morning. Qiye realized that he was blocking the doorway to Zishuer's room, preventing her from shutting the door. With a buoyant heart, he whistled as he made his way back to the dream restaurant. Chapter 30. Registration. Have you seen the registration forms for today's competitors? What? You haven't looked yet? I hear there are quite a few new competitors this time. If you wish to win some coins, you need to pay close attention. I've been waiting for this opportunity to recoup my losses. Hey, brother, so you made it? Oh, who did you place your bet on? What? You've never heard of them? Listen closely. I just got the scoop that the unfeeling sword technique from the swordsmanship rankings is in this competition. And Dongfang is participating as well. Hurry and place your bet on him. If you wait too long, the odds will plummet, and you won't earn much even if you do manage to win. Come and take a look. Here is the latest registration list of competitors, along with the most recent exam schedule from Holy Knight Academy. If you want to bet, do it quickly. Once this opportunity passes, there won't be another. Good teeth lead to a good appetite. And meals are more enjoyable. Please use the Thinking Water brand spring water to rinse your mouth. It is the designated water for this event. Want to register? It costs 10 silver coins per person. A total of 30 silver coins for 3 participants. That if you can't pay, then hurry along. I don't want to be angry. When I am angry, it can be quite fearsome. Make way, there are others waiting to register. Looking to place a bet? Come to our Dajan gambling house. We have never defaulted on a debt, unlike that nearby Geely house, which owes a lot of money after losing in the last round and still hasn't paid up. They still dare to open for business. As the opening of the 18th martial arts tournament approached, the registration area was bustling with enthusiastic Holy Knight Academy students. Those wishing to register for the competition would need to push their way through. Otherwise, they would likely find themselves unable to reach the registration desk. Amidst the commotion, a group of several hundred individuals could be seen approaching from the main thoroughfare leading to the registration area. Dressed in vibrant green warrior attire, they appeared particularly spirited and full of life, capturing the attention of the students milling around the registration area. The previously stagnant atmosphere became noticeably fresher. The marching group of several hundred moved in synchronized steps toward the registration desk, their impressive formation eliciting admiration from the onlookers, reminiscent of a military parade that invigorated the crowd. At the forefront of the line were robust orcs and half-orcs, followed closely by a bevy of stunningly beautiful female students from Holy Knight Academy. And bringing up the rear were several handsome gentlemen. However, it is worth noting that appearances can be deceiving. In the past, before the Dream Restaurant opened, very few among the gathered students would have recognized them. But times had changed. It was nearly impossible to find anyone in Holy Knight Academy who could not identify this formidable group. Even the street vendors knew exactly who they were. Holy Knight Culinary Arts Club. The crowd erupted in excitement. Many voices calling out. The students who had been blocking the path of the Culinary Arts Club members quickly parted, creating a clear passage for them to proceed. The attendees present have all dined at the Dream Restaurant. And among them, several have previously teased the female members of the Culinary Arts Society, which has led to a rather unsavory consequence. They have been escorted by a group of individuals who, at first glance, do not appear benevolent, namely, the security team of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society, to the lake behind the Dream Restaurant, where they were instructed to learn how to swim. Many of these individuals, having indulged too much in tofu, were subjected to a beating by certain members of the security team before their swimming lessons commenced. Consequently, any student who has experienced their methods of discipline flees at the mere sight of these muscular and formidable security team members. Recent rumors have circulated that the president of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society has procured the latest weaponry for his group, which is notorious for their violent tendencies. As a result, no student dares to provoke them, fearing the consequences of testing their newly acquired arms. These individuals, often likened to wolves in a den of darkness, have long awaited someone to unwittingly present themselves for a demonstration of their formidable equipment. A resource too precious to squander. As the members of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society successfully advanced from the throng of spectators to the registration desk for the martial arts competition, their group split into two, creating a pathway in the center point. 3 members clad in emerald warrior attire emerged in this newly cleared space. Qiye, Zishuer, and Shihao, who are participating in the 18th martial arts tournament at St. Knight Academy. Dressed in the latest and most exquisite warrior garb, Qiye strode confidently toward the registration desk, a piece of unknown grass clenched between his teeth and an air of audacious arrogance about him. Shihao, the team leader, sported a fierce look, his hair styled in a wild, upward fashion resembling the spikes of a beast, wielding a wolf-toothed club akin to the one he had used in his duel with Ermin, his expression reflecting the fearless gaze of a half-orc. Meanwhile, Zishuer walked gracefully between them, radiating a regal and elegant presence, her emerald attire enhancing her captivating allure, evoking a sense of familiarity yet maintaining an aura of respect. We wish to register for the 18th martial arts tournament. Please expedite the process, Qiye declared as he approached the registration desk. Participants in the martial arts tournament are required to pay an entry fee of 10 silver coins each. Since the tournament stipulates teams of 3, you will need to pay a total of 30 silver coins, the staff member replied, subdued by the imposing presence of Qiye and his companions. Must we truly pay to participate in the tournament? It seems the Academy is profiting from every possible avenue. Soon they may charge us for breathing the air within these walls, Qiye lamented, begrudging the expenditure. The entry fee is necessary due to the overwhelming number of participants. Without it, we would be inundated with students eager to showcase their skills, and we simply do not have the personnel to accommodate them. However, rest assured, participants will receive special services that will make the fee worthwhile. This regulation comes from the upper administration, and we are merely executing their orders, the staff member explained, wary of provoking Qiye's ire. Given the Culinary Arts Society's notorious reputation for extortion, enough of this. Do not trouble him further. He is simply doing his job for the academy, Zixue interjected, stepping forward to take the wallet from Qiye's grasp. She retrieved 30 silver coins and presented them to the staff member, who was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Previously, he had not discerned her allure from afar due to his poor eyesight and the presence of her fellow members. Now, standing before him, Zixue embodied grace and elegance, her ethereal presence akin to that of a goddess, breathtakingly enchanting. Quickly, accept the payment. We have matters to attend to. Do not assume we are as idle as you appear to be. Should you delay further, any lost revenue today will be on your conscience, Qiye admonished, irritated by the staff member's dawdling. He had intentionally closed the dream restaurant for the day to create a spectacle, anticipating a surge of patrons once they returned, hoping to recoup any expenses incurred for this display. This is the official confirmation for tournament participants. Please keep it safe. The martial arts competition will commence at the beginning of next month, and the schedule will be released by the end of this month. Should you have any inquiries, you may approach us at the Academy's office, and we will promptly address your concerns. And what name shall your team bear? The staff member asked. Suddenly alert, noting the fiery intensity in Qiye's gaze and the clenched fists of the Culinary Arts Society members behind him. What shall we name ourselves? Perhaps the Super Invincible Rocket Team. I have even crafted our motto. Whatever questions arise, we shall answer them all. For the peace of Earth, to prevent the world from destruction, we uphold love and the truth of evil, the most charming of villains. Qiye began, but was interrupted by Zixue's piercing gaze, which silenced him. Let us simply call ourselves the Qiye team, Zixue decided, unwilling to prolong the discussion over the team name. How about the Zixue team? Your reputation far surpasses mine, Qiye suggested, but upon seeing Zixue's mildly irritated expression, his voice trailed off into a whisper, ultimately yielding to her decision. The team was thus named the Qiye team, and after the registration was completed, the staff member issued them their participant numbers. Without further ado, Qiye, Zixue, and Qiao departed from the registration desk. Qiye was eager to return to the dream restaurant. Anticipating a significant increase in diners due to the commotion they had caused, he envisioned recouping the service fees he had splurged on for the sake of theatrics. Once Qiye and his companions had left, the registration area fell silent for a moment before the murmurs began anew. How beautiful! Truly, it is Miss Zixue, my dream goddess. Nonsense, she is mine. I dream of her every night. How cool. Hundreds are donned in the same splendid warrior attire. It seems only the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society does this at Saint Knight Academy. It's simply impressive. I wonder where they ordered their outfits. I must hurry to acquire a set myself to flaunt as a member of the Culinary Arts Society. Had Qiye remained, he would likely have begun taking orders for more of these warrior outfits, perhaps even considering commandeering the ones worn by his fellow members to sell. From this moment forth, you shall undergo my special trainings. Qiao. You have any objections? Are you prepared? Qiye inquired of Qiao, who was ready in the society's underground training facility. Boss, I have no objections. Whatever you command, I will strive to accomplish, Qiao responded emphatically. Very well. For your sake, all female members of the society have temporarily gone to the dream restaurant. Should you fail to train diligently, you shall be letting them down. 7 Knights once again sounded the alarm for Qiye. I understand. Boss, I will not let you down, he replied earnestly. All right, let us begin. What should we start with? Suddenly, 7 Knights recalled his urgency to call Qiye for special training, yet he had not yet decided what to train him in. After half a day of contemplation, 7 Knights still had not settled on a suitable technique to teach Qiye. Ultimately, out of a sense of laziness, he resolved to impart all the savage moves he deemed appropriate to Qiye. From that day forth, the underground arena echoed daily with the distinctive shouts of Qiye. Resist the Qi circle, battle roar, frenzied whirlwind, double strike, flame staff technique. Within the Saint Knight Academy, there exists a place accessible only to the esteemed mentors residing at the highest level of the institution. For the average mentors and students, this location is considered a forbidden zone, a realm they must not enter without permission. Should they inadvertently trespass, they would face severe punishment from the Academy's upper echelons. Despite being a forbidden zone, it is endowed with a melodious name. Perched atop the Sacred Spirit Mountain within the Academy, this area is referred to by its inhabitants as the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. On this night, Under a darkened sky and gusty winds, 7 Knights found himself standing alone at the entrance to the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. The majestic structure loomed halfway up the mountainside in the hazy night. The pavilion remained unlit, illuminated solely by the luminous moon hanging in the sky. This upcoming martial arts tournament could be regarded as a grand assembly of all the martial arts masters within the Saint Knight Academy. And 7 Knights himself was uncertain whether he would emerge victorious. Therefore, the techniques he had taught Qiye seemed of little utility. However, he had heard whispers of numerous martial arts manuscripts hidden within the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Driven by the desire for triumph and the lure of 100,000 gold coins, 7 Knights resolved to explore the pavilion under the cover of night. After all, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. 7 Knights had spent half a day standing before the pavilion, yet no signs of life emerged from within. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired about the defensive measures of the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Although the students at the Saint Knight Academy were generally diligent and respectful, it was not uncommon for a few unruly students to appear, particularly those of princely or princess lineage from minor kingdoms. The more they were forbidden from entering a place, the more determined they were to go there. Fortunately, some had ventured before him, revealing that there were no guards stationed within the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Yet, how did they prevent non-senior members from entering? Those who had previously trespassed recounted a common experience. Upon entering, they became disoriented, lost in a bewildering world, occasionally encountering terrifying apparitions that posed no harm. They were only led out the next day by the Academy's senior mentors, unable to retreat on their own. Among those students were several from the Department of Magic, yet their magical abilities faltered before the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Otherwise, they might have attempted to soar in from above. Having absorbed this intelligence, 7 Knights deduced that a magic of prohibition had been employed before the pavilion, akin to the magic he had encountered in Mist's presence, where he could not manifest any spells. He felt an 80% certainty of being able to enter, for the disorientation and hallucinations described by those who had entered mirrored the effects of the Eastern formations he had studied for a year. If it truly was a formation of Eastern origin, then he had confidence in his ability to navigate it. After confirming once more that no guards awaited him inside the pavilion, he approached the grand entrance. Upon pushing open the door to the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, he found himself confronted by an antechamber resembling any ordinary courtyard. A few pots of flowers adorned the space, with wooden poles haphazardly thrust into the ground. It appeared unremarkable. Chapter 31. Night Raid on the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Among the ancient formations, the most revered is undoubtedly the 8 trigrams devised by Lillian. These 8 trigrams, categorized by escape techniques into the gates of rest, life, injury, blockage, scene, death, shock, and opening, exhibit endless variations. They are further divided into the heaven-covering formation, earth-bearing formation, wind-rising formation, cloud-drooping formation, dragon-flying formation, tiger-wing formation, bird-soaring formation, and snake-coiling formation, each interlinked and interdependent. Once one steps into the formation, they become ensnared by the illusions it conjures, leaving them forever trapped within. Before 7 Knights now lay the wind-rising formation, a simple yet deceptive entrance that bore no visible signs of having been arranged into a formation. Even an expert in formations would fail to recognize its presence. However, 7 Knights sensed the aura emanating from the wind-rising formation. The human eye can sometimes deceive. What one perceives is not always reality. Thus, 7 Knights never relied solely on his eyesight for conclusions in all his endeavors. He employed his keen sense of touch to discern the truth that it was this very instinct that had saved him from the jaws of cunning beasts. Standing immobile before the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, 7 Knights noted something was amiss. What could be wrong? This place appeared no different from any other. Everything that should be present was, and nothing out of place could be detected. Yet, he firmly believed there had to be something awry. Wind. Yes, the wind. From the moment he arrived at the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, he had been acutely aware of the environmental changes around him. The pavilion, nestled halfway up the Sacred Spirit Mountain, was constantly caressed by the night winds. However, the moment he pushed open the pavilion door, the persistent mountain breeze vanished in an instant. The wind-rising formation is the simplest of the 8 trigrams crafted by Lillian, and its simplicity renders it easily overlooked by most. The door of the Sacred Spirit Pavilion is, in fact, the gateway to the wind-rising formation. Once someone enters and opens the door, the winds that once roamed freely are absorbed by the hidden formation, serving as both the catalyst and energy for its activation. Ingenious, truly ingenious. 7 Knights could not help but marvel at the skill of the mastermind who had designed such an elusive formation to align seamlessly with the local terrain. However, His admiration was not the reason for his visit to the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. He was not there to observe how others arranged the wind-rising formation. His purpose was to engage in a clandestine, secretive endeavor that must remain undiscovered. With careful precision, 7 knights began to navigate the formation. Adhering to the steps he had gleaned from ancient Eastern texts on formation-breaking techniques, he slowly advanced into the depths of the wind-rising formation, deliberately ignoring the bizarre phenomena that manifested as he entered. 7 Knights understood these bizarre sights were mere illusions conjured by the formation, leveraging the energies of heaven and earth to ensnare those who ventured within. Despite their terrifying and realistic appearances, as long as the intruder maintained a resolute will and dismissed them as non-existent, there was no cause for concern. At last, after considerable effort, 7 Knights successfully traversed the wind-rising formation and entered the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. He exhaled deeply. Had he faltered in resolve or allowed his mind to waver, he would have been ensnared by the formation's power, trapped within until a knowledgeable individual came to guide him out. With no one to lead him, the only option would be to forcefully disrupt the formation's core, a risky endeavor with no guarantee of success, leaving him stranded indefinitely, unable to survive without sustenance. Before him stood the main hall of the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. A plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the 3 characters Sacred Spirit Pavilion in a sword technique that encapsulated the essence of heaven and earth. The sword technique, distinct from any knife technique, expressed the grand concept of the universe. The knife conveyed swift retribution and boldness, while only the sword embodied the gentlemanly spirit that encompassed the vastness of the world. Albeit with a tinge of dominance, a sense of authority that declared, "Who else but I shall claim this dominion?" Moonlight streamed through the eaves of the pavilion, illuminating 7 Knights' eyes. Under this ethereal glow, he scrutinized the main hall of the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, the most enigmatic locale within the Saint Knight Academy, where only a handful could come and go freely, although he had successfully entered. 7 Knights suspected that the architect of the wind-rising formation would not have limited their defenses to a single arrangement. Yet, after an extensive exploration, he could discern no further signs of manipulation or irregularities. It was then that he concluded with certainty that the Sacred Spirit Pavilion bore no additional formations within. To have set the wind-rising formation there, one could either be a fool or a braggart. Thus, 7 Knights rendered his judgment on the pavilion's defenses. The entire Spirit Pavilion, devoid of any guards, might be acceptable, yet it is astonishingly presumptuous to merely lay down an unchanged wind-style formation, believing that all is well. What if someone, inadvertently familiar with ancient Eastern array techniques, were to walk in, much like Qiye, applying the methods inscribed in text to breach the formation? Would that not spell doom for the Spirit Pavilion? However, Qiye pondered for a moment. If the wind-style formation did indeed undergo even the slightest alteration, he would find himself unable to enter, thereby losing the opportunity to express his sentiments regarding the defensive capabilities of the Spirit Pavilion. With a hint of arrogance, Qiye stepped forward, intent on entering the main hall of the Spirit Pavilion, a place within the Holy Knight Academy accessible only to a select few. He had learned from several instructors dining at the Dream Restaurant that the main hall of the Spirit Pavilion housed an array of superlative martial arts tomes. The term superlative denoted techniques of immense power, unsuitable for the average student, as a single misstep could result in fatal consequences. Yet, it was precisely these secrets that Qiye sought to pilfer. A branch appeared in Qiye's hand as he reached to push open the hall's door. It manifested without warning, as though it had always been there. Qiye reacted instinctively, retreating, then advancing again, the branch seemingly adhering to him without any discernible change. Yet, within him, a profound shock resonated. Despite his keen senses, sharper than those of any beast, he had failed to detect the presence of another within the Spirit Pavilion. Qiye was confident in his perceptive abilities. He could hear the faint rustling of a small insect on a branch in the mountains and discern the subtle breaths of a concealed expert even amidst a bustling venue. However, the owner of this branch had evidently succeeded in masking all trace of their presence, leaving Qiye utterly oblivious. "Who are you?" A faint silhouette materialized before Qiye. He was overwhelmed by the aura exuded by the branch-wielding figure. Too intimidated to make any rash movements, not even daring to glance back, the figure had chosen to reveal himself, a decision that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Were this not the case, Qiye would have assumed the elder elf before him was a master swordsman, one whose very presence commanded respect. With snow-white hair, this was a clear indication of his advanced age, unlike Vice Principal Bristede, whose silver hair was a mark of birthright rather than age. This elder's whiteness was a testament to the passage of time. His visage, seemingly parched, radiated a hint of lethal intent, and though his eyes had lost their former brilliance, they still held a piercing clarity that fixed upon Qiye. "And who might you be?" The elder elf with the branch did not answer Qiye's inquiry, but instead posed a question veiled in mystery. Directed at the masked Qiye, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your identity. Your presence here signifies that you are no ordinary person. As I surmise, you are a superlative swordsman, and such individuals are never unknown. Therefore, I must ascertain your identity. I cannot simply claim to have encountered a figure of such renown without knowing their name." Qiye, seeking to buy time to understand this elder who wielded a branch with the might of a true sword, responded with a flurry of nonsensical remarks. "Surely, I ought to be the one learning from you, intruding into the forbidden grounds of the Holy Knight Academy at such an hour, shrouded in black cloth to conceal your identity. What are your true intentions?" The elder did not pursue the question of Qiye's identity any further, but instead retorted with irony. "Me? I merely lost my way while attending a masquerade ball. The black cloth is merely part of my costume." Qiye feigned confusion. "Provide a different explanation. I just fell from the sky and landed here. Is this not XXX star? Try again. Actually, I suffer from somnambulism and wandered here in my sleep, only awakening upon seeing you." Another. "I was brought here by someone, and that very person is right behind you, planning to strike. You should flee." Another. "Pray tell, elder, how must I phrase my explanation for you to believe me?" Having exhausted every excuse he could conjure, Qiye found them all rebuffed by the elder. "Speak the truth." The elder exhibited a languid demeanor as he addressed Qiye. "The truth? You truly wish to hear it?" Qiye displayed a quizzical expression. "Speak." The elder remained unfazed by Qiye's theatrics. "In truth, I have fallen in love with you." Qiye feigned a smitten expression, casting flirtatious glances at the elder. The elder, taken aback by this proclamation, shuddered at Qiye's antics, his grip on the branch loosening momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qiye employed the earth escape technique. His earlier utterance of nauseatingly sentimental words was a calculated ploy to induce a momentary lapse in the elder's concentration, allowing him a chance to escape. Today, discovery was not an option. Retreat was paramount. As for the martial arts tomes, they would remain there, and he could return for them in due time. Qiye had previously tested the use of magic and found, as in Miss Tish Chamber, that the magical elements here did not heed his call. The elder, appearing equally devoid of magical prowess, relied on the branch as a sword to restrain him rather than employing magic to bind him directly, which would have been far less laborious. The inability to wield magic suggested that Qiye would not encounter the same fate as when facing Vice Principal Bristede, wherein he collided with the earth shield while attempting to escape underground. Thus, he had resorted to uttering the most repulsive declarations, exploiting the elder's momentary distraction to execute his escape. Qiye managed to flee with relative ease. The elder was astonished by his ability to dive underground without the use of magic. Yet, just before Qiye fully disappeared beneath the surface, he glanced back and noticed a flicker of amusement in the elder's eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Once Qiye was entirely submerged, he finally felt a semblance of safety. Facing the elder had been unnerving, as though those piercing eyes could see straight through him. After descending 3 feet underground and striking a triumphant pose, he gestured defiantly towards the elder above, then began to sprint away, with a terrifying elder elf now inhabiting the spirit pavilion. Qiye realized that his chances of re-entering were lost. As he prepared to flee the subterranean confines of the spirit pavilion, an overwhelming sword aura surged from above, striking downwards towards Qiye's hiding place with incredible force. The sword energy seemed to disregard the ground entirely, swiftly targeting Qiye. With a resounding crack, Qiye was propelled from the earth, his attire in tatters, landing before the main hall of the spirit pavilion. Though he had evaded the sword energy, its explosive force had shredded his clothes. "If you love me too, do not gaze at me so. I still reside in my chamber, and such scrutiny will surely embarrass me." Qiye feigned coyness towards the seemingly unperturbed elder. "If you utter another word, I cannot guarantee that I won't report you to the disciplinary committee, for I am Qiye, the president of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society." The elder interrupted Qiye's flow of flotation. "How do you know I am the president of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society?" Qiye was certain he had never encountered the elder before. It is important to note that only elves approaching their twilight years exhibit such signs of aging. However, the elf before me is clearly an exception. His movements are as swift as the wind and as rapid as lightning, outpacing even Qiye by several folds. Had Qiye previously encountered such an elderly elf, he would undoubtedly remember him. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know who you are. It appears you have been performing quite well as the president of the Culinary Society, even venturing to the Holy Spirit Pavilion to cook. Upon realizing Qiye's identity, the elderly elf's demeanor softened, and he expressed a newfound interest in mirroring Qiye's earlier tone, playfully paraphrasing his words. You took a wrong turn, didn't you? You mentioned not escorting me to the discipline department? Qiye seized upon the underlying significance of the elf's earlier statement. You wish to go to the discipline department? Very well, just a moment, I shall summon someone to come for you. And no, please, kind elf grandfather, I merely stumbled upon this place by accident. Please, show mercy and let me go. I assure you, I shall never return. Qiye pleaded with the elderly elf. Let you go. You forced me to unleash my sword energy to block you just now. Do you think that requires no effort? As an old man, I cannot endure such exertion repeatedly, the elderly elf insisted. Unwilling to release Qiye. Then allow me to return immediately and prepare some exquisite dishes for you, which I shall bring as a midnight snack to your advanced age. It is quite unreasonable for you to be stationed here at the Holy Spirit Pavilion at night. Consider how strong the mountain winds are. It would be unfortunate if they harmed your frail body. Alas, the academy truly lacks sense, Qiye muttered inwardly, cursing the old elf. Claiming he could not withstand repeated exertion seemed ironic, for it was likely that Qiye himself would struggle to endure the elf's demands. He planned to leave and never return, confident that without evidence, he could deny ever having been there, challenging anyone to prove otherwise. That is a reasonable suggestion. However, I am currently more intrigued by your physical condition. It would not be a problem to prepare the midnight snack a little later. The elderly elf revealed a rather sinister grin towards Qiye. I am just an ordinary person. How could I pique your interest? If you seek someone more suitable, I can bring a few charming members from my society later. To ensure his own safety, Qiye contemplated offering up a few strikingly handsome members of his club. Rest assured, my interest lies solely in your remarkable regenerative capabilities. I would like to request your assistance with a task, the elderly elf clarified, understanding Qiye's misunderstanding. Very well then, if assisting you is all that is required, I shall comply. Qiye soon realized that the wounds inflicted by the earlier sword energy were now exposed to the air and were visibly healing at an astonishing rate to his surprise. The elderly elf had noticed this and expressed interest in his extraordinary recovery ability. Indeed, just like that. Come inside, the elderly elf urged, pushing open the grand doors of the Holy Spirit Pavilion that Qiye had been unable to enter moments before. Naturally, Qiye followed closely behind, hoping to seize the opportunity to discreetly acquire a tome or two while the elf was preoccupied, rendering the evening not entirely fruitless. Upon entering the main hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion, Qiye discovered that it was not as it appeared from the outside. Situated halfway up the mountain, the main hall was designed with a downward-sloping architecture. As one ventured deeper, the space expanded significantly. Far exceeding the exterior's dimensions, the elderly elf guided Qiye towards the innermost section of the hall. Hey, old man, what is your name? Now that you know mine, it hardly seems fair that I do not know yours. Please, reveal your name. Qiye sought to learn the elderly elf's name to establish a better rapport, hoping to prevent any nefarious actions once they were deeper within. You needn't chatter so much. If you awaken the other mentors within, do not claim that I failed to warn you. You may call me Morello, the elderly elf, now known as Morello, cautioned Qiye. Are there others here? Upon hearing that there were other mentors present, Qiye immediately adopted a stealthy demeanor, lowering his voice to inquire further. Do you see those semicircular doors? They are located all around. I see them. Could it be that inside them are? Qiye gasped, glancing at the seemingly endless array of semicircular doors, feeling a chill run down his spine. Those doors conceal various martial arts manuals, Morello revealed, sending Qiye into a state of disbelief. Currently, it seems I am the sole occupant here. Well, if you can still consider me human, Morello added cryptically. However, Qiye decided not to press Morello further. He longed for the elf to release him swiftly, allowing him the chance to discreetly open a door and snatch a few tomes, ensuring his efforts were not in vain. Eventually, they arrived at an imposing door, and it was indeed massive. Compared to the other circular doors Qiye had seen, this one was truly gargantuan. Even 20 people could squeeze through at once. Though it was not meant for walking but rather for crawling. You will remain inside for now while I conduct an experiment requiring intense focus. If you perform well, you shall be released. Also, do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have recorded your entrance with a memory crystal. Should you neglect your duties or refuse to assist me in the future, you will have cause for concern. I shall return to collect you in the morning." As soon as Qiye crawled inside, Morello promptly shut the door, uttering words that sent shivers down Qiye's spine. "No, let me out. Ouch." Qiye pounded on the door, but it felt as though he were striking an iron plate, yet it was not iron, for the door possessed an unusual slickness that iron would not have. After futile attempts, Qiye abandoned his hope of opening the massive door. Once calm, he noticed the peculiar atmosphere of the room that it was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light, with only the faint sound of air flowing through small openings, despite having honed his night vision to rival that of a demon cat on the Beast Mountain Ridge. Here he found only impenetrable darkness, where he could not see even his hand in front of his face. He attempted to cast a light spell, but after calling for a long while, not a single orb of light materialized. Qiye soon realized that, just like outside the main hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion, the magical elements were beyond his control, existing in a state of flux. He now found himself in a silent, dark world. His sight rendered useless, Qiye was left with only touch and hearing. In the profound silence, he could hear nothing save for his own breath and heartbeat, the rhythmic thumping driving him to the brink of madness. Ensconced in darkness, he instinctively felt a profound sense of insecurity, for no one perceives darkness as safe. The unknown nature of darkness is a source of fear. Initially, Qiye felt relatively at ease, but as the panic of not knowing how long he would remain in the dark room set in, he gradually succumbed to a sense of crisis, feeling an increasing stillness. Coupled with the incessant pounding of his heart, his discomfort grew unbearable. In the oppressive silence, to maintain his sanity, Qiye decided to practice the yin-yang heart method taught by Uncle Yin, entering a meditative state to sever his connection with the outside world. Heat, immense, unrelenting heat. Upon entering meditation, Qiye felt as though he were ensconced within a furnace, radiating an overwhelming amount of thermal energy. As he gradually settled into meditation, his six senses closed off, and he entered a state of inner tranquility, losing all sensation of the external world while retaining only awareness within his mind. However, at the moment Qiye entered this state, the yin-yang heart method, which was supposed to absorb the solar energy drifting between heaven and earth, underwent a strange transformation. Given that he was in the innermost chamber of the Holy Spirit Pavilion, perpetually devoid of light and sealed by an immense door that resembled iron yet was not, there existed not a trace of the solar energy that drifts through the world. To maintain his composure in the darkness, Qiye had no choice but to rely on the yin-yang heart method to achieve inner peace. However, he was unaware that this very action posed a significant danger. In a room devoid of solar energy, attempting to absorb it through the yin-yang heart method was akin to trying to breathe underwater. One would not only fail to intake oxygen, but would instead expel the oxygen already within their body. Qiye found himself in this perilous predicament, with the solar energy within him dispersing outward, seeking to escape. The yin-yang energy emanating from Qiye's body was a product of years of diligent training. Having been absorbed from the natural world, it had become part of him, akin to his vital essence. This yin-yang energy continued to radiate from Qiye's surface, yet he remained blissfully unaware. Qiye presently resides in a meditative state. Enveloped in a realm of thought where all six senses are closed off, he remains utterly oblivious to the occurrences both outside and within. Within Qiye's consciousness, there exists solely the intention to operate the yin-yang heart method, with the singular aim of maintaining his rationality. At this moment, Qiye relies merely on the instinct of his physical form to circulate his vital energy, having relinquished any control over his body. The fiery essence emanating from Qiye transforms within the confines of the room, reverting to its original, ethereal state found amidst the cosmos. However, the current fiery essence differs markedly from that which Qiye previously absorbed. This essence has undergone a process of absorption and refinement, becoming an intrinsic part of Qiye's own vital energy, now swirling around him in a circular fashion within the air. Should Qiye awaken at this juncture, he would behold the faintly glowing fiery essence revolving around him and gain a clear view of the entirety of this sunless chamber deep within the sacred spirit pavilion. As the fiery essence fully disperses from Qiye's body, one would expect him, drained of energy, to collapse, yet he remains in his meditative state. This anomaly is due to the presence of a portion of vital energy, not belonging to the fiery essence, continuing to circulate within him. Were it not for this sustaining energy, Qiye would surely succumb to the perils of his own cultivation, losing his vitality and life. This vital energy is a chaotic amalgamation, comprising hues of green, blue, and even black, continuously circulating around Qiye, traversing his entire being, and permeating through his meridians. Qiye owes a debt of gratitude to Miss Tissy. Had she not summoned the Shadow Warrior to absorb his vital energy previously, the warrior would not have self-destructed, nor would it have transferred its absorbed energy back to him. The vital energy currently coursing through Qiye post-meditation is indeed that which the shadow warrior imparted before its demise. This energy is a composite of the essence absorbed from numerous individuals, intertwined with the shadow warrior's own spectral essence. Typically, under the overwhelming power of Qiye's fiery force, this vital energy remains dormant. However, now that the fiery essence has entirely dispersed into the atmosphere, it begins to awaken, evolving into the energy that sustains Qiye's life. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The chaotic vital energy within Qiye is subconsciously assimilated and refined through the yin-yang heart method, gradually transforming into a singular hue. The fiery essence, when fully realized, embodies the vitality of the dawn, representing the breath of rebirth. Yet, within Qiye, the most prevalent energy now represents the breath of rebirth after death. The blackened spectral essence refined by the shadow warrior to absorb the essence of life and death through the method of rebirth is a perilous endeavor, one that even Uncle Yin would not dare undertake. For a single misstep could lead to being ensnared by the essence of death, transforming into a living corpse. However, as Qiye remains in meditation, all actions are instinctual, leading him unwittingly into this treacherous undertaking. Gradually, the chaotic energies are entirely refined by the spectral essence, and the originally multicolored vital energy begins to unify into a singular black spectral essence. Shortly thereafter, all the vital energy dispersed throughout Qiye as being transforms into spectral essence, heralding the imminent birth of a terrifying living corpse within this chamber. Were it not for the fiery essence currently floating outside of Qiye, the likelihood of his transformation into a living dead would be absolute. Just as Qiye is on the verge of complete transformation, the fiery essence, previously drifting outside, suddenly re-enters his body. The newly invigorated essence of fire, inherently contrasting with the deathly essence, is drawn in by the vortex created by the rapid circulation of the spectral essence. Seeking to merge with Qiye, fortunately, this fiery essence has already been refined and integrated into Qiye's own vital energy, or else the swift influx of such a tremendous amount of fiery essence would overwhelm him, leading to his explosive demise. Within Qiye, the fiery essence begins to engage in a fierce struggle against the spectral essence. Ordinarily, the spectral essence, long suppressed by the fiery vitality, would be incapable of contending with it. However, during the brief moment when the fiery essence dispersed, the spectral essence, exploiting its devouring and refining capabilities, instinctively transformed the remaining energies into its own kindred essence. Thus, for the time being, the fiery essence cannot re-establish dominance over the spectral essence within Qiye's body. The fiery and spectral essences turn Qiye's body into a battleground, each energy clashing incessantly, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The force generated by the collision of these two potent energies inflicts damage upon Qiye's internal organs, which are devoid of protective energy. Fortunately, Qiye possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability. As a physician once remarked, he resembles a terrifying regenerative beast, just as earlier. Although the destructive sword energy from Morello did not severely wound Qiye, it nonetheless left him with considerable injuries. Yet, while conversing with Morello, he rapidly regenerated fresh tissue, akin to an immortal being. Thus, while Qiye's internal organs are injured and ruptured, they swiftly regain their original state, only to be wounded once more, followed by restoration. This relentless cycle continues. However, with each instance of injury and recovery, his internal organs become increasingly resilient. Ultimately, through repeated impacts and healing, his organs attain the fortitude necessary to withstand the forces generated by the clash of the two energies. Thankfully, Qiye has closed off his senses and entered a meditative state. Were he conscious, the sight of the two contending energies within him would surely terrify him. After the final confrontation between the fiery and spectral essences, they finally converge into Qiye's being, momentarily settling into tranquility as he awakens. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself enveloped in darkness. As for the events that transpired within him, Qiye remains entirely unaware. He merely senses a lingering fatigue in his body. His awakening at this moment is solely due to the impending dawn. Despite being situated in the sunless depths of the sacred spirit mountain, Qiye's biological clock has unfailingly roused him. If I am not released soon, how shall I rescue others this morning? Upon awakening, Qiye recalls his daily obligation to perform good deeds and fervently hopes that the elder spirit Morello will promptly come to release him. Shortly thereafter, amidst Qiye's anxious anticipation, the elder Morello finally opens the massive door. Oh, is everything all right? Upon opening the door, Morello observes Qiye darting out from the confines of the room. Must there always be a problem inside? Qiye exclaims while running. eager to collect his payment for his rescue efforts. Money must not evade him. Truly a peculiar specimen, with astonishing recovery capabilities and remarkable willpower, remarks Morello, grasping Qiye's shoulder to pull him back and scrutinizing his form. Hey, didn't we agree yesterday that if I helped you with something, you would let me go? Why am I still here? After being gently grasped by Morello, Qiye finds himself momentarily unable to muster any strength. Standing still for the elder to examine. You will be released, but the task you promised to assist me with remains unfinished. There's still plenty of time, Morello replies cheerfully, observing Qiye. More tasks. Qiye, already wearied by the boundless darkness and silence, gasps in disbelief upon hearing Morello's words. Remember, return tonight. If you do not, you know what consequences await. Here, take these 3 books. Do not think I am unaware of your mischievous schemes. Ensure you arrive before midnight. With a nonchalant gesture, Morello closes the massive door, which Qiye had previously struggled to move, and produces 3 books for him. Indestructible Body, Swordsmanship Techniques, Demon-Breaking Spell. Qiye joyfully reads aloud the titles of the 3 books that Morello hands him. These are precisely the tomes he sought within the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. But, Morello, what is the purpose of this demon-breaking spell? Qiye questions, aware that the first 2 volumes are intended for Qi Horror and Zi Shuer, although uncertain how Morello discerned their participation in the competition. It is hardly a secret, easily uncovered. However, he doubts the relevance of the last book to his own endeavors. You will understand its significance later. For now, you must depart swiftly. If they awaken, your escape will be hindered. Morello releases his grip on Qiye. Thank you, Qiye responds. Feeling fortunate that after a night spent alone in darkness, he is bestowed with 3 tomes. Such good fortune, he wishes to experience daily, oblivious to Morello's reference to them. Unbeknownst to Qiye, many have descended into madness after merely a few hours in that very chamber. Moreover, this is merely the beginning of a small experiment. In the future, Qiye's gratitude towards Morello will not be so easily expressed. Chapter 33, Learning Magic. Boss, what is this book? There are so many sections I cannot comprehend. Chihar complains to his leader Qiye while holding a yellow-covered book in the basement's club activity area. This tome was acquired through considerable effort on my part, even if you find it perplexing. You must endeavor to learn it. Mastering it will liberate you from fears of others, and during the martial arts competition, it shall be your moment to shine. Furthermore, this book is coveted by countless individuals yet remains elusive to them. If you do not apply yourself diligently, what right do you have to claim ignorance? Remember, the sooner you master it, the sooner it will benefit you. Seven Knight earnestly urged Qiye, emphasizing the rarity and value of the book, insisting on the necessity of dedicated study. However, boss, why are there only 2 individuals depicted within the pages, and they are completely unclothed? Qiye still failed to grasp Seven Knight's earnest intentions, voicing his complaints once more. That represents the method of cultivation. Do you not understand? It is not merely a matter of nudity. How else would you learn the practice? Only through such depictions can you discern the techniques. If they were clothed, you would see only garments. And what could you possibly learn from that? Seven Knight sighed, disheartened by Qiye's lack of appreciation for his efforts. But, boss, there are no buts. Listen closely. Simply follow the practices outlined in the book. Why concern yourself with anything else? When have I ever led you astray? If you cannot recall, then start your practice now. Seven Knight interrupted Qiye, imparting a reprimand. Understood, boss. Qiye unconditionally obeyed Seven Knight's command and began to remove his clothes. Boss, why aren't you undressing? And why should I? Seven Knight retorted, exasperated, as Qiye prepared to practice while he remained fully clothed. Isn't the book illustrating 2 individuals embracing to practice? Qiye, now fully disrobed, revealed his robust half-orc physique, adorned with a thick mat of chest hair. 2 individuals embracing? Practicing? Seven Knight found the situation rather peculiar. He doubted that old Morello would have provided such an indecent book for Qiye to study. Well, boss, it seems the exercise required is rather limited. Merely moving back and forth will suffice. At this moment, Qiye was left with only his pants. Wait, Qiye, hold on. Seven Knight abruptly recalled something. Turning his back to Qiye and retrieving the book he had been concealing. Playboy Jin Ping Mei and Jin Gang Bu Dong Shun. Seven Knight muttered to himself. Qiye, that book was advanced martial arts. And it is not suitable for you just yet. For now, focus on mastering this foundational text before I entrust you with the advanced one. Also, you may put your clothes back on. This lower-level practice does not require disrobing. Seven Knight presented Qiye with another book. Its cover of vibrant yellow, All right, boss. Qiye accepted the book from Seven Knight and donned his clothes. Seven Knight, relieved, thought to himself, how fortunate that no one else was around. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a homosexual. A truly precarious situation. Bring that book here. Seven Knight extended his hand toward Qiye. That book, boss. The one intended for 2 practitioners, the advanced text. You must understand that it is still too early for you to view it. It is easy to become deluded. Therefore, let me hold onto it for you until you have mastered the basics. Yes, boss, here you go. Qiye, trusting Seven Knight's words, returned the book titled Yellow Journal. Now, practice diligently. I have some matters to attend to. So do not become lazy. Seven Knight quickly reclaimed the book and cautioned Qiye. Do not worry, boss. I will not disappoint you. Qiye assured Seven Knight loudly. What a close call. I chose to give it to him here. If Shuete or anyone else had been present, it would have been embarrassing. Seven Knight cautiously held tightly to the books in his embrace. These texts were essential references for him to become a true man. And if the women found out, it would be disastrous, especially those like Shuete, as Seven Knight was currently perceived as the epitome of a good youth in their eyes. Where is Shuete? Seven Knight had searched the dream restaurant thrice. Yet he had not located her, so he began inquiring about her whereabouts. It seems she has returned home, one female member replied. No, I just saw her by the lake, another female member corrected. Upon hearing this, Seven Knight dashed toward the lakeside behind the dream restaurant, unaware of the subsequent information. Later, she mentioned she would go to the president's office. Thus, while Seven Knight tirelessly searched for Shuete, she was comfortably seated in his office, enjoying tea and pastries with Shuete, patiently awaiting his arrival. Ultimately, after exhausting himself searching for Shuete, Seven Knight abandoned the pursuit and returned to the president's office to catch up on work. Having neglected it all day, upon entering and spotting Shuete seated in the office, his jaw dropped in shock, and before he could utter a word, she complained, We've been waiting for you all afternoon. Why did it take you so long? I need to discuss the martial arts competition with you. It turned out that all of his afternoon exertions were in vain. He had wasted both time and energy in search of someone who was not lost while neglecting his responsibilities. It appeared he would have a busy evening ahead. Faced with this dual blow, Seven Knight could only hand Shuete the sword technique essentials before collapsing in exhaustion on the floor. Now was not the time to delay rest. Knowing there were numerous tasks awaiting him that night. Have you not rested well? Mistis inquired, noticing Seven Knight stifling yawns. I'm fine. Just tell me more about the origins of necromancy. I'm curious about the source of its power. Seven Knight fought against the drowsiness creeping in. Although he had managed to complete the day's work alongside Shuete before nightfall, he had then exerted himself to prepare a meal for Miss Tiz, and now he was on the verge of succumbing to sleep if not for his intense interest in necromancy. Let me teach you a spell. It might invigorate you, Miss Tiz suggested. Observing Seven Knight struggle to stay alert. Sure. Upon hearing about magic, Seven Knight's spirits lifted, for Miss Tiz's magical teachings were often unique and sometimes even long forgotten. Recite this with me, Great Lord of the Underworld. Lend me your boundless power. Transform into a tangible entity of this world. Overdraw. Great Lord of the Underworld. Lend me your boundless power. Transform into a tangible entity of this world. Overdraw. Seven Knight echoed every word without omission. However, unlike Miss Tiz, who merely recited the incantation without utilizing its power, a dark aura enveloped him as he completed the spell. In an instant, all weariness vanished. He felt more invigorated than ever, believing he could run for days without fatigue. Remember to recite the spell I just taught you when you return. Great Lord of the Underworld, lend me your boundless power, absorb the ethereal entities of this world, ethereal cavern. This time, Miss Tiz imparted another spell to Seven Knight, differing from her usual teachings. What is the ethereal cavern? Miss Tiz, you've never mentioned this spell before. Seven Knight was unfamiliar with the properties of the ethereal cavern. Overdraw is a spell crafted by necromancers studying living beings, allowing them to temporarily utilize their own abilities. When the spell fades, the energy expended will induce a state of slumber. The ethereal cavern is a different type of necromantic spell designed to absorb the energy drawn from overdraw. If overdraw leaves the subject utterly exhausted, then what purpose does it serve to create such a spell? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to devise an offensive spell instead? Mist has clarified Seven Knight's misunderstanding of the overdraw spell. What is the true essence of the ethereal cavern? Seven Knight inquired, still seeking clarity on its purpose. While using the overdraw spell, you borrow future energy, But you also rely on the power of the underworld king to facilitate this. Your own energy remains intact. Essentially, you are borrowing the strength of the underworld king, and later, he will reclaim that energy. The ethereal cavern is formed from the underworld king's necromantic energy, used to siphon the power he intends to reclaim. So, I borrow from the underworld king, and when it's time to repay, I use his power to absorb what I owe. Precisely, that is the general idea. If I continuously use this, will I not always feel this invigorated? Seven Knight exclaimed joyfully. If so, he could read his cherished books until dawn every night. That would not be possible. The underworld king's power is not so easily borrowed. Each usage significantly depletes your magical reserves. With your current magic, you may use overdraw twice and the ethereal cavern once at most. Miss Tis tempered Seven Knight's enthusiasm. Twice? Twice is acceptable. Seven Knight contemplated. After all, he rarely utilized magic, as long as he employed overdraw twice followed by the ethereal cavern once. He could spare himself the need for sleep, thus gaining twice the time of others. All right, let me now enlighten you about the origins of necromancy. The art of necromancy was originally conceived by the ancients for the use of the elite. However, due to the terrifying nature of this magic, only a handful among the upper echelons dared to study it. Yet, many subordinates expressed a desire to learn, leading to a curious paradox. Although necromancy was not intended for widespread use, it was created for the upper class, yet only one true elite has mastered it. The power of necromancy derives from the dominion of the ruler of the underworld, enabling the control of the deceased or their transformation into undead beings. The shadow warriors I have created exemplify the latter, transforming the dead into the undead. However, as I can no longer wield necromancy, the shadow warriors must absorb the life essence of the living to act. True necromancy, in contrast, draws upon the myriad of free energies that permeate the world, unlike my current method, which necessitates periodic excursions for the shadow warriors to absorb the essence of the living. Mistis spoke. Inciting endless musings in Qiye, he couldn't help but reflect on the ancient necromancers who commanded legions of the deceased to perform various tasks, all without the burden of remuneration. Such necromancy seemed incredibly useful. Mistis, who are the ancients and the elites? Why was necromancy created for them and reserved for their study? Qiye inquired, puzzled by Mistis's earlier references to the ancients and the elites. It was known that the continent of Brahma housed only 7 races. When had the ancients emerged? And what of these elites? That is not for now. In due time, I shall reveal it to you, Mistis replied, but withheld further details. Can you teach me how to control the dead? Qiye couldn't help but wish for a cost-effective labor force, alleviating some of his burdens. It's a bit premature. If you wish to learn true necromancy, you must first master both light and dark magic. Otherwise, the undead you attempt to command may very well turn on you. With disastrous consequences, Mistis dissuaded Qiye from his money-saving aspirations. But isn't that just overextending? I'm managing just fine, Qiye countered. Controlling the dead or transforming them into undead is advanced necromancy. Without formidable magical and mental prowess, one cannot create or command. Techniques such as overextending and ghost caverns merely borrow the power of the underworld king and do not constitute true necromancy. With your current magical capacity, you can only utilize overextension twice a day. Mistis elucidated the stark differences between true necromancy and his half-hearted attempts. Then, does that mean if I master both light and dark magic, I would be set? Qiye persisted. Indeed, with my guidance, as long as you master both, I assure you will succeed. Mistis giggled, though she silently acknowledged the rarity of achieving a balance between the opposing forces of light and dark magic, which was why true necromancers were so scarce. Thank you, Mistis. Would you care for a late-night snack? I can whip up a few delightful dishes for you, Qiye offered, eager to please. That's true, after such a lengthy conversation. I find myself rather hungry. Let us see how well you fare in the kitchen. Mistis reclined on her golden bed, summoning the shadow warriors to prepare the necessary utensils and ingredients. She truly relished Qiye's culinary creations. With a newfound excitement, Qiye hurried towards the Holy Spirit Pavilion, intent on scavenging more tomes en route. He cast another overextension spell upon himself, brimming with excitement to test its efficacy. At Mistis's abode, should she disallow it, Qiye would be unable to conjure any magic. However, if the earlier overextension was indeed a boon from Mistis, Qiye was wary of being deceived. Fortunately, upon casting overextension again, his vitality surged anew. Morello, I have arrived, Qiye called out from beneath the ground. After last night's events, he understood that the Holy Spirit Pavilion, despite its singular windward array, was guarded by Morello, a formidable swordsman. Knowing that the pavilion lacked defenses against his earth techniques, he decided to enter from below, as recalling the intricate steps to exit the array each time would be far less efficient. What are you doing? Do you think I wouldn't notice your arrival? The moment you employed that earth-burrowing trick, I was aware. Hurry up and surface. Next time, remember to come earlier. Keeping an old man waiting is a grave sin. Lest you find yourself in the depths of hell, Morello appeared above Qiye's head, using it as a springboard to float towards the grand entrance of the pavilion. You old coot, be cautious should I master necromancy. You'll find yourself in quite the predicament. Qiye emerged from the ground, brushing off the dust and muttering under his breath. Hurry up, don't dawdle like a woman, Morello beckoned as he entered the hall. Coming. Qiye dashed inside, envisioning another night of practice, wondering how many tomes he might acquire by morning. Why aren't we heading that way today? Following Morello, Qiye noticed the elder was not descending as usual but rather ascending towards the main hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. Curiosity can be quite perilous. Just follow me, Morello replied in a chilling tone, causing Qiye to shudder as he felt something watching him from the looming darkness behind. He quickened his pace to stay close to Morello. The vastness of the space was awe-inspiring. Qiye was certain that even if all his guild members gathered here for a barbecue, it would be a splendid affair. Under the starlit sky, the prospect of grilling together was a delightful thought. Why are you daydreaming? Get to the center quickly. Morello roused Qiye from his reverie, directing him to the heart of the pavilion's uppermost level. What do you mean by that? Why are you hitting me? Clearly, you've been on the receiving end of blows in the past, Qiye muttered under his breath as he approached the designated spot. All right, just do your best to dodge. I'm about to initiate the next phase. I'll return to check on you by morning. Have fun. Morello's face finally broke into a smile as Qiye reached the center. What? Let me out. Realizing Morello was pressing a button beside him, Qiye's instincts screamed that something was amiss, and he shouted for help. Alas, it was too late. A massive barrier enveloped the upper level, trapping Qiye at its center. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, disregarding any notions of respect for the elderly. Nothing much. I merely thought you might enjoy a game of dodgeball, Morello replied nonchalantly, unaffected by Qiye's exclamations. Could we perhaps postpone this until tomorrow? I suddenly recall an important task I must attend to, Qiye implored, sensing the dire predicament he was in. Surely, such a grand barrier was excessive for a mere game of dodgeball. No can do. The game has commenced. And I cannot halt it. I'll check on you by morning. Try not to perish, Morello retorted, turning his back and descending from the top level as Qiye's protests echoed behind him. You old fool. How about a fair challenge? Yesterday, I let you win out of respect for your age. Today, let us battle 100 rounds and see who prevails. As Qiye's tirade continued, he sensed that something was amiss. Upon the barrier's activation, the magical elements within began to ripple, forming a white blade of wind before him. Windblade. Qiye's complexion paled. Typically, a wind blade was a common spell within wind magic, causing minimal harm to individuals. However, that was in a typical context. The wind blade manifesting within the barrier was capable of cleaving through a house with ease, and if unleashed upon foes, could obliterate dozens in a single stroke, an essential spell for warfare. The sheer magnitude of the wind blade dwarfed Qiye, who, even when standing on tiptoe, barely reached its midpoint. Sensing Qiye's presence, the wind blade began its assault. The architect of this barrier had programmed the wind blade to automatically target anyone who entered, and it was now faithfully executing that command. Qiye dodged, leaped, rolled, and crawled, desperately evading the relentless onslaught of the wind blade. Although he had previously dispersed it using magic, the blade would merely reconstitute itself, ensuring that no matter how many times Qiye shattered it, it would reappear. It seemed that Qiye was destined for a sleepless night. Fortunately, he had cast an overextension spell earlier, so he hoped that the night would pass without incident. He could only wish for dawn to arrive swiftly, preferably sooner rather than later. Chapter 34, Part 1. Boss. 2 more individuals have been tossed into the lake by Wright and the others, and there are still 3 people in there, all waiting for you to rescue them. Why does the door feel a bit heavier today? Qiye rushed to the entrance of the president's office and forcefully kicked the door open, loudly reporting the situation to Qiye. However, he noticed that the office door seemed more resistant than usual. Upon his kick, it merely swung open without the customary loud bang against the wall. The daily routine of rescuing people from the lake had officially become a side business for the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society. The percentage of their monthly revenue attributed to rescues was steadily increasing, transforming it into an indispensable profit-making service and a no-risk venture, albeit one that only Qiye, the president, could manage. Each day, dozens of students visiting the Dream Restaurant were unceremoniously thrown into the lake by Wright and his cohorts. Yet, the following day, those same students would return to the Dream Restaurant, eager to repeat their previous activities before being dumped. This peculiar custom stemmed from Qiye's early days after opening the Dream Restaurant, where he had rescued numerous individuals, leading to the establishment of this unwritten rule. Qiye had remarked that those students, after being tossed into the lake, who dared to return to the Dream Restaurant the next day, possessed thick skins. They were wealthy individuals and, furthermore, audaciously lecherous. Though Qiye held disdain for these traits individually, when combined, they became his favorites to ensure that these affluent, audacious lechers would return to patronize the Dream Restaurant. Qiye issued a directive to all the female attendants. They must greet any student who returned after being thrown into the water with warmth, and, if necessary, with seduction. However, when those wealthy lechers, enchanted by the beautiful attendants, attempted to make inappropriate advances towards the female members of the Culinary Arts Society, Captain Wright and his team would swiftly intervene, ensuring they returned to swimming lessons to the Dream Restaurant. One could frequently observe students propped up by Wright and others, still wearing infatuated expressions towards the female attendants they had previously wronged, before blissfully resigning themselves to being tossed into the lake once more, awaiting Qiye's arrival in his small boat, which housed carnivorous fish. To rescue them, of course, rescuing came at a price, but these wealthy individuals, driven by their desire for beauty, would hardly balk at such expenses. Subsequently, after being rescued and brought ashore, they would depart with expressions of sheer bliss. The next day, they would return to dine, repeating the previous day's events. Though after this repetitive swimming training, nearly all the lecherous individuals had learned to swim, none dared to swim ashore before Qiye's arrival. While doing so would save them some money, they understood that their absence would result in cold receptions from the attendants, as Qiye would deduct from the reward bonuses of the female members for not securing payment. Once they grasped this principle, no lecher dared to swim ashore alone. They obediently remained in the lake, awaiting Qiye's rescue. "Boss, are you there? Are you there or not?" Qiye called out into the empty president's office, inquiring once more. "Not here." "Huh, where could the boss have gone? If he doesn't show up, those people won't dare to come back." Scratching his head, Qiye mumbled to himself that if Qiye was not in the office, where could he possibly be? Qiye felt an urgent need to locate his boss, as the swimming prowess of those 5 lecherous individuals would not last much longer. They were accustomed to being promptly rescued by Qiye after their plummet. If Qiye failed to find Qiye quickly, they would be in dire straits. Worrying for the 5 lecherous individuals still struggling in the lake, Qiye hastily closed the office door and dashed out, determined to search for Qiye in any likely location. After all, Qiye, the president of the Culinary Arts Society, never missed an opportunity to make money. His subordinate, the current vice president, Secretive, once remarked that even if a knife were placed at Qiye's throat, he would inquire about its value and potential resale price. Thus, despite being utterly exhausted from the grueling tests imposed by the elder Morello the previous night, Qiye had arrived at the Dream Restaurant bright and early. As Qiye ascended to find Qiye, the latter was indeed in the office, albeit hidden behind the door. Upon arriving at the office, Qiye still appeared quite lively, despite having gone without sleep and enduring the punishing wind blades. Thanks to the effects of overdrawn magic, he seemed ready to face another round of wind blade experiments without concern. However, the drawbacks of overdrawn magic were becoming apparent as the effects began to wane and the borrowed energy was set to be reclaimed. Qiye realized he had exhausted himself casting magical shields against the wind blades all night, leaving him with barely enough magical energy to ignite a spark, just as Qiye reached the office door. Intending to call for Secretive to assist him with the Nether Cave spell, the backlash of overdrawn magic struck. Moments before, he had been brimming with energy, but now he felt as feeble as an old man. Having doubted the legitimacy of the overdrawn magic, Qiye had cast it again after leaving Mistiz's presence. Consequently, instead of merely feeling fatigued, he was now rendered utterly powerless, collapsing onto the office floor. When Qiye burst in, kicking the door open, Qiye was inadvertently shoved into a corner behind the door. Noticing the door felt heavier, Qiye thought nothing of it and hurried off. Meanwhile, Qiye, having been knocked against a shelf, narrowly avoided a heavy antique vase. Though he was immobile, the thought of the vase's value compelled him to muster the strength to crawl beneath the shelf, bracing himself for the inevitable impact as the vase fell, hoping it would shatter upon hitting the ground. Pulling the door open and stepping outside, Qiye appeared as he always did, without a hint of his prior weakness. No one knew that just moments before, he had been powerless on the floor, nearly indistinguishable from a corpse, and that a 10-pound vase had just crashed onto his still-pained abdomen, despite enduring such hardships. Qiye's monstrous recovery abilities enabled him to regain his strength by dusk. However, he now simmered with unexpressed frustration, unsure of whom to direct his ire towards. Qiye had always kicked open the office door, and Qiye had never reprimanded him. If he were to confront Qiye today about the door incident, who would have witnessed it? Surely, he could not admit to being behind the door when Qiye's foot had propelled him there, as it would expose his earlier vulnerability, nor could he seek revenge on Elder Morello, who had been responsible for his current state. Earlier that morning, infuriated by Elder Morello's perilous experiments, Qiye had drawn his sword against him. However, despite unleashing all his sword techniques, he could not land a blow. And to add insult to injury, Elder Morello had easily dispatched him. Now, Qiye could only swallow his anger and feign nonchalance, as if he had just returned from an outing. "Boss, where have you been? I couldn't find you all day." Thankfully, Qiye went to rescue them. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Qiye, who had spent the day searching for Qiye, was the first to spot him descending the stairs. "You fool. If I'm not here, won't you go rescue them? Do you need me to hold your hand? Use your brain. If you don't start thinking, it'll rust, you know. Hurry up and do something instead of standing around like a bump on a log." Qiye was seething with anger, while he couldn't unjustly unleash it on Qiye. He seized this opportunity to vent some of his pent-up frustration. After all, Qiye's careless kick had nearly cost Qiye a valuable antique vase. Left in a state of confusion, unaware of what had provoked the ire of his superior, Qiye stood still as Qiye exited the dream restaurant. He was on his way out, for tonight was the long-awaited evening he had arranged with Qiye for their date. Thus, Qiye hurriedly dressed and rushed out as soon as he awoke. The soft moonlight bathed the Holy Night Academy, illuminating the lake beside the dream restaurant. Under the silvery glow, the lake reflected countless bright moons. And as a gentle breeze passed, it created rippling waves, blurring the lines between the moon and the water. Beneath a willow tree by the lakeside, Qiye lay waiting for Qiye, having agreed to meet at this very spot when the moon reached the treetops. Beneath a seemingly calm facade, Qiye was brimming with an excitement that surged and ebbed like restless waves. He was finally going on a date with Qiye. To claim he was not eager would be a blatant lie. Ever since Qiye joined the club, he had dreamed of having a moment alone with her. However, amidst the bustling atmosphere of the club, he was either preoccupied with tasks or found her in the company of Nyaxi or other female members, leaving him little opportunity to connect. When Qiye proposed teaming up for the martial arts competition, Qiye nearly leapt for joy. If asked to choose between a date and the competition, he would undoubtedly choose the former. Forsaking the latter, Qiye found himself increasingly captivated by Qiye, regardless of whether she was angry, happy, excited, joyful, or sad. He cherished every aspect of her. At tea times, he felt like a thief, stealing glances at her whenever he had the chance, often daydreaming during club meetings. Fortunate that the arguing captains did not notice his distraction. Chapter 34, Part 2. Today, Qiye had deliberately donned his finest attire and, with a surreptitious touch, procured a rose from the Holy Night Floral Society to present to Qiye. His hair, which he had never styled properly before, was neatly tied back with a purple ribbon, and he had spritzed on some cologne borrowed from the male members of the club, anxious that his natural scent might be off-putting to Qiye. Waiting. His mood grew increasingly restless and anxious with each passing moment. Qiye feared that Qiye might stand him up, yet he also worried about what he would do if she arrived. "How long have you been here?" The sight of Qiye, adorned in a light purple gown, brought an immediate sense of relief to the tense Qiye. "Not long. I just arrived as you did." Qiye stood up from beneath the tree, stretching his arms that had grown stiff from inaction. He felt fortunate for having chosen a purple headband today. "Let us not linger here. Such a splendid night deserves exploration. Otherwise, what kind of date would this be?" Qiye linked her arm with his, urging him to wander about. "All right, let us go," Qiye replied, enveloped in happiness. He was uncertain if a date required stillness or wandering, but since Qiye had suggested the latter, he was eager to comply. With her delicate hand entwined with his arm and his keen nose catching the faint fragrance she emitted, Qiye could not help but feel that the world was extraordinarily beautiful, nearly exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to be alive." Under Zixuer's guidance, they strolled slowly along a moonlit path, sharing amusing tales from their past. In the brilliant moonlight, Zixuer's radiant smile left Qiye utterly enchanted. He had never imagined that being alone with her could be such a source of joy. None of his previous happy moments could compare to the bliss he felt in her company at this very instant. Fortuitously, as both Qiye and Zixuer walked along the moonlit path devoid of magical lamps, they encountered no one, thus escaping the notice of their peers at Holy Night Academy, which would surely have caused a stir. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, the beautiful campus exuded an intoxicating atmosphere, and Qiye found himself entranced by this enchanting ambience. Gazing at Zixuer, who resembled a goddess in beauty, Qiye's heart raced with excitement. "The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite," he remarked. Perhaps for the umpteenth time, his once eloquent tongue, which could effortlessly weave words into prose, fell silent. "How about we visit Lingxi Bridge? It is the perfect opportunity to admire the moonlight there." The silvery moonlight cascades from the sky, filtering through the bridge's arches, casting 4 crescent moons on the river below. "If fortune permits, we might even see 5 crescent moons," Zixuer proposed. "Sounds great," Qiye replied, blissfully oblivious to the world around him, as long as he was with Zixuer. He had no qualms about their destination, even if it led to the depths of hell. "Look over there. Through the bridge's arch, the 4 crescent moons are appearing on the water's surface," Zixuer exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the drifting reflections. "Indeed, they are beautiful, but what did you mean by 5 crescent moons?" Qiye, mesmerized by the radiant glow of the 4 crescents, couldn't help but voice his wonder. Though he had visited this place numerous times, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. It is a legend within the academy. If 2 people simultaneously spot 5 crescent moons beneath Lingxi Bridge, it signifies their deep connection, destined to be lovers, Zixuer explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had never spoken such sentiments in front of a boy before, yet it felt so natural to share them with Qiye at that moment. Zixuer harbored an inexplicable fondness for Qiye. From the first time she caught him peeking with Su Bei, she felt compelled to understand this boy who wore a mischievous smile, seemingly indifferent to everything. Thus, when she heard Bei Duo and others criticize Qiye's swordsmanship, she couldn't help but feel anger rise within her. She refused to be looked down upon by him. Despite knowing he was a student from class 21. Later, after Qiye saved her during a duel, her gratitude towards him blossomed into deeper affection. That was why she had encouraged Nyaxi to join the Culinary Arts Society with her. In that society, Zixuer discovered that Qiye continuously amazed her with his dreamlike culinary skills, managing a previously unruly group without force, and even acquiring the Holy Night White Mansion as their activity center. All of this demonstrated that Qiye was not an ordinary person, nor was he inept. Though Zixuer had yet to witness Qiye in action and acknowledged him as one of the less capable students in class 21. She believed he possessed strength that could rival her own. Now, Zixuer simply wished to understand this remarkable individual who continually surprised her, to decipher the ever-present mischievous grin that adorned his face, and to see if he too shared this extraordinary sensation. 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th crescent moon must be out there, quickly. Qiye counted the crescents beneath the bridge, diligently searching for the elusive 5th. "Let's look for it together," Zixuer offered. Observing Qiye's earnest quest for the 5th crescent moon, together, they began their search on Lingxi Bridge, hoping to find the symbol of their mutual connection. Suddenly, Qiye spotted the 5th crescent moon and joyfully called out to Zixuer, who simultaneously exclaimed her own discovery. "Look up at the sky. The crescent moons above, combined with those below, make 5. They excitedly shared their findings, yet an unexpected silence enveloped them, both unsure of what to say next. The crescent moons hanging in the sky seemed to smile down upon them. "Perhaps it's not the moon up there. It can't be that easy to find," Qiye said, sensing Zixuer's sudden quietness and fearing she was displeased that they had found the 5th crescent moon together, which symbolized their deep connection. That he had never expressed his feelings for her in such terms. "No, it must be. It's a beautiful legend, simple yet crafted to bring joy to all," Zixuer swiftly clarified. Sensing that Qiye had misinterpreted her silence, hearing her words ignited a fervor within Qiye. This implied that Zixuer must harbor some feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such things. Just as Qiye was about to voice his thoughts, several shadowy figures loomed nearby, breaking the spell of their intimate moment and bringing them back to reality on Lingxi Bridge. Chapter 35, Part 1. President Qiye. "Miss Zixuer, what a pleasure to meet you." Li Tian'ao, clad in martial arts attire, and carrying several wine jars, appeared before Qiye and Zishuer, accompanied by Su Shi and Tang Linglong. Likewise, it's good to see you all. Qiye swiftly reverted to his usual demeanor, greeting them with his trademark smile. Zishuer recognized the group, who had previously pointed their swords at Dongfang Ying in the dream restaurant, merely observing them with a cold gaze from the sidelines. Although Dongfang Ying was not among them now, in Zishuer's eyes, they were all cut from the same cloth, akin to a pack of wolves. And she had no intention of bestowing any warmth upon them. President Qiye, have you and Miss Zishuer also come here in search of the fifth crescent moon? It is said that those in love will find it together. Have you found it? Li Tian'ao seemed unfazed by Zishuer's icy demeanor, continuing to greet both Qiye and Zishuer with enthusiasm. Though Zishuer feigned indifference, a blush crept onto her cheeks at Li Tian'ao's insinuation regarding their romantic connection, revealing a hint of shyness. What brings you here? Surely you aren't just here to admire the scenery and search for the moon, Qiye remarked, his fortitude contrasting Zishuer's bashfulness, swiftly steering the conversation away to inquire about Li Tian'ao and his companions. The moonlight is splendid tonight. We were just about to head to the mountaintop to admire it. If President Qiye and Miss Zishuer are free, why not join us to enjoy this beautiful evening and indulge in some wine? Li Tian'ao warmly raised his jug of fine wine, inviting Qiye and Zishuer to accompany them. I doubt Sister Zishuer would agree. We would be intruding upon their world, Tang Linglong remarked with a playful smile. Observing Qiye's hesitance, Qiye found himself rather fond of Li Tian'ao and his companions. Despite being the future head of the racial alliance, he exuded a rare air of approachability and tranquility. Devoid of arrogance. As for the incident where Dongfang Ying had brandished his sword at Qiye, it had been a provocation Qiye himself had orchestrated with his murderous intent, now caught in an awkward silence with Zishuer. The prospect of joining Li Tian'ao and the others for merriment atop the mountain seemed quite appealing. Yet, if he were to agree immediately, he feared it might displease Zishuer. Conversely, declining might imply that he was indeed entangled in a world of two. Inadvertently suggesting they were intruding, Qiye found himself in a quandary. Given the enthusiastic invitation from my fellow classmates, how could we refuse? If we did, I fear we might encounter a confrontation as we did last time, Zishuer replied, accepting the invitation while subtly mocking the previous incident where they had covertly targeted her and Qiye. Sister Zishuer, that was merely a misunderstanding. I feared you might harm Dongfang and had to prepare defensively against you. If you cannot forgive me for my past misstep, then I sincerely apologize and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Tang Linglong bowed her head in apology. Please rise. I was merely momentarily angered. How could I truly hold a grudge over such trivial matters? See, I have agreed to join you in moon gazing. Zishuer softened at Tang Linglong's repeated calls of sister, and immediately stepped forward to assist her up. Then let us go together. I was just lamenting that it felt inappropriate for a lady to accompany them to drink, but now with you by my side, I truly feel fortunate. Tang Linglong exclaimed with delight, grasping Zishuer's hands and leading the way, both chatting joyously and exchanging smiles. President Qiye, please. Li Tian'ao smiled once more at Qiye. Addressing me as President Qiye feels overly formal. Simply call me Qiye, and I shall refer to you as Li brother. And Su Gongzi as Su brother, Qiye replied, feeling an unusual sense of camaraderie with Li Tian'ao. It is worth noting that Qiye was human, although the other students at Xingye Academy typically did not reveal much in his presence. He often felt a sense of isolation. The arrival of Li Tian'ao and Dongfang Ying, fellow humans, brought him a comforting familiarity, unlike the distant gazes from students of other races. Very well, but we shall call you Yi brother. For Qiye is rather cumbersome, Su Shi chimed in, offering Qiye a friendly smile. Agreed, Su brother, Li brother, from now on, I shall be Yi brother, Qiye returned the smile. All right, Yi brother, if we do not set off soon. We may keep the two ladies waiting, Li Tian'ao remarked, gesturing towards Zishuer and Tang Linglong, who were merrily chatting. Let us go, Qiye replied cheerfully, joining Li Tian'ao and Su Shi as they made their way towards the mountaintop, carrying their fine wines. Here, let us toast once more, to celebrate Yi brother's willingness to join us in enjoying this beautiful moonlight. Su Shi, now slightly inebriated, raised his cup and called out, Cheers, let us drink. Qiye was taken aback by Su Shi's previously reticent nature, now transformed into a constant chatterbox under the influence, proving the adage that true nature is revealed in drink, a quality that made Qiye feel even more at ease. Not enough, We've only had 1 cup. We must have at least 10 more, Lillian declared with exuberance. Chapter 35, Part 2, Cheers. Dongfang Ying downed his drink in one gulp. Initially, he had no intention of joining Lillian and the others for merriment atop the mountain, his focus being on the sword arts. With little interest in other matters, however, he found it difficult to decline. Since childhood, Lillian had a knack for compelling him to participate. Dongfang Ying had planned merely to sit atop the mountain for a while before departing. But upon seeing Qiye had also made the journey and noticing his improved swordsmanship, he felt invigorated and joined Qiye in revelry. The progress of Qiye, whom he regarded as a rival, brought him greater joy than his own advancements in swordplay. Qiye clinked his empty cup against Dongfang Ying's, downing the fine wine in one go. "Where's Miss Su?" Zishuer, who had been whispering with Tang Linglong, inquired. Upon seeing Dongfang Ying, she had anticipated the previous 5 would join, only to find that Su Yingdan was absent. She has been confined to her dorm by her brother, who was as strict as a housekeeper. He won't let her out once night falls, Tang Linglong replied, gesturing towards the loquacious Su Shi with a hint of exasperation. "Why don't we get him drunk, so his sister can see just what kind of person her brother truly is?" Zishuer suggested mischievously. "Get him drunk. Alas, while Su brother talks endlessly when he drinks, I've never seen him truly intoxicated." Tang Linglong shook her head, revealing the impracticality of Zishuer's plan. "Really? Then I shall have to test that theory. Let us invite Qiye and the others to join us in getting Su brother drunk. I refuse to believe he can drink that much." Zishuer, now growing closer to Tang Linglong, began to refer to Su Shi as Su brother as well. Girls can be rather peculiar. One moment they are upset, and the next, they're inseparable, leaving one bewildered by their thoughts. "Let us see if we can make Su brother succumb to our efforts." Tang Linglong was intrigued to discover if Su Shi could indeed be brought to drunkenness, as it would provide them leverage in the future. "You brother, when shall we duel again?" Despite the revelry, Dongfang Ying once more proposed a challenge to Qiye. "Since we are both participating in the martial arts tournament, we can settle it there," Qiye replied, eager for another match with Dongfang Ying, recalling how their last duel had shattered his limitations, allowing his swordplay to flourish. "Today is for drinking, no talk of dueling. Such matters can wait for another time. Let us not squander this beautiful evening, for moments like these are fleeting. Now, let us drink." Lillian interjected, breaking up the discussion between Qiye and Dongfang Ying. They all knew of the duel between Qiye and Dongfang Ying on Lingxi Bridge, and while they were aware of the outcome, they felt no surprise. If Qiye had not been a formidable opponent, it would have astonished them more. They also recognized Qiye's desire for discretion, thus maintaining silence on the matter, even amongst themselves. "Indeed, let us drink, and may we not leave until we are intoxicated." Su Shi, having downed several cups offered by Zishuer and Tang Linglong, felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, boldly declaring their intentions. "Very well, let us see who will succumb first. Cheers." Qiye downed his cup of fine wine eagerly. "Excellent. Let us see who will yield. Let us drink from the wine jars. This cup-by-cup business is far too unsatisfying." Su Shi tossed his cup to the ground, seizing the wine jar nearby and beckoning the others. "If you're game, then let us see who dares to back down. If you don't, you're no man." Lillian replied with gusto, switching his cup for a jar as well. "Seeing as everyone is so eager, why should I?" Qiye hesitate. "To have made such friends today is truly worthwhile. Let us drink." Qiye imitated Lillian, cracking open a jar of wine and drinking deeply. "Cheers." Though Dongfang Ying remained taciturn, he too raised his jar high, drinking heartily like the others. Watching the boys around them all switch to drinking from jars, Zishuer and Tang Linglong couldn't help but exchange shocked glances, sticking out their tongues and pulling faces at one another. The 2 young women dared not drink from the wine barrels like the boys, so they chattered away to one side, no longer paying any heed to the group of raucous drinkers. "Today is so exhilarating. Why not bind ourselves as sworn brothers of the opposite sex, lest our acquaintance be in vain?" Lillian harbored a deep admiration for Qiye in his eyes. Anyone who could indulge in fine wine and utter such bold words was undoubtedly worthy of friendship. "Very well. Today I, Qiye, shall become sworn brothers with Brother Li, Brother Su, and Brother Dongfang as the youngest here. I invite those who appreciate me to raise a toast for our brotherhood." Qiye's heart swelled with warmth as he lifted the wine barrel, proclaiming words he would never regret. "Indeed, I, Su Shi, hereby pledge brotherhood with you, Brother Yi." No, I should say Brother Yi instead. "Come, let us drink to this bond." Su raised his barrel to clink with Qiye's. Brother Yi. Brothers are brothers. Our swords must be compared. Dongfanging also raised his drink to join the two. We are brothers now. What more is there to say? If you wish to compare swords, we shall do so later. For now, let us drink and celebrate our brotherhood. Come, Brother Yi, let us toast to our sworn bond. Li Tianao forcefully clashed his wine barrel against those of the other three and drank deeply. After they finished the exquisite wine in one breath, they tossed aside their empty barrels and embraced tightly. Qiye had always been solitary, though he now had two brothers akin to kin. The fact that they were not of the same lineage still left him feeling a subtle distance between them. While this did not affect their camaraderie, at times, he felt a twinge of loneliness. Yet now, he had formed bonds with extraordinary individuals, some of the finest heroes among humanity. Qiye could not help but feel tears of joy welling up in his eyes, under the silvery light of the full moon. The four youthful men atop the mountain sang heartily, their voices echoing with the joy of finding kindred spirits. In an instant, the entire mountain was filled with their vibrant song, while two stunning beauties sat beside them, quietly watching and smiling faintly. This night was a joyous one, with even the wind assisting in spreading their melodies far and wide. They cared not for what tomorrow would bring. They simply wished for this moment to last forever. In this life, they were brothers, and in the next, they would be brothers once more. The three renowned generals of the future Brahma Empire had finally forged a bond of life and death with the future Brahma Emperor Qiye, through the sharing of wine, a bond that would remain unbreakable. Chapter 36, Part 1. The throbbing in his head after a night of revelry felt akin to being stirred into a muddled mass, making it impossible to distinguish one thing from another. The world seemed to spin incessantly, and the discomfort of a hangover was truly unbearable at Qiye this moment. Qiye felt profoundly unwell last night. As he savored the exquisite wine, he had only been aware of its rich aroma and the exhilarating pleasure of indulgence. But come morning, he was met with the heavy haze and discomfort that accompanied drunkenness. Nevertheless, Qiye had no regrets about his spirited drinking the previous evening. Li Tianao, Dongfanging, Su and even Tang Linglong were all remarkable figures worthy of deep friendship, and last night, Qiye had become their brother. He also remembered how, beneath the pristine moonlight, Zi Shuer appeared like a fairy, enchanting and ethereal. Under the silvery glow, her beauty seemed almost unattainable, yet there she was, beside him, exuding joy and happiness. Her laughter bridged the distance between them. As Qiye and the others drank to excess, he recalled the way Zi Shuer gently massaged his chest, her expression a blend of reproach and tenderness, leaving him utterly enchanted by the moonlit scene from the night before. Indeed, it was not the wine that intoxicated him, but the person. Today, in his foggy state, memories of the exquisitely beautiful Zi Shuer would once again bring a dazed expression to his face, rubbing his temples to clear his mind. Qiye opened his eyes anew. Wow, what is that? A figure appeared before him just as he blinked awake. Who could stand before Qiye without him sensing their presence? Although he had been thoroughly inebriated the night prior, his keen instincts remained as sharp as ever. He was always on guard against the movements around him, unwilling to allow anyone to approach within 3 feet without due preparation. Marrero, what are you doing here? Qiye exclaimed in astonishment. Having not expected the old man to be standing before him, he had assumed Marrero would be within the Sacred Spirit Pavilion at this hour, but Qiye's momentary vigilance dissipated upon realizing it was the old man. For he knew that no matter how prepared he might be, he could never match Marrero's capabilities. It was better to relax a little, as maintaining a state of alertness could be quite exhausting. I am where I ought to be. But you failed to keep your appointment last night, Marrero replied, his tone calm yet tinged with dissatisfaction. Last night, I was occupied and could not attend. I'll make it up to you tonight. There's no need to rush. At the very least, let me have breakfast and rest for a while before I come to assist you with your experiment. Stretching lazily, Qiye then noticed something was amiss. He wasn't in his room. He had been escorted back to the basement by Zi Shuer, but now he found himself in a vast open space. There was no mistaking it. He vividly recalled Zi Shuer warning him to wake up early before she left, her words still echoing in his mind. Hey, Marrero, what have you brought me here for? Take me back quickly. I have classes to attend and many matters to attend to today. If you don't take me back soon. You'll owe me for my losses today. Do you understand, Marrero? Qiye realized that the old man had moved him here, but he couldn't help but admire Marrero's impressive ability to do so without causing him any discomfort. However, he suddenly remembered the tasks he needed to accomplish today. He had nearly lost his daily earnings from rescuing others due to the magical exhaustion he experienced yesterday. If he didn't go today, it would indeed be a significant loss. Unconsciously, Qiye's tone grew more urgent, nearly shouting Morero's name, but he feared that if he were too late, those in peril would manage to swim ashore on their own. Do you not know to show a bit of respect to the elderly? You were the one who broke your promise that I had warned you that if you dared not to come, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Morero retorted, equally agitated. The previous night, he had waited outside the Sacred Spirit Pavilion for Qiye, who had failed to arrive, causing him great annoyance. However, as he was the sole guardian outside the pavilion at night, he had no choice but to swallow his ire. This morning, upon seeing Qiye still inebriated and unresponsive, his anger boiled over. A martial artist should never indulge in excesses. Such behavior was detrimental to one's health, and he could not help but feel exasperated at Qiye's lack of self-care. It was just one night. You needn't have brought me here, Qiye muttered. I could have simply gone earlier tonight. His tone had shifted from one of indignation to a more placating demeanor. As he surveyed the desolate wilderness around him, a shiver ran down his spine. If Morero were to become truly enraged, no one would witness what transpired here. At most, it would just add to the strange tales circulating among the students of the Sacred Knight Academy. Today, you must make up for last night's experiment, so you will assist me in conducting the experiment I had prepared yesterday evening. Morero stated coldly. He had everything ready, merely awaiting Qiye's presence to proceed. That's impossible. You know I am still recovering from my hangover, and I have no strength left and haven't eaten anything. To expect me to participate in an experiment now is tantamount to asking for my life. I lack the energy to evade any sharp blades. Qiye pleaded desperately. Feeling utterly drained, the alcohol still coursed through his veins, leaving him with barely a third of his usual strength. It seemed wise to keep his distance from such potent drink in the future. Come here. Morero beckoned Qiye to approach him. Please. I'll regain my strength soon, and I promise to participate in your experiment then. Just let me rest for a moment. Qiye instinctively took a small step back, feeling a twinge of fear. Seeing Qiye retreat, Morero grew angry and lunged at him. Qiye attempted to evade him, but found himself utterly powerless. Even if he were in peak condition, there would be no way to escape Morero's grasp, let alone now, when he was utterly weakened and unable to move. Consequently, Qiye was struck in the back by Morero, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Are you trying to kill me? Why hit me so hard? Do you think I'm as tough as you, old man? As Qiye rubbed his back while loudly scolding Morero, he suddenly felt the strength returning to his body, and the lingering effects of the alcohol dissipating. What just happened? How could a single blow restore me to consciousness, making me feel as if I had rested well? After the exertion, Qiye felt an unparalleled clarity coursing through him, every inch of his body brimming with vigor. I expelled the alcohol from your system with my vital energy and simultaneously opened your meridians. It would indeed be strange if you were not lively and sprightly now. Very well, you are ready to accept my experiment, are you not? The old man Morello revealed a hint of pride as he conveyed the effects of his earlier strike to Qiye. Then do it a few more times and open up some more of my meridians, Qiye cheekily replied after having gained an advantage. Do you think I can do this casually? That strike consumed a significant amount of my vital energy. Now, prepare yourself quickly. Do not start cursing again, claiming I did not give you a chance to get ready, Morello retorted impatiently. Come on. Who do you think I am? I am Qiye. I fear not your experiments. Me. Your tests are merely a warm-up, Qiye boasted, feeling the surging vital energy within him. Really? Morello's lips curled into a sly smile. Morello, what are you doing? Why can't I move? Release me at once. What are you planning? Qiye, who had been animated moments before, suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure binding him. He realized that the formidable aura emanating from the stationary Morello rendered him immobile. You. Qiye managed to speak, yet as Morello intensified his pressure, Qiye was compelled to channel all his vital energy, fully committing to resist being overwhelmed by mere aura. Truly formidable, truly terrifying. Under Morello's oppressive aura, Qiye was drenched in sweat. The pressure continued to mount, albeit not as rapidly as before, and Qiye began to acclimate to his astonishment. Morello had not moved an inch since earlier, simply standing there, perpetually exerting pressure on him. Should Morello choose to strike now, Qiye knew he would have no recourse in his memory. Only Uncle Yin could exert such a powerful aura, leaving him utterly motionless. Chapter 36 continued. Time passed minute by minute, and Qiye's clothes were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. His feet seemed to sink 2 inches into the ground at this moment. He could only rely on his indomitable will to withstand Morello's overwhelming aura. Qiye dared not relent. He sensed that if he failed to resist Morello's pressure, he would never possess the strength to confront him again. He must endure. Endure. He absolutely could not falter. Stand firm. Stand taller. Soon, Morello could not possibly maintain such a potent aura for long, just a little longer, and he would endure. He must not give up. Gradually, Qiye slipped into a semi-conscious state. And he seemed to see Uncle Yin again. You wish to block my attack again. Haven't I told you countless times that you currently lack the ability to withstand my strikes? All you need to do is evade. Do you understand? Uncle Yin scolded Qiye, who had been injured while desperately trying to block a blow. Once more, Uncle Yin. Qiye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping his sword, demanding that Uncle Yin attack him again, refusing to believe he could not withstand the strike. You still wish to take it? You. Sigh. It seems your stubborn nature compels you to endure my strike before you relent. Uncle Yin sighed as he observed Qiye, who was once again knocked to the ground. Once more, Qiye declared as he rose again. Qiye, you must understand that human strength has its limits. At this moment, you are not yet capable of directly contending with me. Very well, today I shall teach you another technique. When faced with overwhelming pressure, employ this technique, and you shall maneuver with agility under the strain, countering my blade rather than simply resisting. Remember, the best defense is offense. Uncle Yin relented, imparting another method for Qiye to counter his sword strikes. As Qiye began to awaken from his memories, he felt Morello's aura pressing down upon him, causing his body to tremble and his footing to become unsteady. It seems I have no choice. I must resort to that technique. Although Qiye longed to oppose Morello's pressure with his own strength, he recognized that he could no longer resist. He could not ascertain how much more Morello's aura might intensify. He resolved to employ the technique Uncle Yin had taught him long ago. A flicker of surprise crossed Morello's stern visage as he observed Qiye. On the verge of collapse, he prepared to ease the pressure he was exerting, intending to allow Qiye a moment to recover. That Qiye could withstand even a tenth of his power's aura astonished him. That fraction of power was enough to have slain Qiye countless times. Just as Morello intended to withdraw his strength and relieve Qiye's burden, he suddenly realized Qiye had vanished. Upon closer inspection, Qiye still stood before him, yet he sensed no trace of Qiye's presence. Qiye had finally executed the technique Uncle Yin had taught him. He relinquished all resistance, allowing Morello's immense pressure to wash over him. Had Qiye truly surrendered? Was he preparing to be overwhelmed by Morello's aura? No. Although Qiye had ceased to confront it directly, he had not given up. Morello's formidable aura surged through Qiye, who felt as if he were a drum with holes, allowing the wind to flow through rather than resisting it. If he could not withstand it, then he would let it pass through him. Uncle Yin had instructed him thus. When faced with an insurmountable force, one should become a part of that force, merging with it. No force can harm that which shares its essence. Qiye gradually regained his composure. Though initially, it was a challenge to emulate Morello's aura, he ultimately succeeded. Now, Qiye felt like a gust of wind, assimilating into it, no longer resisting its might. As his energy began to replenish itself, Morello ceased exerting pressure. He finally halted his oppressive aura, recognizing that even if he unleashed his full strength now, it could no longer harm Qiye. Although he possessed one last technique, using it would surely mean Qiye's demise. That will be all for today. Remember to return this evening, Morello remarked with a renewed smile. Having discovered a gem within Qiye, he then produced a pen and a notebook, recording the data from this experiment. Very well, I shall see you then, Qiye replied, still recovering from his exhaustion. As the process of assimilation had drained much of his energy, Morello vanished like a wisp of wind before Qiye's eyes, and no longer able to maintain his stance. Qiye collapsed to the ground. What he needed most now was rest, and when he awoke again, it would be at a time when his strength had once more increased. His recent tenacious resistance had significantly enhanced his vital energy. Had he been able to persist longer, he might have attained a strength comparable to Morello's. However, Qiye could only endure so much. What a thrill it was, though he had teetered on the brink of life and death moments ago. Qiye felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a life-and-death encounter. Had he failed to emulate Morello's aura swiftly, he would have surely met his end. Given Qiye's surrender and complete relaxation, had Morello's potent aura struck him then, he would have been obliterated under its tremendous force. The imminent danger did not instill fear within Qiye. During his time in the Monster Mountain range, he faced various unknown beasts daily, often suffering grievous injuries due to miscalculations. Back then, Qiye constantly hovered between life and death, narrowly escaping death beneath the claws of monsters. Thankfully, his indomitable spirit surged forth in the final moments, allowing him to vanquish the beasts. Let it not be forgotten that Qiye had Uncle Yin, a figure worthy of being called a supermaster. Know this, once Uncle Yin cast Qiye into the Monster Mountain range, he did not return to check on him, save for the initial month when Qiye was still too young. Even later, when he witnessed Qiye fighting for his life, he would not intervene. Qiye could only rely on himself. Nevertheless, after each brush with death, Qiye discovered that his strength significantly increased, far outpacing his usual training. However, such peril cannot be forced. Only when truly facing the brink of death can one evoke their inner potential. Shortly after, Qiye, propelled by his monstrous recovery ability, rose once more. Huff, huff, huff. What a relief. Upon standing, Qiye swung his fists, realizing his punching speed had quickened, and he couldn't help but exclaim his exhilaration. If his strength could improve this way daily under Morello's experimentation, then victory in the upcoming martial arts contest would surely be within his grasp. Nevertheless, Qiye felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Morello's origins. With the formidable prowess of the old man Morello, Qiye firmly believed that, in any nation, he could effortlessly attain the highest positions of power. Yet, here he was, within the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, serving merely as a guard. This was indeed perplexing and bewildering. However, Qiye chose not to dwell on such matters. What mattered now was that if the old man Morello could elevate his strength to a new level before the martial arts tournament, he would fear nothing, even if Morello possessed a title more terrifying than that of Miss Batiste. The necromancer, in the ensuing fortnight, Qiye endured relentless torment at the hands of the old man Morello. One might call it torment, for Morello was indeed a rather eccentric and peculiar old man. After undergoing numerous experiments conducted by Morello, Qiye finally grasped this truth. Lightning, in the realm of nature, is among the most potent forces. Although Schubert's display of lightning was not particularly impressive, this was merely due to his restraint. Had Schubert unleashed the full might of his lightning magic, even Zishuwer, protected by the snow fairy of the snow face sword, would likely have sustained grievous injuries. For an ordinary individual, a mere handful would be reduced to mere remnants of ash. Thus, the power of lightning is undeniably formidable. Even the smallest spark may appear unremarkable, yet its impact remains significant. After several nights of further torment from the old man Morello, he was inspired by the occasional flashes of lightning that danced across the sky. Morello devised a plan. He instructed Qiye to remain amidst the lightning, engaging in meditation while being struck incessantly by the bolts. He believed that if Qiye could focus his attention and diligently cultivate his true energy, he would be able to swiftly replenish his energy during confrontations with opponents. While Morello's intentions were commendable, the execution proved challenging. As a non-mage, Morello lacked the ability to summon lightning, let alone sustain a continuous barrage of it. However, Qiye was certainly not foolish enough to dig his own grave by employing lightning magic and subjecting himself to electrocution. Yet, he remained unaware of Morello's vast capabilities. The very next evening after Qiye expressed his inability to wield lightning magic, Morello astonishingly presented him with hundreds of lightning crystals. These crystals were no ordinary artifacts. They were natural magical crystals formed in areas of intense lightning, requiring relentless electrical discharge over the course of a year to materialize. The arduous task of synthesizing lightning crystals was a daunting endeavor, as it demanded continuous exertion of lightning magic. However, Morello treated these precious crystals as if they were mere trinkets. Upon realizing what these items were, Qiye became exceedingly cautious, meticulously polishing them, momentarily forgetting the torment that would inevitably bring him, and instead showering Morello with compliments, eagerly hoping to receive a few of the crystals as a gift. Morello, in his usual straightforward manner, did not refuse Qiye's request. That he merely stipulated that Qiye must maintain the flow of his true energy amidst the relentless strikes of lightning, even if only for a brief period, in order to earn the entirety of the lightning crystals. Overjoyed, Qiye readily agreed. The collective worth of these hundreds of lightning crystals amounted to at least several tens of thousands of gold coins, a veritable windfall. However, Qiye was unprepared for the reality that the lightning crystals were not as benign as they appeared. Each crystal, having accumulated lightning energy in its natural state, varied in potency, and the amount of lightning released was inconsistent, leading to considerable suffering for Qiye. Whenever he found himself overwhelmed by the shocks, he clung to the thought that if he could successfully circulate his true energy beneath the weight of these treasures, they would all belong to him. Thus, he persevered through the ordeal. Yet, as fate would have it, when Qiye finally managed to concentrate and circulate his true energy amidst the onslaught of lightning strikes. 10 days had already passed. To his dismay, he discovered that the energy stored within the lightning crystals had been nearly depleted through his experiments. The few crystals that still contained residual energy would barely be enough to electrocute an ant, while those devoid of energy were rendered less valuable than ordinary energy crystals. In that moment, reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken amidst the ceaseless lightning, Qiye was overcome with despair, lamenting, "My money, my gold coins, please come back." Soon after, he regretted not utilizing lightning magic himself instead of relying on the crystals, his heart heavy with remorse. The task of circulating true energy amidst the relentless shocks was merely a fraction of Morello's experimental endeavors. What lay ahead were feats that only extraordinary individuals could achieve: burying oneself underground, holding one's breath, absorbing the earth's power to transform into the spirit of the land. This sounded appealing until Qiye nearly suffocated underground. Realizing the true terror of the experience, in the oppressive darkness below, immobilized and relying solely on his inner energy for sustenance, he sought the essence of the earth. Upon discovering the graves of the deceased surrounding him, he felt more wretched than they, for at least they had coffins and a confined space in which to move. Unlike Qiye, who found himself buried up to his nostrils in dirt, he struggled to find the earth's essence and emerge from the ground. He could not suppress his nausea. From that moment on, he vowed to avoid the earth circulation technique whenever possible, for invoking it only reminded him of the suffocating experience of being buried. After Qiye resurfaced, Morello merely noted in his notebook that Qiye could not absorb the earth's essence while buried, casting a glance at him without concern. As long as Qiye remained alive, he had no need to worry about a lack of experimental subjects. Next, Qiye found himself shackled at the bottom of a body of water, several thousand feet deep, undergoing what Morello referred to as internal breath training. Setting aside the immense water pressure, the inability to breathe freely was excruciating. While he had managed to breathe with a tube while underground, here, at such depths, he had no means of procuring a long enough tube. Fortunately, Qiye had learned to utilize his pores to absorb oxygen from the water. Otherwise, he would have drowned long before he could enter the state of internal breath. To complicate matters further, Morello inexplicably created a vacuum sphere and tossed Qiye inside, insisting he experienced the sensation of combat in a vacuum. In reality, Morello had recently developed a new technique, and, seeking an outlet for his pent-up energy, found Qiye to be the perfect subject for his experiments. The other trials were so harrowing that Qiye dared not even recall them. His sole desire was to survive, and whether he could enhance his abilities was secondary. Having secretly perused Morello's notebook, Qiye noted that, aside from himself, each entry was marked with failures. He could not help but feel fortunate to still be alive. "Well, after all this time, you have assisted me in numerous experiments. I am now prepared to teach you a sword technique as a form of compensation," Morello remarked, gazing at Qiye, who lay on the ground, recently battered by ice and fire. "All right, old man, let us discuss it once I'm upright again," Qiye replied, mustering the strength to respond. At the mention of swordsmanship, he felt a surge of determination, despite still being partially encased in ice and charred on the upper half. "This sword technique I'm about to impart is the culmination of my centuries of effort. Forged through countless trials between life and death and encounters with opponents, it is not an ordinary technique. If you can master it, while you may not become invincible, you will undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself on the continent of Fantian. So, hey, pay attention. Do not doze off. Listen carefully. I shall not repeat myself." Observing Qiye yawning incessantly, Morello's frustration boiled over. Many had sought to learn this technique, yet few had succeeded. "Old man," Qiye interjected, having grown quite familiar with Morello. He now referred to him as such, as he genuinely appeared quite elderly. "Do you take me for a 6-year-old? You've rambled on for ages without even mentioning your sword technique. If you don't get to the point soon, I might just take a nap. Wake me when you're ready to discuss the technique." Stretching lazily, Qiye had endured long days supervising Chahal's training, followed by nights filled with Morello's incessant experiments. His patience was wearing thin. "Fine, then. You may first experience it. I believe it is best for you to feel the essence of my sword technique before we proceed," Morello said, anger boiling within him upon witnessing Qiye's demeanor. "Bring it on. I fear nothing, be it the heavens, the earth, people, or even ghosts. Use whatever moves you wish," Qiye declared defiantly. After enduring such prolonged torment, Qiye has come to the realization that the old man, Morello, is not one to show mercy. Once he decides to make Qiye suffer, there is no escaping that fate. Thus, no amount of flattery will prove useful. It would be more prudent to extol one's own virtues instead. Following his words, a palpable shift in the atmosphere occurred, as the gathering essence of true energy began to radiate from Marrero. This time, it was not the oppressive pressure that had previously discomforted Qiye, but rather an overwhelming aura of invincibility, an undeniable force that one could hardly confront. As Marrero's presence intensified, the surrounding air began to swell, transforming from a stillness into a gentle breeze, which quickly escalated into a tempest filled with an air of dominance. Proclaiming itself as the unrivaled force of the universe, Qiye found himself at the epicenter of this tempest, for Marrero intended for him to truly experience this tyrannical energy, though Marrero had yet to draw his sword. The sheer intimidation of this initial display was enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary individuals, causing them to falter without a fight. When Marrero finally unsheathed his long sword, Qiye's eyes widened in trepidation, fixated on the old man. This singular action unleashed a ferocious energy that reverberated throughout the entire space, an immense pressure converging upon Qiye, the unfortunate target. Once again, Qiye was compelled to muster all his strength, concentrating his own true energy to counter the force emanating from Marrero. This time, Qiye dared not mimic the previous aura, for the intensity of Marrero's presence was not only different but magnified several times over. A ferocity that Qiye could not hope to emulate. A chill ran down his spine. Had Marrero confronted him with such might before, particularly after Qiye had attempted to imitate him, he would have surely perished on the spot. As Marrero's sword lashed out, Qiye found himself unable to evade, with nowhere to escape. He could only watch as the tyrannical blade approached him. Cold sweat seeped from every pore, each hair on his body contracting and expanding in response to the impending strike, akin to the heavy breaths he was taking. The sword of Marrero glided past Qiye's head, the overwhelming sword energy making him feel as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. What do you think of this tyrannical sword style? Are you willing to learn? Marrero, returning to his usual demeanor after executing the strike, asked with an air of triumph. I will not learn, Qiye replied, much to Marrero's astonishment. Do you not see the power of this technique? Very well, allow me to demonstrate another move. This time, I shall not miss. Prepare yourself to receive it. Marrero, having finally decided to impart a bit of his skill as compensation for Qiye's long-standing assistance in his experiments, was incensed by Qiye's refusal. Wait, hold on. I merely said I wouldn't learn. I never claimed your technique was inferior. I just believe I would struggle to master it. Such a domineering energy is beyond my grasp. Qiye hastily sidestepped, fearing that Marrero would attack before he could finish his explanation. Ah, indeed, I had forgotten that my tyrannical sword technique can only be learned by those with a certain ferocity. Marrero realized. Learning swordsmanship requires a certain compatibility. Mastering advanced techniques demands that each individual find a style suited to their own nature. For instance, it would be absurd to expect a naturally bold person to adopt a timid defensive style. Qiye understood his own character well. He was not the type to embody tyranny. If he were to study the tyrannical sword, he would only produce a distorted imitation, hence his refusal. However, I could find someone else to learn the tyrannical sword, Qiye suggested with a scheming grin, formulating a clever plan. After all, Marrero would surely not consider teaching any other techniques, and it would be a pity if no one learned. Therefore, Qiye intended to find someone with a touch of ferocity to take on the challenge. Ideally, someone from within his own ranks. Forget it. I was only considering compensating you for your assistance all this time. Teaching others does not pique my interest. Marrero decisively rejected Qiye's proposal, asserting that his sword techniques were not for the faint-hearted, and if Qiye would not learn, there would be plenty of others eager to seize the opportunity. Just take a look first. I assure you the person I bring will be to your liking, Qiye insisted, unyielding in his proposal. Fine, we shall see. But enough of this. Dawn is approaching, and I have matters to attend to. You should hurry along as well. Marrero dismissed Qiye without providing a definitive answer. Changing the subject, as he watched Marrero's retreating figure, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Qiye's face. Observing the three individuals encircling him, clad in combat armor, Qiye displayed no sign of panic. He plunged his wolf-tooth staff into the ground of the dueling platform, casting a disdainful glance and bellowing, "Repel aura." Initially, the three, who had been secretly chuckling at Qiye's apparent nonchalance, found themselves repelled as Qiye's repel aura forcefully pushed them back just as they were about to strike. Even before their bodies made contact, they were forced to retreat. Unwilling to concede defeat, the three surged forward once more. Repel aura. Qiye executed the technique again. Retreat. swiftly retreat. Those who sought to engage Qiye in close combat found themselves thwarted once more. Hey, Qiye, stop playing around. We have plenty to do once we return. Hurry it up. Qiye shouted impatiently from the sidelines. Playing? Was this a game? How could anyone dare treat the 16th championship of the St. Knight Academy's martial arts department as mere amusement? Hearing Qiye's words, the 3 participants, who had advanced to the 32 strong to face Qiye, were nearly driven to the brink of rage. However, they had to concede that the match truly resembled a farce. They were currently contending with only Qiye from Qiye's team, and yet, just one of him had them in a state of utter disarray. Not to mention that behind Qiye stood the exceptionally skilled Zishui and the enigmatically powerful Qiye, who had yet to reveal his prowess. The 3 contestants on the stage, fully aware that they were no match for Qiye, felt compelled to maintain their stance, despite their combined strength. They could not even overcome a single individual from Class 21. How could they face the world if they were to falter here? Although Qiye had once defeated the axe-wielding master Armin, they were now 3 against 1. Moreover, the grandstand was filled with numerous representatives from various nations, and if they failed to showcase their strength before them, how would they ever have the face to enlist in the military? Enraged and humiliated, the 3 decided to deploy their long-practiced coordinated technique, initially intended for a 3-on-3 scenario, but now aimed solely at Qiye. A testament to their fury, they began to encircle him, spinning rapidly around their target. Gradually, they picked up speed, forming a small whirlwind, their figures becoming a blur, only visible as 3 shadows constantly appearing around Qiye. As the whirlwind generated by their high-speed rotation began to lift us from the dueling platform. It obscured their forms, making it increasingly difficult for onlookers to discern their movements. Just as Qiye's vision was shrouded by the swirling dust, the 3 participants launched their attack simultaneously. First, they created the illusion of afterimages in Qiye's eyes through their rapid spinning. Then, using the dust to obscure his line of sight, they struck silently. Indeed, a clever strategy for overwhelming multiple opponents. In such chaotic circumstances, no one dared to act recklessly that could only heighten their defenses. The weapons in their hands drew closer to Qiye, and with just one more second, he would be defeated. But then, a sudden change occurred within that very second. Qiye pulled his arms tightly to his sides before forcefully thrusting them outward, uttering a phrase that would haunt the 3 contestants long into the future. I won't play with you any longer. Stand aside. Repel aura. Explosion. If Qiye's earlier repel aura had acted as a barrier preventing them from approaching, then his current invocation of the technique unleashed a tempest filled with sovereign energy, an irresistible gale. Under the ferocious winds generated by Qiye's repel aura, the 3 participants were hurled from the dueling platform, landing outside its boundaries. Their weapons were the first to be struck by Qiye's power and sent flying. And just as he commanded explosion, the 3 of them were left battered and bruised, catapulted from the stage. Humph, you 3 thought you could challenge me, truly overestimating yourselves, Qiye scoffed, withdrawing the wolf-tooth staff that had been embedded in the dueling platform. Indeed, such a meager display of strength was laughable in comparison to the trials he had endured against Qiye. Just a month prior, Qiye had suddenly drawn Qiye from the underground activities of their club, claiming he would take him to a superior training ground. Naturally, Qiye, ever obedient to his leader, had no objections. However, when confronted with the sacred spirit pavilion, which had been deemed a forbidden zone within the academy, he was adamant about not entering. Fortunately, Marrero had emerged to escort Qiye, assuring Qiye that he was not violating any academy regulations. Yet, Qiye remained oblivious to the fact that when the seemingly frail Marrero uttered the word proceed, it marked his passage into a realm of trials akin to hell, a veritable gateway to torment. Initially, Qiye endured the torment of being buried alive, with only his head remaining above the surface. The elderly Morello began by covering him with sand, followed by earth, and eventually resorted to mercury to entomb Qiye. Under the increasingly oppressive pressure, Qiye was nearly on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage, as the blood had nowhere else to go and surged toward his head. Following this, he was subjected to beatings. Morello commenced with a cloth ball, then escalated to wooden and stone balls, culminating in the use of solid iron spheres. Being a man, Morello showed no mercy. Remarkably, within just a week of enduring Morello's terrifying regimen of beatings, Qiye managed to cultivate his indestructible body to the level of iron body. Had he taken his time, it would likely have taken him at least a year or 2. Indeed, the potential that emerges when one's life is in peril is astonishing. Morello recorded these observations in his notebook while Qiye withstood the impact of the iron balls. After the beatings, Qiye was tasked with strength training. The strength of half-orcs is renowned across the Brahma continent, although orcs are also strong. Half-orcs are typically characterized by their simple-mindedness and physical prowess, making it hard not to gain notoriety. However, regardless of their immense strength, half-orcs become insignificant against the grand forces of nature. Daily, Qiye had to endure the immense force of a colossal waterfall plunging down 3,000 feet, which left him in agony and sleepless nights. Even more daunting was Morello's personal approach to his training. The immense aura that radiated from Morello exerted a superhuman pressure, firmly anchoring Qiye in place. The moment Qiye showed any sign of slackening spirit, he would be propelled over 10 meters by Morello's mere presence. Indeed, it was a distance of over 10 meters, and it was purely the force of his aura. When Morello drew his sword, Qiye felt as though that omnipresent dominance threatened to consume him. Nevertheless, being raised in the wild, half-orcs are products of nature's rigorous survival of the fittest. This instills a courageous fighting spirit in all half-orcs. You are strong, and so am I. Let us see who prevails. With this determination, Qiye resolved to stand firm against Morello's overwhelming presence, ultimately cultivating his own aura. Though similar to Morello's, it possessed a fundamental distinctiveness. Today, the combined assault of the three contestants on the duel stage was but a fraction of the force Qiye experienced under the waterfall, rendering him disdainful of engaging them in combat. In this match, the student Qiye single-handedly defeated the opposing team in 3 rounds, granting the 7-Knight team the qualification to advance to the next round of the top 8. Announced the young and beautiful female host of the martial arts competition loudly from the stands. The 7-Knight team had achieved victory once more. This marked their first formal duel against another contestant team since the competition commenced. In previous matches, they had merely been participants, performing their skills while their opponents conceded without contest. Why did they concede? Because within the 7-Knight team, there was a superlative swordsman, Qiye. Although numerous contestants desired to challenge her, they were deterred by the formidable backing of her supporters, primarily composed of members from the Holy Knight Chef Society. Any non-affiliated individual who approached Qiye or sought to challenge her would soon find themselves invited to partake in a rather enlightening experience of what a duel truly entails, be it a wheel battle or a gang fight. With options aplenty, this time, the 7-Knight team achieved victory through genuine strength. As onlookers from the Culinary Arts Society and Class 21 witnessed Qiye's extraordinary prowess, they erupted into cheers. Upon exiting the stage, the 7-Knight team encountered the Alliance team, led by Dongfang Ying, and the Sword of War team, led by Qiye. Greetings, President 7-Knight, classmate Qiye, classmate Qiye. Qiye greeted the trio. Alman, observing Qiye from the side, was astounded by his displayed combat prowess. Previously, Alman had far surpassed Qiye, but after just a few months apart, he now found himself eclipsed. Greetings to you as well. Your turn is next, but I cannot decide whom to wish victory. I can only hope the victor prevails and the vanquished does not lose heart, 7-Knight remarked, glancing at Qiye. A familiar friend, and then at his sworn brother, uncertain of whom to support. No need for congratulations. Remember, before you encounter me, you must not lose to anyone else, or I shall not let you off easily, Dongfang Ying stated coldly. Focused solely on the duel he had with 7-Knight. However, Dongfang Ying's words implied that Qiye and his team were destined to fall before his sword. Haha, it's wonderful that we all know each other. That simplifies matters. Please, show some restraint in your upcoming match. Yes, by the way, I am Lillian, this is Dongfang Ying, and that is Su Shi. Though we are here to compete, let us not forget to maintain camaraderie. Lillian maintained a genial demeanor, smiling and joking, embodying the essence of a peacemaker. Knight, your previous match was spectacular. Qiye single-handedly vanquished the entire opposing team. It seems I must rely on divine favor to ensure I do not cross paths with you. Right? Lillian complimented, causing Qiye to feel elevated. It was merely luck. Although I do not wish to face you, I doubt Dongfang would allow it, 7-Knight humbly replied, though the latter part was whispered to Lillian. He understood that Qiye and his group were no match for Dongfang Ying. Yet with them present, it was inappropriate to state so outright. Now, let us welcome the Alliance team and the Sword of War team to the stage. The beautiful host's voice resonated throughout the venue once more. All right, enough chatter. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises, as it is now our turn. Lillian bid farewell to 7-Knight and his companions. We too must take the stage. Qiye and his comrades prepared for their entrance. Be careful. Watch out for Dongfang Ying's sword. Zixuer, being in the same class as Xiao Wan and his team, naturally hoped for their success as 7 Knights group exited. The Alliance team and the Sword of War team stepped up to engage in their match. Preoccupied with managing the Dream Restaurant, 7 Knight did not remain with his club members, consequently missing the duel between Li Tian'ao, Dongfang Ying, and Su Shi. Later, upon hearing the account from Shuete Bei, 7 Knight regretted missing Dongfang Ying's impressive swordplay. After bidding farewell to 7 Knights group, the Alliance and Sword of War teams ascended the duel stage. How shall we compete? 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or a wheel battle? With the losers stepping down? Li Tian'ao inquired of Xiao Wan and his companions. I prefer 1-on-1. Will battles suit me better, Alman stated, wielding his newly crafted double-headed axe. Same here. I dislike chaotic fights, Ronnie echoed his sentiment. Very well. We shall proceed with a wheel battle, and the defeated shall exit the stage, Li Tian'ao agreed on behalf of his side. The first combatants from the Alliance team were Su Shi, while the Sword of War team sent Alman to the forefront. Initiating their clash, Shuete Bei narrated the events following 7 Knights' departure, detailing the match between the Alliance and Sword of War teams. Alman's strength has significantly improved since his last duel with Qiye. As soon as he entered the stage, he unleashed the Sky Splitter Slash. However, this time, the Sky Splitter Slash was not projected outward. Rather, it was infused into his axe, amplifying its power several-fold. Yet, Su Shi of the Alliance team was no pushover. Although he may seem unremarkable and lesser known, he is one of the 4 great figures of the Alliance of Races. Su Shi's obscurity is largely due to Dongfang Ying's formidable reputation, overshadowing the martial arts of the other 3 families, leaving Su Shi's carefree fan largely unrecognized, despite its comparable prowess to Dongfang Ying's ruthless sword technique. Shuete Bei's words piqued 7 Knights' interest. It is indeed rare to see a fan as a weapon on the Brahma continent. He continued. In the face of Alman's rapidly swinging axe, Su Shi danced like a delicate butterfly, weaving through the winds generated by the axe. However, Su Shi grew overly complacent in his eagerness to showcase his agility. He neglected the Sky Splitter Slash unleashed from Alman's axe. The Sky Splitter Slash is a projection of fighting spirit. As Su Shi carelessly drifted toward the edge of the duel stage, Alman sent forth the Sky Splitter Slash from his axe. What became of Su Shi? 7 Knight interjected anxiously, concerned for his friend, recalling Su Shi's previous boisterous demeanor during their drinking session. Did I not just mention that Su Shi's carefree fan is not much inferior to Dongfang Ying's ruthless sword technique? Do you believe Dongfang Ying would lose to Alman? Shuete Bei responded, exasperated by 7 Knights' constant interruptions, yet he had reiterated this point countless times without it sinking in. Surely not. Even if Dongfang Ying faced 10 Alman, he would not be defeated. Qiye firmly believed that Dongfang Ying could certainly vanquish 10 airmen with a single strike. That it must be noted that Dongfang Ying is a cold-blooded creature, a natural ice block exuding chill at every moment. Was that not sufficient? Su Shi, caught off guard by Airman's sudden attack, found himself unable to evade. However, he could simply leap backward. After all, the dueling platform was quite elevated. If Su Shi jumped down, they would soar past him. Yet, in doing so, Su Shi would be defeated, as the rules stipulated that stepping off the platform equated to loss, forced off the stage by airmen. Su Shi would thus concede defeat, despite having maintained the upper hand throughout the match. Shuete Bei finally recounted the scenario that troubled Qiye, pausing briefly before continuing with the unfolding match details. In the first round, Airman unexpectedly compelled Su Shi off the stage with his, securing victory for the first round, though this marked the sole triumph for the Battle Sword team. For the next contestant was the merciless swordsman, Dongfang Ying. Upon his arrival, he was met with cheers from the audience, many of whom had placed substantial bets on the Alliance team's victory. With but a single stroke, Dongfang Ying dispatched airmen, and before the applause could fade, he shattered airmen's regathered with a swift swing of his long sword. The impact sent airmen hurtling off the dueling platform. Just one stroke. Only one stroke. Shuete Bei spoke with fervor, as if reliving that moment. Qiye, however, felt a pang of regret for having left the arena at that time. Yet, this does not imply that Dongfang Ying is superior to Su Shi. You have witnessed the might of airmen's boss. Facing it head-on would be exceedingly difficult for Su Shi. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to retreat from the stage, albeit regrettably forgetting that stepping off meant defeat. Moreover, while Su Shi's fan techniques showcased both offense and defense, They bore a flaw, his mercy. Within those fan movements lay a hint of vitality, granting airmen a glimmer of hope. Dongfang Ying, in contrast, wielded a sword style characterized by precision and lethality, leaving no avenue for his opponents to escape. Shuete Bei conveyed some mentor's evaluations of that match to Qiye. As for the battle sword team, following Airman's defeat, Ronian took the stage. Who is Ronian, you ask? He is none other than the winged warrior who fought alongside Zishua Air and us previously, yet did not step into the fray, ultimately sustaining severe injuries from the Dragon of Magic. Boss, you still don't recall? Never mind, I shall point him out to you when next we meet. Now, let me continue. Upon Ronian's entrance, he unleashed the dragon-breaking spear he had previously wielded against the Dragon of Magic. Ronian's immense spear, coupled with his aerial momentum, created a force so formidable that even Dongfang Ying dared not confront it directly, opting instead to evade the dragon-breaking spear. Being a winged being, Ronian took flight as soon as he missed his target, denying Dongfang Ying the chance to close in on him. However, Ronian executed merely 3 strikes. In a moment of distraction during Ronian's third thrust of the dragon-breaking spear, Dongfang Ying covertly ensnared the massive weapon with a long line, launching himself upward and, using the line's momentum, struck Ronian, inflicting significant injury. Of course, while Dongfang Ying merely grazed Ronian's wing with his sword, the loss of flight caused Ronian to plummet from a great height, resulting in grave injuries. Shuete Bei expressed sympathy for Ronian's plight, for the rules of the tournament dictated that no one could intervene until a contestant had been defeated. Thus, until Ronian fell to the ground, no one could assist him. Although Dongfang Ying could have, he had been the one to inflict the injury upon Ronian's wing. Would he show kindness and catch him? Shuete Bei believed it fortunate that Dongfang Ying did not deliver a final blow. Observing Dongfang Ying's demeanor at that moment, one might indeed speculate this. It is worth noting that Ronian's colossal spear had created 3 significant craters in the dueling platform, making Dongfang Ying's footing precarious. After vanquishing both Airman and Ronian, Dongfang Ying displayed no signs of fatigue, and with a mere flourish of his long sword, he directed it toward the final contestant of the battle sword team, Xiaowen. Shuete Bei's throat grew parched from his lengthy narration, yet Qiye remained undeterred, compelling Shuete Bei to continue under the intense gaze of his eyes, against Xiaowen's solid fist. No one anticipated that Dongfang Ying would again prevail with just 1 stroke, 1 sword, 1 strike. Seizing the opportunity while Qiye was momentarily lost in thought, Shuete Bei hurriedly quenched his thirst, for his throat was utterly dry after such an extensive recounting. Regardless of Xiaowen's prowess as a master of boxing, even if Dongfang Ying's swordsmanship was exceptional, it seemed implausible that he could defeat Xiaowen with a single stroke. Xiaowen was indeed twice as formidable as Ronian. Dongfang Ying would likely find himself at a disadvantage only after 100 exchanges, and it would take 1,000 moves before he could overcome Xiaowen. 1 stroke was simply inconceivable. Having engaged in combat with Dongfang Ying, Qiye was well aware of his capabilities and, during their last encounter, did not believe Dongfang Ying possessed such a significant edge over Xiaowen. It was then that Shuete Bei began to elucidate the match's progression. Strictly speaking, Dongfang Ying's victory could not be attributed to a single stroke. Rather, it was a half-executed sword technique that led to Xiaowen's ultimate defeat. This was due to a significant weakness Xiaowen possessed, which you are aware of, boss. Those who practice boxing often have a somewhat unstable foundation, while Xiaowen's fists are renowned for their strength within our Holy Knight Academy. Such strength must be supported by a solid foundation. When Xiaowen unleashed his solid fist, the dueling platform was filled with his strikes, as if Dongfang Ying were to be overwhelmed, and indeed, he was momentarily engulfed. Xiaowen was cognizant of his vulnerability in his lower stance and vigilantly protected it, ensuring no one could encroach upon it. However, no one anticipated that Dongfang Ying would employ such a tactic, one that would leave Xiaowen flustered. One imagined that the second-ranked swordsman on the Holy Knight Academy's swordsmanship leaderboard, Dongfang Ying, would dare to traverse beneath his opponent's legs. Xiaowen also failed to foresee Dongfang Ying's maneuver. Thus, when Dongfang Ying vanished amidst Xiaowen's fists, it was at that moment he lay on the ground, having slipped through Xiaowen's legs. Xiaowen was momentarily stunned, allowing Dongfang Ying to pass through unimpeded. When Xiaowen regained his senses, Dongfang Ying had already sheathed his sword and departed the stage. Xiaowen was defeated, although Dongfang Ying had only grazed the edge of his trousers. It was an act of mercy. Had he struck with intent, Xiaowen would have been rendered a cripple. Shuete Bei relayed this insightful commentary from a mentor to Qiye, recounting the clash between Dongfang Ying and Xiaowen. At that moment, Qiye found himself envisioning the scene in his mind, releasing a sigh. Terrifying, truly terrifying. It was indeed fearsome. As a genuine swordsman, one must never waver during a duel. Victory is paramount. And should a single stroke suffice, no matter how disgraceful the method, it shall be employed. A true swordsman values the practicality of their techniques over mere aesthetics. Any effective maneuver will be utilized, regardless of its impact on their honor, provided it leads to victory. In the throes of dire battle, survival and triumph take precedence, and even the most contemptible tactics may be wielded. A true swordsman is solely concerned with the outcome, indifferent to the journey. However, Qiye did not expect Dongfang Ying to have reached such a level, something he himself had never been capable of achieving. To the east of the Holy Knight Academy lies a colossal waterfall, affectionately dubbed the Love Waterfall by the students, for it is the site where many lovers part ways. Upon enrolling, students often seek companionship in the form of a significant other, commonly referred to as a lover. Yet, as graduation approaches, few couples manage to stay together, leading those wishing to end their relationships but reluctant to voice it to invite their partners to this location. Standing before the love waterfall, they would declare, "Our love is like that waterfall." The other would then understand their romance, much like the waterfall, has reached its conclusion, facing imminent separation. Thus, it is rare for anyone to bring their partner here unless the moment of parting is nigh. While the waterfall is indeed magnificent, bringing a lover here prematurely could lead to misunderstandings. The love waterfall buzzes with activity only in the days leading up to graduation. Outside of that time, it remains in a state of tranquil silence. However, today is an exception. Though it is not the eve of graduation, two individuals have arrived at the love waterfall together. Are you ready? Ready. All right, let us go. Yes. Boss charge. Qiye, clad only in his undergarments, dashed toward the love waterfall, with Qiye, equally clad in but a single pair of underpants, trailing behind. Have Qiye and Qiye lost their minds? Are they truly intending to conclude their illicit romance beneath the waterfall? Certainly not. Qiye and Qiye have ventured beneath the love waterfall for rigorous training. Did you not notice the shield in Qiye's hand? That is indeed his instrument of discipline. After Shui Bei recounted the martial arts tournament he did not witness, Qiye gained a deeper understanding of Dongfang Ying, following their nocturnal battle on Lingxi Bridge. In their previous duel on Lingxi Bridge, Qiye experienced a breakthrough due to the formidable opponent that was Dongfang Ying. However, he was not the only one to advance, as Dongfang Ying too emerged stronger from that encounter. Now, Dongfang Ying is even colder, more resolute, and utterly merciless. With a single sword strike, he has triumphed in all three duels, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Qiye recognized that Dongfang Ying was issuing him a warning. Presently, Qiye is far from a match for the post-breakthrough Dongfang Ying. Both are acutely aware of the vast disparity in their abilities. Dongfang Ying has unequivocally demonstrated the chasm in strength between him and Qiye. Qiye is determined not to suffer the same fate as Dongfang Ying, who fell to three opponents with but a single strike. As for Airman, Qiye is intimately familiar with his techniques and is confident he can shatter Airman's riff slash in one blow. Yet, Qiye lacks the assurance to follow that with a powerful thrust to send Airman flying off the dueling platform, a feat that requires immense true power. Qiye was thoroughly impressed by Dongfang Ying's performance against Ronian. Evading Ronian's colossal lance, the Dragon Breaker, is not trivial. The dueling platform is limited, and Ronian's weapon has long been refined. When Ronian charges, the strike transforms from a direct assault into a sweeping motion. And to remain unscathed beneath such immense power necessitates formidable strength. Furthermore, Dongfang Ying's ability to entangle Ronian beneath him adds another layer of brilliance. To ensnare an opponent in the heat of battle, rendering them oblivious to the impending strike, is no small feat. Had Dongfang Ying utilized hidden weapons, Ronian would have surely fallen at that moment. However, Dongfang Ying has no interest in such tactics. A swordsman must prevail with their sword. What truly terrifies Qiye is Dongfang Ying's confrontation with Xiaowen. When Xiaowen unleashed his formidable fists upon the arena, Qiye knew he could never replicate such an astonishing maneuver. Even if he could, Xiaowen would not falter against a nameless youth like him. Qiye feared he might be sent soaring before even breaching Xiaowen's defenses. If Qiye were to face Xiaowen in earnest, he could not ascertain who would emerge victorious. Dongfang Ying's ability to defeat Xiaowen in a single strike echoes Qiye's own defeat, and his mind is consumed by the image of Dongfang Ying's sword. Qiye has now discerned that his leader, Qiye, possesses a newfound understanding. Qiye is convinced that Qiye is not human, but rather a beast man assuming human form, under the colossal impact of the waterfall plunging from great heights. Qiye barely manages to maintain his footing on the rocks, while his leader, Qiye, withstands the waterfall's immense force with merely a shield, standing unyielding. In contrast, Qiye is frequently knocked down by the waterfall's torrents. Emerging battered and bruised, beneath the relentless assault of the waterfall, Qiye's mind is singularly focused on one thought: to grow stronger, and then to challenge Dongfang Ying for supremacy. With Qiye's formidable brute strength and unwavering determination, Qiye's team advances boldly, overcoming the obstacles posed by rival factions and igniting a spark of rebellion within the vast martial arts arena, ultimately transforming it into a blazing force. Qiye's team emerges as an unexpected dark horse in the tournament, entering the top 8 and becoming a sensation within the Saint Knight Academy. This unexpected success, marked by the Culinary Arts Society's remarkable feat, 3 of its members achieving top 8 status within a year of establishment, has astonished all, especially considering many martial arts societies have failed to reach the top 16. Qiye currently finds himself amidst the semifinals of the martial arts tournament as an audience member, rather than a participant, for his team is absent from the fray. His presence at the arena is motivated by the knowledge that the victorious team from this duel will face his own in the upcoming semifinals. Qiye, having forsaken his duties at the Dream Restaurant to witness this match, made a resolute decision after missing the thrilling bout between Dongfang Ying and the Sword Team. This decision, however, has left Shui Bei burdened with Qiye's responsibilities, including the task of rescuing individuals from the lake each morning. While managing the restaurant is manageable with a few hours of effort, rescuing individuals poses a far greater challenge. Unbeknownst to Shui Bei, the piranhas Qiye raised were intended as a scare tactic. Upon discovering their ineffectiveness, he entrusted them to the chef members, transforming them into culinary delights. Through arduous efforts, the chefs managed to convert the piranhas into exquisite dishes despite sustaining numerous injuries. As the demand for the delectable piranha meat surged, Shui Bei had no choice but to establish a piranha breeding ground to satisfy customer requests, inadvertently increasing his own burdens while also covering the medical expenses of the chefs injured during the process. Meanwhile, those wealthy, unscrupulous patrons who Qiye would typically rescue remained obstinate, refusing Shui Bei's assistance until they learned that Qiye could not come, at which point many were already suffering from cramps and dehydration. Consequently, Shui Bei faced criticism from Qiye for the decline in rescue service income, especially after witnessing Dongfang Ying's recent duel and feeling dissatisfied with his own capabilities. It is truly challenging to be an elf in such circumstances. At this moment, Qiye has once again delegated his responsibilities to Shui Bei and has come to observe the duel between the Bloodblade team and the Knight University team. Holding a freshly purchased bag of popcorn, he eagerly awaits the commencement of the duel, donning a hat provided by the martial arts tournament organizers to conceal his distinctive features, much like the nearby Shui, lest he attract the attention of fervent fans. Just as Qiye's popcorn is about to be devoured by Shui, the Bloodblade team and the Knight University team finally make their entrance. The Bloodblade team comprises merely 2 primary contestants, with the third being a mere filler. The 2 main combatants are Karakite Punk and Karakite Jeff, ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively in the Saint Knight Academy's blade technique standings. The Karakite brothers hail from the Karakite family in the Moonlit Nation. Although the Moonlit Nation espouses a love for peace, it is situated on the conflict-ridden continent of Fantian, where mere rhetoric about peace is insufficient. Thus, despite their peaceful inclinations, the Moonlit Nation maintains a considerable military presence, boasting approximately 100,000 troops, which can swell to over 400,000 in times of war. The Karakite family, having risen to prominence through military might, commands a quarter of the Moonlit Nation's forces, establishing themselves as one of the nation's power brokers. The Karakite brothers, having grown up within the military, were trained in their blade techniques by seasoned veterans of the battlefield. The trio that emerged from the Knight Squad were indeed 3 notable figures within the academy. The first was none other than the infamous playboy of the Saint Knight, Huayanlang, whose romantic conquests could easily form an infantry regiment. Huayanlang was strikingly handsome, appearing quite impressive, and possessed formidable martial skills. However, these attributes were not the primary reasons for his success with the young women of Saint Knight. Rather, it was his status as the prince of the Flower Capital, a principality on the Fantian continent. The Flower Capital was closely aligned with the Mai Kingdom due to its abundant production of fresh blooms, which the dwarves favored for adorning their sweat-stained blacksmithing quarters. Within the halls of Saint Knight Academy, numerous young girls aspired to be princesses, eagerly flocking to Huayanlang's embrace. The second member of the night squad was also from the flower capital, known as Huiganjian, whose appearance was reminiscent of a block of stone, sturdy and square. However, he was no prince, for the title could belong to only one. This prudent arrangement prevented the turmoil of power struggles and fratricidal conflicts, leading the king of the flower capital to father just a single prince, while others were discreetly prevented from being born. Huiganjian was the son of a general from the principality, although the flower capital was not a large nation. Relying on its allegiance to the Mai kingdom for survival, it still possessed an army, albeit modest, numbering only in the tens of thousands. Thus, a general was not an uncommon figure. Huiganjian's father fortuitously attained the rank of general, allowing him to accompany the prince to study at St. Knight Academy. This fortunate arrangement afforded him numerous advantages. Having grown up alongside the prince, he assisted him in wooing young ladies, engaging in recreational escapades, and partaking in mischievous endeavors. When the prince eventually ascended to the throne, Huiganjian would surely find ample opportunities to secure a prominent position. He was delighted to be associated with the future king at the academy. And while he may not have been directly involved in romantic pursuits, he could always enjoy the remnants of the prince's conquests. After all, it was certain that as a future official, he would attract his share of admirers. It is evident that contemporary parents possess great wisdom, recognizing the value of aligning their children with those in power, thus paving a luminous path for their future. The third contestant was yet another denizen of the flower capital, named Leonidas. Do not mistake him for a member of the Leaf family within the alliance of races. He was, in fact, a genuine elf. The flower capital was predominantly composed of elves, yet they were reluctant to become part of the Moonlit Kingdom, who would forsake their royal title to serve as a provincial governor under the Elven King. Certainly, the ruler of the flower capital was not inclined to such a fate. Leonidas was the second son of the current chancellor of the flower capital. One must not underestimate the intellectual prowess of the chancellor, for he had long been aware of the necessity for such alliances, far preceding the general's realization. However, the prince had yet to mature, and it was only when Leonidas arrived at St. Knight Academy that this fortuitous opportunity arose. Although Leonidas hailed from a scholarly lineage, he was not lacking in martial prowess. His elder brother was groomed as the chancellor's successor, while Leonidas was being prepared for a military career. Despite his noble upbringing, Leonidas had cultivated a talent for eloquence, and many of Huayanlang's love letters bore his signature. Thus, Leonidas found himself in a more favored position before Huayanlang than Huiganjian. The first to step onto the stage from the Red Blood Squad was the younger brother, Karakite Jeff. Since the commencement of the tournament, it had been the Karakite brothers who had fought their way through, with the other merely accompanying them as a filler, never having taken the stage. The Night Squad sent forth Huiganjian, who, as the general's son, was far swifter in his resolve to aid the prince in achieving victory. 3 battles, 2 victories, Karakite Jeff stated tersely, preferring not to engage in superfluous dialogue. Agreed, Huiganjian replied in kind. Embodying the stoic nature of stone, Huiganjian practiced the iron body technique, a rigorous discipline of hard martial arts. He had reached a level of mastery that allowed him to lay upon sharp blades without sustaining injury. Upon ascending the dueling platform, he shed his garments, revealing a physique that rivaled iron and stone, before adopting several intricate postures and gesturing for Karakite Jeff to approach. In contrast, Karakite Jeff remained silent and poised, without the flourish of his opponent. When Huiganjian extended an invitation for combat, Karakite Jeff drew his blade. Despite his modest stature, Karakite Jeff wielded a massive saber, requiring 2 individuals to lift, designed specifically for cavalry engagement. The saber was long and thick, essential characteristics for engaging mounted foes. Otherwise, the weapon would be rendered ineffective when confronted by charging horsemen. Huiganjian regarded Karakite Jeff's saber with a sense of calm. For as the son of the flower capital's general, he was no stranger to such battlefield implements, having been struck by a saber on more than one occasion. His first encounter occurred at the tender age of 10, when his iron body technique was still in its infancy. The saber merely grazed his surface. The second instance transpired when he was 12, during which time his training had progressed sufficiently that the saber struck him as if upon iron, creating a resounding impact. The third instance was during a martial arts competition in the flower capital, where he was struck by a saber wielded by an infantry commander. At that moment, his mastery of the iron body technique had reached its pinnacle, and the commander's full-force strike resulted in the shattering of his own weapon. After maintaining his stance in preparation for Karakite Jeff's strike, Huiganjian braced himself to absorb the blow, intending to shatter the saber and subsequently defeat the unarmed Karakite Jeff. Unbeknownst to Karakite Jeff, He perceived Huaganjian merely as an immovable stone, ready to be shattered. The blade rose and fell. Karakite Jeff's saber sliced through the air, gliding past Huaganjian's form like a delicate brushstroke. Leaving behind a beautiful arc, Huaganjian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as a thin line of crimson appeared upon his skin, which soon transformed into a gash, spilling forth his lifeblood. Karakite Jeff, observing the undeniable look of shock in Huaganjian's eyes, uttered the words that sealed his fate. My saber can cleave through black iron. You are no match for it. Upon hearing these words, Huaganjian's countenance fell, and he collapsed upon the dueling platform. Karakite Jeff's strike had not only penetrated his iron-like skin, but had also severed his bones. The first match between the Red Blood Squad and the Night Squad has concluded with Karakite Jeff emerging victorious, announced the female host. Her voice amplified through magical means, relaying the judge's verdict. As Karakite Jeff descended from the stage, medical personnel rushed to attend to Huaganjian, lifting him away for urgent care. Leonidas, witnessing Huaganjian's removal, shed his ceremonial robes in preparation to take the stage. This match is mine, he declared. However, Huanling intervened, stating, Your Highness, you cannot enter the fray. Allow me to defeat them. Leonidas was acutely aware of the formidable challenge ahead, yet he could not permit Huanling, the prince, to take the risk. You will not prevail against him. I shall. Despite Huanling's reputation as a philanderer, he possessed considerable skill. Even the combined efforts of Huaganjian and Leonidas would not suffice to match him. After all, how else could he remain unfazed after discarding numerous admirers, knowing that some were not lacking in martial prowess? Karakite Punk ascended the platform, and simultaneously, Huanling leaped onto the dueling stage. The crowd rallied around Huanling, chanting his name with fervor. With a radiant smile, he blew a kiss to his supporters. Seven Knight could not help but retch, while Zixure frowned in disgust. Yet, the supporters continued to cheer. Huanling is so handsome. Go, Huanling. Is he truly that handsome? Seven Knight inquired of Zixure after regaining composure. He looks passable, but his demeanor is quite off-putting, Zixure candidly assessed. In the depths of his heart, Qiye felt a sense of clarity. He must never emulate Hua Yelong's pretense of being dashing. As Qiye conversed with Zixure on the stage, Karakite Punk and Hua Yelong had already assumed their stances, preparing for a duel. Hua Yelong wielded a sword, a knight's longsword that was currently the most fashionable in the Moonlight Kingdom. In contrast, Karakite Punk brandished a knife, yet his blade was markedly different from that of his brother, Karakite Jeff. The knife wielded by Karakite Punk was a slender and lightweight weapon. The moment Karakite Punk drew his knife, Hua Yelong unleashed his family's ancestral sword technique, the Night Flower Sword. This technique, passed down through the royal Hua family of the flower capital, was inspired by the first king's nocturnal observations of blooming flowers. The flowers of night are undeniably distinct from their daytime counterparts. They do not flourish flamboyantly but rather fold quietly, much like Hua Yelong at this moment, embodying the retraction before a bloom. The long sword in Hua Yelong's grasp danced before his chest, taking the form of a flower bud poised to blossom. When Karakite Punk struck, it was the moment this flower would burst into full bloom. Karakite Punk's knife maintained a horizontal position, mirroring the standoff between the two combatants. A gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying a single fallen leaf to the center of the dueling stage. Precisely between Karakite Punk and Hua Yelong. As the leaf drifted past the two fighters, it suddenly split into 2, then 4, 8, 16 pieces, until it transformed into a heap of indistinguishable fragments. Hua Yelong's longsword reverted to its previous poised state, while Karakite Punk's knife remained in its horizontal stance. The fleeting moment of the leaf's passage marked the onset of their fierce combat. Both stood motionless, yet the swords and knife in their hands had clashed countless times, their blades never actually colliding. A trickle of blood emerged from Karakite Punk's forehead, lacerated by Hua Yelong's longsword. Bang! Hua Yelong collapsed onto the dueling stage, his longsword shattering upon impact with the ground. While Karakite Punk had been grazed by Hua Yelong's strike, it was Hua Yelong who had suffered the severing blow of Karakite Punk's knife, piercing through the hidden form behind his sword's floral display. As Hua Yelong fell, dozens of knife wounds marred his body, revealing the overwhelming superiority of Karakite Punk's prowess. Karakite Punk of the Crimson Blood team emerges victorious, securing this round of the tournament and advancing to the next stage. As the announcement of Crimson Blood team's victory resonated, Leonidas rushed onto the stage to staunch Hua Yelong's bleeding. However, to his dismay, Leonidas found that Hua Yelong's blood would not cease flowing. What trickery have you employed? Leonidas called out to Karakite Punk as he exited the stage. He is not worth my underhanded tactics, Karakite Punk replied disdainfully. Regarding Leonidas, who cradled the fallen Hua Yelong as nothing more than an insignificant insect. This is knife energy, it clings to him, rendering ordinary methods of blood cessation ineffective. Only luck can drive away the knife energy, a physician swiftly diagnosed. Informing Leonidas. Doctor, can you help? Leonidas urgently inquired, aware that if Prince Hua Yelong were to suffer any misfortune, his own fate would be dire. Fear not, I shall assist, Mentor Kent declared as he descended from the observation platform. Channeling energy into his hands, a faint red glow emanated from his palms, which he then directed around the wound on Hua Yelong's body. Finally, the incessant bleeding ceased. As Leonidas sought retribution against Karakite Punk. The Crimson Blood team had already exited the stage. Basking in their victory, Qiye could not help but admire the extraordinary knife techniques of the Karakite brothers, who were ranked second and third on the knife skills leaderboard. Karakite Jeff's broadsword was a testament to brute strength, whereas Karakite Punk's slender knife triumphed through swiftness. It was evident that such a display of prowess could only be achieved through their formidable skills. After witnessing the duel between the Crimson Blood team and the Night team, Qiye turned to Shuer, asking, Shuer, should you face the two brothers, what odds do you reckon you have? Lately, Qiye had grown quite close to Shuer, and at some point, he began to affectionately refer to her as Shuer, a name she had come to accept. If it were in the past, I would have given myself a mere 50% chance. But now, I possess a 90% certainty, Shuer replied nonchalantly. Really? Qiye couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Just moments ago, he had contemplated his own chances against the Karakite brothers, in his mind. He believed that Shuer would have an even chance against Karakite Punk, yet now she claimed to be nearly invincible. Would I deceive you? If I had perfected that technique, I would be entirely confident, Shuer retorted. Slightly miffed by Qiye's skepticism. That technique? Have you developed a new move? Qiye exclaimed in surprise. He vividly recalled the devastating power of the four-combined technique she had previously showcased. After enduring rigorous practice, Qiye had only just managed to reach a comparable level of strength to Shuer. If she had indeed created a new technique, the gap between them would widen, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate, as he would still be outmatched by a woman. Of course, I cannot remain stagnant at 4 moves. Just as I progressed from 1 move to 2, then to 3 and 4. However, I must thank you for providing me that book. It was instrumental in helping me develop this new technique, Shuer stated with a hint of pride. Having successfully created a new sword technique. The book I gave you. Which one? Qiye struggled to recall having given her any book, now fearing it might be the one he had lost. It was the essence of swordsmanship. Don't you remember? Last time, you rushed into the president's office and handed it to me before collapsing there to sleep, Shuer reminded him. Oh, that one, Qiye recollected, recalling how the old man Morello had given him 3 books, of which he had shared one each with Qiye and Shuer. However, he did not believe that the essence of swordsmanship could possibly empower her to create a new technique. It merely contained some tips on swordplay. Moreover, he remembered the Demon Slayer book from the old man Morello, filled with tales of demons and monsters, which had proven utterly impractical for him. Yes, that one. It truly is an excellent book. Where on earth did you find it? Shuer inquired, curious about how Qiye had acquired such a pure technique book. Oh, as long as it is useful. That's what matters. I just borrowed it from home. The audience is nearly gone. We should hurry. Or else Shuete will accuse me of shirking my responsibilities, Qiye remarked, noticing the dwindling crowd in the dueling arena, as he needed to return and contemplate strategies for next week's duel against the Crimson Blood team. Wait for me. Qiye, don't run so fast. Shuer called out from behind. Boss, do you have any shields for sale? Qiye inquired of the weapon shop owner, clad in the academy's attire. Shields? I have everything here. How could I not have shields? Whatever quantity you need, I can provide, the weapon shop owner replied, incensed by Qiye's tone. His shop was the finest in the Saint Knight Academy, boasting a comprehensive selection and superior quality. Very well. Then, I would like a large shield and a wolf-tooth mace, Qiye stated, articulating the purpose of his visit to the weapon shop. Just those 2? One moment. Roland, go fetch a large shield and wolf-tooth mace from inside. The shop owner scoffed at Qiye's modest request. Boss, I want a large shield and a wolf-tooth mace, but I desire ones that are truly exceptional, Qiye interjected, halting the owner's assistant. What kind of exceptional qualities do you seek? Just tell me. And I assure you I have it, The shop owner boasted with unyielding confidence in his inventory. My requirements are not excessive. I only ask that the large shield withstand a full-force strike from an orc and be twice the size of a standard shield. As for the wolf tooth mace, it must be crafted entirely from black iron, Qiye specified, leaving the weapon shop owner taken aback. It is known that while there are shields that can endure the full force of an orc, finding one of the size Qiye requested that remains unbroken is a rarity. Generally, the larger the shield, the more susceptible it is to shattering under the concentrated force of an orc strike. Furthermore, a wolf tooth mace made entirely of black iron was something the shop owner had never even heard of. Black iron is a precious metal, typically integrated into weaponry to enhance its strength. If a weapon were to be forged purely from black iron, it would weigh several times more than one crafted from standard alloys, given the substantial density of black iron. This may prove somewhat challenging, the weapon shop owner's voice faltered, his prior confidence shaken by Qiye's demands. What difficulties are you facing? Speak up. Qiye had anticipated the challenges associated with procuring these items. The shield is manageable. Our skilled craftsmen can create it in about 3 days. However, a wolf tooth mace made entirely from black iron might come at a price you won't find agreeable, and it will take at least a week to produce. The proprietor of the weapon shop confided in Qiye regarding his predicament. How much will it cost? Although Qiye was determined to forge these 2 weapons, he still hoped that the price would not be exorbitant. The great shield will suffice with 4 gold coins, but the fully black iron wolf tooth club will require at least 100 gold coins. The weapon shop owner swiftly calculated the cost of crafting these 2 items. In total, it will be 80 gold coins. Qiye hastily attempted to negotiate. That won't do. The minimum is 100 gold coins, as black iron is quite precious. The weapon shop owner remained steadfast in his pricing. 85. Qiye made another counteroffer. 100. 90. 100. 95. 100. Hey, shopkeeper, considering how much I'm adding up, could you please lower your price a little? Don't be so heartless. Qiye felt exasperated by the weapon shop owner's stubbornness. 99 gold coins, that's the best I can do. Finally, the weapon shop owner relented. All right, deal. However, you must provide a receipt for 150 gold coins. Qiye acquiesced to the shop owner's demand, but made a request of his own. That's no issue. When do you expect to collect the goods? The shop owner accepted the deposit from Qiye and inquired. Perhaps a week from now. By that time, I expect you to meet the specifications I mentioned earlier. If not, compensation will be required. Qiye reminded the weapon shop owner of the need for recompense. Rest assured, this establishment will meet your requirements. The weapon shop owner was also a shrewd individual and was reluctant to make any promises regarding compensation. With no alternative, Qiye had no way to compel him to commit, knowing full well that this was the only weapon shop within the Holy Knight Academy. Dare to win, Qiye team, new delicacies at Dream Restaurant. Dare to win, Qiye team. Introducing tender, fresh fish, Qiye team, the best of the best. After the match, come to Dream. Dressed in emerald green warrior robes, hundreds of members from the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society sat in a corner of the martial arts competition venue. Raising the society's emblem, a ladle and iron pot, along with colorful flags and various cheering paraphernalia, loudly rallying support for the Qiye team. The sea of emerald green was particularly striking amid the diverse crowd. Other students in attendance could not help but feel envious, while the mentors and judges looked on in admiration at the Culinary Arts Society's cheering squad. Following a stir, a fresh wave of emerald green supporters emerged. Hey, brother, make way, let me through. Did you not see my outfit? This is from the Culinary Arts Society. Recognize it and step aside. You have one too. I ordered one last time, as soon as I'm done. I'll change and come over. Indeed, I made the right choice. Wearing it now is truly impressive. Is anyone selling emerald green outfits? I'll buy them at a high price. Initially, the emerald green sea occupied only a corner of the spectator area. But after the commotion, it nearly encompassed a quarter of the entire seating. The newly arrived supporters outnumbered the members of the Culinary Arts Society by more than 5-fold. Many of these newcomers were die-hard fans of Zhixiwei, now brandishing her name and loudly cheering for her beside the Culinary Arts Society. Additionally, some were students from the registration desk of the martial arts competition who, upon seeing the society's uniforms, decided to place orders for their own. Feeling a sense of pride in blending into the vibrant emerald sea, relishing their foresight in joining such an impressive assembly, they surveyed the astonishing emerald wave in the audience. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Today, he had closed the Dream Restaurant, rallying all members to support their cause, which had required considerable effort. Qiye recalled reading somewhere that one must first dominate the atmosphere to crush the opponent's morale and bolster one's own. Reflecting on this, he deemed it appropriate, especially since the Qiye team's match against the Blood Red team had already drawn considerable bets, predominantly favoring the Blood Red team. After all, the Karakite brothers ranked second and third on the Blade ranking, far surpassing Zishua's fifth place in swordsmanship. Although Qiye's strength remained uncertain, it was an undeniable fact that he had sustained serious injuries under the claws of the demon dragon, though few were aware of Qiye's monstrous healing abilities, as those who did were simply overwhelmed by their own experiences. While Acker had significantly improved since his previous duel with Zishuaer, some mentors analyzed that he was merely approaching the level of well-known competitors on the Holy Knight leaderboard, but had yet to truly attain it. Thus, against the already esteemed Karakite brothers, anyone with a modicum of sense would wager on the victory of the Blood Red team. Yet today, Qiye had placed a substantial bet, wagering all the earnings from the Dream Restaurant over the past 2 days on his own Qiye team. Today was a matter of life and death. There would be no returning in defeat. Hence, Qiye had taken the initiative to gather his society members to energize their side. However, he had not anticipated the influx of additional Emerald Green supporters. Regardless, the more cheering voices, the better. And Qiye had finally stirred a crescendo of enthusiasm for his team. The Karakite brothers were not particularly well-liked. Their appearances were not striking or handsome, resembling ordinary warriors instead, despite their high standings on the Blade ranking. The number of girls who harbored secret affections for them was minimal. Their companion, who joined them, was even less impressive and lacked any notoriety, resulting in a complete absence of support for their side. Observing the formidable cheering squad of the Qiye team, adorned in distinctive uniforms, the Karakite brothers felt a surge of frustration. Their spirits, contrary to Qiye's expectations, were not diminished, but rather invigorated. Originally, Qiye had hoped to see the morale of the Blood Red team plummet, but he now realized that his strategy had backfired, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Fortunately, Qiye had already prepared to incorporate advertisements for the Dream Restaurant into the cheering, or else he would have faced significant losses today. Team 2 Captain, please step forward to decide on the combat format. As the female host announced, Qiye and Karakite Punk ascended the stage. 3 matches, 2 victories. Karakite Punk appeared significantly more composed than his brother Jeff, calmly stating his preferred combat format, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the Knight team. No problem, I was worried you would be too intimidated by our cheering squad to fight. Qiye cast a disdainful glance at Karakite Punk, intending to undermine the morale of the Blood Red team once more. Am I afraid of you? Huh. Just be careful when you step onto the stage. Karakite Punk did not seem intimidated by Qiye's taunts, but instead responded with a threatening laugh. Having grown up in the military, he had witnessed all manner of situations. Qiye's display was merely trivial. We shall see who should be cautious. Qiye was no slouch in verbal sparring. Karakite Punk did not say more and turned to leave the stage. After Qiye made a shut gesture behind him, he too descended from the platform, as expected. Karakite Jeff was the first to take the stage. In fact, the lineup for the Blood Red team remained unchanged, with Karakite Jeff typically leading the charge, followed by Karakite Punk. Acker, it's up to you now. Don't let me down, or you know what tomorrow's training will entail. Qiye warned Acker as he took the stage. Boss, I've been on the stage so many times, you needn't worry. Just watch me this time, and if I don't win, I'll endure the same training as you. Acker confidently brandished his wolf tooth club. For a long time, he had fought alone, making it to the top 4. And he felt a swell of self-assurance regarding his abilities. Be cautious. The opponents you faced before were merely skilled, but today, you're up against true masters. Qiye cautioned Acker once more, reminding him not to underestimate his rivals, whether they are masters or not. Before my new wolf tooth club, even the best will fall. Acker raised his black iron club high, proclaiming his battle cry. Due to its weight, he was still unable to wield it with complete agility. Sweat dripped from Acker's hands, trickling onto the now warm wolf tooth club. Karakite Jeff was indeed a genuine master. As Acker faced him, he realized that previous opponents paled in comparison. Karakite Jeff's expression became solemn, as Acker's stance conveyed a unique aura that deeply resonated with him. Karakite Jeff relished the exhilarating sensation of cleaving through objects on the battlefield with a single stroke, which is precisely why he chose the broadsword as his weapon of choice. Simultaneously, he took great pride in his arms, which could rival the strength of an orc. Qiye, being half-orc, inherited the formidable power characteristic of his lineage. Karakite Jeff could not help but be tempted to test the strength of this half-orc. With the blade in motion, his hands and body followed suit. When the broadsword was unleashed, it required the full force of his being, as if his very body was an extension of the blade itself. Qiye reacted swiftly to Karakite Jeff's strike, meeting it with his black iron wolf's fang club. Qiye was unfazed by the ferocity of Jeff's attack, compared to the menacing presence of the demon-like Elder Morello he had faced for so long. This was merely a minor inconvenience, lacking any novelty. What would happen when the pure black iron wolf's fang club, forged in the weapon shop of the Holy Knight Academy, clashed with Karakite Jeff's broadsword? Jeff had previously stated in an earlier duel that even black iron would succumb to his blade. As they both retreated a step, the two were evenly matched in strength. Karakite Jeff glanced at his broadsword, finding it unscathed, while Qiye's pure black iron club remained intact as well. Could it be that Jeff's claim of being able to cleave through black iron was false? Indeed, while Jeff could slice through armor made of black iron, that referred only to a thin layer of armor, not a solid mass of iron. The core of the wolf's fang club was indeed a solid iron mass. Once more, Karakite Jeff swung his blade. This time not with a straightforward chop, but with a sweeping horizontal slash, spinning 360 degrees. The broadsword whistled through the air, aimed again at Qiye. Block it. I will block. Qiye found the black iron wolf's fang club exceedingly heavy, weighing dozens of times more than ordinary iron. After his previous exertion, he could only raise the club to defend against Jeff's strike. Once again, the broadsword and the wolf's fang club clashed, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Qiye found himself retreating once more. Karakite Jeff seized the opportunity, pressing the attack while Qiye struggled to wield the heavy black iron club with agility. As Jeff continued his relentless assault, Qiye, engulfed in fury, unleashed his signature move, resistive air ring, a technique that had brought him victory in every match. Thus in the face of the overwhelming gale, Karakite Jeff had no choice but to withdraw, while his blade could cut through the air ring. He could not step within its confines. Emboldened, Qiye executed another technique he had learned from Qiye, marking the first time he employed a move beyond resistive air ring. Battle roar. Qiye let out a series of fierce howls. His combat prowess surging, he lifted the once cumbersome black iron wolf's fang club with a single hand. Battle roar was a technique taught to him by Qiye to enhance his strength, having relied solely on resistive air ring to defeat opponents until now. Qiye had never utilized this technique before. Under the influence of Qiye's air ring, Karakite Jeff finally faced a counterattack. The clash of weapons echoed across the duel platform, igniting fervor among the audience. The Qiye team supporters erupted in cheers, while those who had bought into the analysis of an unknown mentor, betting on the victory of the blood-red team, began to grow anxious. Qiye's situation appears precarious, Zishiwei observed from the stands. Noticing Qiye's growing fatigue, "Do not worry, I can endure a bit longer. Snow, keep watching," Qiye said with an enigmatic smile beside her. Zishiwei focused intently on the duel, seeking to understand the source of Qiye's confidence in Qiye. Just as Zishiwei had predicted, Qiye's strength was waning rapidly after the sudden surge from Battle Roar. In less than a minute, he would be reduced to his previous state, or even weaker. Karakite Jeff, observing Qiye's fatigue, wore a smug expression. He had endured this long, anticipating Qiye's inability to sustain his strength. This was the first time Jeff had attacked when his opponent was exhausted, and he could not help but admire Qiye's sudden burst of power. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Karakite Jeff began to count down the decline of Qiye's strength, having successfully repelled his attacks and poised to counterpoint. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Qiye's strength faltered, and he again grasped the wolf's fang club with both hands. For seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, Karakite Jeff unleashed his mightiest strike, aiming to cleave Qiye in two. However, there was still 1 second left before Qiye could revert to his original state. A blaze erupted on the duel platform. Fire. In a martial arts competition, fire could suddenly appear. Did someone dare to use magic? No one had the audacity to employ magic in the martial arts arena since the first competition, where an elf inadvertently cast a protective shield in the heat of battle, resulting in his team's disqualification and the ire of all the mentors present. That blaze emanated from Qiye's black iron wolf's fang club, ignited by his firm grip. Fiery Staff Technique. Qiye unleashed a new move. Fiery Staff Technique was a technique that harnessed internal energy, gathering the fiery essence within his dantian and channeling it into his weapon. Due to the limited amount of internal heat, this technique could not be used haphazardly or repeatedly. However, when Fiery Staff Technique was executed, It unleashed immense destructive power. As Qiye attacked, he had not used his full strength. Instead, he wielded the club with both hands to channel his fiery essence into the black iron weapon, all the while intending to provoke Jeff into underestimating him. Yet, this was a lesson imparted by Qiye before the match. Qiye, being straightforward, would not conceal his abilities. The fiery glow swept down upon Jeff's downward stroke. Jeff's expression turned to one of disbelief as his broadsword, which had cleaved through hundreds of steel armors without so much as a scratch, shattered into fragments under Kahar's fiery staff technique, holding only the hilt of his once reliable weapon. Jeff stood dazed on the platform, unable to fathom the loss of the weapon that had accompanied him for so many years. Qiye, now unable to wield the Wolf's Fang club, prepared for a brutal charge. Jeff, step down, Punk urged, recognizing that without a weapon, Jeff stood no chance against Qiye. Brother, Jeff was reluctant to leave the stage, intent on avenging his broken broadsword. Step down, I do not wish to repeat myself. Punk felt exasperated by his brother's lack of understanding. Before Qiye could complete his brutal charge, Jeff relinquished the remains of his broadsword and stepped down, infuriating Qiye. Qiye had intended to strike a victorious pose after his brutal charge, savoring the triumph, but now it felt like a missed opportunity. Indeed, quite impressive, Qiye remarked with admiration for Punk, forcing his impetuous brother to retreat, knowing full well that Jeff could not match Kahar's prowess. Was no small feat that it required a level of authority that commanded Jeff's respect. Even if Punk was the elder brother, for this was a realm where strength reigned supreme. However, Qiye was dissatisfied with Qiye's execution of the flame staff technique. It is important to note that a true rendition of this technique would cause the entire weapon to emanate a brilliant blaze, rather than merely the faint flicker that Qiye had just displayed. Nevertheless, his victory over Jeff was commendable. The spectators and mentors present could not help but murmur amongst themselves about the unprecedented move Qiye had demonstrated. The emerald sea of the audience began to boil with fervor, erupting into cheers. The Qiye team had secured a victory, and with one more win, they would advance to the semifinals. The prospect of victory lay tantalizingly close. Under the command of Shuete Bei, the resounding cheers for the Qiye team echoed once more within the dueling arena, the gleam of blades reflected in the eyes of all. A dazzling spectacle of swordplay. Every student in the audience was captivated by the breathtaking display of swordsmanship from Punk on the dueling platform. In that vast arena, an unusual silence fell, as if time itself had paused. In an attempt to dampen the soaring morale of the Qiye team following their recent triumph, Punk took to the stage and unleashed his most flamboyant sword technique, filling the dueling platform with a dazzling array of blade light. The moniker Swift Blade was indeed well-deserved. As the radiant light of blades dissipated, Punk cast a cold gaze upon Qiye and his companions, his eyes brimming with contempt for his opponents. However, the combatant stepping onto the dueling platform was not the anticipated Qiye, but rather the sole female member of the Qiye team, Zishuer. Today, Zishuer graced the stage clad in a suit of lightweight purple warrior armor, yet in her hands, she wielded a massive shield typically reserved for heavy cavalry. Why call it a great shield? Because, in comparison to Zishuer, the shield was truly colossal, large enough to cover two of her behind it. This great shield had been custom-ordered by Qiye from the weapon shop at the Sacred Knight Academy. In the center of the shield, there was a distinct dent, a result of Qiye's vigorous training with a heavy hammer while retrieving the shield from the shop yesterday. Nevertheless, Qiye was exceedingly pleased with the shield's resilience, as it had only sustained a minor indentation from the hammer's strike, without shattering into fragments, and the rest of the shield remained unscathed. The shopkeeper had been utterly terrified by the sheer force of Qiye's blow with the hammer. The resounding crash startling several students who had merely come to browse the weapons. Qiye's strength, rivaling that of an orc warrior, had astonished the shopkeeper. Fortunately, Qiye was a valued customer of the shop. Otherwise, the shopkeeper might have had him forcibly removed for such a dubious display. It goes without saying that running a weapon shop within the Sacred Knight Academy requires a certain level of prowess. Otherwise, survival there would be impossible. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Zishuer ascended the dueling platform, holding the shield aloft. Humph, scoffed Punk, deriding the Qiye team's decision to send a female warrior into combat. In his eyes, it was dishonorable to employ a girl in battle, and the Qiye team's choice to have Zishuer step forward forced him into a role he despised. Simultaneously, he felt a deep disdain for Qiye's perceived lack of integrity, letting out a cold snort directed at him. Qiye, perhaps possessing little else, certainly had the audacity to disregard such jibes. For how else could he assume the role of president among the shameless members of the Culinary Arts Society? Thus, he brushed off Karakite Punk's taunts, maintaining a smile as he observed Zishuer take the stage. Once on the dueling platform, Zishuer faced Karakite Punk, shield in hand. In warfare, a protective shield must not be excessively heavy. Otherwise, when battle commences, who could wield a cumbersome shield with all their strength and still have the energy to raise a sword to strike at the enemy? Thus, while this great shield was robust and sizable, it was not burdensome. Zishuer effortlessly lifted it with her left hand. With her right hand free, she slowly drew her longsword from her waist. As the blade emerged from its sheath, a chilling aura radiated from it. Sweeping over her opponent, Qiye had observed Zishuer's training over the past few days and noted that she no longer relied on her signature Snow Scarlet sword, but had instead opted for a standard longsword. The atmosphere in the dueling arena shifted dramatically with the unsheathing of Zishuer's sword. A palpable aura of impending danger enveloped the space, causing Karakite Punk to shudder involuntarily. A seasoned combatant. He quickly discerned from Zishuer's stance that she was no ordinary foe. Locked in the deadly energy emanating from her blade, he recognized that Zishuer, ranked 5th on the swordsmanship leaderboard at the Sacred Knight Academy, was indeed formidable, prompting him to discard any underestimation of women in combat. The blade in Karakite Punk's hand traced a slow circle, its tip quivering with a peculiar energy. His eyes remained fixed on Zishuer's longsword, searching for any flaw in her technique. In response, her sword mirrored his movements, carving out an opposing circle, effectively sealing off all avenues of attack from Karakite Punk's blade. The gravity of the situation dawned upon Karakite Punk as he realized that Zishuer's swordplay was not inferior to his own. Her counter to his probing strikes was equally adept. Zishuer's expression darkened. Having previously observed Karakite Punk in battle from the sidelines, she had not felt the pressure exerted by his swift blade until now, standing directly across from him. His sword felt like a needle, poised to exploit any weakness she might reveal. However, the standoff between the two did not persist for long, as Zishuer broke the stalemate with a decisive thrust. Her longsword advanced, targeting the very heart of Karakite Punk's defenses. A smile crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated that Zishuer would dare to assault his strongest point. This strike would undoubtedly trigger the overwhelming speed of his accumulated blade techniques. Zishuer's attack bore no alterations. It was a direct thrust aimed at the most formidable aspect of Karakite Punk's swordplay. To his surprise, Karakite Punk did not expect her to maintain such a straightforward assault. After all, few would willingly attack an opponent's strongest point, knowing it would grant the adversary a significant advantage. Tension gripped his features as he pondered Zishuer's intentions. He could not fathom why she would choose to assault his strongest technique, head dash, on it last. The longsword of Zishuer met the blade of Karakite Punk at the very point of his formidable technique. Poised for a merciless counterattack, with a thunderous shout, Karakite Punk surged forward, his blade transforming into a gust of wind aimed at Zishuer. Though he felt a twinge of confusion, he seized the opportunity presented to him. Did Zishuer truly lack the wit to challenge his strongest technique? If it had been Qiye, perhaps such a reckless move would be conceivable, yet it would have been utterly foolish. In the hands of different warriors, the same technique yields vastly different outcomes. Now, how would Zishuer fare with her chosen maneuver? Karakite Punk's swift blades fell like rain upon her, and as she prepared to be struck, many spectators turned away, unable to bear the sight. If one were to venture out in the rain, they would undoubtedly carry an umbrella, for even the fiercest downpour could not penetrate its canopy. And so, in the face of Karakite Punk's rain-like onslaught of blades, Zishuer opened her metaphorical umbrella. The massive shield she held aloft in her left hand, she had instructed the weapon shop to craft the shield in the shape of an umbrella. Albeit with a slightly shortened handle, Zishuer raised the great shield, transforming it into a protective canopy that absorbed every blade strike from Karakite Punk, while his attacks were imbued with a lethal energy. The shield was more than capable of withstanding the full force of Qiye's hammer strike, only yielding a minor dent, unless Karakite Punk's blade energy reached the level of a true swordsman. It posed no threat to Zishuer whatsoever. The tremendous force generated by Karakite Punk's swift blade striking against the shield left Zishuer feeling as if she had been struck by lightning, causing her to stagger backward uncontrollably. It is a well-known truth that girls typically possess less upper body strength than boys, a fact rooted in nature. Although Zishuer had diligently trained, and her strength surpassed that of an average person. She found herself unable to compete against a true master. Witnessing Zishuer being pushed back by his powerful assault, Karakite Punk did not display any sign of triumph on his face. Gaining the upper hand merely due to his superior strength over a girl was hardly a matter for celebration. Once Karakite Punk had exhausted his blade techniques, Zishuer, with a delicate cry, extended her long sword upward from behind the great shield, reflecting the sun's rays to strike Karakite Punk's eyes with another beam of light. Feeling somewhat unworthy of victory, Karakite Punk hesitated to continue his assault. He was aware that even if he completed his technique, it would only force Zishuer to retreat a few more steps. As he could not breach the defense of the great shield she wielded. As Karakite Punk paused, he suddenly noticed Zishuer's longsword emerging from behind the shield, followed by a blinding flash aimed at his eyes. When a person is exposed to a brilliant light, they often see spots and their vision becomes blurred, rendering them temporarily unable to open their eyes. In such cases, it is common for individuals to shut their eyes tightly, allowing them a moment to recover before reopening them. Karakite Punk was no exception, and as the sunlight reflected from Zishuer's sword pierced his vision, he instinctively closed his eyes. However, upon doing so, he realized something was amiss. After all, he was engaged in a duel with Zishuer. How could he afford to close his eyes? He hurriedly forced them open. When Karakite Punk reopened his eyes, he found Zishuer's longsword still poised above the shield. Unmoving. A wave of tension washed over him, but he soon felt a chill creeping up his spine, an icy sensation that sent shivers through him. Seizing the moment when Karakite Punk was momentarily blinded by the sunlight, Zishuer had quietly maneuvered behind him, drawing her Shuefei's sword and locking onto him. Her movements were swift and nearly imperceptible to the audience, who could only sense that in the blink of an eye. Zishuer had appeared at Karakite Punk's back, sword in hand. "You have lost," Zishuer declared, the Shuefei's sword pressed firmly against Karakite Punk's back, emanating a bone-chilling cold. "I concede," he replied, offering no resistance. In such circumstances against a girl, he felt he had no choice but to surrender. Had it been a man brandishing the sword, he would have fought to the bitter end. Zishuer was taken aback by the swiftness of his concession, and after a brief moment of surprise, she promptly sheathed her sword. With her opponent admitting defeat, there was little else she could do. "It seems the art of the blade is rather limited, clearly. A sword is more effective than a knife," commented Qiye from the sidelines, lamenting the lack of impact his shield had made and regretting the money spent on it. Karakite Punk descended from the platform with an expression devoid of emotion, but a piercing gaze from the audience fixed intently on Qiye as he exited. "Today, Team Qiye triumphs over Team Qishue," the host announced, eliciting jubilant cheers from the members of the Culinary Arts Society. Qiye, too, joined in the celebration, waving some paper strips in delight. Under the leadership of Qihao, the entire Culinary Arts Society departed with pride, the vibrant green of their uniforms becoming the theme of the duel. After their exit, many students in attendance began discussing the striking green attire of the Culinary Arts Society. The night sky, always so enigmatic, twinkled with stars that occasionally streaked across the heavens like fireballs, while the silver moon quietly observed the world below. Qiye, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, reclined on the grassy expanse behind the dreamy restaurant, counting the shimmering stars in the night sky. Since childhood, he had taken to counting the stars, finding solace in the vastness of the clear night sky, imagining the stories that unfolded among the celestial bodies, speculating on which stars shone brighter and which were dimmer. The atmosphere was serene, with only the stars illuminating the darkness, while the moonlight, gentle as water, bathed Qiye in its glow, and the night breeze carried a sweet fragrance. As Qiye savored the moment, he felt an unsettling presence, an aura of lethal intent that could only arise from a being who had taken countless lives. It was alarmingly close, hovering just above him. The sudden manifestation of this menacing energy caused him to freeze, his breathing becoming tense and deliberate. He could do nothing but await the next move from this unseen foe. A breeze swept past his ears, creating ripples across the surface of the lake behind the dreamy restaurant. Leaves danced in the wind, swirling away into the distance. Yet Qiye was oblivious to this, his body rigid with an unshakable sense of discomfort, as if an invisible weight pressed down upon him, shattering the calm of his mind. Suddenly, the ominous presence circled above before drifting away, yet its target remained locked onto Qiye, leaving him feeling as though he were submerged underwater, with a sudden burst of adrenaline. Qiye sprang up from the ground, his eyes narrowing into a focused line as he pursued the dissipating aura. He understood that the intent behind this presence was to lure him away, if the aim had truly been to take his life. The assailant could have done so the moment they appeared. The east of the St. Knight Academy's teaching area lay an abandoned greenhouse, overrun with weeds, once the venue for a floral society within the academy. It had been disbanded due to insufficient membership and subsequently neglected. Now, it stood in a state of decay, ravaged by the elements, yet in its center lay a patch of grass, forming a natural circular arena. Arriving at the greenhouse, Qiye spotted a figure standing at the center of the grassy area, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through a hole in the roof. As the figure turned, Qiye discerned a tall, slender man with long limbs, wielding a large sword on his back. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man's expression was cold and inscrutable, exuding an air of ruthless intensity, marked by a faint scar on his forehead that only heightened his menacing demeanor. "Who are you?" Qiye inquired, addressing the enigmatic figure who had drawn him here. "You claimed today that a knife is inferior to a sword, did you not?" The stranger replied, a hint of coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, I did say that. Were you perhaps drawn here to challenge me based on that statement?" Qiye speculated about the stranger's intentions. "Precisely. Today, I shall show you what a true blade is capable of," the figure declared with a scoff. Drawing the large sword from his back, Qiye watched as the stranger vanished from his sight the instant the blade was unsheathed. The sword's glint appeared just a foot before Qiye, cleaving into the ground with a depth of an entire foot. Remaining in a heightened state of alert, Qiye quickly transitioned into a realm of unencumbered thought, relying on his keen instincts to ascertain the assailant's position. Yet in the shifting light and shadow of the greenhouse, he could not discern the man's silhouette, rendering his vision futile. However, from the flow of air within the greenhouse, Qiye sensed the stranger's location. The mysterious swordsman had not truly disappeared. He merely leveraged the interplay of light filtering through the greenhouse's broken roof to obscure his form, creating the illusion of vanishing. With a swift motion, Qiye unsheathed his longsword, altering the atmosphere within the greenhouse. The tension between Qiye's murderous intent and that of the mysterious swordsman sparked like a collision of two opposing forces, generating a vivid display of light. As the sparks faded, the greenhouse returned to a deceptive calm, reminiscent of the ocean's surface concealing turbulent currents beneath. That was perilous, fortunately. The first strike did not come at me directly. Qiye felt a wave of relief that the initial attack had merely grazed his position. Had it been aimed at him from the outset, he feared he would have been unable to evade the sudden onslaught. Who could possess such formidable swordsmanship? Surely, this individual is not an unknown. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, Qiye sensed that the swordsman had not exerted his full strength, while he himself was already feeling a sense of powerlessness. Just as Qiye contemplated the stranger's identity, the swordsman unleashed a horizontal slash, the air thick with lethal energy, finally shattering the unusual tranquility of the greenhouse. The enigmatic swordsman's strike was unlike any that had preceded it. An utterly different caliber of attack that sealed all of Qiye's avenues of retreat. The sheer force of this blow revealed its extraordinary nature, marking it as the most menacing and terrifying move unleashed by the mysterious assailant. Cognizant of the futility in resisting, Qiye nevertheless advanced with his sword, believing this course of action to be marginally preferable to inaction. His lightning-fast blade, under the guise of the swordsman's seemingly languid strike, appeared to move in slow motion, as Qiye found himself unwittingly ensnared by the swordsman's technique. Swift as a coursing river, the swordsman's massive blade, having breached Qiye's defenses, transformed from sluggish to lightning-fast in an instant. The abrupt shift in speed left Qiye's internal energy in disarray, compelling him to abandon his sword and flee. Yet, entangled in the swordsman's lethal aura, Qiye, despite promptly discarding his weapon towards the adversary, was nonetheless struck. A surging, domineering energy emanated from the blade, inflicting a wound approximately 3 inches long across Qiye's chest. However, the true peril lay not merely in the physical injury, but in the tyrannical energy embedded within the blade that wreaked havoc within Qiye's body, causing far graver harm than the wound itself. Such is the case, the sword still proves utterly inadequate, the mysterious figure proclaimed, exuding an audacious and carefree demeanor as he assessed Qiye's inability to evade the true essence of his strike. "Who are you?" Qiye inquired once more. Though his internal energy was in turmoil, and the oppressive force surged within him, he remained unscathed thanks to the enhancements of his internal organs and the protective aura surrounding him. A stark contrast to a time when he would have been left groaning on the ground. "Remember, the blade will always surpass the sword. Should you remain unconvinced, simply return here on the night of each full moon, and I shall afford you another opportunity to experience this defeat," the enigmatic swordsman stated without revealing his origins. After uttering these words, he vanished from Qiye's sight, leaving him once again with a disconcerting sense of dislocation. Damn it, what bad luck. I was supposed to have made a fortune today, but now I fear I may not live to enjoy it, Qiye muttered, clutching his bleeding wound tightly as he struggled toward the Holy Spirit Pavilion. The swordsman's overwhelming energy was too formidable for Qiye to dissipate. He could only press his hand against the wound to staunch the flow of blood while hastening to find the elder. Morello, for aid. Elder, Qiye gasped weakly as he collapsed on the steps outside the Holy Spirit Pavilion. Calling for Morello, the evening had descended into silence, save for the persistent mountain winds, rendering Qiye's feeble voice crystal clear to the elder, who discerned that something was amiss. What has happened? Morello inquired, rushing to Qiye and assisting him into an empty chamber within the pavilion. He began to channel his energy to dispel the blade's aura from Qiye's wound. Then utilized a healing crystal, an essential magical artifact for adventurers on the continent of Fantian, capable of staunching blood flow and promoting healing, rolling it gently over the wound to harness its magical properties for Qiye's benefit. Ouch! Be gentle, it hurts, Qiye exclaimed, wincing as Morello applied the crystal with a heavy hand. You didn't scream when you came in. Now you have the strength to shout. What did he look like? Morello inquired, his curiosity piqued by the identity of the one who had harmed Qiye. Elder, do you have a penchant for men? I can tell you he is a man. Why ask so many questions? Ouch! Did I not ask you to be gentle? Qiye retorted, only to wince again as Morello rolled the healing crystal over the wound with renewed pressure. He was tall and slender, slightly taller than me, but not as sturdy. His limbs were long yet appeared almost skeletal. His expression was cold, resembling someone trying too hard to be aloof, and he was quite unappealing, enough to make men want to vomit and women to flee. Fortunately, I am not of ordinary stock. I managed to refrain from retching when I first laid eyes on him. Which is somewhat gracious of me, Qiye recounted, his irritation evident as he recalled the swordsman's visage. Is that all? Morello observed, noting that Qiye's description conveyed little of substance. Such a figure, as described, would be all too commonplace within the Holy Knight Academy, easily found among the throng. Oh, and there was a faint scar on his forehead, barely noticeable. If I had keen eyesight, I might not have seen it at all, Qiye added, recalling the moment when moonlight had illuminated the swordsman's brow through a gap in the surroundings. Ah, so it is he, Morello murmured, a knowing expression crossing his face as he nodded slightly. He? Who is he? You know, Elder, tell me. I must settle the score with him for this treachery if I do not avenge this grievance today. I am no longer Qiye. As he spoke, Qiye's agitation grew, and he gestured animatedly as if vowing to pierce the mysterious swordsman through should he ever cross his path again. You? It is still too soon, should he truly wield his blade. You would likely not withstand even a single strike, Morello remarked, pensive. How do you know? A sudden chill gripped Qiye. He had not disclosed the details of his encounter with the swordsman or the number of blows he had endured. Yet Morello seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his plight. I know what I ought to know. It is not for you to meddle in, Morello replied, tossing a healing crystal to Qiye before pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Do you wish to learn the way of the sword? Morello asked, pausing before Qiye, who lay on the bed. The way of the sword. Elder, do not jest. Am I not already studying the way of the sword at the academy? You would teach me? I know your swordsmanship far surpasses mine. But surely you would not stoop to instructing me, Qiye chuckled, bemused by Morello's question, for he had trained under Master Yin since childhood and was well versed in the art of the sword. Albeit not yet at the pinnacle. When I speak of the way of the sword, I refer not to the ordinary path, but to the supreme way of the sword, the ultimate mastery of swordsmanship that transcends all others. It is entirely distinct from what you are currently learning at the academy, Morello countered, his tone serious despite Qiye's amusement. Really? The supreme way of the sword? Is it a shortcut? Qiye's interest was piqued. He recognized Morello's prowess and surmised that he had likely attained a level of mastery akin to Heart Sword. With his guidance, Qiye believed he could advance far more rapidly than through solitary endeavors. Not a shortcut, merely my interpretations of the way of the sword. If you truly wish to learn. First tell me, what is the way of the sword? What does it mean? Morello said, leaving the room with Qiye still recuperating. The way of the sword? Is it not simply the way of the sword? What else is there to explain? How perplexing, Qiye mused, observing Morello's retreating figure. The way of the sword, in essence, should signify the path of the sword itself, while the supreme way of the sword would denote the ultimate attainment. Yet, what constituted this ultimate attainment remained a mystery to Qiye. He had never contemplated the nature of the way of the sword. Throughout his life, he had merely encountered references to it in texts. understanding it as the path of wielding a sword. If interpreted literally, it would mean the way within the sword, yet Morello would not be seeking such a mundane answer, as it would be tantamount to saying nothing at all. Reluctantly, Qiye lay in contemplation within the chamber, pondering what could truly be deemed the way of the sword. Time passed incrementally, yet he remained unable to grasp what constituted the way of the sword and what did not. Why is it that only the way of the sword exists, while other paths, such as that of the blade, staff, or spear, remain unheard of? Qiye considered how, on the continent of Fantian, only the sword seemed to possess a recognized path. While other weaponry lacked such designation, lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. In the realm between heaven and earth, all things possess a way. It is either this or that. The way resembles a way, yet is not a way. The way manifests. In his dreams, Qiye found himself amidst the vastness of the cosmos, witnessing the ever-changing nature of existence, articulating thoughts he could scarcely comprehend. That as he continued to speak, a colossal star plummeted from the heavens, striking him upon the head. Ouch! Help! Qiye awoke with a start, flailing his limbs in alarm. Another enormous star materialized above him. What are you shouting for? You ponder the way of the sword while dozing off. Have you been deprived of your experiments these past few days, leaving you restless? Morello chided, retracting his gnarled hand from Qiye's head. The path of the sword has always been a perplexing endeavor. Hence I have resolved to take a moment to rest and ponder, perhaps even seek answers in my dreams. That I was beginning to grasp some insights, but then your incessant chatter roused me from my thoughts. Qiye's talent for nonsense was unparalleled, and now he had firmly attached himself to the elder Morello. Enough of your musings. Whether you have found clarity or not, I am prepared to impart the supreme swordsmanship to you. Rise and step outside. The elder Morello turned and exited the room. Wait for me. Old man, with the healing crystal having mended his wounds, and aided by Qiye's peculiar recovery abilities, he sprang from his bed, full of vigor, albeit somewhat sluggish due to blood loss that had yet to be replenished. Beneath the radiant moonlight, in the open space before the main hall of the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, the elder Morello wielded a branch that danced like a flowing stream, emitting sparkling waves of light. A truly marvelous sight. Qiye, clapping his hands in appreciation from the side, exclaimed, "Come here." The elder Morello tossed the branch to Qiye as he caught it. Qiye felt as if he were a street performer. Qiye was slightly perplexed by the elder Morello's intention. Demonstrate the sword technique I just executed. The elder Morello instructed. A trivial matter. I am renowned for my photographic memory. I have memorized your swordplay entirely. Observe. Qiye took the branch and began to replicate the elder Morello's movements, though his technique mirrored the elder's perfectly. The essence and finesse inherent in the swordplay were utterly lacking in Qiye's execution, akin to a dish that had been chewed and left tasteless remnants. As he continued, Qiye felt something amiss. While watching the elder Morello's display, he had perceived a certain grandeur, yet his own imitation lacked any semblance of the elder's imposing presence, resembling nothing more than a mundane form of swordsmanship, devoid of any vigor. Do you comprehend? The elder Morello inquired, noticing Qiye's confusion. Indeed, why does the same technique yield such disparate results in your hands compared to mine? I executed it without deviation. Qiye pondered in vain. A scholar may be taught. This is the supreme swordsmanship. Once you enter the realm of the supreme sword, you will understand why. However, at present, you are yet unable to grasp it. The elder Morello elucidated a reason beyond Qiye's comprehension at that moment. So how should I begin? How do I enter the realm of the supreme sword? When you are meant to know, you shall enter the supreme sword. That if you remain in ignorance, you will perpetually be barred from that realm. The elder Morello spoke words that left Qiye in deep contemplation. When will I know? When will understanding dawn upon me? It all hinges on your aptitude. Now, observe my technique closely. If you can glean any insights, you shall step into the realm of the supreme sword. The elder Morello reclaimed the branch from Qiye and began to demonstrate once more. He extended the branch gracefully as the mountain winds whipped at his garments, creating an ethereal spectacle beneath the starlit sky. Exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance, a sudden chill surged as the branch in the elder Morello's grasp radiated brilliance. At times expansive and at others exquisitely intricate, his movements, sweeping, slashing, thrusting, carving, were profound and enigmatic, leaving onlookers in awe. Qiye observed as the branch in the elder Morello's hand seemed to come alive, slowly. The elder faded from view, leaving only the animated branch in Qiye's sight. When the elder Morello ceased his display, Qiye remained entranced by the swordplay he had just witnessed. Once you comprehend the extraordinary nature of this technique, You shall enter the realm of the supreme sword. The elder Morello tossed the branch away, landing it precisely into a small hole created by his earlier sword aura. What was the distinction? Although this technique was undoubtedly superior to the previous one, it was by no means an exceptional form of swordsmanship. Yet Qiye believed that even the finest swordplay could not surpass what the elder Morello had just demonstrated. Why was that? Qiye had not noticed that the elder Morello had departed, as he was lost in thought over the elder's earlier assertions. Those who wield the sword all aspire to attain the supreme swordsmanship, where it culminates. All converge. The pinnacle divides into three paths: the heart of the sword, the heart as sword, and the sword that transcends. Qiye murmured the teachings of the supreme swordsmanship as inscribed in texts. The supreme swordsmanship begins and ends with all things. The heart of the sword, the heart as sword, the sword that transcends, the heart of the sword, the heart of the sword, the heart of the sword. Suddenly, Qiye's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it must be the heart of the sword. To make the sword in my hand come alive, I must grasp the heart of the sword. Only by understanding the heart of the sword can I execute techniques that embody life. Qiye recognized he was drawing closer to his goal. The heart of the sword, how can I come to know it? Earlier, the elder Morello wielded a branch instead of a sword. Does that mean the branch possesses a heart of the sword? Qiye's previously bright eyes dimmed once more. The supreme swordsmanship begins and ends with all things. The heart of the sword, the heart as sword, the sword that transcends. Qiye incessantly recited everything he knew about the supreme swordsmanship, seeking to decipher the secret behind the elder Morello's seemingly animated technique. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like a bolt from the blue. The supreme swordsmanship, arising from all things, must inherently contain the essence of the supreme sword. Thus, the heart of the sword must indeed be present within the branch. No wonder the elder's movements had conveyed an impression of the branch extending. Now, Qiye finally understood why his imitation of the elder Morello had lacked any semblance of potency. It was because the heart of the sword within the branch had not been harnessed by him. Having identified the crux of the issue, Qiye contemplated how he might seize the heart of the branch. He began to delve into a profound stillness, while the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. Qiye gradually entered a state of complete oblivion, where self and world dissolved, intent and space merged. At that moment, he felt as though he had transcended into a new realm, his entire being ignited with a fervent heat. This warmth surged through his body, coursing through every vein, until it gradually dissipated, leaving behind a refreshing coolness, akin to being submerged in water. Upon opening his eyes, Qiye found the world around him had become remarkably clear, vibrant, and filled with nuances he often overlooked. Every sound resonated within his keen perception, and his sense of touch extended infinitely, allowing him to perceive sensations previously imperceptible. Qiye felt an intrinsic connection with all things, as if he had become a part of them, and they of him, inseparably intertwined. Suddenly, he noticed a vibrant ripple of energy not far from his feet in this rejuvenated world. As he exerted his strength to draw the branch that the elder Morello had cast aside, he could still sense the lingering heart of the sword within it. Unbidden, he executed the elder Morello's earlier technique, and in that moment, all his previous uncertainties merged into clarity. The branch emitted a faint glow in Qiye's grasp, as if it had come to life, ultimately erupting with the brilliance of vitality once more. "I've got it," Qiye exclaimed triumphantly, having finally grasped the heart of the sword, and he let out a resounding shout. "You think you've accomplished much? This is merely the beginning. You have much to learn." The elder Morello suddenly appeared beside Qiye, delivering a playful tap on his head, accompanied by a mockingly large star. "Do not strike my head. It is not meant for such treatment." Qiye yelped in pain. Startled, yet momentarily taken aback, in his current state of merging with the cosmos, Qiye found himself unable to fathom how the elder Morello had materialized beside him. He realized he had greatly underestimated the elder. Without a little nudge. "How would you learn the supreme swordsmanship? Come, let us engage in a friendly match." The elder Morello picked up another branch from the ground and beckoned to Qiye. "Bring it on. Let us see who is afraid." Qiye, having just grasped the heart of the sword, was eager for a worthy opponent to test his newfound skills, and Morello's challenge was precisely what he desired. "I'm coming, prepare yourself. Clever boy, behold my technique. You've fallen for it. Watch this move. Oh no. Aha. Did you think I was unaware of your tricks? The moment your rear rises, I know you're about to release a few farts. Humph. Just you wait for this move. I'm coming for you. Let me see if it's truly a lethal strike. Dot." As the moonlight cast its silvery glow, the sacred spirit pavilion erupted with sounds of playful banter, shattering the tranquility it had known throughout its history. The moon silently observed the unfolding spectacle, seemingly captivated by the antics of the elder and his youthful adversary. Shortly after the founding of the Brahma Empire, someone sought to understand Emperor Qiye's interpretation of happiness and inquired, "What is the most joyous thing?" After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor of the Seven Knights profoundly remarked, "Nothing brings greater joy in this world than the bliss of a date unmarred by interruptions or unforeseen events." Excerpt from Chronicles of the Emperor of Brahma Empire. As the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Dream Restaurant, illuminating the dining hall on the first floor, a solitary figure emerged within. Tall and slender, he donned an oversized robe from the Martial Arts Academy, which appeared somewhat amusing. However, upon recognizing his identity, one would no longer find it humorous. Nor could they muster a smile, for behind him stood a cadre of ruffians, several of whom were formidable figures within the Saint Knight Academy, capable of intimidating 2 or 3 girls with mere casual remarks. The individual commanding this band of bullies was none other than the current proprietor of the Dream Restaurant and the inaugural president of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society, Qiye. Every morning at this hour, Qiye would arrive at the Dream Restaurant, for he was its linchpin. While the establishment could certainly function without him, its revenue would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. This morning was no exception. Clad in the most stylish, modern, and durable attire the Martial Arts Academy had produced in recent years, Qiye commenced an inspection of the restaurant's inventory. Although he was not required to oversee the Dream Restaurant, as below it lay a basement that only appeared at night. A domain none dared to enter, where Miss Tiz, known as the Magic Master Terminator, resided, with magical prowess nearly 20 times that of a typical magic master, yet lacking a new title to distinguish her from ordinary masters. Qiye referred to her as the Magic Master Terminator, signifying the ultimate aspiration of all magic masters. With her female shadow sentinels patrolling, he assumed all would be well. However, recently, Miss Tiz had been in a foul mood, as Qiye was preoccupied with the martial arts tournament held at the academy. Hastily delivering meals and quickly departing without engaging in heartfelt conversation with her, was it truly just casual conversation? Qiye pondered. Bored, Miss Tiz resorted to playing a game of darts with her shadow sentinels in the basement, a popular pastime among the students of Saint Knight Academy. Often enjoyed in bars alongside drinks, those confident in their skills could challenge others, with the defeated required to buy drinks for the victor. Thus, the Dream Restaurant remained unguarded. Qiye had contemplated moving into the Dream Restaurant himself. For not only were the rooms spacious and luxuriously decorated, but the environment was also exquisite, bathed in sunlight by day and moonlight by night. With a large lake at the rear, it was a delight to observe couples enjoying each other's company. It was no exaggeration to call it the finest residential area within the academy. However, the thought of Miss Tiz residing in the basement deterred him. A previous incident where he had inadvertently stayed late resulted in an encounter with one of her patrolling shadow sentinels, leading to a long night of playing cards with Miss Tiz. Fearing her wrath should he inadvertently win, the sentinels, though devoid of thought, retained some awareness, and once he had unwittingly triumphed over Miss Tiz, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Qiye had no desire to repeat the experience, for the sentinels were the deceased, and he could not dare to compete against them. As he conducted his inspection of the tables, chairs, and utensils, he noted that while the inventory was accurate, some table edges had yet to be cleaned, still bearing traces of grease. Reluctantly, he took up a cloth to personally wipe down the dining tables. He dared not reprimand the female staff members tasked with cleaning, for the male members of the society who adored them would rally to their defense. Just a glance at the girl's eyes, filled with grievance, made Qiye feel culpable, and when their leader, Zishuer, arrived to hear their complaints, he would face a barrage of reproaches. Thus, Qiye preferred to handle the tasks himself rather than risk incurring their ire. Once everything was in order, the sun fully ascended, casting its intensified rays upon the scene. However, today, Qiye engaged in an uncharacteristic act. Instead of preparing for the day's duties in the president's office, he ventured to the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the Dream Restaurant. "Yes, this is it," he declared, donning his finest black coat brought from the Saint Knight Academy, complementing it with a pair of stylish black sunglasses. After meticulously grooming his tousled black hair until it gleamed, he secured it with a purple hair band that a figure clad in black stood before the mirror in the meeting room. Having completed his transformation, Qiye struck a cool pose, taking a moment to revel in his appearance. The previous evening, during the weekly culinary instruction session, he had discreetly penned a note to Zishuer, inviting her to accompany him to the newly opened clothing store in Saint Knight Academy. In the letter, he confessed his ignorance regarding fashion and requested her guidance. Fortunately, Zishuer had merely acknowledged the note without protest. Otherwise, Qiye would have struggled to concoct an excuse to invite her out. After his meticulous preparations, Qiye appeared entirely different from his usual self. It was as if he were two distinct individuals, particularly with the oversized sunglasses obscuring his features. Thus, when he descended the stairs, the newly arrived members of the Culinary Arts Society's guard mistook him for a thief, leading to a brief scuffle before he managed to escape. Had the guards realized that Qiye dared to invite Zishuer, it would have been akin to dropping a massive fireball on a volcano. They would not have cared who he was. Even if he were a mentor, they would have beaten him into a pulp. There had been daring suitors who, in their folly, sent love letters to Zishuer, only to be rendered unrecognizable the following day, transformed into a grotesque sight. Today, Qiye and Zishuer were to meet beneath the love falls of St. Knight Academy. As he also needed to check on Kahar's specialized training, Qiye was acutely aware that he could not afford to relax, for Chihar was a raw gem, currently radiating brilliance in his hands. And Qiye planned to have Chihar single-handedly handle the upcoming martial arts tournament. After earnestly advising Chihar once more, Zishuer arrived at the Love Falls. Today, as Zishuer was notably different from her usual self. Having long been the focus of attention among the student body, she had developed a strategy to evade prying eyes. She wore the most fashionable white gown at St. Knight Academy, topped with an orange straw hat that concealed her lovely visage. Her purple hair tucked neatly beneath it, leaving only golden locks visible. Aware that walking together with Qiye would attract significant attention, she instinctively knew to disguise herself for their rendezvous. However, upon arriving at the Love Falls, she felt a twinge of anxiety as a man in black persistently gazed in her direction. Despite his impenetrable sunglasses, Zishuer sensed his scrutiny. Although Qiye, donning his disguise, could not be recognized, he felt an uncanny resemblance between the hat-clad girl and Zishuer. Yet he refrained from approaching too hastily. Meanwhile, Chihar, concealed within the waterfall, remained oblivious to the outside world. Even if he could see, it would be of little consequence, for he was currently in a state of disarray. And should he emerge, Zishuer would undoubtedly mistake him for a specter and strike him down once more. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no one else arriving at the Love Falls, Qiye finally mustered the courage to approach Zishuer. Who are you? Qiye. Initially startled by the approach of the mysterious figure, Zishuer instinctively reached for her sword, as female students at St. Knight Academy always carried a short blade to fend off unwanted advances. But upon hearing his familiar, magnetic voice, she blurted out, Zishuer? While Qiye had suspected the stranger was Zishuer, her transformed appearance rendered her nearly unrecognizable. Ah, it's you. I apologize for making you wait, Zishuer said, her face suffused with embarrassment. It's nothing at all. And I must thank you for accompanying me to shop for clothes today, Qiye replied, his heart racing anew, unsure of what to say next. Then let us go. I've heard good things about the newly opened St. Desi clothing store, Zishuer suggested. Unable to steal too many glances at Qiye, as her own heart raced wildly. Why are you taking so long? Hurry up and take my hand. Zishuer walked ahead slowly, anxiously addressing the lagging Qiye. How about we hold hands while we walk together? It would be better, considering those people over there, Qiye suggested. Despite his yearning to grasp Zishuer's delicate hand, his courage faltering, he noticed several students around them holding hands, prompting him to inquire with Zishuer. All right. Although she longed for Qiye to take her hand, Zishuer, being a girl, felt too shy to voice her desire loudly, inwardly chastising Qiye for being so oblivious. Though her voice was barely a whisper, it was impossible to conceal her feelings from Qiye, who had been attentively observing her every move. Upon receiving affirmative acknowledgement from the enchanting girl, Qiye swiftly stepped forward, clasping Zishuer's small hand. The sensation was indescribable. It felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Although Zishuer had previously held Qiye's hand under the cover of night, she felt emboldened then, but now, under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers, her face flushed crimson as she let Qiye hold her hand. Are you feeling unwell? Qiye, ever vigilant of Zishuer's demeanor, noticed the unusual blush on her cheeks. I'm fine. Let us hurry. If we delay, there will be too many people, Zishuer said, lowering her hat to shield her face from view. Oh, all right. Although Qiye was puzzled by her behavior, he respected her feelings and refrained from probing further, content as long as she was by his side. As they navigated the bustling streets, Qiye and Zishuer carefully avoided the throngs of pedestrians. Their notoriety made it challenging to pass unnoticed, so they opted for narrow paths. Ironically, These small alleys were teeming with people, all eyes fixated on the pair, causing them to quicken their pace, unaware that their anxiousness only drew more attention. Unbeknownst to them, their striking contrast, Qiye in black and Zishui in white, stood out vividly against the backdrop of the couples around them, who regarded the duo with curiosity, mistaking them for members of the Academy's disciplinary committee. Tasked with reprimanding public displays of affection, at Qiye Academy, while romance was permitted, it was frowned upon to engage in overtly intimate behaviors in public, as it made certain single instructors uncomfortable. This rule was established after several complaints. Ironically, the alley they traversed was filled with couples engaging in discreet acts that were best kept private, and the nature of these actions need not be elaborated upon for the astute observer. Suddenly, Qiye spotted a group of 3 individuals ahead, signaling an impending predicament. On the path they traversed to the Shinda tailoring shop, 3 prominent figures of Qiye Academy appeared. The first was Dongfang Ying, who had recently garnered attention at the martial arts competition. The second was the radiant youth, Li Tianao, a prince charming to many, a blossoming maiden, not only handsome but wealthy, particularly with the prospect of inheriting the family estate, a fact that had enchanted numerous young hearts. The third was Tang Linglong, whose beauty rivaled that of blooming flowers, possessing a grace that could make the moon shy, though she had yet to be featured on the Academy's beauty list. Her selection this year was all but assured. Can't see, can't see, can't see. Qiye mimicked Zishui, keeping his head lowered as they passed by Li Tianao and the others. Xiaoyi, why don't you greet us? A pair of enticingly beautiful legs appeared before Qiye, followed by a voice sweet enough to melt hearts. Sister Linglong, I didn't see you just now. My apologies, Qiye replied, realizing he could no longer evade the situation. Good thing Dongfang recognized you, otherwise we would have let you slip by. Why are you with a different girl today? Where is Sister Zishui? How dare you hold hands with another girl? I must tell Sister Zishui. Tang Linglong, having overheard Dongfang Ying mention that the figure in black holding hands with a girl in white was Qiye, could hardly believe it, and thus, with a sense of justice, interjected on Zishui's behalf. This, Qiye stammered, at a loss for words. Sister Linglong, please don't misunderstand Qiye, Zishui said, averting her gaze from Tang Linglong, who was now defending her. Ah, so it is Miss Zishui. My sincerest apologies. We failed to recognize you at first. Please forgive us, Li Tianao interjected with a charming smile, extending his apologies for Tang Linglong's earlier misjudgment. Brotherly, it's quite all right. I should have acknowledged your presence as well. Qiye quickly waved his hand, signaling that it was no trouble. No, we should have considered that you two were trying to avoid attention. My apologies for the disturbance. Qiye, go on and enjoy your date with Miss Zishui. If anyone dares to interrupt, just let me know, and I will ensure they are dealt with, Li Tianao boasted gallantly. Unbeknownst to him, the very presence of their group was the most significant disruption to Qiye at that moment. Enough of this chatter. Tianao, let us allow Xiaoyi and Sister Zishui to be on their way. If you keep talking, we'll become the center of attention, Tang Linglong cautioned, noticing the growing crowd around them. It was no surprise, given that figures like Li Tianao and Dongfang Ying were indeed the focus of attention, and conversing with them while standing with 2 indistinct individuals was bound to draw eyes. So, brotherly, Dongfang, Sister Linglong, we must take our leave, Qiye said, grasping Zishui's hand as they hastily retreated from the spotlight. Take care, enjoy your date, and remember, if you need anything, just reach out to me, Li Tianao called out loudly, as if to ensure everyone was aware of their affair. Hearing his words, Qiye quickened his pace even further. A cold smirk crept onto Dongfang Ying's lips, finding Qiye's flustered demeanor amusing and entertaining. Finally escaping the trio, Qiye and Zishui gasped for breath as they paused to rest. Yet, upon halting, Qiye realized they had stumbled into a rather precarious situation within Qiye Academy. Various areas were designated as couple zones and non-couple zones, though this was understood implicitly rather than explicitly stated. For instance, the location where Qiye and Zishui found themselves was a designated resting area for single students. The moment the couple entered, they drew the piercing gazes of the singles, who wished nothing more than to see them part ways. It was not out of malice. Rather, who could blame them for feeling resentment while witnessing couples flaunting their affection before them? Especially today, as a pair of lovers had brazenly crossed into a non-couple zone, prompting the singles to glare at Qiye and Zishui with indignation, with no time to catch their breath. Qiye and Zishui had to make a hasty retreat under the weight of those furious stares. It was prudent to vacate the area before any altercations could arise. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, and the Shinda tailoring shop was conveniently located just behind the road leading to Vice Principal Briest's residence. As they dashed forward, Qiye and Zishui suddenly spotted Lillian. It was quite normal. The Xingye kindergarten was closed for the day, so Lillian was likely playing at home. Upon spotting her, Qiye and Zishui treaded cautiously, fearful of attracting Lillian's attention. Though she posed no real threat, they were apprehensive that she might innocently reveal to others that she had seen her brother Qiye holding hands with sister Zishui. Unfortunately, misfortune struck. Not only were Qiye and Zishui's contrasting appearances intriguing, but their furtive manner of moving together also raised suspicion. Lillian, having heard tales of thieves, perceived the pair passing her home as suspicious figures and called out, "Stop right there," thinking Lillian had discovered them. Qiye and Zishui sprinted away, inadvertently convincing her that they were indeed thieves. In her determination to apprehend them, she cast fireballs in their direction. By the time Qiye and Zishui reached the newly opened Shinda tailoring shop, they were utterly exhausted. Although both were skilled in martial arts, capable of running such distances without breaking a sweat, the combination of their racing hearts and the tension of the moment rendered even the most seasoned experts breathless. Finally made it, Qiye panted heavily, yet his grip on Zishui's hand tightened even more. Zishui, having better stamina than Qiye, was beginning to regain her composure. Accustomed to larger crowds she noticed the throngs of people gathered outside the Shinda tailoring shop. She gradually calmed herself. "Sir, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" asked an attendant standing at the entrance of the shop, noticing Qiye's labored breathing and concerned he might suffer an asthma attack. "I'm fine. I just ran a bit too much and need a moment to rest." Zishui stood beside Qiye, gently patting his back, and addressed the attendant at the door. "Do you not require assistance? Please be cautious." Upon hearing Zishui's words, the attendant remained somewhat skeptical, for Qiye felt Zishui's hand softly tapping his back and could not help but let out a joyous cough. "Do you think that outfit looks better?" After entering the shop, Qiye was dazzled by the array of garments and sought Zishui's opinion. "I believe that leather jacket would suit you perfectly, especially with winter approaching. It will soon be quite useful," Zishui advised him. "All right. Miss, please fetch me that leather jacket." "Yes, that one," Qiye declared, for Zishui's words were akin to royal commands, and he dared not defy them as he spoke to the shop attendant. "Sir, you truly have an eye for fashion. This jacket is the finest in our store. Once you don it, you shall appear dashing and charismatic, and any girl, including this lady beside you, will surely be smitten," the attendant promoted as she handed the jacket to Qiye, particularly with the last remark causing Zishui to shyly lower her head. "Miss, is there another one of that leather jacket? I would like one as well," an orc suddenly interjected. Qiye was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Light. Today, the Dream Restaurant was devoid of patrons, and since it was the grand opening of the Saint tailoring shop, Light had seized the opportunity to purchase an outfit. "I am sorry, sir, but we only have this one. If you truly wish for it, you might inquire whether this gentleman is willing to part with it," the attendant replied, and upon realizing Light was the one who approached, Qiye's anxiety surged. If it had been anyone else, the situation might not have escalated. But Light was aware he had come to shop with Zishui, thus, the implications were dire. Upon returning to the Dream Restaurant later, he would undoubtedly face an uproar from all the members. "Hey, friend, would you be willing to part with that jacket?" Light called out to Qiye. "No, I will not part with it," Qiye responded in a hushed tone, casting his gaze downward. He knew Zishui had chosen it for him, and he could not relinquish it. You seem familiar," Light remarked. Though Qiye's subdued tone could not disguise his distinct aura, Light noticed that the man in black resembled someone he had encountered that morning at the Dream Restaurant, and he felt a vague recognition. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. How much is that, miss?" 230 silver coins. "Thank you for your patronage," the attendant replied. Qiye promptly retrieved his coin pouch, paid, and swiftly took Zishui's hand, darting out of the shop. "Hey, I still don't know who you are. How can you say I've mistaken you?" Light shouted after them as they raced towards the exit. What a perplexing situation, he mused, stepping back into the Saint tailoring shop, still intent on finding another outfit. That was close, too close. After escaping the shop, Qiye felt a sense of peril at Light's unexpected presence. "The clothes are purchased. Is there anything else?" Zishui awaited Qiye's invitation to tea. "No. Nothing else. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. Qiye assumed Zixue was upset from their constant running. Are you truly certain there is nothing else? Indeed, there is nothing. You may go. Zixue's persistent inquiry only solidified Qiye's belief that she had other matters to attend to. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Though Zixue found Qiye somewhat ineffectual, she refrained from expressing it. Take care. Qiye watched as Zixue withdrew her hand from his, feeling as if an entire world had slipped away. Zixue walked slowly, hoping Qiye would invite her to join him in further activities. Zixue, that. What is it? Do you have something to say? Zixue turned around with a smile. No, I meant to say, if you have matters to resolve, do so quickly, for the dining hour at the Dream restaurant approaches. Qiye had intended to extend an invitation to Zixue, but upon seeing her, the words transformed into something else entirely. I understand. You need not elaborate, Zixue. Upon hearing Qiye's words, stormed off in a huff. What is wrong with her? Qiye felt regret at Zixue's sudden outburst. Alas, I spent money on something I cannot use. How unfortunate. Qiye sighed at the leather jacket he had just purchased for 230 silver coins. Light had also shown interest in that singular jacket, and if Qiye wore it later, it would be obvious to the foolish that the man in black sunglasses was indeed Qiye. Moreover, why had he fled so hastily? And who was that girl beside him? Surely, any perceptive person would connect the dots. Thus, Qiye resolved to conceal the leather jacket, ensuring Light would not see it. Sighing, he returned to his room, needing to change clothes. Otherwise, his arrival at the Dream restaurant would be met with the latest weaponry from the guards. As the verdant ocean once again graced the audience, the entire arena erupted with fervor. Indeed, they could be likened to an ocean, as the students clad in emerald green occupied more than half of the venue for the martial arts competition's semifinals. They formed a resounding cheer squad. Rallying for Qiye's team, their banners waved in the air, and their voices rang with passion, making the entire venue lively. Today, Qiye's team faces the Alliance team. The victor shall advance to the finals. Which team will secure this qualification? Now, let us welcome the two teams preparing to duel on stage. The first three individuals stepping forward are from Qiye's team. Miss Zixue, the only female contestant to reach the top 16 in the entire competition. Followed by Qiye and Qihar. Immediately behind them are the members of the Alliance team, comprising Dongfang Ying, Litianao, and Su Shi. Let us give them a warm round of applause. As the host amplified the announcement through magic, Qiye's team and the Alliance team stepped onto the stage, presenting themselves to all the spectators as well as the envoys and mentors from various nations, observing the contestants from both teams. Their composed demeanor under the gaze of the multitude and their elegant bearing captivated the attention of the mentors and envoys alike. Now, may I invite the captains of Qiye's team and the Alliance team to the stage to determine the method of the impending duel. Qiye and Litianao, please step forward. Clad in black, Qiye and Litianao, dressed in yellow, ascended the duel platform from opposite sides. Brotherly, I would rather not face you in combat, Qiye remarked with a hint of a bitter smile. Quietly expressing his thoughts, he had no desire to engage in a deadly struggle against Litianao and his companions. Younger brother Yi, we share the same sentiment, Litianao replied, revealing a mysterious smile. So what shall we do? Brotherly? Qiye inquired, momentarily at a loss for a suitable solution to the duel. Upon witnessing Litianao's enigmatic smile, he felt certain that a good plan was brewing. Let our two teams settle this in a single match. After all, you and Dongfang have already agreed to compete in the martial arts tournament. So let us see who triumphs between the two of you. The winning team shall be declared the victor and earn the right to enter the finals. What do you say? Litianao proposed, having discussed this arrangement with Dongfang Ying and Su Shi prior to the competition, extending his right hand as he spoke. Excellent idea, brotherly. Let us proceed with this single match. Qiye agreed, extending his hand to meet Litianao's in a firm clap of agreement. After they struck hands, Litianao turned to descend the platform. The battleground was now in Dongfang Ying's hands, and he merely needed to watch as Qiye and Dongfang Ying faced off, awaiting the result. Qiye, this match is mine, Zixue declared, her anxiety palpable upon hearing the terms of the duel agreed upon by Qiye and Litianao. Facing Dongfang Ying directly, she felt uncertain whether she could withstand even 100 exchanges, especially after the gaze he had cast upon her during their last encounter at the Dream restaurant. A moment she still had not deciphered. Now, Qiye was to duel Dongfang Ying, and she had never witnessed Qiye employ any martial skills. While in their usual interactions, Qiye often avoided confrontation, merely evading vital strikes during their sparring sessions. How could she feel at ease? How could she allow Qiye to face the most formidable member of the alliance team? Thus, Zixue yearned to take on this duel herself against Dongfang Ying. If she could execute her technique, it would at least ensure she did not suffer defeat. No, this match is mine. Allow me to take it. As Qiye turned his head, his gaze fell upon Zixue's tense and taut visage, and a cryptic, mischievous smile revealed itself upon his lips. Although his smile was shrouded in mystery, it somehow soothed the anxiety that had gripped Zixue's heart, imparting to her an unexpected sense of tranquility, allowing her emotions to settle in a manner almost imperceptibly. Boss, give it your all. Qiye, having witnessed Qiye's relentless and brutal training, was among the few present who truly understood the depths of Qiye's strength. Aside from Dongfang Ying and his companions, he was the sole individual with unwavering confidence in Qiye, convinced that his leader could not possibly falter. Rest assured, do you think I wouldn't muster my own strength? Qiye replied with a smile directed at Qiye, though his eyes drifted back to Zixue, whose face had now calmed. This day has been agonizingly long, Dongfang Ying remarked as he ascended the duel platform, an eager expression etched across his features. I share your sentiment. It has been unbearably tedious. Qiye laughed heartily in response to Dongfang Ying. In just over a month, you've made such remarkable progress. It's truly commendable. Dongfang Ying, with his piercing gaze, scrutinized Qiye from head to toe, unable to suppress his admiration. You are no less impressive. Your prowess has multiplied several-fold since our last encounter, Qiye noted. Equally assessing Dongfang Ying's capabilities, his keen perception revealed Dongfang Ying as an ancient, frigid block of ice, inscrutable and chilling, rendering the truth of his strength elusive. At this moment, the two stood poised against one another on the duel stage. Reminiscent of their previous confrontation on Lingxi Bridge, one clad in black, the other in white, their contrasting natures starkly defined, the spectators surrounding them were enveloped in an odd, surreal sensation. Dongfang Ying drew forth his 4-foot-long sword. Pointing it menacingly at Qiye, the sword's aura rising like vapor, its murderous intent saturating the duel platform and enveloping Qiye, upon witnessing the chilling aura emanating from Dongfang Ying's drawn blade. Qiye could not help but laugh uproariously, dispelling the coldness that had crept into his heart, and unsheathed his own sword. The long sword Qiye wielded was nearly identical in length to Dongfang Ying's, also around 4 feet, and glimmered with a unique brilliance, far surpassing ordinary craftsmanship. This exquisite weapon was discovered after Qiye had traversed the entirety of the Holy Knight weapon shop, even examining the proprietor's prize collection, before finally unearthing this exceptional sword. Although the shopkeeper initially demanded 40 gold coins, Qiye did not haggle, paying in full on the spot, having recognized the sword's unwavering spirit, perfectly suited to his needs. With a mighty shout, Qiye struck forth, his left hand executing a palm strike, while his right wielded the long sword. The techniques he employed were drawn from his studies at the Holy Knight Academy. Firmly resolved not to resort to the moves taught by Uncle Yin. Yet, with his photographic memory, he had nearly mastered the martial skills from the academy, unleashing the explosive palm and the cross-sword technique. Dongfang Ying, impressed by Qiye's dual approach of palm and sword, called out in approval, "Excellent." However, he did not allow the compliment to hinder his momentum. He deftly deflected Qiye's thrust with his sword, utilizing the rebound from their collision to launch a rapid counterattack aimed at Qiye's left hand, forcing him to retreat defensively. As Qiye regained his footing, Dongfang Ying unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, akin to a tempest, pushing Qiye into a defensive stance, unable to mount a counteroffensive. After successfully parrying Dongfang Ying's next wave of attacks, Qiye swung his sword fiercely toward an empty space beside Dongfang Ying, appearing to strike at nothing, yet precisely intercepting the path of Dongfang Ying's incoming sword, shattering the latter's barrage of sword light. The clash of their energies sent both combatants staggering back a half-step. Now that was a powerful strike. Dongfang Ying's cold smirk reappeared, captivating the onlooking females, who were enchanted by his icy demeanor. Boom. Qiye, unwilling to wait for Dongfang Ying to strike again and leave him vulnerable, seized the opportunity during a moment of dialogue to launch another assault. Clashing swords with Dongfang Ying once more, the force of Dongfang Ying's arm compelled his sword to rebound, leaving him exposed and unable to maintain his previous advantage. Seeing Dongfang Ying's sword thrust aside, Qiye felt a surge of exhilaration that to achieve such formidable strength. He had endured daily training beneath the love waterfall, using a shield to absorb the immense impact of the cascading waters. Now, finally able to contend with Dongfang Ying's might, he felt his efforts had borne fruit. Qiye dashed to Dongfang Ying's left side, and as Dongfang Ying retreated, intent on regaining the upper hand, Qiye's sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward Dongfang Ying's left chest, the wind of the blade preceding its arrival. Dongfang Ying, appearing unfazed, transformed his thrust into a precise jab. The tip of his sword meeting Qiye's incoming blade, momentarily averting disaster. In a sudden reversal, Qiye pressed forward, his sword advancing toward Dongfang Ying's right arm with an intensity surpassing his previous strike. This attack was aimed precisely at Dongfang Ying's vulnerable spot, prompting him to step back and evade Qiye's blade, retaliating with a downward strike that met Qiye's sword at the identical spot where he had been struck moments earlier. With a resounding clang, both warriors recoiled a step. A fine move, Dongfang Ying commended, having feigned a slower response to Qiye's initial strike before pouring forth his full strength with the second. Likewise, Qiye reciprocated the praise for Dongfang Ying's timely counter. With a series of resonating clangs, Qiye's long sword swiftly intercepted Dongfang Ying's, deflecting the imminent threat that had nearly breached his defenses, and flowed backward with the grace of water, creating a web of sword energy that thwarted Dongfang Ying's pursuit. A glimmer ignited in Dongfang Ying's eyes as his sword transformed into a sinuous dragon, poised to pierce through Qiye's protective barrier. Aiming for his heart, Qiye was struck by a profound sense of awe. The ethereal quality of Dongfang Ying's swordplay was both mesmerizing and elusive, a rarity he had never encountered before. Even as Qiye retreated and wove a defensive net, Dongfang Ying remained undeterred, pressing forward with relentless determination, forcing Qiye to retreat further. Cornered, Qiye veered left, knowing that to retreat any further would mean defeat by being forced off the duel platform. Dongfang Ying, finding his initial strike ineffective, transformed his sword into a gentle cascade of water, flowing inexorably toward the center of the platform, fixated on Qiye. This seemingly simple maneuver belied its complexity. Seamlessly transitioning from unyielding to supple, each movement fluid and unbroken, as if it were destined to unfold in this manner. In Qiye's eyes, the long sword appeared as a raging torrent, though it embodied a gentle nature. It carried immense power. Having trained daily beneath the love waterfall, he fully comprehended the overwhelming force of water. Faced with this seemingly gentle assault, Qiye recognized that he could not withstand the might of Dongfang Ying's sword, and thus dared not confront it directly. Exhausted, Qiye executed a backflip as Dongfang Ying's fluid strike approached, using the momentum to propel himself forward once more, leaving Dongfang Ying grasping at shadows. That was a brilliant counter. Dongfang Ying paused his pursuit, acknowledging Qiye's ingenuity. Had it not been for the pressure you applied, I would never have conceived such a clever maneuver, Qiye replied with a wry smile, recognizing that necessity had driven him to such daring actions. Meanwhile, Zishuer, Qiye, and the gathered students and mentors were rendered speechless. When had a swordsman capable of rivaling Dongfang Ying emerged from the Holy Knight Academy, they remained blissfully unaware, particularly the mentors from Class 21, who each lamented their failure to recognize such talent, allowing a master to remain obscured within their ranks. As Qiye and Dongfang Ying paused, the vibrant green sea of onlookers erupted in cheers and exclamations. With the members of the Culinary Arts Society leading the charge, their voices, hoarse yet fervent, echoed in support, recalling their earlier misconceptions of Qiye as merely a member of Class 21, never having witnessed his martial prowess. Now, witnessing his equal footing with one of the Academy's foremost experts, they realized how mistaken they had been in underestimating him. Each one silently prayed for Qiye's forgiveness for their past derision, their cheers growing ever louder, affirming that striving to give one's best was never in vain. Unlike Qiye, Zishuer found it difficult to accept Qiye's newfound strength under her constant observation. Qiye did not exhibit such formidable strength usually. Qiye concealed his abilities exceptionally well, as he typically employed the martial arts taught by Uncle Yin. However, now, having learned the sword techniques and martial skills imparted by the old man Morello, he could execute them without contradicting Uncle Yan's teachings, naturally giving it his all. Furthermore, she had not witnessed Qiye undergoing the same arduous training as herself. Unknown to Secretive, Qiye engaged in morning exercises at dawn and endured the old man's experiments at night. In her eyes, he merely worked in the dream restaurant early each day, either saving someone or teaching them culinary skills, and if he had any spare time, he would retreat to the president's office in the dream restaurant for a nap. Nonetheless, the revelation of such immense power in a seemingly ordinary Qiye left her utterly astonished. Additionally, within the club, Secretive often observed Qiye being bullied like a soft package by the male members. Never treated as the president, sometimes he had to solicit her assistance to issue commands. Yet now, Witnessing the imposing Qiye on stage, Zixure found him to be a stark contrast to the seemingly weak and incapable Qiye she had known in the dream restaurant. Qiye, go for it, don't lose. Although she struggled to accept the transformation of the once meek Qiye into someone extraordinarily powerful, Zixure still fervently cheered him on. In her heart, she felt that even if Qiye lacked martial skills, it mattered not. As long as he remained true to himself, she would unwaveringly support him, standing behind him in solidarity. Upon hearing Zixure's encouraging voice, Qiye felt a surge of warmth within. He twirled his longsword. Crafting a flurry of sword blooms, he resolved to employ the sword heart technique he had learned from the old man Morello. Closing his eyes, when he opened them again, a fierce brilliance emanated from his gaze, rendering it difficult to behold. At that moment, the longsword in his hand began to resonate with a melodic hum, as if it had come to life. Sword heart. Several instructors in the audience gasped in astonishment. The sword heart was a realm attained only after reaching the grand sword master level, and while Qiye appeared quite powerful, he was still far from that pinnacle, merely on the cusp of becoming a sword master. Observing this, Instructor Kent was bombarded with inquiries from fellow instructors about his understanding of Qiye's strength, leaving him blushing and stammering. Although Kent had reached the sword master level, advancing to the grand sword master realm was an arduous task, and the sword heart, typically only possessed by those of that caliber, remained a dream for him. Now, witnessing it manifested in one of his students left him at a loss as to how to respond to the other instructor's queries. Qiye's longsword flowed like a winding stream, glimmering with points of light, captivating all the students present. On the dueling platform, Qiye, holding his longsword, emanated a chilling aura akin to the eastern shadow, contrasting it with a heat that was almost blinding, like the sun in the sky, compelling onlookers to revere him from the periphery of his radiance. The world around him sharpened into clarity as Qiye entered a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. Immersed in an infinite expanse of sensation, with unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze on the eastern shadow before him, tracing a remarkable trajectory with his longsword. Despite having entered the realm of sword heart, Qiye found himself unable to see through the eastern shadow. What had once appeared as a transparent block of ice now mirrored his own essence, reflecting back his aura. That a sense of caution enveloped Qiye. The eastern shadow resembled the old man Morello when he had first grasped the sword heart, confronting an opponent vastly superior in strength. Had the eastern shadow already comprehended the sword heart? Was this why he could maintain his form even as Qiye's sword heart took aim, rendering him inscrutable? Qiye's previously tranquil mindset began to waver. If the eastern shadow had indeed grasped the sword heart long ago, it meant he had held back in their last encounter. Truly, the eastern shadow was a worthy swordsman, engaging in combat with an opponent while exhibiting the same level of strength, a formidable and fearsome combatant. As Qiye unleashed the pressure of his sword heart, the eastern shadow's lips curled into his customary cold smile, one that paradoxically signified his delight. Litao and Su Sure observed from below, their expressions tinged with helplessness, deeply concerned for Qiye. They knew that whenever the eastern shadow reached his peak excitement and readiness to strike with full force, his icy smile would appear. At that moment, neither of them dared to confront him lightly. Ha ha ha. I never expected your progress to be so rapid. It truly delights me. The eastern shadow laughed maniacally at Qiye, his longsword trembling in his grip, effortlessly neutralizing every one of Qiye's attempts to attack. I also didn't anticipate your prowess to be so formidable. Qiye, finding himself thwarted at every turn, could only smile bitterly in response to the eastern shadow. The instructors below were equally astonished. They had not realized that the second-ranked swordsman in the Academy's swordsmanship standings, the eastern shadow, also possessed the sword heart, and his mastery appeared to surpass Qiye's. You are still no match for me, the eastern shadow declared assertively to Qiye. I understand. But even if I am not your opponent, I still wish to give it a try. How else would I know? Qiye was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. This duel was his sole contest of the day. And if he lost, so too would his team. No need to try. Remember, next time, you must reach my level of strength. With that, the eastern shadow descended from the dueling platform amidst his laughter. Confusion enveloped the spectators, save for Qiye, Litao, and Su Sure. Even the instructors present were perplexed. The eastern shadow, clearly possessing a sword heart far superior to Qiye's and exuding an air of dominance during the duel, had chosen to withdraw. In truth, the eastern shadow had restrained his own fighting spirit, recognizing that Qiye would not be as matched. He also understood that in a combat scenario involving the sword heart, he could not guarantee that he would not inadvertently harm Qiye in a moment of overwhelming excitement. Qiye's rapid progress further compelled him to refrain from engaging. Ultimately, the Eastern Shadow decided to wait until Qiye had grown even stronger before facing him in battle, while there was much enjoyment to be had in their duel. The prospect of Qiye's swift improvement made the Eastern Shadow tremble with excitement. Next time, I will definitely not be inferior to you, Qiye declared firmly from the platform, enunciating each word. Advancing to the finals of the martial arts tournament is our Qiye team. Let us extend a warm round of applause for them. Although the Eastern Shadow had retreated from the duel without engaging, his withdrawal signified his concession, leading the host to declare the Union team's defeat and Qiye team's victory. Well done, boss. Qiye could not discern who was stronger between Qiye and the Eastern Shadow. It was beyond his capacity to tell. However, upon hearing the host declare Qiye the victor, he rejoiced as if Qiye had indeed triumphed over the Eastern Shadow. Next time, you must be cautious. Zixure, although puzzled by the Eastern Shadow's decision to withdraw, clearly heard the exchange between Qiye and the Eastern Shadow. The matter of next time can wait. Today, we emerge victorious. Let us return, Qiye stated as he stepped off the platform, placing a hand on Qiye's shoulder and flashing a smile at Zixure. I apologize. Brother Su, for causing you to lose this time. Qiye addressed Li Tianao and Su Shi, who were exiting alongside him. It's nothing. After all, this duel was initiated by the Eastern Shadow that if he chose not to fight, we should be pleased rather than upset. Besides, this way, Su Shi and I have the opportunity to go out and enjoy ourselves instead of being stuck in this exhausting competition, Li Tianao replied, his demeanor devoid of any frustration over the duel, smiling at Qiye and assuring him not to worry. Indeed, see you next time. Qiye waved goodbye to Li Tianao and the others with a smile, leading Zixure and Qiye back to the Dream Restaurant with the Emerald Green Brigade. Following them were Li Tianao and Su Shi, accompanying the Eastern Shadow as they exited the venue, with the semifinals concluded. The upcoming finals would be a source of concern for Qiye and his companions. However, for today, victory was sufficient. Future matters could be pondered later, and for now, they would celebrate joyously. The Blood-Tooth team members, Blood Shadow, a colossal orc with red hair and astounding strength, Tooth Red, an agile elf, third in the swordsmanship rankings, Nightwing, a tall winged man and master marksman. All three were new generation mercenaries trained by the Ironblood Mercenary Corps within the Alliance of Races. Characterized by their ruthlessness and lethality in combat, their combined techniques were particularly formidable, and it was crucial to prevent them from coordinating. Qiye perused the information on the Bloodtooth team that he had gathered over the past few days, contemplating the challenges they would face in the finals of the martial arts tournament, all while hastily consuming his meal. Since the duel with the Eastern Shadow, Qiye's fame had skyrocketed, akin to thunder erupting from clear skies. Now, within the martial arts department of the Holy Knight Academy, nearly everyone was aware of who Qiye was. Yet, shortly after the duel with the Eastern Shadow, upon returning to the Dream Restaurant, Qiye retreated to his president's office, commanding Qiye to guard the door and prevent anyone from disturbing him at any time. If he did not emerge, they were to disregard everything, even if the sky were to fall. And food and drink were not to be a concern. As Qiye entered the president's office, he issued instructions to Shui Bei to gather all the information regarding the opponents that Qiye's team would face in the next round. Specifically during the finals of the martial arts tournament, that Qiye intended to enter the president's office immediately after the duel, as he needed time to absorb and reflect on the experiences from his recent battle against Dong Fangying. However, once inside, Qiye did not emerge, nor did he request anyone to bring him food. This left Qiye, and Shui Bei greatly alarmed, fearing that Qiye might have encountered an incident or sustained internal injuries from his fight with Dong Fangying. Fortunately, Qiye was unwavering in his orders to Qiye and resolutely prohibited anyone from entering the president's office. When Lillian arrived in the evening looking for her brother Qiye but found him absent, she attempted to rush inside multiple times, only to be blocked by Qiye. Frustrated, she unleashed fireballs at him outside the office. Thankfully, half-orcs possess a strong resistance to magic, allowing him to survive without retaliating. Eventually, Lillian was persuaded by Shui to calm down and returned home in tears. 3 days and nights passed before Qiye finally emerged from the president's office. Upon his exit, Qiye noticed a change in Qiye. The once radiant figure now appeared subdued, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Qiye was even more dazzling than before. Upon leaving the office, Qiye calmly patted Qiye and a few members who were guarding the door on the shoulder, offering a smile and expressing gratitude for their hard work. In the past, such a gesture would have brought tears of joy to Qiye alone, but But after witnessing Qiye's remarkable strength during the martial arts tournament, the other members guarding the office were equally moved. In their eyes, Qiye had truly become a worthy president of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society, and his praise filled them with immense joy. After leaving the president's office, Qiye rushed to the dining hall. Indulging in a feast after 3 days of fasting that he realized he was nearly starving, but being in the Culinary Arts Society ensured an abundance of food. While eating, he began to examine the data Shuetei had collected on the Bloodfang team during those 3 days. Meticulously studying it, the brief overview was a summary prepared by Shuetei. The detailed information on the 3 members of the Bloodfang team could fill a book, containing everything from their childhood clothing and favorite foods to their preferred pastimes and types of women. The most peculiar detail was what they had for lunch that day, which was also documented. Could you share the details of the battle against the Bloodfang team during the semifinals? Merely reading the data is insufficient. I must hear your first-hand account, Qiye requested of Shuetei. Of course, boss. Let me recount that thrilling match for you, Shuetei replied. Although he sensed a change in Qiye, he remained loyal to his leader and was eager to share, especially after enjoying the storytelling experience following their previous discussion about the Alliance's duel. This time, I want you to share your perspective. Not just repeat what others have said. I desire your genuine feelings, Qiye insisted, hoping for an authentic recounting rather than a mere echo of others' words. All right then, boss, I shall begin, Shuetei said, finding it a considerable challenge to articulate his personal feelings instead of relaying what he had heard from others. The sun was exceptionally bright that day. Truly, it was blazing, Shuetei slowly recalled, casting aside the information he had gathered to narrate from his own viewpoint. When I saw the 3 members of the Bloodfang team emerge, they appeared as if bathed in blood beneath the sun, their presence radiating a striking crimson. I thought to myself, their name, Bloodfang, is truly fitting. They are as vibrant and captivating as fresh blood. At the start of the match, they boldly declared to their opponents that they would only engage in a free-for-all. If the opponents were unwilling, they suggested a coin toss to determine the outcome. The opposing team, having fought their way up from the lower brackets, naturally did not opt for a coin toss to decide their fate. Thus a chaotic battle ensued. At this point, Shuetei paused, as if the scene of the Bloodfang team clashing with their opponents replayed vividly in his mind. The trio of Bloodfang worked together seamlessly, resembling a miniature mercenary group with precise roles and effortless offense and defense. The palm techniques of Shueying served as their primary offensive weapon, while Yuyi's spear struck with incredible speed. When the opponents managed to defend against Shueying's attacks, Yuyi would swiftly strike from behind, leaving them unable to counterattack. Yuyi's swordplay was cunning, providing cover for Shueying and Yuyi, effectively sealing any gaps in their defense. Through their cooperation, the opposing team quickly sustained injuries, often in vital areas. Each of the Bloodfang members employed the most practical techniques, rendering the opponent's flashy moves ineffective and constrained. Eventually, one by one, the adversaries fell to the might of the Bloodfang team. Despite not being inferior in strength, the synergy exhibited by the Bloodfang was far superior to their makeshift coordination. As Shuetei concluded, beads of sweat formed on his brow, the memory of the ruthless confrontation weighing heavily on him. Especially when the last opponent surrendered by discarding his weapon, Yuyi still stabbed him in both shoulders, ensuring he could no longer retaliate. That moment, Jishue'er was also present, and she was so furious that she nearly charged onto the stage. Thankfully, Inayashi and the other female members restrained her. Otherwise, Qiye's team might have been disqualified for disrupting the tournament. Alas, Jishue'er is too soft-hearted. She cannot bear to witness such cruelty. One must understand that participating in a martial arts tournament entails the possibility of injury. This is no game where one can simply opt out, Qiye remarked, shaking his head at Jishue'er's compassionate nature. One cannot blame Jishue'er. The Bloodfang team was indeed merciless, unwilling to relent until they had defeated their opponents. Many girls present were too frightened to watch. Shuetei defended Jishue'er while expressing his dissatisfaction with the Bloodfang team's brutality. They acted correctly. As opponents, they must ensure their adversaries have no chance to retaliate. One must remember that the strength of a dying counterattack can be far more formidable than in normal circumstances. It seems you are unaware of this, Qiye countered, his smile fading slightly. He had experienced firsthand the ferocity of beasts when cornered, as their final attacks often surpassed their usual strength, driven by the knowledge of their impending demise, leaving no room for hesitation or mercy. Boss. Regardless, enough. What is done. Come, let us take a walk. Qiye interrupted Shuetei's attempt to continue, wiping the remnants of food from his mouth with a napkin before standing up. Boss. Where to? Shuetebe inquired, puzzled by Qiye's sudden departure. Of course, I'm going to see Lillian. She must have been worried these past few days, and I owe her a few stories that I must share today, Qiye said, stretching as he gazed out at the lake beyond the dining hall. Oh, then, boss, you should also check on Ji. She has been quite concerned for you, but is determined to make the Bloodfang team look good in the finals. She is currently training hard, Shuetebe reminded him. Yes, I'm aware. I will visit her later. You must be tired as well. Go rest early, Qiye replied, turning back to smile at Shuetebe as he reached the dining hall entrance. Understood. Boss, Shuetebe felt a warm swell within him, touched that Qiye acknowledged his tireless efforts over the past few days. By the way, wake up early tomorrow morning and help me with something, Qiye called back as he walked further away. Seemingly recalling something, Shuetebe nearly fainted upon hearing this, realizing that Qiye's earlier suggestion to rest was merely a prelude to asking him for assistance the following morning. Lillian. Qiye beamed as he spotted Lillian playing with a rabbit at her doorstep. Brother Qiye, Lillian exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him upon noticing his presence. Brother Qiye, Qiye wouldn't let me come find you. He is so mean. You should teach him a lesson. Lillian pouted in Qiye's embrace, recalling how Qiye had blocked her from entering. Qiye was only guarding the door for me. He was concerned that you might distract me, so please don't hold it against him, Qiye pleaded on Qiye's behalf. Since you say so. Brother Qiye, I shall spare Qiye this time. However, if he dares to stop me again, I will not let him off so easily, Lillian declared after pondering for a moment, finally deciding to forgive Qiye. Qiye couldn't help but chuckle at Lillian's innocent demeanor, which brought him genuine joy. Qiye, Qiye called softly after finishing the story with Lillian, making his way to the dormitory beneath Qiye's room. Have you come out? Upon hearing the voice of Qiye, Secretive, dressed in her pajamas, opened the window and leaned out, her heart leaping with joy upon spotting Qiye standing below the dormitory. Come down. Qiye beckoned, eager to converse with her. All right, just a moment, Secretive replied, retreating inside to change into an elegant white gown before jumping down from the window. Just as Qiye looked up, he caught an unintended glimpse that made his nose bleed profusely. What happened? Are you bleeding? Secretive exclaimed, alarmed, as she landed and noticed the blood. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief to tend to his wound. It's nothing. I haven't eaten well these past few days. And I overindulged tonight, so. Qiye scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, knowing that revealing the true reason would spell trouble. Then don't eat so much. Remember to take your time next time. Secretive gently wiped away the blood. Yes. Understood. By the way, I heard you've been practicing swordsmanship lately. How is it going? Qiye inquired, genuinely concerned about her progress. Why would you care about my meager sword skills, oh great swordsman? Secretive retorted playfully, recalling how Qiye had always concealed his own prowess. You never asked. How could I say? I can't just approach someone and boast. Beware of my sword skills, for if you provoke me, you may not see the light of another day. Qiye feigned arrogance, glaring into the air. Secretive couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his antics. Come on, it's a fine day. Let's go for a stroll together. Qiye returned to a serious demeanor, extending his hand to her. Where shall we go then? Secretive pondered, placing a finger to her lips. Anywhere is fine. Why overthink it? Qiye grasped her delicate hand and began to run, his spirits soaring. Slow down. My dress is getting caught. The two figures vanished from beneath the girls' dormitory, racing toward their shared world under the moonlight. Good morning, President. Morning. As Qiye walked through the Dream CAF that morning, he was greeted respectfully by the club members, a situation he found somewhat disconcerting. He preferred the camaraderie they once shared, speaking to him as friends. Boss, good morning. Daggett, having finally emerged from his slump, found himself at the center of attention due to topics surrounding Qiye, while his past blunders had long been forgotten. Good morning. Daggett, do you have time today? Qiye called out to Daggett, who was holding food. What is up, boss? Daggett placed the food into the hands of a fellow member and dusted off his clothes before addressing Qiye. Do you want to take a walk outside? Qiye asked. Sure. Boss, whatever you need, just say the word, and I'll make it happen, Daggett replied eagerly, having witnessed Qiye's sword skills and thus becoming more inclined to follow his orders. I can't see Lillian today, and I prefer she doesn't come over either. Can you help me with that? Qiye issued the request, noting Daggett's firm response. Consider it done, boss. I'll handle it flawlessly, Daggett replied enthusiastically before rushing off. his mind consumed with how to please Qiye and learn some sword techniques to boast about later. Watching Daggett leave with such excitement, Qiye sighed. He had a busy day ahead. This morning, he had received a message from Qiye regarding Old Man Morello, instructing him to visit the Holy Spirit Pavilion later, and tonight was also the date for his meeting with Miss Tiz, which was proving to be quite a headache. Old man, why did you call me? When the moon reappeared, Qiye found himself at the Holy Spirit Pavilion, where he discovered Morello was rather bored, having summoned him without uttering a word. If you're asleep, I'll just take my leave, Qiye said, waving his hand in front of Morello's face. But the elder remained unresponsive, prompting Qiye to lose interest and prepare to leave. You have reached the sword heart. From now on, it depends on your comprehension. If your understanding is profound, the ultimate sword path will reveal itself. If not, you may never attain the other extremes of the ultimate sword path in your lifetime. Morello spoke cryptically just as Qiye was about to step out. What do you mean by that? Could you please clarify? Qiye was perplexed by Morello's vague words. What does comprehension mean? How does one achieve it? Morello offered no further explanation. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. That's all for today. After the martial arts tournament, return for further experiments. Morello reverted to his silent state, ignoring Qiye's frustrated protests. Qiye dared not retaliate against Morello. Having been struck by him before, he knew the pain was unbearable, even if it left no marks. Reluctantly, he departed, reasoning that no issues were preferable to dealing with Morello's cryptic remarks. Miss Tiz, you really don't need to see me off. I'm fine. I can walk back slowly, Qiye insisted in the basement, where Tiz was overly concerned for him, insisting on using magic to escort him out. Utilizing spatial magic to return to his room was appealing, but once inside, the disorienting chaos of space made Qiye reluctant to attempt it again. Especially since entering or exiting often felt like being unceremoniously thrown out. I'm thinking of your well-being. Isn't it better to return and rest? In a few days, you'll be competing in the finals of the martial arts tournament. So you need to recuperate, Tiz said, worry etched on her face as she fretted over Qiye walking alone. Really, it's just a short distance. Think of it as exercise. I assure you. I am fine, Qiye said, feeling overwhelmed by her concern. No, I must accompany you. Remember, next time, come alone. I'll be waiting. Don't forget, Tiz declared, immediately casting spatial magic and thrusting Qiye into it before he could protest. Once again, Qiye found himself unceremoniously thrown into his room, landing awkwardly. Lacking the freedom to move within the space and uncertain of when he would emerge, Qiye was cautious about using magic, fearing a mishap that could trap him indefinitely. Chapter 48, Part 1. As dawn broke, the sun peeked over the horizon, dew still clinging to the branches, reflecting light as birds chirped incessantly. Qiye was fully prepared, standing beneath a banyan tree, clad in lightweight green warrior armor. With an ancient-style black scabbard housing a 4-foot-long sword, and his raven-black hair tied back casually, he chewed on a blade of grass, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he gazed into the distance. What a chilly winter! Qiye shivered. Pulling up his collar and rubbing his hands together, his feet shifting restlessly on the ground, while he tossed his sword onto a branch for safekeeping, uttering a somewhat familiar phrase. The weather had changed rapidly. What had been crisp autumn days had swiftly transformed into the grip of winter. With no trace of autumn's warmth left in the biting winds, for so long, Qiye had been constantly on the move, overwhelmed with tasks, hardly taking a moment to rest, so he had not noticed the seasonal shift. Today was no different. He wore only a thin undershirt beneath his armor. Standing in the frigid wind, Qiye felt as if he might turn to ice, his hands and feet numb. However, he couldn't retreat to his room for warmer clothing, as he had arranged to meet Secure here that morning. If he ran off and Secure arrived, it would create a dilemma. Thus, he stood in the cold, waiting for her, enduring the stinging chill. The once gentle morning breeze seemed to sense its impending disappearance and intensified, causing Qiye's teeth to chatter and his face to turn a shade of frost. Suddenly, as he paced and rubbed his hands together, Qiye halted, his previously hunched back now straightened, and the black sword returned to his grasp as his eyes glimmered with resolve. Shwe! It was Secure appearing in the distance. Qiye joyfully waved with his free hand. Qiye, huh? Why are you dressed so lightly today? Aren't you cold? Secure, clad in a purple fur coat resembling a snow-dwelling marten, looked at him quizzically. Would I say little cold? As martial artists, we should train in all seasons. Winter is no exception. We must practice even more, Qiye declared, gritting his teeth and striving to appear unfazed. Indeed, you are far more formidable than I imagined. I noticed that the windows were frosted today. and upon stepping outside, I felt an icy chill that compelled me to retreat indoors to don a coat, only to realize you remained as composed as ever. Zishuer expressed her admiration for Qiye. Her gaze filled with reverence. No wonder it is so cold. It turns out the frost formed last night. Had I known, I would have dressed more warmly. Qiye gazed at the icicles hanging from the branches. Lost in contemplative thought, however, he did not voice his sentiments aloud. Of course, girls generally possess a slightly weaker constitution than boys. If you practice diligently from now on, you too will become unafraid of the cold. Just like me. Come, Haheo should be waiting for us outside the arena for the martial arts competition. Qiye stood tall and resolute like a solitary peak, though his legs betrayed him, trembling ever so slightly. Without waiting for Zishuer to respond, he extended his hand, still warm from the friction, and pulled her along. If they lingered any longer, Qiye could not guarantee that his teeth wouldn't chatter, especially with his nose nearly dripping from the frigid air. Today marks the 18th martial arts competition hosted by our department, and we are about to witness the most thrilling and pivotal battle of all. The instructor at the podium announced, welcoming the audience with fervent applause for the department head and all the mentors present. Yet, many students found themselves reminiscing about the captivating female host from earlier, as the current instructor was rather unappealing and male. Thank you for your enthusiastic applause. Now, let us welcome our competing teams, Team Qiye and Team Bloodfang. Upon hearing the amplified call from the host, Qiye and Haheo pushed open the doors leading to the duel arena. Stepping out from the martial arts hall, they were momentarily awestruck by the immense arena, which could accommodate 10 of their previous competition venues. Before witnessing it firsthand, Qiye could not have fathomed such a vast arena. Now, its grandeur left him in awe of the financial prowess of the Holy Knight Academy, surrounding the competition venue. At least tens of thousands of students roared in excitement. The verdant sea of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society was merely a small embellishment amidst the throngs, a testament to their overwhelming numbers. Boss, there are so many people. Haheo had never seen such a crowd gathered for a single match, and he felt a surge of nerves. Come on, they are here to cheer for us. Qiye was jolted from his reverie by Haheo's words. Realizing they could not simply stand idly at the entrance, he glanced back at Zishuer, who maintained her usual calm demeanor, then patted Haheo on the shoulder, and together they ascended the dueling stage. First to take the stage is Team Qiye. Comprised entirely of members from the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society, this is the first time in the history of our martial arts competitions that a non-martial arts team has reached the finals. Should they claim victory today, they will set a precedent for non-martial arts societies winning the championship. And now, entering the stage is Team Bloodfang, who have triumphed through numerous challenges. Will they once again defeat their opponents to claim this tournament's glory? We shall see a spectacular clash between the two teams. As the host excitedly elaborated, Team Bloodfang also made their entrance from the opposite passageway. Leading the way was Bloodshadow, closely followed by Nightwing and Yak. The trio moved as a cohesive unit, each step synchronized with the others. Qiye could not help but admire their coordination. Maintaining vigilance and synchronizing their movements is no simple feat, and this level of harmony only served to enhance their teamwork. Free-for-all, or flip a coin, your choice. Qiye declared the duel format before Bloodshadow could speak. Free-for-all. A flicker of amusement crossed Bloodshadow's otherwise stoic face. He did not anticipate that his own frequent words would be echoed back to him by his opponent. This newfound appreciation for Qiye stirred a subtle fondness within him. Upon hearing Bloodshadow's choice, Qiye waved to summon Zishuer and Haheo, who stood below the stage as Zishuer shed her thick fur coat. Her delicate figure was revealed, eliciting a chorus of gasps and excited shouts from the audience, many of whom leapt to their feet, calling her name. The more fervent fans discarded their outer garments, waving them above their heads in a frenzy as they cheered for Zishuer. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society, under the guidance of their captains and vice president, Secretive, rallied to chant their slogans. Team Qiye will prevail. The Dream Restaurant has just launched. Team Qiye will prevail. Introducing the tender fresh fish. Team Qiye is unbeatable. Come to Dream Restaurant after the match. Team Qiye is the best. Today, Lillian had also accompanied Daggett, perched atop his shoulders, vociferously cheering for her elder brother Qiye. However, she was not entirely satisfied with Daggett's height, persistently demanding he climb higher. Daggett complied, eventually standing on a chair to lift Lillian above his head. Much to her delight. Do you all remember your objectives? Qiye inquired of Zishuer and Haheo. Of course, Zishuer and Haheo replied. casting a glance toward Team Bloodfang. Very well, Shuer, you must neutralize Nightwing's longsword, preventing him from unleashing its potential. Haheo, the sword of Yak depends on you. Qiye reiterated his instructions. No problem, boss. Upon hearing their affirmations, with a resounding clang, Qiye unsheathed his longsword. Simultaneously, Zishuer drew her sword, while Haheo brandished the large shield previously wielded by Zishuer. Raising his black iron wolf Fang Club.as, Qiye and his companions prepared for their offensive. Blood Shadow and his team remained still, ever ready for combat. Observing Blood Shadow's trio, a weighty expression settled on Qiye's face. Their formation exuded a seamless balance of offense and defense, leaving him uncertain of how to initiate. Qiye's sword moved slowly at first, then surged forward in a swift strike aimed at Blood Shadow's face. The sword sliced through the air like a brilliant comet, trailing radiant light. Blood Shadow, expressionless, only reached out with both hands at the last moment, catching the sword mere inches from his face. In that instant, Nightwing struck, his spear appearing beneath Blood Shadow's left arm, thrusting toward Qiye, whose blade was momentarily immobilized. Nightwing's spear advanced like a venomous serpent, swift and unrelenting. Just as Nightwing seemed poised for success, Zishuer intervened, parrying the spear with her sword and forcing Nightwing to retreat. Meanwhile, Qiye seized the opportunity to withdraw his sword, his left hand forming a palm strike aimed at Blood Shadow's right hand. The sound of his energy slicing through the air echoed as he unleashed his power. Blood Shadow, realizing he could not withstand Qiye's strike with his palm, relinquished his grip on the longsword. Haheo, stationed nearby, used his shield to deflect a barrage of attacks from Yak. The shield was sizable enough for Haheo to shield himself entirely behind it. While his raised wolf Fang Club deterred Yak from attempting to overpower him, regaining control of his longsword, Qiye unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, a mesmerizing display of feints and strikes aimed at both Blood Shadow and Nightwing. Unable to discern the authenticity of Qiye's swordplay, Nightwing retaliated with a flurry of spear strikes to counter the onslaught. Blood Shadow, however, began to move deliberately, summoning white energy from his palms to create pressure. Attempting to neutralize Qiye's sword shadows, under the weight of Blood Shadow's energy, Qiye's swordplay lost its fluidity, and the shadows dissipated into nothingness. With no other option, Qiye was forced to retreat swiftly, though he lost his sword shadows. Nightwing's spear strikes remained relentless, unaffected by Blood Shadow's pressure. As they pursued Qiye relentlessly, Zishuer stepped in, taking Qiye's place and dancing a flurry of sword blossoms to block Nightwing's spear, compelling him to retreat once more to evade her edge. In this moment of distraction, Blood Shadow had already compressed the energy he released earlier into a white sphere. With a thunderous shout, he lifted the energy sphere with his left hand and thrust it forward towards Zishuer. Unaware of the danger, Zishuer, after pushing back Nightwing, launched her sword toward Blood Shadow's energy sphere, which was a manifestation of his concentrated power. It would not be so easily shattered, and upon contact, Zishuer's sword fragmented into shards that hurtled back toward her at an alarming speed. Startled, she instinctively raised her arms to shield her face as the shards flew toward her. Clang, clang, clang. Qiye leapt in from Zishuer's right side, using his sword to deflect the returning shards. Just then, he noticed Blood Shadow's energy sphere was on the verge of striking Zishuer. Desperation surged within him, and he concentrated his energy into his left hand, striking at the energy sphere created by Blood Shadow. In his haste, Qiye's strike lacked the force to disperse the sphere entirely, merely creating a small breach. Yet that breach allowed all the energy within to escape, surging toward Qiye and sending him airborne. While Zishuer found herself momentarily safe, Nightwing, seizing the opportunity, advanced from behind, his spear transforming into a celestial dragon as it lunged toward the airborne Qiye, who had nowhere to anchor himself. In the midst of the aerial confrontation, Qiye found himself unable to leverage his surroundings, resorting instead to a fierce clash of his long sword against Yi's lance. Though he managed to deflect this strike, the true intent of Yi's thrust had already been fulfilled, propelling Qiye further into the air with the force contained within the lance. Qiye was ensnared by Yi, rendering him incapable of aiding Qiye, while Zishuer, still shaken from the earlier encounter with the shattered sword, covered her eyes by the time she heard the sound of Qiye's clash with Yi. It was already too late. Qiye could only force a bitter smile, while suspended in mid-air. As the martial arts tournament prohibited the use of magic, he could only watch helplessly as he descended towards the ground outside the dueling platform. Upon receiving the true Chi ball of Blood Shadow, Qiye realized that either he or Zixue was destined to be knocked out of the arena, while the destructive power of the Blood Shadow True Qi Ball was not overwhelming. The shockwave it emitted was tremendously potent. When Yi's lance lunged forward, Qiye understood that he had no means of escape. Suspended in the air, he was incapable of leveraging his strength. And the spiraling force of Yi's strike left him with no choice but to endure. Zixue wished to reach out and pull Qiye back, but Yi's lance was upon her once more, leaving her no room to assist him. Meanwhile, Qiye, battered by Yiqi, could only huddle behind his large shield, unable to move an inch. After all, Yiqi was ranked third on the swordsmanship leaderboard, even surpassing Zixue. That it was no small feat for Qiye to block him, and any thought of retaliation was a formidable challenge. As Qiye sheathed his long sword, he wore a wry smile as he fell, regardless of the outcome. He wished to maintain his dignity in defeat. Even as he descended, he took a moment to smooth his disheveled hair before landing, and upon touching the ground, he adjusted his clothing and offered a gracious smile to the audience surrounding him. Having witnessed the earlier synergy between Qiye and Zixue, those who had been fervently cheering for their offense now grew anxious upon seeing Qiye unceremoniously ousted from the arena. For now, Zixue would face Blood Shadow and Yi alone. After Qiye's exit, he watched Zixue with concern, poised to intervene should a crisis arise, for losing the match was of little consequence compared to her safety. Qiye regretted not using his sword Heart from the outset. Had he done so, even if victory was elusive, he would not have been forced out at this juncture, amidst the onslaught from Blood Shadow and Yui. Zixue was left with no choice but to evade using her elusive movements, having no opportunity to draw the Shui-face sword. Initially, she faced numerous perilous moments, yet as the battle progressed, she gradually adapted to the attacks of Blood Shadow and Yui, occasionally managing to buy herself a sliver of time, though it remained insufficient to draw out the Shui-face sword. Nearby, Qiye, while being besieged, found himself under relentless assault from Yiqi. Yiqi's swordsmanship favored unconventional angles, forcing Qiye to cower behind his shield, desperately preventing Yiqi from advancing on Zixue. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate for quite some time. Frustrated by the relentless strikes from Yiqi, Qiye, in a fit of anger, resorted to the brutal charge that Qiye had previously taught him. Managing to push Yiqi back several steps, seeing the effectiveness of this maneuver, he employed it once more. However, having discerned the tactic, Yiqi deftly evaded, realizing that the brutal charge could only move in a straight line. All he needed to do was sidestep, and he would be unharmed. After another attempt at the brutal charge, Qiye noticed that Yiqi had once again evaded him. Meanwhile, Zixue, surrounded by Blood Shadow and Yi, observed as the two suddenly withdrew. Confused by this unexpected shift, she was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Qiye was barreling towards her. This was a trap orchestrated by the seamless cooperation of Blood Shadow, Yi, and Yiqi. Yiqi had skillfully exploited Qiye's indomitable spirit, inciting him to repeatedly use the brutal charge, while Blood Shadow and Yui kept Zixue too occupied to notice the unfolding conflict on the platform. In his blinded rage, Qiye failed to see the figure of Zixue standing directly in his path, crashing into her without a moment's hesitation from his position on the sidelines. Qiye was astounded by the unspoken synchronization between Blood Shadow and his allies, which had led to this precarious situation. Upon realizing that Yiqi had sidestepped just as Qiye noticed Zixue, it was already too late for him to halt his momentum. Yiqi had calculated that Qiye would be unable to stop, having discerned the distance from which Qiye would initiate his charge. Faced with the rapidly approaching Qiye, Zixue swiftly made a decision. Rather than allow Qiye to knock her off the platform, she resolved to strike him down instead. If he remained, they would surely face defeat. Yet if she were to stay, there lingered a glimmer of hope for victory, as she still had an unutilized technique at her disposal. Get down, lower your shield. Qiye, aware of the odds favoring either Zixue or Qiye on the platform, called out instructions to Qiye from the sidelines. Responding instinctively to Qiye's command, something he had always adhered to, Qiye promptly crouched behind his shield, sliding out of the dueling arena. As he did so, Zixue leaped gracefully, the Shui-face sword materializing in her grasp. Had Qiye not heeded Qiye's advice, she would have been forced to strike him down herself. Now, with Qiye down behind his shield, Zixue was spared the effort, and she would not risk giving Blood Shadow's team the opportunity to launch an assault while she dealt with Qiye. Blood Shadow and his comrades had not anticipated Qiye's ability to direct Qiye from the sidelines, effectively stifling their plans to attack. Nevertheless, they remained unconcerned. After all, They were 3 against 1 and felt no fear of Zishuej alone. However, upon witnessing Zishuej unleash the snowfall sword technique, regret washed over them. The combined might of the 4 forms of her snowfall sword technique was indeed formidable, yet against a skilled opponent, there remained a chance to evade. The swordsmanship techniques Qiye had acquired from the elder Morello perfectly complemented the gaps in Zishuej's technique, in the days leading up to the final match of the martial arts tournament. Both Qiye and Qiye had made strides in their training, and so too had Zishuej. At long last, as the tournament finale approached, she unveiled her new sword technique, the 5th form of the snowfall sword technique. While the first 4 forms were powerful offensive moves, this newly conceived 5th form bore no offensive strength. It was purely a defensive technique. The 5th form, ice crystal sword, manifested in the already frigid air, causing snow to begin falling. Blood Shadow and his 2 companions felt a chill creep into their hearts as they stood on the snow-laden dueling platform. Exchanging glances before launching their assault, intent on defeating Zishuej before she could complete her technique. Yet, it was too late. She remained steadfast, facing their oncoming strikes without flinching, a serene smile gracing her lips. Blood Shadow, Yue, and Yuqi halted just before reaching her, now in a state of disarray, their bodies bearing numerous injuries. The ice crystal sword, formed from the descending snowflakes, swirled around the trio, poised to strike should they attempt to move. The ice crystal sword reacted to their actions. So any attempt by Yi to disperse them with his quick strikes resulted in him nearly losing his weapon to their icy assault. Yield, for I have no desire to force you into an action to secure my victory, Zishuej declared, her tone reflecting an unyielding stance against the previous tactics employed by the Blood Shadow team against others. We concede, Blood Shadow replied with a resigned smile. He had tested the waters, while his hand could withstand the ice crystal sword. His body was vulnerable. Should Zishuej conjure more ice crystal swords, their very lives would be at stake. Following Blood Shadow's surrender, Yuqi and Yi followed suit. Defeat was inevitable, and while they regretted allowing Zishuej the chance to wield the Shui sword and complete the 5th form of her snowfall sword technique, they recognized that had they maintained their relentless assault, she would have succumbed to exhaustion. From the sidelines, Qiye was overjoyed to witness Zishuej's remarkable technique transform what was to be a loss into a victory, erupting into jubilant cheers. Qiye, standing behind Qiye, could not help but raise his hands in celebration. The audience erupted into deafening applause as Blood Shadow and his team conceded, for the champion of the 18th martial arts tournament had emerged, the team of Qiye. Fans of Zishuej went into a frenzy at her triumphant display, some even performing celebratory dances upon the platform. The Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society, Invincible, the members of the Saint Knight Culinary Society exclaimed in unison. Led by Shuetebe, their voices ringing out as they pointed their right index fingers towards the sky, calling out in triumphant unison, Yi. Their expressions were filled with uncontainable pride. Did you see that? They are my students, from my class. Kent, the mentor of Qiye and Qiye, exclaimed excitedly, embracing his fellow instructor without a care for whether he had actually taught them. Our defeat was not unfounded, Karachit Punk remarked to his brother. Karachit Jeff, acknowledging that Zishuej had indeed surpassed him in skill. In that moment, the entire martial arts tournament erupted into chaos, culminating in 2 months of fervent competition, all concluded by Zishuej's extraordinary swordplay. Today, the champions of the 18th martial arts tournament are none other than the team of Qiye, comprised of the members of the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society. This is a precedent. An unprecedented event. Let us all celebrate. As the host of the martial arts tournament, he felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Zishuej's mesmerizing technique, which captivated his attention entirely. Though the Bloodfang team faced defeat, Shueying and his companions did not display any signs of disappointment. To be bested by Zishuej's exquisite move could indeed be regarded as an accomplishment in itself. Moreover, their objective in participating as a team was to showcase their prowess to the envoys from various nations in the audience, with the hope of becoming the preferred mercenary group upon graduation. Shueying approached Qiye, a smile reappearing on his otherwise expressionless face. This battle may have ended in defeat, but if given another chance, we will not falter again. Indeed, we too shall grow stronger for the next encounter, Qiye replied with a smile of his own. Let us depart. Upon uttering the word depart, Shueying stepped out of the arena, while Yai and Yachi seamlessly aligned with him, forming a cohesive unit as they exited the venue. They shall be the mightiest mercenary group, Qiye mused as he observed the undaunted trio of Shueying. Realizing his thoughts were indeed prescient, When he eventually became a mercenary, Shuiying's group would become the most renowned and formidable in the entirety of the Fantian continent. Now, I invite the esteemed Minister of the Martial Arts Department, Mandala, to present the prizes to the victorious team. The moment everyone had eagerly awaited had finally arrived, as the prizes for the tournament were traditionally kept under wraps until the conclusion of the event, leaving many curious about what rewards awaited the champions. Chapter 49, Part 1. A particularly robust orc appeared beside the duel's host, accepting the microphone amplified by sound magic. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate Team Qiye for overcoming numerous challenges and hardships to secure victory in this martial arts tournament. Secondly, I must extend my gratitude to both Team Qiye and Team Bloodfawn. It was their performance that allowed us to witness such a thrilling spectacle. Lastly, I would like to thank all the students in attendance. It is your enthusiastic support that has made this tournament so extraordinary. Minister Mandala of the Martial Arts Department spoke loudly, delivering words that delighted the assembled students. A true master of manipulation, adept at winning hearts. Qiye reflected on Mandala's opening remarks. Simultaneously, he noticed that the minister's manner of speaking resembled that of Vice Dean Bristede. Evidently, the high-ranking officials at St. Knight Academy shared a common approach to oratory. However, there are some among us who have questioned the sword technique employed by Secretive. Many believe she conjured the snowflakes through magic. Allow me to clarify that this was not the case. Under the scrutiny of myself and the attending instructors, it was observed that Secretive harnessed her own true energy to transform the moisture in the air into ice and snow, rather than relying on the enchanted weapon, Zhuofijian, to create it. Thus, there can be no dispute regarding Team Qiye's victory. The champions of this martial arts tournament are indeed Team Qiye. As Minister Mandala spoke of Secretive's technique, a wave of tension rippled through Qiye and the supporters of their team, fearful that their hard-won victory might vanish. However, upon hearing that it was not magic but true energy at work, they collectively exhaled in relief, erupting into cheers once more. Next, I shall announce. As the crowd continued to cheer and revel, their enthusiasm interrupted Mandala's speech, prompting a flicker of irritation to cross his features. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of blazing sunlight pervaded the venue, silencing the spectators, as each individual felt a profound sense of trepidation. No one dared to move or make a sound. Terrifying. Truly the presence of a superlative master. Qiye discerned that this formidable pressure emanated from Minister Mandala himself. It was noteworthy that the expanse of the arena was vast, and even with Qiye's utmost effort, he could only project a fraction of that presence. Yet it contained an immense weight that instilled fear, a hallmark of a superlative expert. I hereby declare that the prize for this martial arts tournament consists of 3 wishes, each confined to what is within the capabilities of our martial arts department. Upon witnessing the quietude that enveloped the attendees, Mandala retracted the oppressive aura, allowing a smile to grace his features as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The previously agitated students, now composed, erupted into excitement upon hearing Mandala's pronouncement. The 3 wishes offered by the martial arts department represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, these were not mere wishes from an ordinary individual, but those bestowed by the esteemed martial arts department of St. Knight Academy, a significant power within the Moonlit Kingdom. The academy's location in the capital, Night City, ensured its status as anything but ordinary. Additionally, the instructors at St. Knight Academy were renowned figures, often possessing more influence than many high-ranking officials. Furthermore, the majority of students enrolled were members of the upper echelons of society from various nations, their backing bolstering their formidable influence, much like the former aristocratic society of St. Knight. If one were to assert that the martial arts department's power rivaled that of a small principality, it would not be an exaggeration, as some lesser principalities within Fantian lacked the clout of St. Knight Academy. Given this context, Minister Mandala's offer of 3 wishes to Team Qiye was indeed a generous reward. Speak your wishes. As long as they fall within our department's capacity, we shall fulfill them. Minister Mandala addressed Qiye and his companions once more. Are we truly granted 3 wishes? Acker shouted, his voice echoing as he directed his query towards Minister Mandala at the podium. Indeed. Each of you will receive 1, Mandala confirmed with a nod. Boss, what should we wish for? Acker pondered aloud, feeling somewhat perplexed by the prospect. I wish to gain access to the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, Secretive declared without hesitation. Having grown up in the influential Solemn High Priest family, she had witnessed grand affairs, and thus, she was the quickest to articulate her desire. The Sacred Spirit Pavilion was a hallowed place coveted by all students of St. Knight Academy. However, It was not open to the public and only accessible under special circumstances. Even the once powerful aristocratic society found itself unable to gain entry. Secretive's request, therefore, was entirely unsurprising. Very well, that wish lies within our capabilities. Starting tomorrow, you shall have free entry to the Sacred Spirit Pavilion, but I trust you will adhere to its regulations, Mandala promised her. And what of the two of you? Mandala inquired, turning his attention to Qiye and Acker. Minister, could we perhaps have more patrons at the Dream Restaurant? Acker scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face as he posed the question. He had developed a fondness for the Dream Restaurant. But due to a recent decline in visitors, he noticed the members of his club were rather discontented. After all, fewer diners meant reduced earnings. That is certainly feasible. Henceforth, I declare that all banquets hosted by the Martial Arts Department shall take place at the Dream Restaurant. With our instructors permitted to dine there 6 times a month, the costs covered by the department, Mandala responded, somewhat taken aback by the simplicity of Acker's wish. And what wish do you hold? Qiye, our department possesses significant capabilities. If you desire a phantom beast, we could certainly arrange for one, Mandala remarked, slightly dissatisfied with the modest aspirations of Secretive and Acker. The assembled students gasped at the mention of a phantom beast. A rare and coveted entity. Hearing Mandala suggest that providing one to Qiye was entirely plausible was indeed monumental news. Could I possibly request a sum of 100,000 gold coins? Qiye, initially hesitant, felt compelled to voice his desire, remembering the promise made by Zidaba regarding the gold. 100,000 gold coins. Do you truly believe that a single wish from our department holds such a trivial value? Mandala replied with a mixture of disbelief and reproach. I knew it would be rejected. He is indeed stingy, unwilling to part with funds. Qiye thought to himself, concealing his disappointment. Then perhaps an item worth 100,000 gold coins would suffice. Qiye persisted. That is unacceptable. You must propose something of greater difficulty, Mandala retorted. His frustration evident as he found Qiye's wish disappointingly simplistic. Let me think it over, Qiye replied, recognizing the futility of seeking monetary rewards and requesting a moment to ponder. Very well, take your time to consider your wish. The Minister of the Martial Arts Department, Mandala, stood at the podium, striving to maintain a serene facade, while internally he was seething with rage. He had never encountered such a selfless individual. The past few days of managing the website had left him utterly exhausted. Sighing, he wondered if anyone knew how to remove that incessantly annoying advertisement from the personal space provided by NetEase. He had seen some people manage to do it, but he was at a loss on how to proceed. It was truly a hassle. Chapter 49, Part 2. What kind of wish should one have? Qiye found himself in a state of confusion. Should he go to the Holy Spirit Pavilion like Zishwer? That seemed unnecessary. The Holy Spirit Pavilion was now accessible at will. Especially with the old man Morello around. What was there to fear about entry? Even if the personnel changed, as long as he utilized the earth circulation technique to slip inside. He was intimately familiar with the interior and would surely not be discovered. Should he wish for a busier dream restaurant? That seemed redundant. Qiye had just mentioned that business would undoubtedly flourish in the future. What about asking Zishwer to be his girlfriend? That was out of the question. It would be too embarrassing to seek assistance from the martial arts department for such a personal matter, and surely the department would not consent to such frivolities. Should he request the martial arts department to help lift the curse placed on Miss Tiz? It was true that the instructors within the department possessed that capability, but their knowledge of Miss Tiz's situation would be inevitable. If they approached her and provoked her ire, it could lead to dire consequences for the Holy Knight Academy. Thus, that was not an option either. What then could he possibly wish for? Qiye truly found himself at a loss. Having always been someone who adapted to his circumstances, from a young age, he had diligently practiced under Uncle Yan's guidance, acquiring various knowledge, honing martial skills, and studying magic. His presence at the Holy Knight Academy was a result of being nominated by others, and his duel with Zishwer had arisen from an impulsive act spurred by the provocations of Beduo's group. He had never intended to engage in combat with her. The establishment of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts was also born out of necessity due to financial constraints, leading him to heed Schwetteber's advice to create it. What did he truly desire? Qiye's mind was in turmoil. He questioned himself, but found no answers. At this moment, he was merely going with the flow, lacking any aspirations or dreams. What could he possibly articulate? If he were to speak carelessly, he might provoke the minister's ire, leading to disastrous consequences. As he gazed at the minister of the martial arts department, Mandala, who stood at the podium with a smiling face, yet whose eyes betrayed a chilling demeanor. Qiye felt a rising tension within him. What did he truly want? What did he truly want? What did he truly want? Closing his eyes, he reflected on the years gone by, attempting to discern his true desires. Memories began to resurface, each event flashing through his mind. Suddenly, a particular recollection crystallized. If you wish to master necromancy, you must first learn light magic and dark magic. Otherwise, the visage and voice of mist has reappeared in Qiye's thoughts. Yes, the pursuit of magic. Hadn't the old man Morello stated that his comprehension of the supreme sword path was limited? Why not turn to the study of magic instead? If he could master light and dark magic, he would gain the ability to wield necromancy, allowing him to summon numerous free laborers and save a considerable amount of money. Ultimately, Qiye's thoughts gravitated towards financial gain. I want to learn magic, Qiye declared, opening his eyes and calmly expressing his wish to minister mandala. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Those who had witnessed Qiye's duel with Dongfang Ying believed that with his talent, achieving the rank of Great Sword Master upon graduation would be a breeze. However, now Qiye was expressing a desire to learn magic, which was tantamount to abandoning swordsmanship, in the realm of Fantian. Many individuals excelled in both martial skills and magic, yet none had ever reached an advanced stage in both disciplines. Moreover, the combination of magic and martial skills was not necessarily superior to either pursued independently. No one had successfully mastered both. For instance, a sorcerer who had attained the level of a magic tutor would find it impossible to compete with an ordinary warrior. Moreover, warriors like sword masters were typically active and agile. Asking them to meditate and attune to magic was simply ludicrous. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, one individual expressed joy at Qiye's proclamation, Dongfang Ying. Having witnessed Qiye's earlier competition, Dongfang Ying had been displeased when Qiye was forced to withdraw from the match to save Zishuer. Yet, upon hearing Qiye's desire to study magic, he could not help but smile. Dongfang Ying believed that Qiye would surely create sword techniques infused with magic, and the prospect of facing such techniques in their next duel filled him with exhilaration. Boss, you truly wish to learn magic? Qiye asked, bewildered by his leader's intentions. Qiye, are you really going to study magic? Zishuer echoed, equally puzzled by his decision, as she had high hopes for his swordsmanship. Indeed, Qiye affirmed, finally recognizing his deep-seated desire to master profound magic, his eyes reflecting his determination in response to Zishuer and Qiye. I can assist you, but I cannot guarantee that you will be able to learn magic upon entering the magic department, Minister Mandala replied, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Within the Holy Knight Academy, the martial arts department and the magic department had always maintained a respectful distance, each wielding their own influence within the academy. However, pushing students from the martial arts department into the magic department was indeed a formidable challenge, as the magic instructors held a certain disdain for martial techniques, believing that only magic held true power. Yet, under the pressure from the academy's higher-ups, the two departments had coexisted peacefully until now. Qiye's request posed a significant dilemma. Minister Mandala found himself unable to outright refuse Qiye's request, for it was a complex matter, and having previously urged Qiye to present a challenging wish, he could not simply dismiss it now that Qiye had spoken. As long as I can enter the magic department to study magic, that is sufficient for me, Qiye declared, not overthinking the implications. He believed that he would indeed have the opportunity to thoroughly learn light and dark magic. Very well, I will provide you with a response next week. For now, you may return. The 18th martial arts competition is officially concluded, Minister Mandala announced, signaling the end of the event. As he concluded his statement, the instructors in attendance began to exit the venue. The space transformed into a realm belonging solely to the students, who were eager to revel and celebrate. The martial arts competition was a grand occasion that occurred only once every 4 years. After witnessing the thrilling contests, they were eager to congratulate the victors and share in their joy. Boss, President, the members of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society were the first to rush forward, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Overwhelmed with excitement, TO entered the martial arts competition as a non-martial society and emerged victorious was unprecedented. It was something they had never even dared to imagine until now, and the realization of that dream filled them with pride for Qiye, Zishuer, and Qiye. Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society, Culinary Arts Society, Culinary Arts Society. The other students in the venue stood in unison, cheering for the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society's triumph in the competition. To them, it was no small feat for members of a culinary society to achieve victory in the martial arts competition, and witnessing such an accomplishment brought them immense joy. Amid the fervent atmosphere, Qiye and the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society found themselves encircled and unable to exit the venue. Eventually, Qiye devised a plan to break free from the crowd, but the scene within the venue had turned chaotic. Qiye simply uttered a single statement, one that held tremendous weight. Today, the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society is accepting 20 female members and 20 male members. Please report to the entrance of the Dream Restaurant later. This proclamation was not particularly alarming. What truly mattered were Qiye's criteria for membership. We only accept the strongest individuals and the most beautiful female members. Upon hearing this, the male students fell silent. While many who had come with friends to watch the competition began to brawl, the female members hastily returned to their dormitories to prepare themselves. The Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society was now in the spotlight. The prospect of joining was enticing, particularly given the allure of Qiye and Zixue. Qiye, with his impressive skills showcased in the duel against Dongfang Ying, had become a figure of admiration, while Zixue, renowned for her beauty and exceptional swordsmanship, was the epitome of desirability. Chapter 50. Holy Knight Magic Department. The Emperor of the Fantian Empire, Vanda Jiaqiye, once studied magic within the Holy Knight Academy, and under the Emperor's extraordinary imagination. The pursuit of magic shifted from merely seeking immense magical power to mastering the art of magical application, thus opening a new chapter in the history of magic in the Fantian continent. Excerpt from History of Magic in the Fantian Empire. The morning of the Holy Night was bustling with activity, yet today was even more lively, as it marked the day of enrollment for the 184th cohort of students at the Holy Knight Academy. The Holy Knight Academy does not adhere to the customary practice of lengthy breaks. Instead, it grants 2 days off each week and observes significant holidays. Students wishing to return home can request leave, with the maximum duration extending up to half a year. Certainly, there are designated holidays, specifically a 2-week break prior to the commencement of the new student's term. This interval is allocated for the evaluation of incoming students at the Saint Knight Academy, during which the instructors are preoccupied and unable to conduct lessons. However, the students who have already joined the academy harbor no grievances regarding this, for they are well aware of the benefits of engaging with fellow students and mentors within the academy. Seven Knight shares the same buoyant spirit as the newcomers. He is currently adorned in the crimson robes of the Ministry of Magic and has secured the approval of Miss Tis. As long as he masters both light and dark magic at the ministry, she has promised to teach him the long-lost necromancy. Thus, during this fortnight of respite, Seven Knight feels as though time drags on interminably. Yearning for the day he can report to the ministry. At long last, the day arrives for the induction of new students at the Saint Knight Academy, and he walks with such exhilaration that he feels he might take flight. Now accompanied by 3 members of the academy who are assisting him in carrying items destined for the ministry, Seven Knight makes his way to the ministry for registration. Along the path, fellow students gaze at him with astonishment. It is worth noting that those assisting him are students from the advanced class of the ministry, while Seven Knight is merely a newcomer yet to be classified. They cannot help but speculate whether he might be a prince from some noble realm. How could a mere novice have advanced students attending to him? Within the Saint Knight Academy, those in advanced classes are nearly at the level of sorcerers, characterized by their considerable pride. Nevertheless, the explanation is simple. As previously mentioned, these individuals are members of the Culinary Arts Society at Saint Knight. During the initial recruitment of members, many physically capable students from the ministry joined. And now, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with their president, they eagerly flock to Seven Knight, ready to serve his every whim. President, this way please. The registration office at the ministry is in that building ahead. One of the members, Alex, points out while holding Seven Knight's registration documents. That's it. Let us hurry. Seven Knight exclaims, his enthusiasm propelling him to quicken his pace. The 3 members trailing behind him find themselves struggling. To demonstrate their commitment to their president, they refrain from using magic to carry his belongings and instead bear them by hand. Even though their physical prowess surpasses that of an average sorcerer, they are still sorcerers and cannot match Seven Knight's hastened stride. Thus, they must hastily follow him, panting and fearing that one misstep might cause them to lose sight of him. Are you Seven Knight? Come. Extend your hand and gently grasp this crystal, then envision yourself merging with it, instructs an elderly winged mentor. Smiling through his spectacles. Seven Knight holds a transparent crystal ball in his hand. He had grasped this very crystal at the same time the previous year. Though not in this location, he refrained from revealing his strength then, choosing not to infuse any magic into the crystal. Now, however, as he embarks on his journey of magical cultivation, he gently clasps the crystal meant to test his magical power and begins to channel all of his magical energy into it. The crystal ball, after absorbing his magical energy, finally begins to emit a radiant glow. A soft blue light envelopes the entire room, transforming it into a sea of blue. Even the other magical crystals nearby reflect a similar azure hue. Blue, associated with the wind element, the light blue suggests the potential to wield magic from other elements as well. The intensity of your magical power appears to be at the novice level. So the old mentor squints his eyes, scrutinizing the glowing crystal ball as a smile unfurls across his wrinkled face. Based on your magical energy, you should be placed in the low-level magic class. Given your magical attributes, it appears that wind magic is your primary affinity, and you have the capacity to learn magic from other elements as well. Therefore, I have decided to assign you to low-level magic class 5. Later, you should report to Mentor Qiye. Here is your registration certificate. Take it. The mentor's eyes seem to penetrate into the future, harboring a cosmic wisdom. As 7 Knight receives the certificate, he becomes entranced by the glimmer in the mentor's eyes. Thank you, Mentor. Only when the old mentor nods gently does 7 Knight come to his senses and promptly expresses gratitude. You will be an extraordinary individual. For you are the first student in many years whom I have encountered with such formidable combat skills and commendable magical aptitude. Now that you are at the ministry, you must strive diligently. Just as 7 Knight is about to exit the room, the old mentor speaks again, offering encouragement. Upon hearing these words, 7 Knight turns back and bows deeply. Recognizing the old mentor as a figure deserving of respect. As a mentor tasked with guiding and assessing the future magical trajectories of new students at the ministry, he must possess profound knowledge and the ability to discern the essence of each student. A sorcerer endowed with such abilities is certainly no ordinary practitioner. Yet the old mentor dedicates his time to testing and analyzing newcomers, a task not typically undertaken by an unremarkable sorcerer. President, you've been assigned to low-level magic class 5, Mentor Qiye S-class. Upon hearing 7 Knight's announcement after exiting the magic testing room, the 3 members assisting him display expressions of astonishment. What's the matter? Is Mentor Qiye S-class undesirable, or is there something else? Noticing their surprise, 7 Knight inquires with curiosity. President, have you never heard the rumors surrounding Mentor Qiye? Asks Sar, the member carrying the magical textbooks. With a hint of caution, Mentor Qiye, is there a problem? Is she quite famous? 7 Knight replies, somewhat perplexed. Within the ministry of the St. Knight Academy, she is reputed to be the most rigid, fearsome, and stern mentor. Furthermore, her words carry more weight than those of the ministry's head. No one dares to defy her. Sar recounts Mentor Qiye's background. He involuntarily shudders. Moreover, she is quite the old maid. Adds Jack, another member carrying magical equipment, as he supplements Sir's remarks. In no way. Then, that's just the end of it. 7 Knight feels a sense of dread at the terms rigid and old maid. Weisstein Brist is the epitome of a stringent mentor, and every encounter with him leaves 7 Knight feeling uneasy. As for the term old maid, it evokes images of unattractive women who are unclaimed and prone to scolding others. A type of person far more detestable than the rigid kind. During his time in the slums, he had encountered an old maid who was not only unattractive but also relished pointing out the faults of others, which was exceedingly irksome. President, it's all right. As long as you don't make mistakes. Mentor Qiye won't hold it against you, reassures Alex, the member who initially helped 7 Knight with his registration materials. Right? As long as I don't err, she has no grounds to reprimand me, 7 Knight reassures himself. Yet, can one truly avoid mistakes? He poses this question to himself, but finds no answer forthcoming. Excuse me. Is this the low-level magic class 5? 7 Knight inquires loudly at the entrance of a classroom. Indeed, this is low-level magic class 5. What can I assist you with? A strikingly beautiful female mentor emerges from within the classroom. 7 Knight gazes at her and cannot help but sigh, lamenting why such a beautiful mentor is not his instructor. He senses that the members behind him appear quite anxious, although he refrains from turning around. His heightened perception alerts him to their increasingly heavy breaths and racing heartbeats. Indeed, the society is filled with lecherous individuals. Even the mentors are not spared from their gaze upon a beauty. 7 Knight muses inwardly. I am Mentor Qiye. Are you the new student reporting in? The beautiful mentor inquires with a smile as she approaches 7 Knight. He closes his eyes and opens them again. No. This time he wipes away the remnants of sleep from his eyes before opening them once more. Yet, the enchanting mentor before him remains youthful and captivating, making it impossible for him to reconcile her with the notions of rigidity and old maidenhood he had just heard from Sar and the others. Student, what seems to be the matter? Mentor Qiye asks with concern. Noticing Seven Knight's incredulous expression as he stares at her in a dazed, I'm fine to go, right? I'm here to report in. Mentor Qiye, here is my registration certificate, Seven Knight replies, shaking his head to dispel his daze as he presents the certificate that the old mentor had given him in the magic testing room. Meanwhile, he inwardly chastises Sauer and the others for painting such a dreadful picture of a mentor who is so young and beautiful. You are Seven Knight? Very well. Please take a seat in the classroom. I will arrange things for you shortly. Mentor Qiye instructs after reviewing the registration certificate presented to her. Yes, Mentor Cliria.as Qiye turned away from the trio of Alex, Sal, and Jack. He grasped his belongings and entered the classroom, not forgetting to cast a fierce glare at the three of them. However, he soon realized that fear was evident in their eyes at that moment. Alex, Sal, Jack, how curious that you would assist the new student today. This is indeed a rarity. Yet, you did not hinder his arrival and even helped escort him here. Should I commend you for this? Upon stepping through the classroom door, Qiye overheard Mentor Qiye addressing the trio who had aided him. Helping a new student with their belongings is something we seasoned students ought to do. There is no need for Mentor Qiye to specifically praise us for it. It's quite unnecessary. Well then, we have no further business here, so we shall take our leave. Farewell. After uttering these words, Alex, Jack, and Sal promptly retreated, vanishing from the sight of Qiye and Mentor Qiye. Qiye, did they attempt to sell you anything? Or perhaps propose that you become their subordinate? Or mention some monthly fee for their protection? Mentor Qiye inquired with concern, her expression revealing her worry for the newly arrived Qiye. No, Qiye replied honestly. Shaking his head, the trio of Alex had to submit 2 gold coins to him monthly, and in essence, they could be regarded as his subordinates, tasked with promoting the culinary offerings of the Saint Knight Chef's Art Society. They would not dare to act against him unless they were truly seeking to court disaster. Did they ask you to join them in any activities without specifying what they were? Or perhaps share some insider information that guarantees you would earn money? Do not fear. Tell me, and I will certainly assist you. Mentor Qiye pressed on, her worry for Qiye palpable. No, they didn't mention anything at all. Qiye began to understand why Alex and his companions appeared so terrified of Mentor Qiye. It seemed their reputation in her eyes had fallen to such depths. Oh. Then if there is nothing amiss, Qiye, please enter and choose any seat you like, Mentor Qiye murmured, a look of puzzlement crossing her features. Could it be they have suddenly turned over a new leaf? That seems unlikely. Just yesterday, I heard they were involved in a brawl, and the day before, they were ill-treating the new students, feigning ignorance. Qiye lowered his head and stepped into the classroom. Are you also a newcomer? A somewhat plump yet rather pleasant-looking winged individual asked Qiye, who was seated to his left. Since magic is a specialty of elves, and they are born with magical abilities, the majority of students in the magic department are elves, with only a few from other races attending Saint Knight Academy. In the low-level magic class V, there were only a few winged individuals along with Qiye, the sole human. Hence, the winged students sought to foster a better relationship with Qiye, as they were both part of a minority. Me? I suppose so. How about you? Qiye considered himself a newcomer, being a new student in the Academy's magic department. I have long since graduated from that status. I have been studying magic here for nearly 2 years now, and am already a veteran, the somewhat plump winged student informed Qiye. Then why did you ask if I was a newcomer? Qiye queried. Bemused if he was already a veteran, why would he inquire about someone else's status? Surely, anyone unfamiliar would be deemed a newcomer. Oh, in our low-level magic class, we are reassigned every year if we haven't advanced. As the Academy believes this will allow even those of us struggling with magic to make new friends, the winged student explained to Qiye. Oh, so if one never advances, they would never graduate? Qiye asked with a hint of worry. Not quite. As long as you remain in the magic department for 6 years, you can apply for graduation. Generally, however, one must at least be in the intermediate magic class to submit an application. Last year, a fellow student in my class lingered in the low-level magic class for over 10 years, simply hoping to advance to the intermediate magic class and graduate immediately thereafter. The winged student elaborated on the graduation rules of the magic department, seemingly unfazed by Qiye's astonishment. Which faction do you belong to in the racial alliance? I don't believe I've heard of any family named Qiye, the winged student inquired, feigning a knowledgeable demeanor. I am not associated with any human family within the racial alliance. I am merely a citizen of the Night City in the Moonlit Kingdom, Qiye replied, somewhat exasperated at being mistaken for a member of the racial alliance, as if humans could only attend Saint Knight Academy if they hailed from such families. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed been recommended rather than admitted through examination. Oh, by the way, my name is Monsina, hailing from the Skywing Empire. Monsina suddenly introduced himself, a hint of pride in his voice as he mentioned his homeland. Over the past 2 years, he had felt looked down upon by the elves. Yet he took pride in the fact that his country was superior to the moonlit kingdom. The mentor has arrived. Let us cease our conversation. A fellow winged student seated behind Qiye and Monsina interjected. Immediately, Qiye and Monsina straightened up, awaiting Mentor Kelleroy to take the podium. Welcome, new students, to St. Knight Academy's magic department. At TO the returning students, I urge you to study diligently this year to advance to the intermediate magic class as soon as possible. My name is Kelleroy, and I will be your mentor this semester, teaching you about offensive magic. Other mentors will introduce themselves during your upcoming classes. I shall refrain from naming them now, as you will learn their identities in due time. Furthermore, it is imperative that you adapt to the rules of our magic department, as I cannot tolerate any violations of discipline among my students. I am distributing the regulations of the academy, and I hope you will remember them well and avoid transgressing, Mentor Kelleroy announced from the podium, distributing sheets of paper emblazoned with the St. Knight Academy insignia. Observing the 3 pages filled with minuscule text, Qiye inwardly groaned, particularly after a careful reading. He realized he had likely already violated several of the rules. He began to grasp the meaning behind Alex's description of Mentor Kelleroy as strict. Mentor Kelleroy. What would happen if someone were to breach the rules? A new student, believing the enchanting and lovely Mentor Kelleroy would not impose severe penalties, nonetheless asked, seeking to prepare himself. For those who disregard the established rules after I have issued a warning, Mentor Kelleroy's smile vanished from her beautiful face, replaced by a frosty and stern expression. I will not easily forgive. I shall impose punishments even more severe than those of the discipline department on students who show contempt for the rules. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. A profound silence fell over the low-level magic class V. No one dared to move. The chill emanating from Mentor Kelleroy assured everyone that she would indeed follow through on her words. Especially the veteran students in Class V, who were not new to the magic department, were well aware that Mentor Kelleroy was one of the most formidable figures in the department, and she was indeed a woman of her word. Qiye began to contemplate transferring classes, as he knew he would likely struggle to adhere to the disciplines outlined on the 3 sheets of paper handed out by Mentor Kelleroy. No unexcused absences. No tardiness, no leaving early. Qiye was often preoccupied with matters at the Dream Restaurant and frequently found himself skipping class. Previously, under Mentor Kent in Class XXI, he had been somewhat lenient, even occasionally dining at the Dream Restaurant with him. No extortion or intimidation of fellow students. Currently, the side business of the Dream Restaurant, saving people, was a quintessential example of extortion, albeit with the perpetrators willingly participating. Yet, if Mentor Kelleroy were to learn of it, he wondered if she would believe that it was all voluntary. As more regulations unfolded, Qiye dared not glance further. If anyone has any objections to these rules, please feel free to voice them now. If there are reasonable points, I shall consider making appropriate amendments. Mentor Kelleroy finally allowed a smile to return to her face. However, no one was naive enough to believe this smile was directed at them. It was likely a smile reserved for those who dared to defy the rules in the future. Mentor Kelleroy, I have joined a club. If there are activities, may I be permitted to participate? Qiye cautiously probed. Qiye. Mentor Kelleroy's memory was impressive, and she immediately recalled his name. However, Qiye felt a sense of dread. For if Mentor Kelleroy remembered him, it indicated he was in considerable danger. Did you come to St. Knight Academy to learn, or merely to engage in trivial club activities? Do you believe such clubs will serve you well in your future endeavors? Your family has worked hard to send you here, merely for you to partake in meaningless and unproductive clubs? If that is the case, you need not attend classes any longer, for they would be of no use to you. Mentor Kelleroy's frustrations escalated with each word, her tone growing increasingly severe, leaving Qiye too intimidated to speak. Mentor Kelleroy, your guidance is invaluable. I shall no longer entertain such notions, Qiye replied, feigning remorse, his head bowed as he spoke in a tone of contrition. Indeed. Classmate Qiye, diligent study is paramount. Regarding club activities, there will be ample time to engage in them once you have completed your studies. Everyone should emulate classmate Qiye and not allow other matters to hinder their academic pursuits. Understood. Mentor Kelleroy's expression gradually softened as she reminded the entire class. Understood, Mentor Kelleroy. After witnessing the stern demeanor of Mentor Kelleroy moments ago, the class responded in unison, a display of tacit understanding. Mentor Kelleroy gazed contentedly at the students below and began to relay the details of the new semester to the newcomers. Meanwhile, Qiye's mind was elsewhere. He was contemplating how to manage his duties at the dream restaurant. He had no desire to rely on overexerted magic each night to accomplish tasks that could not be performed during the day. After all, sleep could be a delightful indulgence, especially when one is weary. Chapter 51. The frequency of magic. Humans have come here to learn magic? Haha. An elven student mocked Qiye. On the second day of the semester, the predominantly elven class had displayed a certain disdain for other races seeking to learn the magic they excelled in. Now, a being of what they deemed an inferior race had audaciously appeared to study magic, prompting scornful remarks directed at Qiye. Students from the magic department seldom ventured to the martial arts department. They held little interest in the brute force of martial techniques and paid no heed to the martial students. Only a handful of elven students from the magic department had attended a martial arts competition, and upon returning, they remained silent about it among their fellow magic students. Furthermore, it was rare to spot Qiye within the dream restaurant. Even when he was seen, he was either clad in a white chef's uniform, exuding an air of seriousness that deterred direct gazes, or he was pulled ashore in a daze, compelled to pay a rescue fee. Thus, few within the magic department truly knew who Qiye was, sealing their fate of impending misfortune. Is it not permissible for humans to learn magic? The divine has not decreed that only you elves may study magic while forbidding humans from doing so. Monsina stepped forward to defend Qiye, recalling how he had faced ridicule from those elves who had lingered in the lower classes for years, developing a skewed sense of superiority. And what of you, winged one? With your kind, how can you master magic? You should focus on using your cumbersome wings to learn to fly instead. Another elf derisively retorted. What about you? Aren't you still languishing in the lower magic class like me? If you possess the ability, ascend to the advanced magic class before uttering such words. Monsina, slightly rotund, found himself less agile while flying, a fact he often avoided discussing. Now, with the elf striking a nerve, his anger flared. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being sent skyward by magic? The aggrieved elf glared menacingly at Monsina. Threateningly, having been bullied by some repeating elves with magic in the past, Monsina, now equipped with a fair amount of magic, met the challenge with a fierce stare, ready to retaliate. Do not stoop to their level. Remember that Mentor Kelleroya would not be pleased with you engaging in a brawl with them. Let us go, Qiye interjected, using Mentor Kelleroya as a shield to curb Monsina's impulsive reaction, guiding him out of the classroom. Behind them, the mocking elves continued their taunts. See, they recognize the power of our magic and dare not confront us, scurrying away with their tails between their legs. Haha, magic is certainly not for the likes of you. Hurry, take your leave. Qiye firmly grasped the still rebellious Monsina, yet he turned back, his eyes gleaming with icy resolve, causing the elves who sought to further humiliate them to shiver involuntarily. If they claimed magic was powerful, then let them witness just how formidable it could be. That very night, the anguished cries emanating from the magic department disturbed its tranquility. When the academy mentors arrived, they discovered several students from the lower magic class had been left in a pitiable state, but when questioned, they claimed their injuries were due to accidental backlash from their own magic. However, the other students present had witnessed a different scene. 3 advanced magic students, notorious among the newcomers for their fearsome reputation, were mercilessly disciplining the lower class students. Yet, they lacked the courage to divulge this to the mentors. By the time classes resumed on the third day, the elves who had previously mocked Qiye and Monsina regarded Qiye with the trepidation one might reserve for a fearsome yet inescapable demon. Monsina was perplexed, scratching his head in confusion, while Qiye understood all too well that he resolved to reward Alex, Sal, and Jack for their prowess. They had indeed proven formidable, rendering those elves nearly unrecognizable, and they hadn't dared to confess their attackers' identities, attributing their state to a mishap with their own magic. Truly impressive. Magic is the harnessing of elemental forces from nature to attack foes, restore one's own vitality, or heal allies, among other actions. These spells are influenced by intelligence and knowledge. The stronger the magic, the greater the mana cost. Magic can also be described as the resonance of magical elements around us, triggered by specific frequencies, leading to phenomena that occur because, listening to the instructor expound upon basic magical principles, Qiye stifled yawns incessantly. He had memorized this information by the age of 7 merely to impress others. And now, sitting through the lecture delivered by a middle-aged male instructor whose appearance was less than appealing and whose voice was far from melodious, he felt as though he were in the depths of hell. Yet, he dared not succumb to sleep. Just days prior, he had witnessed a fellow student summoned to Mentor Kelleroya's office for violating the established rules. and by the time he encountered that student again, he was nearly unrecognizable, save for his knowledge of how to return to the classroom. Moreover, Qiye had learned from Zuitebel that Minter Kelleroya was ranked 4th among the most formidable figures at the academy. One of its most authoritative mentors. Should Qiye provoke her within the academy, no one would come to his aid. Thus, he sat in his seat, battling drowsiness, enduring the instructor's hypnotic lecture. Despite having employed overexerted magic, he still could not fend off the urge to sleep. It seemed the instructor had reached a level where even his speech was fortified by magic. President, we must return to the Dream Restaurant quickly. Vice President Zuit has urgent matters to discuss. After class, Qiye managed a long-awaited stretch before being hastily informed by Alex, who had been waiting outside the classroom. All right, let us depart. Sigh. I'm truly exhausted. Qiye felt that attending class was akin to serving time in prison. And regarding the urgent matter Zuit had mentioned, he could surmise it involved yet another tedious accounting task for the Dream Restaurant. However, he found it curious that, for some time, Zuit had not dispatched anyone to summon him as he had initially. Why the sudden urgency today? With this thought in mind, Qiye quickened his pace, leaving Alex struggling to keep up, while other unaware magic students cleared a path, believing Alex was pursuing Qiye in a fit of rage. Zuit. What is it? Qiye's voice preceded his arrival, and as he kicked open the door to the president's office, he called out. What is so urgent? Speak quickly. I have matters to attend to. Having found his time in class unbearably dull, he was eager to head to the library for some books on magic, which he deemed far preferable to daydreaming during lectures, especially since today was the day for new students to obtain library cards in the magic department. Boss. Fundamentally, this time an ISN team is seeking you out. Zuitebel replied calmly, lifting his head slowly to address Qiye. Then who is it? If they want to see me, they should come themselves. Is it not tedious to summon me for no reason? Who is it? Show yourself. Qiye expressed his frustration at being drawn away from the library without any sign of the individual who had called for him. It is I. As the door, which had just been kicked open by Qiye, began to close as if guided by an invisible hand, a woman's voice resonated in the air. Miss Tis. Qiye exclaimed in surprise, suddenly regretting his earlier tone. He pondered how to rectify his previous remarks. Of course it is me. Hee. The atmosphere within the president's office shifted as Miss Tiz's ethereal figure materialized. What brings you here, Miss Tiz? Qiye inquired, detecting no anger in her voice, only a hint of amusement. Last time you mentioned your magic was rather weak. Did you not? The voice of Miss Tiz echoed from her apparition, causing Qiye to momentarily freeze in place. Indeed, I mentioned it during my last visit to you. As Qiye caught sight of the female specter's gaze fixed upon him, an inexplicable sensation arose within him, as if Miss Tiz was also observing him through the specter's eyes. Over the past few days, I've devised an excellent method, Miss Tiz proclaimed, igniting excitement in Qiye. What method can enhance my magical power? Miss Tiz. Qiye had been struggling to augment his magical capacity lately, feeling as though he could only possess a limited amount of magic. Even when Shedabel infused magic into him, he found it impossible to absorb it. It's not about increasing your magic, rather. It's a way to enable you to use a minuscule amount of magic to achieve effects that typically require a substantial expenditure. Qiye, who had initially bowed his head in despair, lifted it once more upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, to achieve such an effect, one must possess considerable control over magic. Qiye felt a throbbing headache. After all, Miss Tiz had yet to reveal the specifics of her method, and his impatience grew palpable. Yet, he dared not urge her to disclose it hastily, remembering how, during their last encounter in the basement, he had anxiously called for her to hurry, which had resulted in her abrupt pause due to her displeasure over a minor imperfection in her nail. Consequently, she had forcibly employed spatial magic to send him spiraling through dimensions, ultimately casting him into the lake where he often performed rescues, thus rendering him a recipient of assistance himself. Therefore, I have resolved to teach you how to control your magical power, Miss Tiz announced, only to pause once more. How shall I practice? Qiye could no longer contain his eagerness. His curiosity overshadowed any concern regarding potential mistreatment from Miss Tiz. I have contemplated several methods for your training. The first approach involves maintaining a consistent frequency of your magical fluctuations. Do you understand what frequency means? The specter, embodying Miss Tiz, harbored concerns that Qiye might not grasp the concept of frequency. Frequency refers to the oscillations produced by magical emissions, as well as the regulated fluctuations it generates in space during use, correct, Miss Tiz? Qiye pondered momentarily before articulating his understanding of frequency. drawing from his prior readings and comprehension of magic. That is fundamentally correct. If you can control your magical fluctuations in your daily practice, your subsequent magical endeavors will yield remarkable results. For the essence of magic lies in mastering these fluctuations, Miss Tis affirmed, offering full marks for Qiye's explanation. Were she to elucidate frequency herself, she might not articulate it as simply and clearly as he had. If one can control magical fluctuations in everyday life, how does that lead to enhanced efficacy during magical applications? Shedabel, listening intently, pondered whether adhering to Miss Tiz's advice would indeed amplify his magical prowess exponentially. Indeed, that is the case. Consider this. If a small wind blade can slice through a piece of paper, yet we often employ a forceful wind blade to cut through wood, does that not constitute a waste? Miss Tiz continued, elaborating further. Moreover, when you cast a spell, you must achieve a specific frequency to complete it. However, only a fraction of your magical power can generate these fluctuations, as a significant portion is expended due to failing to reach that frequency. If you can master your entire magical capacity, you can convert all of it into magical energy. Do you not think that the resultant power would surpass that derived from merely a small amount of magical energy? Miss Tiz, a venerable sorceress with millennia of experience, adeptly elucidated complex magical principles through simple analogies, leaving Qiye in awe and Shedabel fervently anticipating her guidance on controlling magical power. Miss Tiz, could you enlighten me on how to practice controlling magical fluctuations to achieve a specific frequency? Qiye, unable to contain his eagerness, implored her, sensing a rare opportunity to progress in his magical endeavors. It's quite simple, yet simultaneously challenging, Miss Tiz replied, leaving Qiye and Shedabel perplexed. What do you mean by simple yet challenging? Simple in the sense that the method to maintain fluctuations is straightforward, but challenging in that consistently applying this method is arduous. Miss Tiz's tone hinted at Qiye's potential inability to succeed. We are undeterred by challenges, as long as you articulate the method. Miss Tiz, we shall diligently learn to control our magical power, Qiye asserted, sensing Miss Tiz's reluctance to elaborate further. Very well, since you insist, I shall share it with you. The method to control magical fluctuations and establish a specific frequency is simply to continuously employ a single type of magic, fixing your frequency upon that point. Once you adapt, transition to another type of magic, and continue until you can freely manipulate your frequency. That sounds quite manageable, albeit a bit tiring. It doesn't seem overly difficult, Qiye sighed in relief. Feeling reassured that though his magical capacity was limited, he could persist with small-scale spells, Shedabel concurred, deeming it not particularly daunting, at least not as formidable as Miss Tiz had suggested. I have yet to finish, remember. Maintaining a certain magical frequency while continuously practicing means that even while you sleep, your magical frequency must remain steady. Miss Tiz delivered this statement like a jolt to Qiye and Shedabel, who had previously believed it would be easy, even while sleeping. How can one control magical fluctuations in slumber? Shedabel queried, struggling to comprehend the notion of managing magic while unconscious. Precisely, Miss Tiz, do not jest. If one can control magical fluctuations while asleep, can it still be considered sleep? Qiye lamented, grappling with the concept that he had contemplated that if he were to continuously use magic day and night, even the least demanding spells would likely leave him unable to sustain the requisite magical frequency without succumbing to exhaustion. What do you mean by jesting, and what is deemed impossible? When you sleep, you still breathe, do you not? Does your magic cease to produce frequency while you slumber? Miss Tiz, slightly vexed, observed Qiye and Shedabel bow their heads in silence, refraining from further protest. Understand that maintaining a consistent frequency is not a trivial pursuit. Many great sorcerers have never considered such matters. And even if a magic master contemplates it, they may not achieve it, as their magic has already solidified, akin to forging a weapon. While it is possible to reshape it, the process demands substantial time and effort, necessitating a complete abandonment of previous magical habits. Noticing that Qiye and Shedabel grasped this concept, Miss Tiz softened her tone. Miss Tiz, we shall succeed. We must succeed. But how will we know when we have achieved control? Qiye inquired, embodying determination, yet still perplexed. When you reach that point, I shall continue to instruct you in the subsequent stages. As Miss Tiz's words resonated from the specter, a surge of magical energy emanated from her, stabilizing as she maintained the frequency she had just described. Yet, before Qiye could articulate his thoughts, he observed the specter extend a finger, releasing a steady stream of magic from its tip, forming a smooth spherical shape before morphing into various regular forms, leaving Qiye and Shedabel awestruck and speechless. while Qiye felt confident in his ability to unleash magic from his fingertip. Emulating the specter's artistry of effortlessly shaping magic into precise forms appeared to be an exceptionally formidable skill. Once you master this foundational technique, we can progress to more complex exercises, Miss Tiz remarked, delivering a significant blow to Qiye and Shedabel's confidence. Upon concluding her statement, the space within the president's office reverberated once more, and the specter leaped back into the dimensional fold. Returning to Miss Tiz's side, "Boss, how are you faring?" Shedabel inquired, assessing whether Qiye was genuinely prepared to heed Miss Tiz's counsel. "If we must, then we shall," Qiye replied, determination etched across his features as he endeavored to maintain his magical fluctuations. "All right, boss, let us see who accomplishes it first," Shedabel declared as he too summoned magical energy, a harbinger of dark magic's invocation. "Bring it on. I fear no one," Qiye retorted, conjuring a small fireball and attempting to replicate the specter's earlier feat. Yet the fireball in his grasp fluctuated wildly in size. Chapter 52. Monthly Meeting. Today's meeting will conclude here. I have a matter to announce to everyone. At a monthly meeting of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society, attended by team leaders and above, Qiye spoke after the team leaders had finished discussing recent events that in the past. Had he not completed this sentence, he might have been unceremoniously kicked aside by one of the team leaders, with no one bothering to listen to his words. However, that was a time long gone. Ever since the martial arts competition last semester, no one dared to disregard President Qiye's orders during meetings. Even the most arrogant and disobedient members of the Culinary Arts Society, when faced with Qiye, would transform into docile kittens, greeting him with a sweet, "Hello, President," that could make Qiye feel nauseated. Qiye noticed that after he began to speak, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. While he appreciated the quietude, he had grown accustomed to raising his voice amidst the cacophony of discussions, and now, the stillness made his own voice sound particularly loud, taking him a moment to adjust. "Well, everyone has discussed the issues remarkably well today, managing our recent affairs with great efficiency. Seeing this, I, as your president, am profoundly proud of you all." Qiye decided it was best to first touch upon the matters discussed in the meeting. It is due to the president's exceptional leadership. It is the president's commendable guidance. All of this has been accomplished through the president's diligent efforts. Each team leader attributed the accolades to Qiye, who felt himself floating on air, yet he did not forget what he needed to convey next. "For such an extended period, you have all performed splendidly. And I, as your president, feel quite inadequate. Therefore, I have decided to assign you some additional tasks starting today." "What tasks?" The team leaders in the meeting room were left bewildered. Was it truly the case that those who performed well must take on more work? "Beginning tomorrow, the subsidiary task of rescuing individuals from the lake will be officially entrusted to Vice President Shwetabai. Additionally, I will delegate the management of our society's accounts entirely to him. As for our financial expenditures, I announce that they will be managed by team leaders Zixuer and Qiye. Only with their joint approval can funds be dispersed. No one else is permitted to move them privately. Furthermore, Team Leader Light will be responsible for the safety of various utensils and items within the Dream Restaurant. Regarding the future development of our society, we will discuss it during our monthly meetings to determine the direction of our growth. Other urgent matters will be handled by Vice President Shwetabai, with Team Leader Yalix and the emergency task team executing them. Qiye began to articulate the points he had prepared prior to the meeting, leaving the team leaders momentarily stunned. President Qiye and Daggett simultaneously called out to Qiye, who appeared ready to leave the meeting room. "Why do you still call me? Haven't I explained everything?" Qiye noticed Zixuer had positioned herself by the only door in the meeting room, blocking his exit, forcing him to retreat in resignation. The newly promoted team leader Yalix, now directly under Qiye, felt his heart race at the thought of Qiye escaping. Had Qiye fled, the other team leaders in the meeting would surely have vented their frustrations on him. And he dared not contemplate that scenario further. After the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society expanded, somewhat akin to the current domestic university expansion, frantically recruiting members, collecting fees, and seeking invaluable labor, several new sub-teams emerged. The first of these was the Special Operations Team led by Team Leader Yalix, established to address various urgent incidents and directly supervised by President Qiye. Previously, those members who cooked in the Dream Restaurant, managed by Qiye, were separated and formed a culinary team, with the exceptionally skilled Blaging appointed as its leader. Additionally, after discussions between Qiye and Shwetabai, the newly admitted female members formed a cheerleading team. led by Secretive, while the former medical team was entrusted to Nyaxi, who became its captain. Although the number of team leaders in the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society increased, Qiye's authority not only remained intact, but grew even more substantial. This was primarily due to Qiye's display of extraordinary strength during the martial arts competition, which garnered respect from all members of the Culinary Arts Society. Those who had previously viewed Qiye with disdain now referred to him as president, as if they were mice encountering a cat, no longer daring to show even the slightest disrespect. Secondly, most of the newly promoted team leaders, such as Yalix and Blaging, were individuals Qiye had personally elevated, and they would certainly not dare to defy Qiye's words. As for Nyaxi, she was even less likely to oppose him, as she seldom spoke with boys. Thus, Qiye's stature within the Saint Knight Culinary Arts Society was indeed formidable, and the team leaders no longer dared to challenge him as they once had. Just moments ago, when Qiye attempted to leave, only Secretive had the audacity to obstruct him, while the other team leaders hesitated, fearing to offend the currently esteemed president. President, if you delegate all these matters to us, we won't be able to manage them. You absolutely cannot abandon your responsibilities. Team leader Light's voice had noticeably lowered, though it still shook the table. However, compared to his previous ability to rattle the entire room, it was considerably diminished. He had no interest in overseeing dishes and the like. If he were assigned to fight daily, that would be a different story. Indeed, President, if you leave everything to me, I simply cannot manage it. After assisting you with accounts, rescues, and gathering intelligence for so long, I am nearing exhaustion. Vice President Shui Tabai began to voice his grievances. If Qiye were to delegate all the tasks, he would bear the brunt of the burden, and he certainly did not wish to be so overwhelmed that he had no time to sleep. Yet I find myself in a predicament. I am under close scrutiny from Mentor Kelly Lia and lack the time to manage society affairs as I once did. Skipping classes, Qiye lamented to the assembled team leaders, emphasizing that this was not a matter of his reluctance to contribute. President, you still have time after class. You do not attend class all day. Shui Tabai was quick to exploit this loophole in Qiye's argument, seizing the opportunity to counter. What Shui Tabai says is true. How can you, as president, shirk your responsibilities and lounge about all day? Among the team leaders present, only Secretive continued to confront Qiye directly. I am no longer in the martial arts department. The magic department is quite demanding, requiring daily magical training. Moreover, I have just transitioned, necessitating extra effort to keep up with the class's magical curriculum. Surely, you do not wish for me to remain stagnant in the elementary magic class. Qiye expressed his frustrations to Secretive, though his gaze remained fixed on Shui Tabai. While it is indeed tiring, we are also quite fatigued. Shui Tabai understood that Qiye was alluding to the task assigned by Miss Tissy regarding controlling magical fluctuations. However, was he not in a similar situation? Although his magical prowess surpassed Qiye significantly, maintaining a consistent frequency of magical fluctuations during sleep had deprived him of restful nights. There are not many tasks. If each of you takes a portion, it will suffice. Qiye shifted the focus away from the distribution of tasks, asserting that the workload was manageable. While the tasks may not be numerous, President, you cannot leave everything to us. Daggett expressed his envy of Qiye's ability to command others without doing the work himself, naturally opposing such an arrangement. My delegation of these tasks signifies my trust in you and my recognition of your capabilities. How can you claim that I am irresponsible for entrusting everything to you? Furthermore, this opportunity for you to hone your skills will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Look at the entirety of Saint Knight Academy. Which society president exhibits such complete trust in their members? Which members would inspire such confidence in their president to delegate responsibilities, apart from you? Only you can allow me to set aside my concerns and focus on my studies without distraction. As Qiye spoke, the expressions on his face were truly heart-wrenching, rendering the team leaders silent, with Nyaxi and Secretive's eyes glistening with tears. Yet, Qiye did not cease. He continued with renewed vigor. Do you truly feel overwhelmed by the burden of my responsibilities? Do you think I am asking too much of you? Have you forgotten how it used to be? In the past, I managed all these affairs alone, laboring from dawn until dusk, sometimes even into the late hours of the night, only to rise again at dawn. What was my purpose in doing so? Was it not to expand and elevate our Culinary Arts Society, to establish it as a premier society within Saint Knight Academy? And you, as team leaders, elevated above others in our society, what have you to say? Having accomplished only a few tasks, you believe yourselves to be wearied. I implore you to reflect, while each of you indulges in leisure or rests peacefully. What am I doing? At that moment, what was I engaged in? I was, in fact, tirelessly attending to the affairs of our organization. 7 knights, having deftly transitioned from soft to hard tactics, first lavished praise upon the team leaders, rendering them momentarily speechless. Subsequently, he recounted his own experiences of laboring until the midnight hour, thereby garnering further sympathy from Zishuer and Niach. But in that instant, none among the team leaders dared to lift their heads. Observing their silence, 7 knights harbored a disdainful thought. To compare oratory skills with me is a folly a century premature. Unless Vice Dean Brizd himself were to intervene, I fear no one. Seizing the opportunity created by the charged atmosphere, 7 knights approached the door once more. Zishuer, feeling a pang of guilt from 7 knights' words, instinctively stepped aside to allow him passage, permitting him to exit the conference room. Upon leaving, 7 knights promptly shut the door behind him and swiftly employed his lightness technique to make a hasty retreat. Why run? It is self-evident. Indeed, there were times when 7 knights toiled under considerable strain. Yet those burdens were merely the responsibilities of the president. Did no one acknowledge the weight of high office and numerous duties? Conversely, the remuneration he received was unparalleled. For he was the president of the St. Knight Culinary Arts Society. And thus, all affairs of the society were inherently his. Now, having delegated responsibilities to the team leaders, he transformed into a figure of high rank and low burden, awaiting the accumulation of wealth, should he linger within. Once the team leaders grasped the situation, his exit would not be so effortless. Although 7 knights was confident they would remain silent once again, why engage in repeated confrontations when one decisive encounter suffices? He was not so idle as to indulge in verbal sparring for amusement. Meanwhile, within the dreamlike restaurant's conference room, after a considerable interval, the team leaders, having emerged from their guilty reflections, realized the comfort and ease that now characterized 7 knights' presidency. However, a couple of team leaders remained oblivious, believing that 7 knights placed complete trust in them, their emotions awash with unsteady excitement. Yet, those who understood refrained from voicing their insights, as they had already allowed 7 knights to depart. To summon him back now would only invite his reproach for their earlier decision to relinquish control. Now, they found themselves seeking another opportunity to reclaim their stance. Why pursue such an opportunity? It was clear that no one dared approach 7 knights individually, and Zishuel was reluctant to speak up, for she harbored genuine concern for him, as did Niaki. Would they dare to approach him as a collective? Certainly not. Alexis and Blaging would not assist in their quest, as they had just elevated 7 knights standing, and gratitude was their foremost sentiment, not dissent. With a newly acquired library card for the St. Knight Library, 7 knights joyfully made his way to the library nestled within the Department of Magic. If one were to inquire about the largest library on the continent of Fantian, some might mention the Royal Library. As the coffers of every nation's sovereign are the most abundant, thus one would naturally assume their library to be the largest. However, should the inquiry shift to which library boasts the most comprehensive and up-to-date collection, the St. Knight Library would undoubtedly take precedence. Though not the largest, the resources within its walls are unparalleled in quality and scope. Every patron who borrows from the St. Knight Library is encouraged to leave reflections on their readings, providing invaluable insights for future visitors. That in stark contrast, the Royal Library is a place where few would dare to deface the tomes of the Emperor, lest they wish to risk their very lives. Additionally, many authors, due to various circumstances, find no opportunity to publish their works externally, and thus choose to donate them to St. Knight Academy, enriching its collection, albeit predominantly with academic texts. Novels and romance tales are categorically excluded from the St. Knight Library. For how could its holdings compete with those of the Royal Library? Though situated within St. Knight Academy, the library resides in the Department of Magic, a deliberate choice, for its students are often engaged in quiet study. Unlike those in the combat department, who are perpetually in motion, practicing their skills. To sit still and read is akin to a death sentence for them. Furthermore, texts pertaining to martial arts training are primarily housed within the Academy's forbidden zone, the Sacred Spirit Pavilion. Consequently, the library's collection is predominantly comprised of magical texts, rendering it a sanctuary primarily for students of the Department of Magic, who frequently occupy its spaces. The St. Knight Library, designed to accommodate the needs of its students, is exceptionally spacious. Without ample room, how could students find a place to read? It is important to note that the library's books are never lent out, save for instructors, yet it remains open 24 hours a day, welcoming those who wish to immerse themselves in study for days on end, unbothered. Though one should retain enough energy to call for assistance, for there was once a student who, enamored with a particular magic tome. Lost track of time and nearly perished from hunger after 5 days of relentless reading it, if not for the timely intervention of a compassionate peer who noticed his trembling fingers. He may have become the first to die of starvation within the library. Forever missing the chance for immortality through his tale, the vastness of the Saint Knight Library allows for its division into several distinct areas, including a dedicated section for students, a separate area for instructors, discussion zones, and spaces for commentary on various texts. The books themselves are categorized into sections such as Introductory Magic, Advanced Magic, areas restricted to non-students, and exclusive research zones for instructors. There is also a Forbidden Zone, containing arcane spells and other tomes unfit for the ordinary student's perusal. Although Seven Knights was well aware of the library's extensive collection, he was nonetheless awestruck by its sheer scale upon witnessing it firsthand. The Saint Knight Library boasts 4 floors above ground, with an additional 6 subterranean levels. It occupies a space equivalent to a quarter of the venue used for the finals of the combat tournament, ensuring that even if all students and instructors were present, each could find a seat to read. The architectural design of the library is nothing short of breathtaking, conceived by the foremost craftsman and renowned architect of the country, making the entire structure resemble a flawless work of art. It is common for graduates to visit and capture their likeness and memory crystals as keepsakes, with utmost care. Seven Knights gently pulled open the grand door of the Saint Knight Library. Exercising caution reminiscent of the moment he opened the auditorium's entrance last year, he had no desire to encounter another adversary as formidable as Vice Dean Brist. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a foyer that, while elegantly adorned, exuded an unmistakable aroma of books. The ground floor, serving as the entrance, naturally buzzed with the sounds of activity, prompting the architect to designate it as a communal space for discussions and debates among students and instructors. For borrowing or reading, one would simply ascend to the upper floors, preserving the quietude essential for study. The staircase leading to the various levels was located within the library itself, necessitating passage through a throng of spirited students and instructors engaged in fervent debate. I contend that fire magic cannot be summoned anywhere, if submerged in water. It is rendered ineffective. Not necessarily. Even in water, fire magic can be invoked as long as the fire elements outnumber the water elements. That cannot be the case. How could there possibly be more fire elements than water in a body of water? It is simply impossible. Why not? I tried it last time. 2 elven instructors clad in teaching robes were embroiled in a heated argument, gesticulating wildly, nearly striking Seven Knights as he passed by. Upon reaching the staircase to the 2nd floor, he discovered an atmosphere of profound silence, so serene that he could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart and the sound of breathing. Every individual was engrossed in their studies, oblivious to Seven Knights' ascent, rendering the scene peculiarly surreal. However, he paid it no mind. His purpose was to borrow a book, and he was currently in search of a suitable location to do so. All who wish to borrow books must enter through this door. As Qiye withdrew his gaze from within and turned to his surroundings, he discovered a door at the corner of the staircase, adorned with a sign that bore the words, "Why not place this at the staircase? I've been searching for ages." Qiye, having spent considerable time peering inside, was infuriated to realize that the book borrowing area was right beside him. Chapter 53, The Holy Knight Library. Hello, may I inquire how one borrows books here? Despite his earlier frustration, Qiye's voice remained calm and devoid of irritation when addressing the beautiful librarian of the Holy Knight Library. "Oh, you must be a new student. Have you completed your reading permit?" The librarian, who was organizing the books, lifted her head to inquire of Qiye. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, graceful and enchanting, her crimson lips slightly parted, a delightful smile illuminating her face, her starry eyes shimmering, and her attire reminiscent of clouds at dawn. In that moment, Qiye beheld the very essence of natural beauty, a vision of unmatched allure. "Have you completed the process?" Noticing Qiye staring at her in a daze, the stunning librarian seemed oblivious to the peculiarity of the situation and asked him once more. Yes, here it is. Please take a look." In the Holy Knight Academy, Qiye had encountered numerous beauties, particularly Zixur and Nyaxi, whom he saw almost daily. Coupled with the recent presence of the mesmerizing Minter Kelly, he had become well acquainted with the breathtaking beauties of the academy. However, he never anticipated encountering such a captivating librarian within the Holy Knight Library. Fortunately, Qiye merely appreciated her beauty without succumbing to the behavior of certain members of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society, who, upon seeing a beautiful woman, would drool and gawk, immediately inquiring about her name and measurements. Even stalking her movements. Qiye's appreciation for beauty, his enthrallment by it, was likely inherited from his guardian, Uncle Yin, who was passionately devoted to all things beautiful. Under his influence, Qiye had developed a keen sensitivity to aesthetics. Accepting the reading permit that Qiye offered, the librarian gently pressed a crystal within it, causing an image of a person to appear above the permit, after comparing it with Qiye standing before her. She confirmed his identity and returned the permit. The rules of the reading room are inscribed on this wall. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you wish to borrow books or engage in discussions, you may go downstairs. Simply place your reading permit on the book you wish to borrow, and it will be retrieved. However, the permit will remain on the shelf in place of the book until you return it. Additionally, please note that the library's books are not permitted to be checked out. If this rule is violated, your reading permit will be confiscated, and penalties will be imposed. After listening to the librarian's words, Qiye exited the library obediently. Although the librarian was indeed lovely, he understood that the more beautiful something was, the more perilous it could be. In the past, Uncle Yin had sent Qiye to the Beast Mountain Ridge to retrieve a perfect magical beast crystal. For 3 days, Qiye scoured the mountain for a suitable crystal, aware that the beasts capable of yielding such a treasure were high-level monsters, which he could barely contend with without risking damage to the crystal. On the 3rd day, when Qiye finally managed to trap and secure the first flawless magical beast crystal, Uncle Yin appeared. He had been watching over Qiye for those 3 days, and upon taking the crystal from him, he simply remarked, "The more beautiful the object, the greater the accompanying danger. In the future, when confronted with beauty, you must act within your means. Never attempt to seize what exceeds your capabilities." Since then, Qiye had developed a wariness towards beautiful things. Uncle Yin rarely imparted wisdom, but when he did, it was unfailingly sound. During those 3 days of life and death struggles against magical beasts, Qiye now perceived the beautiful librarian as potentially as formidable as his current mentor. Kelly Luaya, a person not to be trifled with. However, Qiye's intuition was not mistaken. This enchanting librarian would indeed become a nightmare for him in the future. Shortly after Qiye's departure, a middle-aged elven woman entered the room he had just vacated. "Thank you for your assistance today. I truly apologize for the trouble." "It's no trouble at all. I come here every day to read. I haven't yet thanked you for helping me find my books. However, it's quite bothersome to ask you for so much help. If the Academy finds out, it would surely. If you don't mention it, I won't either. Who would know?" "Well then, Auntie, I must take my leave." "All right, take care." The earlier stunning librarian emerged from the room, carrying a large stack of books into the reading area in the Holy Night Library. Each floor is protected by magical barriers that significantly diminish any magic used within to prevent damage to the library's collection. Magical novels, The Magic Revelation, Legends of Ancient Magic, The Genesis of Magic, Chronicles of the Magic Knights. Why are they all about magic? Qiye muttered to himself, realizing that the second floor of the Holy Night Library was filled solely with tomes related to magic. He had already read many of these at home, and revisiting them seemed futile, as they were not aligned with his current pursuits. As Qiye pondered how to find the books he needed, he suddenly spotted the beautiful librarian not far ahead. "Excuse me. May I ask something?" Qiye approached the librarian, blocking her path. "Is there something you need?" The initially irritated librarian softened her expression upon recognizing Qiye, as she had previously told him he could approach her if he had any questions. "Yes, I am looking for books on advanced magic, but I haven't seen any. Could you tell me where they might be located?" Qiye noticed the librarian's hands were laden with books and felt inclined to help, yet hesitated, fearing a misunderstanding. Previously, a member of his society had been embroiled in controversy when he accidentally touched a girl while trying to assist her, resulting in an uproar. "Oh, you're interested in that genre of books. If you're looking to learn, you should head to the basement or the first floor below. The 2nd to 4th floors are primarily filled with various records and personal commentaries," the librarian explained before continuing on her way, leaving Qiye unable to express his gratitude. However, Qiye refrained from obstructing her further, recognizing that she seemed on the verge of dropping the books. He dared not dwell on the potential consequences of causing her to falter. The basement, he murmured as he passed the first floor again. At last, he would have the opportunity to explore the magical tomes within the Holy Night Academy's library, and he felt a surge of excitement, especially since he had been diligently practicing the control of magical fluctuations, as Miss Tissy had advised. "What's this? I can't move no matter how I try. It seems as though something is blocking my way." Frustrated, Qiye summoned his inner energy, preparing to force his way into the basement. Inch by inch, he began to squeeze through, when suddenly, he was startled by a magical student emerging from below. His energy faltered, sending him rebounding back to the ground. Have you never seen anyone before? What was that display all about? Qiye grumbled, rubbing his sore backside as he glared at the ascending student. The student had looked utterly shocked, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape and eyes wide, causing Qiye to be sent tumbling backward. Thankfully, Qiye was on the first floor, amidst the commotion of arguing mentors and students, so no one paid him any mind. I'm sorry, I was startled to see you squeezing through like that. Truly my apologies, the magical student said, offering a contrite explanation. Is it really that frightening to squeeze through? Qiye inquired, puzzled, as he noted that this magical student seemed far less capable than he was yet moved about with ease. I believe you might be the first person to have ever pushed through the magical barrier, the student clarified. What? A magical barrier? No wonder I felt magical fluctuations. I just hadn't noticed. Qiye possesses an exceptional sensitivity to magical fluctuations. However, he is not without his limitations. His notable blind spot lies in his inability to perceive magical barriers after they have been deployed. This is due to the fact that magic operates at a specific vibrational frequency, functioning autonomously and resonating with the surrounding air. While most individuals can visually detect magic, Qiye finds himself utterly oblivious. It was only with the assistance of Uncle Yin that Qiye came to understand that he was incapable of seeing magical barriers. This was akin to the previous occasion when he needed to access the storeroom of the Holy Knight Academy cafeteria, relying solely on Shuete Bei, as he lacked sufficient funds to enter the dream restaurant. Moreover, to gain entry, one simply needs to form a magical shield using their magical energy. There's no need to push your way in, remarked a magic scholar descending from below. Echoing Qiye's frustration. Thank you, Qiye replied, conjuring a magical shield in preparation to rush downwards. Please wait a moment, the scholar called out once more. What is it? Qiye halted his advance, inquiring of the magic scholar. Are you? Vandija Qiye? The scholar's words took Qiye by surprise. Within the Holy Knight Academy, it was rare for anyone to address him by his full name, and only a handful knew it. Primarily his mentor and classmates. Even the members of the Holy Knight Culinary Arts Society merely referred to him as President Qiye. And you are? Qiye asked curiously, intrigued by how the other person knew his full name. I am Nabasi from the innermost part of East Street. The scholar's introduction was somewhat vague, leaving Qiye puzzled. East Street. Is your father the cobbler Natis Te? While others might be unfamiliar with East Street, Qiye, having lived in the slums, recognized it as a street within the impoverished district. Yes. That's my father, Nabasi responded cheerfully, pleased that Qiye remembered. When did you arrive? Qiye was equally delighted, as it was rare to encounter someone from the slums. I was elected this year, and I've been at the academy for nearly 2 months now. Nabasi appeared somewhat shy, hesitant to speak as loudly as Qiye. Why haven't you sought me out since you arrived? When I first came, your father made me shoes. Look, I've worn them for over a year now, and they still look as good as new. Qiye lifted his foot to showcase the shoes beneath his academy uniform, praising Nabasi's father's craftsmanship. It's only natural, Nabasi replied, at a loss for words. He had merely wanted to find Qiye, who had arrived before him, but he hadn't considered what to do once he found him, as his father had instructed him to seek out Qiye upon arriving at the Holy Knight Academy. Look, that cobbler's son is over there talking to a human, truly a lowly commoner. At that moment, a few magic scholars emerged from the lower level, pointing and whispering about Nabasi, who was conversing with Qiye. Indeed, one associates with their own kind. Another scholar chimed in. Hey, what kind of noble are you? Observing Nabasi bowing his head in feigned ignorance, Qiye could not help but feel a surge of indignation and sarcastically retorted at the newly arrived scholars. Qiye, they are not to be trifled with. Let us go. Nabasi nervously tugged at Qiye's sleeve, urging him to leave. You commoners should be grateful for the opportunity to attend the Holy Knight Academy, and yet you dare speak disrespectfully to us, one of the scholars sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Qiye. Fear not. Such incompetent trash can only talk big here. They lack the courage to act, Qiye reassured the trembling Nabasi. They are all nobles. We cannot provoke them. Nabasi anxiously informed Qiye, mistakenly believing he was unaware of their identities. You dare call us incompetent? Do you wish to feel the sting of our noble wrath? The noble scholars revealed their malicious expressions in response to Qiye's provocation. What are you? You rely on your noble status to gain entry to the Holy Knight Academy. Yet you are confined to the same low-level magic classes as we are. What right do you have to speak down to us? Qiye countered, further mocking the noble scholars. He was prepared, should they dare to make a move. He would strike them until their parents could not recognize them. You have guts, and you too, Nabasi. Be careful. When it came to insults, Qiye was no slouch. His eloquence had reached a level where he could hurl insults without resorting to vulgarity. To his surprise, before he could fully unleash his verbal assault, the noble scholars turned and fled. Truly useless, only capable of bluster, Qiye remarked, watching the retreating figures of the noble magic scholars. Because fighting with magic is prohibited here, and if they are caught, they will face consequences, Nabasi quickly explained, noting Qiye's nonchalant demeanor. Let them come. I am unfazed, Qiye scoffed, dismissing the noble's retreat. It's all right, if they dare to bother you again. Just tell me, and I will handle them for you, Qiye assured Nabasi, redirecting his gaze. Thank you, Qiye, Nabasi replied, watching the noble scholars depart. Although he felt a twinge of fear, he realized there was little he could do now. He could only sigh in response to Qiye. I need to go down to find some books. What about you? Are you coming? Qiye suddenly remembered his purpose for being there. He had set aside everything to seek out advanced magic tomes, and now that he knew how to descend, he was eager to proceed. No. I just finished. I'll head back now, Nabasi hurriedly replied as Qiye prepared to descend. Very well. Then I shall go down first. Qiye once again conjured a magical shield and made his way to the lower level. As he reached the entrance to the lower level, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask Nabasi where he resided within the Holy Knight Academy. However, he shrugged it off, knowing that he could always rely on Shuete Bei's extensive network of information to find out. Chapter 54. The Minor Accomplishment in Magic. At this moment, it was midnight, a time when the world descended into silence. Yet, a voice shattered the stillness of the night. What are you screaming about, with such little power? You think you can advance in the supreme sword path? Truly a pipe dream, the old man Morello admonished, wielding what appeared to be a mere stick. It was far from it, as he addressed Qiye, who stood in the center of the open area. Old man, if you're so tough, why don't you come and try it? This is not something a mere human can withstand. Qiye gritted his teeth, glaring at the relaxed and smug Morello, which only fueled his irritation. If you can defeat me, I shall take your place. If you cannot, then all discussions are off, Morello taunted with a triumphant grin. Although Qiye was infuriated and tempted to flee, he knew escape was futile. The old man Morello had him firmly in his grasp, and he was unwilling to run, as this was part of the consequence for losing their earlier bout. Old man, could you possibly tone down the electric shocks? Please don't hit me again. Qiye cried out in anguish as he was struck by a powerful surge of lightning once more. Fortunately, he had endured many shocks under Morello's electric crystal in the past. Otherwise, he would have been left gasping for breath on the ground, calling for help. How could I tone it down? If I did, your efforts would be in vain, Morello replied with a smile, his demeanor unfazed. At this moment, Qiye stood in front of the main hall of the Spirit Pavilion, clad in a suit of armor-like attire. This peculiar outfit had been given to him by Morello, though Qiye was unaware of its composition, only that it was undoubtedly valuable. After all, it was unusual for Morello to present anything of little worth. This strange garment became increasingly heavy with each electric shock it endured, and Morello's stick, resembling a wooden rod, was actually a mutated lightning crystal capable of storing and repeatedly discharging lightning magic. Qiye estimated that this peculiar stick was worth at least several tens of thousands of gold coins. Morello's purpose for having Qiye undergo this ordeal was simple. He wished to test Qiye's endurance and physical capabilities. Having learned of Qiye's rigorous training beneath the love waterfall with Qiye, Morello was eager to ascertain the limits of Qiye's stamina. However, with each surge of lightning, the weight of the garment increased, and Morello's astonishment grew correspondingly. The gravitational field formed after the garment absorbed lightning was something he was aware of. He had experienced it when he first obtained the attire years ago. Judging from the current state of the garment's absorption, it seemed that Qiye could now withstand a gravitational force tenfold greater than what he could endure at that time, almost equivalent to 1% of his present strength. Remarkably, under such circumstances, Qiye was still able to articulate words, indicating that he had yet to reach his limits, which left the old man, Morello, in awe of Qiye's latent power. Old man, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Please discharge the electricity, Qiye exclaimed desperately. Finally, after Morello charged the garment with electricity once more, Qiye could no longer endure. He felt on the verge of collapse, his vital energy nearly bursting forth under the pressure. He shouted at Morello, "You still have the strength to speak. How can you say you can't hold on? I will assist you in discharging the electricity when you can no longer utter a word." Morello replied nonchalantly, "Curse you. Old man, hurry up. I can't take it any longer." Qiye cried out, panic rising within him as he desperately circulated his vital energy to support the garment. Keep shouting, Morello taunted, releasing another surge of lightning to increase the weight of Qiye's attire. At this point, Qiye was rendered incapable of speaking. Even if he could, he feared that Morello would increase the electric charge once again, making his situation even more dire. Gradually, sweat seeped from Qiye's pores, soaking into the garment. Despite the extreme discomfort, he could not afford to focus on it. All his mental faculties were devoted to combating the gravity exerted by the garment. He dared not relax even a fraction. A moment's lapse could result in him being crushed by the garment's weight, which was no trivial matter. There was a real possibility that he could be flattened to the thickness of a mere sheet of paper, knowing that Morello would only cease when he was on the brink of death. Qiye had experienced this pattern far too often. Many times in the past, Morello had only relented when Qiye could go no further, justifying it by claiming that breakthroughs could only occur at the brink of life and death, insisting that one must never easily give up before reaching the ultimate limit. After Qiye fell silent, Morello added 3 more charges of lightning. Fortunately, Qiye summoned all his strength, bracing against the impact like a lover embracing a torrential waterfall. At last, when the veins on Qiye's forehead protruded from exerting his energy to the fullest, Morello gradually eased the electric charge. It was imperative that he did so gradually. A sudden release would leave Qiye without an object to exert his strength against, causing his vital energy to burst forth uncontrollably. If he were only left with severe injuries, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, losing all his power would spell disaster. After the weight of the garment was entirely lifted, Qiye collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "You just shouted that you couldn't hold on. Yet after I added 4 more charges of lightning, you still managed to endure. This indicates that you were not exerting yourself to the fullest. Next time, do not tell me you cannot hold on until the very end," Morello stated sternly, standing before Qiye. He was somewhat irritated by Qiye's lackadaisical attitude and wished for him to take things more seriously. "Old man, what benefit does this bring me?" Qiye managed to ask between breaths. "If you aspire to reach the same heights as Dongfang Ying, you must undergo such training," Morello replied, delivering words that stirred Qiye's heart. How do you know?" Qiye was taken aback. Sitting up from the ground, it was noteworthy that during his last exchange with Dongfang Ying on the dueling platform, although he had spoken clearly, the surrounding clamor made it impossible for distant ears to catch the words. Yet here was Morello, fully aware of their conversation, leaving Qiye in astonishment. "Did I not tell you? Within the Holy Knight Academy, there is nothing I am unaware of. You would do well to be honest. Come back tomorrow at this time," Morello replied with an inscrutable smile. "All right. I will definitely come back tomorrow." Qiye's response was astonishing. Despite appearing to be on the brink of death moments before, he seemed to regain his composure while conversing with Morello, although he was still unable to stand. Morello was astounded by Qiye's remarkable recovery. In battles between evenly matched swordsmen, recovery speed could be the decisive factor. Regaining strength even a moment sooner could tip the scales of victory. "I will wait for you. My experiments are far from complete and await your assistance. Remember to practice your vital energy diligently tonight," Morello instructed. Though slightly taken aback, he did not show it. Instead, he merely advised Qiye to focus on his training before retrieving the unique garment and lightning rod. Returning to the main hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. "Old man, how is Zishuer doing now?" Qiye asked urgently as Morello was about to enter. His visit was motivated by a desire to know about Zishuer, who had entered the Holy Spirit Pavilion since the martial arts tournament and had yet to emerge. Although Qiye had access to the pavilion, Morello had consistently denied him entry to see Zishuer, claiming she was in a critical phase of training and could not be disturbed. This had troubled Qiye greatly, leaving him unable to eat or sleep peacefully, constantly yearning for a glimpse of her. "It should be soon. Just wait a few more days," Morello replied, pausing to gaze at the unmoving moon before entering the main hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. "That old man, you said the same thing last time. I might just barge in to see for myself," Qiye grumbled, frustrated by Morello's repetitive responses. However, lacking any means to evade Morello's watchful eyes, he resigned himself to the situation. Defeated, he lay back on the ground, gazing at the bright moon above the sacred spirit mountain. his thoughts drifting to Zishuer's exquisite face, slowly transforming the moon into the visage of the woman he could never tire of admiring. Miss Tiz, here is the salmon sashimi I just prepared. Please have a taste. Qiye presented the carefully crafted dish to Miss Tiz at her dining table. Delightful. The fish is exceptionally tender, and coupled with this slightly tangy seasoning, it offers a unique flavor, Miss Tiz remarked after sampling Qiye's dish. Having been a countess in her past, she had certainly experienced her fair share of culinary delights. And each time she savored Qiye's carefully prepared meals, she offered her evaluation. You did not only invite me to taste your culinary creations today, did you? Miss Tiz inquired, setting down her utensils and addressing Qiye, who had opened his mouth to speak but remained silent. Miss Tiz, I cannot access the Holy Night Library. It requires substantial magical power for entry. With my current level of magic, I can only reach the first underground level. But I cannot proceed to the second, Qiye explained. After his last visit to the first underground level of the library, he discovered that there were no higher-level magical spell books available. He learned that the more one descended, the higher the level of magical text available, with the magical power required increasing exponentially with each level. Although Qiye's magical abilities were commendable, they could not compare to others. He could only reach halfway to the second level before being halted. Even if he infused his entire being with vital energy and attempted to breach the barrier, he would still be unable to enter. Oh, should I help you break through the library's barrier entirely? Miss Tiz asked, as a magical fireball flickered at her fingertip, transforming into a phoenix of flames. That won't be necessary. Just a magical enhancement from you would suffice to allow me entry, Qiye replied, wishing to avoid putting Miss Tiz in a position where she might become overly engaged and inadvertently demolish the entire library. An enhancement spell is feasible, but I fear that before you manage to enter, the barrier outside the library will alert others to your presence, Miss Tiz warned. There's a barrier outside the library as well, Qiye asked, astonished. Indeed, the barrier is crafted with great ingenuity. The higher the magical power emitted upon entry, the greater the resistance one faces. It is specifically designed to prevent individuals from seeking assistance to access the lower levels. While I can assure you that the enhancement spell I provide will breach the barrier, I cannot guarantee that the mentors of the Holy Knight Academy will remain oblivious, Miss Tiz explained as the flaming phoenix vanished from her fingertip. Then, is there any way around this? Qiye pressed, having hoped to rely on Miss Tiz for assistance. I need you to learn to control the frequency of your magic. You seem to be managing it well. Show me, she instructed. I still cannot control it entirely, for now. I can only maintain my magical fluctuations within a single frequency, Qiye admitted, feeling somewhat challenged, lacking confidence to perform as he had during the earlier demonstration with the female shadow in the president's office. That's all right. Exert yourself to the best of your ability and show me what you can do. Miss Tiz picked up the silver fork from the plate and took another taste of the salmon sashimi prepared by Qiye. It was quite unexpected for Miss Tiz to say such a thing, and naturally, Qiye refrained from further comments. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and began to employ the technique that the female shadow practitioner had used before, demonstrating it before Miss Tiz. The magical fluctuations emanating from Qiye began to oscillate, gradually reaching a higher frequency at that moment. Qiye opened his eyes, placed his right hand in front of him, extended his index finger, and fixed his gaze upon it. As magical waves started to emit from the tip of his finger, a faint blue magical aura shot forth from Qiye's fingertip, yet it was highly unstable, fluctuating in intensity and speed. Observing this, Qiye grew increasingly anxious, and the magic release became even more erratic. Do not rush. Take your time. Imagine that it is not magical energy, but rather the flow of your inner qi, Miss Tiz advised as she savored another piece of sashimi. Qi, to make the magical waves flow like qi. The notion excited Qiye immensely. At that moment, he resembled a person possessing great wealth yet ignorant of how to wield it, and Miss Tiz's words were akin to revealing the means of utilizing that wealth, ushering him into a new realm of understanding. The previously erratic magical fluctuations gradually transformed into a steady stream, flowing calmly from Qiye's fingertips, morphing into various patterns and symbols in accordance with his thoughts. I did it! I did it! Qiye exclaimed joyfully, having finally succeeded in controlling the magical waves, enabling him to wield them at will. You are still far from it if you wish to access the 6th underground level of the Holy Night Library. There is much more for you to learn. Miss Tiz promptly doused Qiye's exuberance with cold water, bringing him back to reality. I can descend to the 6th underground level of the Holy Night Library. Despite hearing Miss Tiz's discouraging words, Qiye seized upon the more crucial point. Of course, as long as you master the control of magical power, what is there to fear from the trivial magical barriers of the library? Miss Tiz affirmed. What else must I learn? Miss Tiz, as long as you teach me, I will surely accomplish it. Qiye eagerly awaited further instruction from Miss Tiz. I have already stated that you are still far from it. The time is not yet ripe. Miss Tiz concluded her meal with the last piece of sashimi, wiping her lips with a white napkin. Miss Tiz, I will undoubtedly succeed. Just tell me what to do. Qiye was utterly captivated by the method of controlling magical power that Miss Tiz had imparted, clinging to her insistently. Then, if you can achieve this, I shall teach you the next step. A blade of wind materialized in Miss Tiz's hand, yet it did not launch forth. Instead, it remained motionless like a knife. What is this? Qiye gasped in astonishment. He had never conceived of solidifying a blade of wind. Wind blades were typically small, instantly launched spells, but to form them in solid state was an unprecedented approach. To manifest magic into a tangible form, if you can accomplish this, you may have the opportunity to enter the 6th underground level of the Holy Night Library. Otherwise, you should relinquish your aspirations. Miss Tiz declared before vanishing from Qiye's sight. No, it should be said that Qiye vanished from Miss Tiz's view, as he had transported her back to his room from the basement using spatial magic. However, this time, Qiye made no complaints, for he was engrossed in the conundrum of how to transform magic into a tangible entity, despite landing headfirst back in his room. Chapter 55, Naboth, you wretched creature. This is not a place for you. Hurry back to your wretched den in the slums and mind your own business. Indeed, a filthy pauper among the refuse, the Holy Night Academy is not a place for your kind. Nor is it a sanctuary for your sordid, unworthy pursuits. Ha ha ha. As Qiye hurried towards the Holy Night Library, he was drawn to the familiar voices emanating from a nearby grove, prompting him to halt. He recognized the voices from within the grove. They seemed familiar, yet he could not place where he had heard them before. Come, eat your breakfast off the ground like a dog, and we shall let you go. Otherwise, hurry up and eat. If you don't, we'll inform the disciplinary committee that you, a filthy beggar, stole something. You might just find yourself expelled from the academy. Expelled. Ha ha. I did not steal anything. You were framing me. It is you who were framing me. Naboth, pinned to the ground by a group of lowly magic students, struggled fiercely to refute their accusations, his expression defiant. Wretched creature, we saw you with our wallet in hand. How dare you claim we are framing you? Are you seeking death? An elf, seemingly handsome, yet rendered terrifying by the malevolent expression on his face, pressed his foot against Naboth's face, glaring at him with malice. I found it. It was just lying here on the ground. Naboth, flushed with agitation, shrugged off the foot that pressed upon him and shouted loudly. Ha! Ha ha! Who would believe your words? Who would believe that a wallet would be left on the ground for a lowly being like you to pick up? Ha ha! The surrounding magic students laughed mockingly at Naboth, clearly setting a trap for him. I believe it, for your wallets are right there on the ground. Upon hearing this, Qiye stepped out from behind the grove. You, an even lower human trash than he is, who would believe you? Ha ha. Exactly, our wallets would not just fall to the ground. Surely your mother did not teach you how to lie. Truly, human trash is the most foolish of all, ha ha. A magic student scoffed derisively at Qiye. Do you not believe me? Then look at what lies beneath your feet. Qiye feigned indifference, shrugging his shoulders. My wallet. How could it be on the ground? Though skeptical of Qiye's words, the magic students glanced down, only to discover their wallets indeed lay on the ground. I did not misspeak, did I? I had already stated your wallets were on the ground. Yet you refused to believe me. How foolish of you to disregard my kind reminder. Taking advantage of their distraction as they bent to retrieve their wallets, Qiye dispelled the magic, pinning Naboth down and pulled him to his feet. Impossible. You must have been trying to steal our wallets. And when we caught you, you failed to do so. You are a thief too. Aware that the wallets had mysteriously fallen to the ground, the magic students concluded that it was Qiye's doing and insisted that he was trying to rob them. I am a thief. So what? Are you going to bite me? Or do you wish to bully me as you just did him? Though Qiye had indeed been the one to make their wallets fall, he had done so after hearing them claim that no one would believe the wallets could just fall to the ground. You are quite audacious. Come, let us show this equally despicable human what for. One of the magic students, unaware of how Qiye had managed to make their wallets drop, felt a surge of anger but was too timid to confront him alone, thus rallying his companions to join in. You wish to fight me. Qiye found their presumption amusing that if he were to engage, he could likely incapacitate them all in the blink of an eye. Yet, he feigned an expression of fear. We are not here to fight you. We aim to educate you on behalf of the disciplinary committee for your thievery. Their confidence surged upon witnessing Qiye's feigned fear. They believed that together they could overwhelm him. You represent the disciplinary committee? Is there anyone among you actually part of it? Qiye inquired, curiosity piqued. Thanks to Vice Dean Tobrist, he was familiar with nearly all members of the disciplinary committee. Yet these individuals were unfamiliar to him, and their skills did not seem sufficient to qualify for such a position. Not yet, but in a few days, we shall be. One of the magic students boasted with pride. Indeed. In a few days, our applications will be approved, and we will become members of the disciplinary committee. Another chimed in, equally smug. You, ha, ha ha, how utterly laughable. Qiye could not help but burst into laughter, while Naboth, whom he had just helped, felt an increasing sense of fear at Qiye's apparent recklessness. Humph, laugh all you want. Soon enough, you shall have no reason to smile. The magic students, feeling unnerved by Qiye's laughter, began to prepare their spells to teach him a lesson. Doubt it? Then go ahead and try. A magical apprentice has summoned a colossal fireball, reaching the pinnacle of his magical capabilities. However, its power should not be underestimated. It could suffice for roasting an entire sheep. Is that enough for you? No need for me to intervene, Seven Knight remarked, unfazed by the fireball hovering before him, casually observing the other several magic apprentices standing nearby. If you don't make a move, then perish, the apprentice who cast the fireball retorted. His face flushed with indignation as he hurled the blazing orb towards Seven Knight. That he envisioned a scenario where Seven Knight would be brought to his knees, pleading for mercy. Step back, it's dangerous, Naboth shouted anxiously. Seeing Seven Knight remain motionless, just as the fireball was about to strike him, it suddenly dissipated mid-air as if struck by an unseen force, vanishing before Seven Knight. What? The apprentice, witnessing his signature fireball disintegrate before Seven Knight, felt a surge of anxiety. The other apprentices mirrored this unease, bewildered by Seven Knight's apparent lack of action. Naboth stared at Seven Knight in confusion, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Did I not mention? I need not lift a finger, and yet you cannot harm me. Seven Knight stood his ground, a sinister smile gracing his lips. That was mere luck. Watch this. Another apprentice, unwilling to relent, conjured an ice arrow aimed at Seven Knight. Yet again, the arrow shattered into fragments before him, disappearing into thin air. Have you had your fun? Now it's our turn to play, Seven Knight declared, his lips sealed yet a voice emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread among the apprentices. Let us go. They can handle this, he urged Naboth, giving a thumbs-down gesture to the trio of Alex, Sal, and Jack behind him. Boss, no problem. We will handle it flawlessly, Alex responded with a devilish grin, sending shivers down the spines of the apprentices standing nearby. Let us engage in a proper game. I shall teach you how to respect your seniors. Rigor grinned ominously at the group of apprentices. Seniors. Fear began to creep into the eyes of the apprentices as they noticed the emblem of the advanced magic class embroidered on Alex and the others' collars. Particularly, one veteran student, who had been warned by the previous cohort not to offend the seniors of the magic department, trembled uncontrollably. Naboth inquired curiously as Seven Knight led him out of the woods. Oh, they are my subordinates. Rest assured, those few will never dare to bully you again, Seven Knight mused, envisioning how Alex and his companions would deal with the apprentices, a look of anticipation spreading across his face. Brother Seven Knight, which club are you the captain of? Naboth asked, recalling his desire to join a club at the start of the semester, but every club required a fee that he could not afford. Now, upon learning that those seniors from the advanced magic class were his subordinates, curiosity piqued within him. Hee, I am not the captain, Seven Knight replied, relishing the opportunity to tease Naboth, who was unaware of his true standing. Brother Seven Knight, you are not the captain? Then what are you? Naboth was unable to fathom the hierarchy. For him, merely being part of a club was impressive, let alone being more than a captain. Surprise! I shall reveal to you that I am not merely a captain. I am the president. Seven Knight declared proudly, revealing his status within the club. President. Naboth gasped, taken aback. You don't believe me, should I? Seven Knight, noticing Naboth's astonished expression, prepared to summon Alex and the others for confirmation. No, I simply didn't expect it. I can't even join a club, and here you are, Brother Seven Knight, a president after joining the academy. Naboth hastily waved his hands, signaling his disbelief. How could you not join a club? Why not join mine? Seven Knight suggested, noting that his club could use more members. I have no money. Nabas finally confessed after a long pause, his reluctance evident. Why would I charge you to join my club? Just come along. Seven Knight chuckled at Nabas's worried demeanor. But that seems inappropriate. Nabas protested. What's there to fear? I'm the president. I can recruit whoever I want. No more chit-chat. We'll go get your club badge later. Seven Knight decisively concluded regarding Nabas's membership. Brother Seven Knight. No, President, what kind of club is it? Nabas quickly adjusted his address. Oh, how could I forget to tell you? I run the Culinary Arts Club, and our activity center is at the Dream Restaurant. Just ask around. And you'll find it, Seven Knight said, patting the back of his head, slightly embarrassed for neglecting to mention the club's name. Dream Restaurant, Holy Night Culinary Arts Club. President, is that really your club? Nabas exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. Remember to report there later. I need to head to the library now. Seven Knight bid farewell to Nabas, intent on finding the book he sought at Holy Night Library. All right, Nabas replied, still dazed by the revelation of Seven Knight being the president of the Holy Night Culinary Arts Club. Without lingering, Seven Knight dashed out, now focused on his magical pursuits. Within the Dream Restaurant, club members could be seen engaging in various activities, even in the most secluded corners. However, one particular room, though prominently visible, was strictly off-limits unless absolutely necessary, and only those ranked above team leaders dared to enter. This room, exposed to the public gaze yet untouched, was the meeting room of the Dream Restaurant, utilized only by the team leaders and the president and vice president of the Holy Night Culinary Arts Club at the end of each month. Generally, ordinary members would not dare to intrude, and the team leaders were too preoccupied to venture inside. President, there's a new magic department student looking for you. He said you summoned him, reported one of Seven Knight's direct subordinates. Cautiously entering the meeting room after ensuring no one was around. I summoned someone. Is someone seeking me? Toss him into the lake. I'll go rescue him later. Seven Knight mumbled sleepily, still half asleep from his nap. President, do you really want to throw him in? The subordinate hesitated, unsure about the absurdity of such a command. Throw him in. He is not allowed to come up until I arrive, Seven Knight ordered. Still dreaming of vast riches. Understood, President. I will go now. The subordinate replied, quickly shutting the meeting room door behind him and hastening to execute Seven Knight's command, though internally questioning the rationale behind it. What a delightful slumber. Seven Knight stretched languidly in the meeting room. Although he could use magic to stave off sleep, after several sleepless nights, he realized that nothing compared to a good rest. Without pain, how could one experience joy? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Seven Knight refrained from using magic to combat sleepiness. Wait, didn't something happen earlier? As Seven Knight began to awaken fully, memories of someone calling for him surfaced. Gradually, he became fully alert, suddenly slapping his leg and jumping up from the chair he had used as a bed. Oh no, he rushed out without tidying up the meeting room. Where's the person looking for me? Seven Knight asked one of his subordinates he encountered on the first floor. His urgency palpable. He's behind. President, wasn't it you who said that? Seven Knight was fortunate to have caught the very subordinate who had sought him out moments ago. Did you really throw him in? Seven Knight's expression changed dramatically as he followed the direction indicated by the subordinate. Well, of course, President, I asked you twice, and you said we must throw him in. Before he could finish, Seven Knight dashed towards the lake behind the Dream Restaurant. And he is not allowed to come up. President, you truly are something, the subordinate remarked, not realizing that Seven Knight had already sprinted off, still oblivious to the absurdity of throwing a fellow student into the lake at the president's behest. As Qiye reached the lakeside behind the Dream Restaurant, he found a considerable crowd gathered there, including Qiye. Let others come up. He doesn't seem wealthy and hasn't done anything to our members, Qiye remarked to Alex. I wish I could. But this is the order from the president. I have no choice, Alex replied, feeling conflicted as he glanced at the shivering Nabas in the lake, who was looking at Qiye with a troubled expression. Did he not say he was here to find the president and that he knows him? Why would the president order him to be thrown into the lake? Perhaps he is a rival of the president. The president might want to take this opportunity to deal with him, came the response. He doesn't seem like one, although he looks decent. He pales in comparison to the president. You wouldn't know. Nowadays, girls have started to favor youthful appearances that he may not look impressive, but girls seem to be drawn to him. How do you know this? I haven't heard anything. Of course, I went to great lengths to gather this information from the girls. Oh, no wonder you've been pretending to be a new recruit these past few days. I should act a bit innocent too tomorrow. The members of the Culinary Arts Society surrounding the fallen Nabas were incessantly discussing the situation, while onlookers observed eagerly. Hurry and save him. Qiye rushed to the lakeside, urgently commanding the gathered members. Splash, splash. Upon hearing Qiye's words, several lecherous onlookers immediately jumped into the water. If they could win the favor of the Culinary Arts Society's president through this, it would certainly make it much easier to pursue the beautiful waitresses at the dream restaurant in the future. Meanwhile, those members who had begun to undress lamented missing such a golden opportunity. However, before the lecherous ones, who had undergone special swimming training, could reach Nabas, he had already been rescued and brought ashore. That it was not necessary to jump into the water to save someone. For instance, Alex, using a floating spell, managed to rescue Nabas from the lake. This rendered the efforts of those who jumped into the water futile. Is he all right? Dry his clothes, Qiye instructed, removing the nearly frozen Nabas' clothes and handing them to a member behind him, then casting a firewall around Nabas to warm him up. Indeed, the president is quite remarkable. One member marveled at Qiye's use of the second-level spell, the firewall. Yes, the president is truly impressive. It's my first time witnessing such mastery in both martial skills and magic. Another member chimed in with admiration. President, I've reported in. Nabas finally regained consciousness under the warmth of Qiye's firewall and spoke to him. Yes, you've reported in. You are now a member of my Culinary Arts Society, Qiye replied shyly. Stop staring. Disperse quickly. Alex urged the onlookers who were huddled around the firewall. Move along. There's nothing to see here, Qiye added, assisting in shooing people away. That is Qiye, the leader of the execution team, and over there is Light, the leader of the guards, and this is Alex, the leader of my emergency response team. Qiye introduced Nabas, who had just emerged from the water, to the members of the society. President, what should I do? Nabas inquired, unsure of his role in the society. What can you do? Qiye asked, still pondering the answer. I know a bit of magic and can repair shoes, Nabas replied bashfully, feeling he had little to offer. That's good. You'll join Captain Daggett's logistics team to assist the members with shoe repairs and such. All right, that's settled. Noticing Storyteller approaching, Qiye quickly wrapped up the conversation and left Nabas standing there, pondering who Captain Daggett might be. President, where are you going? Storyteller appeared at the door just in time to block Qiye's escape. The weather is so nice today. I thought I'd take a stroll. Qiye smiled at Storyteller. Nice weather. It seems like it's about to rain, Storyteller pointed out, exposing Qiye's fib. Really? Then I should hurry back to collect my clothes. They're still out drying. Qiye flowed with Storyteller's words. President, you don't seem to have many clothes. Only two. One on you and the other in the meeting room, right? Storyteller once again revealed Qiye's untruth. Ah, so it was in the meeting room. No wonder I couldn't find it. Thank you, Storyteller. I'll go get it. Qiye expressed gratitude, turning to head upstairs. President, you lounge around here instead of working, leaving everything to me. Storyteller could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at Qiye. I am working. I was just saving someone, Qiye responded, feeling a bit guilty as he looked at Storyteller's slightly thinner face. Saving someone? I didn't see you lift a finger, Storyteller retorted, having heard the commotion from above. Of course, I wouldn't intervene. By the way. Storyteller, look, I learned something. Qiye seized the opportunity to change the subject, extending a finger. What did you learn? Storyteller asked, puzzled by Qiye's gesture. You'll see, Qiye said, as a light blue magical aura began to shimmer at his fingertip, transforming into patterns. Boss, how did you do that? Storyteller exclaimed excitedly, realizing Qiye had unleashed the same magical wave Mistiz had used to control the female shadows. Of course, it was through my hard work and perseverance that I learned it. Would you like me to teach you? Qiye noted Storyteller's fascination with his control magic. Boss, stop talking and teach me quickly. I've been struggling to control my magical waves for so long, Storyteller implored, having also been working tirelessly to maintain his magical waves at a certain frequency. Just imagine the magic as a warm current flowing through your body. Then let that current become calm and steady, finally transforming it into a placid surface of water. Qiye shared his experience with Storyteller. Oh, like that? I'll give it a try. Calm. Storyteller immediately began to practice. However, not paying attention, he took off running, and Qiye vanished from in front of him. Though he had temporarily evaded Storyteller, Qiye now faced a dilemma. as Shuat Bell had uncovered the secret in the meeting room that he needed to find a place that wouldn't be discovered and where he could quickly respond should anything occur at the dream restaurant. This was truly a perplexing situation.